A century of rebirth, solely to once again tread upon the pinnacle with a sword that cleaves the heavens, reclaiming the legends that once belonged to oneself. Though the path of cultivation may lead to death, I harbor no regrets. The blood of battle shall eternally keep the soul immortal. Allow Lao Tzu to guide you into the resplendent and magnificent realm of fantasy, embarking alongside the protagonist on the road to supremacy, shedding blood and sweat in the fray. Jiang Qin vigorously shook his somewhat swollen head, abruptly awakening. In the year 3486 of the Holy Yuan calendar, I, the Holy One, have been dead for a century. Jiang Qin, you two are called Jiang Qin. I have unexpectedly been reborn a century later. Jiang Qin, the foremost sage of the Holy Yuan continent, a century ago, had cleaved the heavens with his sword, shattering the gates of the immortal realm, paving a new path for the sages of the continent. Yet, he exhausted the last drop of his sacred blood, falling from the sacred cliff, only to find himself reborn a century later. Jiang Qin raised his head, discovering that he was in a dimly lit and dilapidated room, its walls riddled with cracks, the door firmly shut. He had been imprisoned. Listening intently, he heard voices outside. Brother Yong, he is the sole son of the city lord. Though he may be a wastrel, the city lord dotes on him. If the city lord finds out, it will be disastrous. Outside stood two burly men, one with a face full of concern. This was a desolate area of Tianxiang City, seldom visited by anyone. What are you afraid of? Unbeknownst to the gods or ghosts, the city lord will not be aware. Besides, once we drink this brat's blood, we will leave Tianxiang City immediately. Yang Shuang, you do not wish to live a life of mediocrity, do you? Brother Yong's face twisted in a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuang's internal struggle dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of ruthlessness. There is no turning back now. The city lord has invested so much effort into this worthless son, pouring countless spirit medicines into him. Yet he has only reached the first stage of Qi realm. If those spirit medicines were given to us, we would have long since reached the sea of Qi realm, or even transcended to the human Dan realm. Wasting those spirit medicines on him is a folly. Rather than allowing him to remain a waste, we should ensure our own success. After 3 days, the purification pill will cleanse all impurities from his body. Once we drink his blood, our talents will improve, and we can soar away. Brother Yong smirked coldly. Every word of their conversation was overheard by the recently reborn Jiang Qin, and upon merging with the main Buddhist memories, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To drink the blood of this Holy One, you will only have the privilege of drinking urine. Through the memories, Jiang Qin learned that these two men were guards from the city lord's manor, audaciously plotting to take his blood. Unfazed, Jiang Qin, as the foremost sage of the world, had encountered peril far greater than this. Moreover, these two intended to use the purification pill on him to expel the impurities from his blood, which would require 3 days. These 3 days would be his opportunity. Disregarding the two outside, Jiang Qin began to assess this new body. Upon sensing the immense medicinal power within, he was immediately elated. This city lord only knows to incessantly feed his son with spirit medicines, unaware that his son cannot absorb them at all. With such an accumulation of medicinal essence, something is bound to go amiss. However, for me, this body is truly a treasure. With a smile gracing his face, Jiang Qin found it effortlessly easy to absorb and refine the medicinal power as the foremost sage of the world. These two fools even gave me a purification pill. While it is quite low grade, it holds immeasurable benefits for this body. I shall refine and absorb all the accumulated spirit medicines. With a thought, Jiang Qin summoned a technique from his memories and began its operation. Under the operation of the Qi condensation technique, the amassed medicinal power within began to disperse gradually, permeating Jiang Qin's limbs and bones. The spirit medicines began to refine Jiang Qin's bones, blood, and every inch of skin, while the purification pill also played a role in gradually expelling the accumulated impurities within. Years of accumulated medicinal power were overwhelmingly potent. This wasteful youth was a treasure trove, and it was no wonder someone had set their sights on him. Transform the medicinal power into essence for me, Jiang Qin called out, as the vast medicinal power began to refine his physique while gradually converting into pure elemental power. Crack! A breakthrough was achieved. He reached the second stage of Qi realm. In just an hour's time, Jiang Chen shattered the previous constraints, advancing to the second stage of Qi realm. Crack, crack, crack. Third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage within a single day, Jiang Chen continued to break through, soaring to the fifth stage of Qi realm. As the saying goes, accumulated strength bursts forth. The medicinal power within this body was so rich that it took him until the fifth stage before he had consumed only half of it. Outside, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang sat uneasily, anxiously awaiting. Brother Yong, it's been a day, should we just kill him and take his blood? Yang Shuang felt a twinge of unease. Absolutely not. The purification pill requires 3 days to completely cleanse the impurities in his blood. We must wait a little longer, Yang Yong replied. Inside the room, Jiang Chun was immersed in the exhilaration of his advancement. In the holy Yuan continent, everyone practiced martial arts, reaching the 9th stage of Qi realm and opening the sea of Qi within their Dantian, subsequently advancing to the human Dan realm, the heavenly Dan realm, and the divine Dan realm, collectively known as the foundational 5 realms. Upon reaching the 5th stage of Qi realm, Jiang Chun did not cease his progression, however. The speed of advancement noticeably slowed. 2 days later, Jiang Chun had digested all the medicinal power within, achieving the pinnacle of the 8th stage of Qi realm, just a step away from the 9th stage. 3 days to reach the 8th stage of Qi realm, this is the limit for this body. Jiang Chun remained tranquil. Had it been anyone else, ascending 7 levels in 3 days would have driven them to madness. Yet Jiang Chun, as the foremost sage of the world, possessed insights and temperament far beyond that of ordinary individuals. To put it plainly, he was an ancient being. Haha, time to drink blood. With an excited laugh, the door swung open, revealing the 2 men before Jiang Chun. Drink blood? You may as well drink my urine. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Chun suddenly unleashed 2 punches, striking the 2 men in their abdomens, eliciting a scream as they flew out the door. Though these 2 were guards from the city lord's manor and possessed considerable strength, they were merely at the 6th stage of Qi realm, and thus were no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dusted off his pants and leisurely stepped out of the room, fully aware that his earlier punches had rendered them incapable of standing again. In the courtyard, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at Jiang Chun. It's impossible. This cannot be. You were merely at the 1st stage of Qi realm. How could you become this formidable in just 3 days? Yang Yong was utterly shocked. As guards of the city lord's manor, they were all too familiar with this young lord, who had always been a complete waste. Typically, he engaged in despicable acts of bullying, but now he had transformed into someone so powerful, as if he were a different person entirely. You 2 dogs, how dare you plot against me? Speak, who instigated you? Jiang Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at Yang Yong. He was not a fool even with their audacity. These 2 were merely servants of the city lord's manor. Without someone steering them, they would never dare to act against him. Moreover, a medicinal pill like the purification pill was not something mere servants could easily obtain. No one instigated us, we wanted to drink your blood ourselves, Yang Yong hastily replied. If you do not speak, you will never have the chance to do so again. Jiang Chen stepped forward, placing a palm upon Yang Yong's crown. And with a resounding crunch, his head shattered, blood and brain matter mingling into a gruesome sight, dead beyond resurrection. I never grant a second chance. Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent, unperturbed by the bloody scene. However, Yang Shuang was utterly horrified, being inherently timid. He had never witnessed such brutality and trembled uncontrollably. Now it's your turn. Speak, who instigated this? Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Yang Shuang. No, truly no one. Young master, spare me. Please spare me. Yang Shuang was terrified. The boy before him was no longer the familiar young master. He knew his methods of killing were utterly ruthless. Not willing to speak? Very well. Rest assured, I will not let you die easily. I know a method of dying. As long as the heart does not cease beating, one does not fully die. I will sever your hands and feet, gouge out your nose, and extract your liver and kidneys, allowing you to see what your insides look like. Finally, I will remove your heart if your willpower is strong enough. You may even witness the rhythm of your own heart beating. Jiang Chun articulated each word clearly. All right, I'll talk. Yang Shuang was drenched in sweat, unable to endure any longer in his eyes. Jiang Chun was a demon, a fiend. Quickly, my patience is limited. Jiang Chun remained expressionless. It was the eldest young master. He instigated us. The purification pill was also given by him. Yang Shuang dared not withhold any information. Jiang Rulong. A name suddenly surfaced in Jiang Qin's mind. Jiang Rulong, the adopted son of his father, Jiang Hai, who had taken him in since childhood. Due to Jiang Qin's own shortcomings, his father held this adopted son in high regard, entrusting him with numerous business affairs. In his recollections, this elder brother had always looked after him, covering for him no matter the troubles he stirred. Why does Jiang Rulong wish to eliminate me? Jiang Qin inquired. Over the years, Lord City Master has allocated a significant amount of precious medicinal resources to you, which has naturally incited the jealousy of the young master. Should you perish, the young master will become the sole heir of the Jiang family. Moreover, tomorrow marks the day of the union between the Murong family and the Jiang family. If you were to die, such a fortunate event would undoubtedly fall into the young master's lap. Yang Shuang trembled as he divulged all that he knew. I see, Jiang Chun remarked, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The Murong family was a prominent clan in Tianxiang City, a commercial titan that even the city lord's estate dared not provoke lightly. A marriage alliance between the Jiang and Murong families would yield countless benefits without a single drawback. Jiang Rulong possessed a profound cunning and intricate ambitions. In the past, the former Jiang Chun would have been no match for him, even if 100 of him were bound together. However, times had changed. The world's foremost sage had been reborn. How could a mere Jiang Rulong hope to contend with him? Young master, I have divulged all that I know. I beseech you to spare my life. I would willingly serve you like a beast of burden. Yang Shuang prostrated himself repeatedly. I have no need for a servant such as you, Jiang Chun declared, striking down with his palm, abruptly silencing Yang Shuang's pleas. A century reborn, solely to tread upon the pinnacle once more, with a sword cleaving through the firmament, reclaiming the legendary tale that once belonged to oneself. Though death may come, there is no regret on the path of cultivation. The blood of battle endures eternally, and the soul remains undying. Allow the venerable Su to guide you into the resplendent and magnificent world of fantasy, embarking alongside the protagonist on a journey of supremacy, where blood and sweat are freely shed. Jiang Qin forcefully shook his somewhat swollen head, abruptly awakening. In the year 3486 of the Holy Yuan calendar, I have been dead for a century. Jiang Chun, you share the same name. It seems I have been reborn 100 years later. Jiang Chun, the foremost saint of the Holy Yuan continent, a century ago, cleaved the sky with his sword, shattering the gates of the celestial realm, paving a new path for the saints of the continent. However, he exhausted his final drop of holy blood, falling from the sacred cliff, never expecting to be reborn a century later. Jiang Chun raised his head, discovering himself ensconced in a dim and dilapidated room, its walls riddled with cracks, the door firmly shut. He had been imprisoned. Ears perked, Jiang Chun overheard voices beyond the door. Brother Yong, he is the sole son of the city lord. Though he is a good for nothing, the lord dotes on him excessively. If the lord finds out, it will be disastrous. Two burly men stood outside the door, one wearing a face full of concern. This was a desolate area of Tianxiang City, seldom visited by anyone. What are you afraid of? No one will know. The city lord is oblivious. Besides, once we drain this little brat's blood, we can leave Tianxiang City immediately. Yang Shuang, you don't wish to live a life of mediocrity, do you? Brother Yong wore a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, the struggle on Yang Shuang's face dissipated, replaced by a trace of ruthlessness. There's no turning back now. The city lord has invested so much effort into this worthless son, administering countless spiritual medicines, yet he remains only at the first level of Qi realm. If those medicines were given to us, we would have long since reached the Qi Si realm, or even transcended into the human Dan realm. Wasting those spiritual medicines on him is a travesty. Rather than let him squander them, why not let us brothers benefit? After 3 days, the purification pill will cleanse all the impurities from his body. And once we drink his blood, our talents will improve, allowing us to soar far and wide. Brother Yong sneered coldly. Every word of their conversation was overheard by the newly reborn Jiang Chun, and after merging with the memories of the original owner, a cold smile appeared on his lips. You wish to drink my blood? You shall only taste your own urine. Through his memories, Jiang Chun learned that these two men were guards of the city lord's residence, audaciously plotting to take his life for his blood. Unfazed, Jiang Chun, being the foremost saint, had faced peril far greater than this. Moreover, these two intended to administer the purification pill to him, requiring 3 days to cleanse the impurities from his blood. Those 3 days would be his opportunity. Disregarding the two outside, Jiang Chun began to assess this body he now inhabited. Upon sensing the immense medicinal energy within, he was immediately elated. This old city lord only knows how to inundate his son with spiritual medicines, unaware that his son cannot absorb them at all. With such a backlog of medicines, trouble is inevitable. However, for me, this body is nothing short of a treasure. With a smile gracing his face, Jiang Chun found it exceedingly easy to absorb and refine the medicinal energy as the foremost saint. These two fools even fed me a purification pill, though it is quite rudimentary. It is immensely beneficial for this body. Let me refine and absorb all the accumulated spiritual medicines. With a thought, Jiang Chun effortlessly recalled a technique for condensing qi and began to operate it. As the technique commenced, the accumulated medicinal energy within began to disperse gradually, flowing into Jiang Chun's limbs and bones. The spiritual medicine started to refine Jiang Chun's bones, blood, and every inch of skin, while the purification pill also played its role, gradually expelling the accumulated impurities from his body. The medicinal energy that had built up over the years was astonishingly rich. This good-for-nothing youth was indeed a treasure trove. No wonder someone would set their sights on him. Transform the medicinal energy into qi for me. Jiang Chun uttered a low command, and the vast medicinal energy began to refine his flesh while slowly converting into pure elemental force. Crack! He broke through. He had reached the second level of qi realm. In just 1 hour, Jiang Chun shattered the shackles of his former self, surging into the second level of qi realm. Crack, crack, crack. Third level, fourth level, fifth level. Within a day, Jiang Chun made consecutive breakthroughs, directly ascending to the 5th level of qi realm. As the saying goes, great accumulation leads to a sudden release. The medicinal energy within this body was remarkably abundant, and it was only after reaching the 5th level of qi realm that he had used merely half of it. Outside the door, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang fidgeted restlessly, anxiously awaiting developments. Brother Yong, it has been a day. Should we not just kill him and take his blood? Yang Shuang felt a twinge of unease. No, the purification pill requires 3 days to completely cleanse the impurities from the blood. We must wait a little longer, Yang Yong replied. Inside the room, Jiang Chun was immersed in the ecstasy of advancement. In the Holy Yuan continent, everyone practiced martial arts, and at the 9th level of qi realm, one could open up the qi sea within their dantian, reaching the qi sea realm, followed by the human Dan realm, heavenly Dan realm, and divine Dan realm, collectively known as the foundational 5 realms. Even after reaching the 5th level of qi realm, Jiang Chun did not cease his progression, though the speed of his advancement noticeably slowed. 2 days later, Jiang Chun had digested all the medicinal energy within, achieving the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi realm, just a step away from the 9th level. 3 days at the 8th level of qi realm is the limit for this body. Jiang Chun's demeanor remained calm. If it were anyone else, ascending 7 levels in 3 days would likely drive them to madness with joy. However, Jiang Chun, being the foremost saint, possessed insights and temperament far beyond ordinary individuals. He was, to put it bluntly, a true ancient being. Haha, time to drink blood. Accompanied by an excited laugh, the door swung open, and the 2 men appeared before Jiang Chun simultaneously. Drink blood? You may as well drink my urine. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Chun suddenly struck out with 2 fists, crashing into the abdomens of the 2 men, who let out a wail as they flew out the door. These 2 were merely guards of the city lord's residence, possessing moderate strength. Yet only at the 6th level of qi realm, they were no match for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun patted his backside and leisurely exited the room, fully aware that the impact of his punches ensured they would not rise again. In the courtyard, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang lay slumped on the ground, clutching their bellies in pain, staring at Jiang Chun in horror. This is impossible. It cannot be. You were merely at the 1st level of qi realm. How could you become so formidable in just 3 days? Yang Yong was utterly shocked. As guards of the city lord's residence, they were all too familiar with this young master, who was nothing but a good-for-nothing. Typically, he was a complete wastrel, indulging in bullying others. Now, he had suddenly transformed into someone so powerful, it was as if he were an entirely different person. You two dog-like servants are audacious indeed, daring to set your sights on me. Speak up, who instigated you? Jiang Qin's eyes glinted coldly as he gazed at Yang Yong. He was no fool even with their audacity. These two were merely servants of the city lord. Without someone behind them, they would never dare to target him. Moreover, a pill as potent as the purification pill could not be casually possessed by mere servants. No one instigated us. We wanted to drink your blood of our own accord, Yang Yong stammered. If you refuse to speak, then you shall never have the chance to do so again. Jiang Qin stepped forward, landing a palm strike atop Yang Yong's head, which shattered with a sickening crunch, blood and brain matter mingling grotesquely. He was dead beyond revival. I never grant a second chance. Jiang Qin spoke with indifference, exhibiting no discomfort at such a bloody scene. However, Yang Shuang was utterly terrified, being inherently timid. He had never witnessed such a brutal display and was now trembling uncontrollably. Now it's your turn. Speak, who instigated you? Jiang Chun turned to Yang Shuang. No one, truly no one. Young master, spare my life, spare my life. Yang Shuang was horrified. Recognizing that this youth was no longer the familiar young master, he knew his methods were ruthlessly vicious. Refusing to speak? Very well, rest assured. I will not allow you a swift death. I know a method of dying before the heart ceases to beat. One does not truly die. I will sever your hands and feet, gouge out your nose, and then extract your liver and kidneys, allowing you to witness the state of your own insides. Finally, I will remove your heart. If your willpower is strong enough, you might even see the rhythm of your own heart beating. Jiang Chun articulated each word with chilling clarity. Okay, I will talk. Yang Shuang was drenched in sweat, unable to withstand the terror. In his eyes, Jiang Chun was a demon, a fiend. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Jiang Chen's expression remained impassive. It was the eldest young master who instigated us. The purification pill was also given by him. Yang Shuang dared not conceal anything further. Jiang Rulong. A name suddenly emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Rulong, the adopted son of his father, who had raised him since childhood. Due to his own lack of ambition, his father, Jiang Hai, placed considerable importance on this adopted son, entrusting him with numerous business affairs. In his recollections, this elder brother had always cared for him, shielding him from the consequences of his misdeeds. Why does Jiang Rulong wish to eliminate me? Jiang Qin inquired. Over the years, the city lord has invested substantial resources in spiritual herbs for your benefit, which has naturally bred jealousy in the young master. Should you meet your demise, he will become the sole heir of the Jiang family. Furthermore, tomorrow marks the day of the alliance between the Murong family and the Jiang family. If you were to die, such a fortunate occurrence would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the young master. Yang Shuang trembled as he divulged all he knew. Is that so? A hint of a cold smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. The Murong family was a prestigious clan in Tianxiang City, a business behemoth that even the city lord's residents had to approach with caution. The union between the Jiang and Murong families would yield nothing but benefits. Jiang Rulong was cunning and deeply strategic. In the past, the former Jiang Chun would have been no match for him, even if 100 of them were bound together. However, circumstances had changed. The rebirth of the world's foremost saint was not something a mere Jiang Rulong could contend with. Young master, I have spoken all I know. I implore you to spare my life. I would gladly serve you as a humble servant. Yang Shuang prostrated repeatedly. I have no need for a sycophant like you, Jiang Qin declared, striking down with his palm, silencing Yang Shuang's pleas abruptly. Chapter 2. I refuse to act. If action is required, let it be you. Having slain Yang Yong and his companion, Jiang Qian gazed skyward. It was now dusk as he strode purposefully out of the secluded courtyard. Surrounded by desolate terrain, the air thick with a musty odor, in his recollection, this was the most remote and abandoned area of Tianxiang City, having fallen into ruin for over a decade. Ordinarily, no one would venture here. Yang Yong and his accomplice had indeed gone to great lengths to confine themselves in such a place. In my previous life, Jiang Chun basked in glory. In this life, I shall not languish in mediocrity. The past is but a wisp of smoke, and since I have seized your body, I am henceforth you, the new Jiang Chun. Your kin shall be mine, your foes, mine as well. I shall avenge your grievances, and together we shall traverse the path ahead. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he made his way beyond the derelict district. During the 3 days of Jiang Chen's disappearance, the entire lord's mansion was thrown into disarray. Although this second young master was notoriously unruly, he had never been absent from home for 3 days. The lord of the city cherished this precious son, despite often reprimanding him harshly. The multitude of spiritual herbs within Jiang Chen attested to that affection. Nearly all the guards of the lord's mansion were deployed, scouring Tianxiang City in vain for the young master. Ultimately, the city lord issued a stern decree. If the young master was not found before nightfall, no one would return. Beyond the desolate area, a group of individuals approached. The guards, exasperated, had finally located this crumbling wasteland. This second young master is truly a source of worry. Who knows where he's been frolicking while we endure this toil? I haven't eaten all day. Enough of the complaints. The Lord dotes on him. Tomorrow marks the day of the alliance with the Morong family. If we don't find the young master, none of us will have it easy. In this forsaken place, someone like the young master would never come. We're merely engaging in futile labor. Oh, wait. There's someone ahead. The guards grumbled. The leader of the group suddenly spotted a figure clad in white emerging from the desolate area. The young master, he exclaimed in shock, rubbing his eyes to confirm the identity of the youth stepping forth. Could it truly be the second young master? Captain, it's the young master. We found him. The guard leapt with joy, nearly moved to tears, as if the figure before him were a long-lost father. It is the young master. Truly. Heaven has opened its eyes. Several guards rushed to Jiang Chen's side. Though they were baffled as to why the young master had ventured into the desolate area, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had returned, alive and unscathed. Jiang Cheng, why are you all flustered here? Jiang Chen inquired, recognizing the leader, named Jiang Cheng. We found you at last, young master. If you hadn't appeared, the city lord would have flayed us alive. Jiang Cheng exclaimed, his face a portrait of relief and joy. Jiang Chen paused, quickly grasping the situation with his keen intellect. His absence for 3 days must have deeply worried his father, and it was easy to imagine that the guards had endured their own hardships during this time. The thought of his father, whom he had never met, warmed Jiang Chen's heart. In his previous life, despite being a mighty sage, he had felt the chill of solitude, lacking companions to share his heart with. Compounded by having grown up an orphan, devoid of familial affection, I'm perfectly fine. No one needs to be flayed. Come, let us return to the mansion. Jiang Chen smiled, dismissing their concerns. Please mount your steed, young master. Jiang Chen promptly led his mount forward. Not necessary. I shall walk. You have all worked hard. Once we return to the mansion, each of you may collect 10 taels of gold, Jiang Chen stated casually. Striding ahead. What? 10 taels of gold? Jiang Chen stumbled, nearly falling to the ground in shock. The other guards stood frozen, astonished. 10 taels of gold was an immense sum, considering their monthly salary at the lord's mansion was merely 10 taels of silver. What has come over the young master? This is not his usual demeanor. When did he become so generous? He hasn't even mounted a horse, and since meeting him, he has not scolded us once. After 3 days, the young master seems to have transformed entirely. Quickly, let us follow the young master. Jiang Cheng was the first to recover, and the guards hurriedly kept pace with Jiang Chen, abandoning their mounts. If the young master was not riding, who dared to? Inside the lord's mansion, a burly middle-aged man paced anxiously. Standing at a height of 8 feet, clad in loose brocade garments, his chiseled features radiated an aura of authority and intimidation. He was none other than the lord of Tianxiang City, Zhang Zhenhai. Do not fret, adoptive father. My younger brother will surely be found. A young man in white, appearing to be around 17 or 18, stood nearby. With a handsome visage and an air of nobility, his face bore a frown, though a subtle glimmer of satisfaction lurked in his eyes. This reckless lad is a constant source of worry. If he possessed even half your ambition, I would laugh in my dreams, Zhang Zhenhai remarked with exasperation. Young master has returned. At that moment, a guard rushed in, his face alight with excitement. What? Jiang Rulong nearly gasped. His expression shifting dramatically, he has returned. Jiang Zhenhai visibly relaxed, then bellowed, have him come in. The guard, sensing the lord's imminent fury, broke into a cold sweat and cautiously reported, "My lord, the young master claims he is tired and has gone directly to his room to rest. He will greet you tomorrow." "What? That disrespectful scoundrel!" Jiang Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Adoptive father, perhaps my younger brother is truly fatigued. Furthermore, tomorrow is the day of his alliance with Sister Morong. Let him rest well." Zhang Rulong interjected, "Rulong, do not always shield him. This little rascal is becoming increasingly intolerable," Jiang Zhenhai retorted, his temper flaring. "Adoptive father, please calm down, I will speak with my younger brother," Zhang Rulong offered. "Very well, keep an eye on him and ensure he does not step out of his room. The alliance tomorrow must proceed without a hitch." With a swift motion, Jiang Zhenhai strode out of the hall. The Lord's mansion was vast, and given Jiang Chen's status and position, his residence was naturally the finest, an elegant and tranquil courtyard, adorned with a quaint two-story building, exuding aristocratic charm. Jiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the luminous moonlight elongating his shadow as he awaited someone, fully aware that an individual would surely come seeking him. Outside, a figure appeared silently. It was Jiang Rulong. Upon seeing Jiang Chen standing unscathed, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. How could those two imbeciles have allowed this wretch to return alive? Jiang Rulong's brow furrowed as he composed himself and strode into the courtyard. "Younger brother, where have you been these past 3 days?" Eldest brother has been terribly worried. Jiang Rulong feigned concern, his expression also betraying a hint of joy at seeing Jiang Chen again. "Eldest brother?" Jiang Chen exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. "I nearly became lost to you forever." With a face full of sorrow, he wept copiously, leaving Jiang Rulong's shoulders soaked with tears. Jiang Rulong frowned, suppressing his distaste, and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Younger brother, what transpired? Who has bullied you? Tell me, and I shall take vengeance on your behalf." It was those two lackeys, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang. "They actually sought to kill me," Jiang Chen replied, stepping back from Jiang Rulong's shoulder, gritting his teeth in anger. Upon hearing the names of the Yang brothers, Jiang Rulong's heart jolted, though his expression remained unchanged. "What? Those two insolent knaves dared to act so brazenly? I shall not let them escape unpunished, eldest brother. They are already dead." As Jiang Rulong spoke bitterly, he observed Jiang Chen's expression with keen interest. One could not deny Jiang Rulong's acting prowess. However, it was unfortunate that a sage of Jiang Chen's caliber had a perception that could pierce through the subtlest of deceptions. "Dead? They were masters at the 6th stage of Qi realm. How did you manage to deal with them?" Jiang Rulong inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Eldest brother, you jest. I am but a coward in my cultivation, merely at the 1st stage of Qi realm. How could I possibly contend with the Yang brothers? However, fortune smiled upon me, as at a critical juncture, I encountered a master of the 8th stage of Qi realm who came to my aid and vanquished the Yang brothers. Regrettably, this benefactor sought no reward and departed immediately after the deed. I do not even know his name." "What a pity!" Jiang Chen expressed both relief and regret. "Blast it, what sheer luck!" Jiang Rulong cursed inwardly. Accepting Jiang Chen's account without suspicion, in his view, the fact that this waste had returned in good condition could only be explained by such a tale. Furthermore, Jiang Rulong felt a sense of relief. With the Yang brothers dead, his secrets would remain undisclosed. As for eliminating Jiang Chen, there would be ample opportunities in the future. It is fortunate those two lackeys are dead, but what matters most is that you are unharmed. If I had failed to protect you, I would regret it for a lifetime." Jiang Rulong professed with feigned concern, though to Jiang Chen, it was utterly nauseating. "It is indeed my elder brother who treats me the best." Jiang Chen donned an expression that conveyed, "You are my dear brother. Well, let us forego pleasantries. Tomorrow marks the day of the union with the Morong family. Second brother, you must prepare yourself well. This is a splendid opportunity for you. If you manage to marry Miss Morong, it would indeed be a commendable feat." Jiang Rulong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, explaining that there are two dominant forces in Tianxiang City, the Lord's Mansion and the Morong family. The Morong family stands as the commercial titan of Tianxiang City, and the relationship between these two powers is fraught with rivalry and tension. A union could very well ease the animosities between them. "A union? I absolutely refuse." Jiang Chen shook his head vehemently, his resolve unwavering. "Second brother, do not act foolishly. Our adoptive father has invested considerable effort into this union. You cannot falter at this critical juncture." Jiang Rulong implored earnestly, "I speak the truth. I do not even know what the head of the Morong family looks like, and yet you expect me to enter into a marriage? What nonsense! Besides, I am still young and have not yet enjoyed life to its fullest. If a marriage is to take place, then, brother, you should take this upon yourself. After all, you are also my father's son. And being the eldest, it should rightly fall to you. I refuse, absolutely refuse. Jiang Qin's stance was resolute. Hearing Jiang Qin's words for the first time, Jiang Rulong found his younger brother exceedingly agreeable. It is worth noting that his ulterior motive in wanting to eliminate Jiang Chun was precisely for this union. Should he succeed in marrying Miss Morong, his status would immediately change. Chapter 3. Brother, you should enter the Morong family. Jiang Qin internally scoffed, yet outwardly assumed a pitiful demeanor. Brother, within this lord's mansion, you are the one who cares for me the most. I do not wish to marry Miss Morong. After all, you are also my father's son. Why not let you marry her instead? Jiang Chun said with utmost seriousness. Alas, second brother, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but I am merely an adopted son. Even if I were to agree, our adoptive father would not. This union has been specially arranged for you. Jiang Rulong spoke with great difficulty, yet inwardly he was elated. If this wayward son stubbornly refuses to marry Miss Morong, then he would have his chance, as long as you agree. I assure you that tomorrow, I will ensure you marry Miss Morong, Jiang Chen declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Are you serious? Jiang Rulong felt a rush of joy. Of course. Jiang Chen radiated confidence. Very well, since we are brothers, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Jiang Rulong struck a heroic pose, feeling as though Providence had smiled upon him. You truly are my dear brother. Jiang Chen expressed heartfelt gratitude, almost to the point of tears. Brother, it is settled then. Tomorrow in the hall, you need not say a word. You can pretend to know nothing, and I will handle everything, Jiang Chen instructed. Very well, then I shall not disturb your rest any further. Jiang Rulong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder once more before departing. He remained unaware of the strategies Jiang Chen would employ to turn this union to his advantage, but given his understanding of Jiang Chen, it was entirely possible that this wayward son might cause a ruckus at the union ceremony. Once I marry Miss Morong, not only will my standing in the Lord's mansion rise, but I will also secure a position within the Morong family. This foolish boy, oblivious to the fortune he possesses, is willingly handing me such a grand opportunity. He has unwittingly done me a favor. Once I gain influence, I shall find a way to eliminate him. Outside the other courtyard, Jiang Rulong quickly changed his demeanor. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Jiang Chen wore a cold smile. If you wish to play with me, brace yourself for the consequences. The following day, the entire lord's mansion was festooned with decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. Today marked the unprecedented union of the two great powers of Tianxiang City. The head of the Morong family has arrived. Accompanied by the guard's loud announcements, a robust figure strode through the gates of the lord's mansion. This man was extraordinarily imposing, even more so than Lord Jiang Zhenhai, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in a splendid robe, exuding an air of majesty. He was none other than one of the titans of Tianxiang City. The head of the Morong family, Morong Zhan. Ha, brother Morong, your esteemed presence is an honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Jiang Zhenhai laughed heartily, stepping forward with great strides, closely followed by Jiang Rulong and Jiang Chen. Lord Jiang, today marks the momentous occasion of our family's union. I dare not be negligent. Morong Zhan replied with a hearty demeanor, but to Jiang Chen, he appeared as a cunning old fox. Jiang Chen's gaze fell behind Morong Zhan. Yet he did not spot Miss Morong, who had not accompanied him. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. Occasions that warranted Morong Zhan's personal attendance were few and far between, and he alone represented the entire Morong family. Brother Morong, please, do come in. Jiang Zhenhai gestured invitingly as they proceeded towards the main hall. Within the hall, Jiang Zhenhai and Morong Zhan sat opposite each other, while Jiang Chen and Jiang Rulong stood on either side. Brother Jiang, let us dispense with the formalities. I have come today regarding my daughter's marriage. In my opinion, let your son and my daughter choose a date for their wedding. Morong Zhan stated candidly. That is indeed appropriate. The union of our families will undoubtedly usher in prosperity for Tianxiang City. Jiang Zhenhai nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to Jiang Chen. Chunner, why do you not greet your father-in-law? Indeed, your son is handsome and exceptional, truly a man of remarkable talent. Morong Zhan praised Jiang Chen repeatedly. Little do they know the insincerity behind his words. In all of Tianxiang City, who does not know that the second young master of the Lord's mansion is notorious for being a wastrel, with talents so poor that he has squandered countless precious herbs throughout his life? Now at the age of 15, he is merely at the first stage of Qi realm, a veritable failure. Yet Morong Zhan lauded him, seemingly quite pleased with this prospective son-in-law, illustrating that, often, family interests outweigh all else. "Father, you must be mistaken," Jiang Qin exclaimed in astonishment. "Was this union not arranged for my elder brother?" His words left both Jiang Zhenhai and Morong Zhan momentarily stunned. Morong Zhan's gaze shifted instantly to Jiang Rulong, unable to suppress a nod of approval. This truly is a remarkable talent, having achieved the 9th stage of Qi realm at such a tender age. "Chener, do not speak foolishly," Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brow. "Father, although I may be lacking, I possess self-awareness. With my current standing, how could I be worthy of Miss Morong? If Miss Morong were to marry me, it would be a true injustice to my elder brother, at such a young age, is already a master of the 9th stage of Qi realm, a rare prodigy in Tianxiang City. The union with the Morong family would undoubtedly be more fitting for him. Moreover, I am still young and have no concept of marriage. Although my elder brother has never met Miss Morong, he has admired her from afar for a long time. Should they be able to unite in matrimony? It would be a match made in heaven, further strengthening the bond between the Lord's mansion and the Morong family." Jiang Chun spoke eloquently, elevating Jiang Rulong to great heights on the other side. Jiang Rulong felt a lump in his throat, nearly moved to tears. He was genuinely touched. Never had he imagined his image could be so grand in Jiang Qin's eyes. "Ha! It turns out Brother Jiang wishes to arrange a marriage for his eldest son. I am pleasantly surprised to learn that Jiang Rulong has long harbored feelings for my daughter. Truly remarkable," Morong Zhan laughed heartily. Although this was primarily for family interests, if he were to choose between Jiang Rulong and Jiang Chun as a son-in-law, it would be evident which path to take. Jiang Zhenhai's expression grew dark, wishing he could kick this unfilial son out. Yet, seeing Morong Zhan so pleased left him at a loss for words. Jiang Qin had already extolled Jiang Rulong to the heavens, and given the mention of Jiang Rulong's long-standing admiration for Miss Morong, he realized that if he continued to resist, not only would his precious son be ungrateful, but he would also incur Morong Zhan's displeasure. "Rulong, why do you not greet your father-in-law?" Jiang Zhenhai urged, his smile strained. "I have met the father-in-law." Jiang Rulong immediately bowed deeply to Morong Zhan. "Young man, you must be overjoyed, rest assured. You shall have your turn to weep soon enough." A cold smile crept across Jiang Qin's lips. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "Uncle Morong, yesterday I had a discussion with my elder brother, and he expressed another desire." "Oh? What desire? Speak freely. With both Jiang and I present, we need not fear its realization." Morong Zhan was evidently in high spirits. However, Jiang Qin's words caught Jiang Rulong off guard. He looked at Jiang Qin, utterly bewildered, unable to recall any wish he had expressed the previous day. "My elder brother mentioned that he has long admired the Morong family, and if he could join your family, it would be a life without regrets," Jiang Qin stated with a smile, revealing his true intentions. Yet, as soon as these words left his mouth, Jiang Rulong's expression shifted dramatically. "Second brother, what are you saying?" Jiang Rulong's voice lowered ominously. "Brother, am I not speaking the truth? I understand now. You are simply too shy to voice it yourself. Fear not, I shall speak on your behalf. With our father and the head of the Morong family present, your wish shall surely be granted. Moreover, you have admired the Morong family and Miss Morong for a long time. Am I not stating facts?" Jiang Qin's words brought a smile to Morong Zhan's face. Silently acknowledging that despite Jiang Qin's shortcomings, he possessed a way with words. "Second brother, you Jiang Rulong's agitation was palpable. He indeed wished to marry Miss Morong, but certainly not as a son-in-law. The concept of her marrying into the Lord's mansion and him joining the Morong family were entirely different matters. If one were to depart from the Lord's manor, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a member of the Morong family, rendering all affairs of the Lord's manor irrelevant to them. The efforts I have exerted over the years would thus be in vain, and as for the Morong family, as an individual who has merely married into their ranks, I would not only be disregarded but would inevitably endure disdain. In such a scenario, my future would be utterly obliterated. How is this possible? Could it be that my elder brother's words to me yesterday were nothing but fabrications? Were his expressions of admiration for the Morong family mere hypocrisy? This is uncharacteristic of my brother." With a single remark, Jiang Chun left Jiang Rulong speechless. It was intentional. This scoundrel had undoubtedly plotted this. Jiang Rulong seethed with rage, wishing fervently to strangle Jiang Chun. The latter's words dealt a crushing blow, leaving him with no opportunity to recover. Jiang Rulong was no fool. He realized he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. However, one thing perplexed him. How had this idle, pleasure-seeking dandy suddenly become so astute, outsmarting even himself? You're still far from being a true saint fighter, Jiang Chen scoffed inwardly. If Jiang Rulong sought to eliminate him, he would ensure that this debt was settled. Today's machinations were merely the beginning. I truly did not anticipate that your son would admire my little girl to such an extent. Jiang Rulong is a paragon of Tianxiang City. If he could marry into our Morong family, it would be splendid indeed. Henceforth, our families would be united. And who would dare to oppose us in Tianxiang City? Morong Zhan laughed heartily. However, opposite him, Jiang Zhenhai wore a somber expression. The events of the day had deviated entirely from his expectations. First the change of personnel, and now an impending marriage. Rulong, have you truly considered this? Jiang Zhenhai gazed at Jiang Rulong. He was reluctant to see his capable assistant leave the Jiang family. Yet he wished to respect his adopted son's wishes. If Jiang Rulong genuinely desired this, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Father, naturally. I understand my elder brother's intentions best. Now that his wish is coming to fruition, he must be overjoyed. Uncle Morong, when my elder brother arrives at your home, please ensure he is not wronged, Jiang Chen hastily assured, seeking to ingratiate himself with Morong Zhan. Fear not, for I, Morong Zhan's son-in-law, shall not be bullied, Morong Zhan replied with a jovial expression. Jiang Rulong clenched his fists within his sleeves, seething with indignation. He could hardly contain his fury. All his efforts had been rendered futile, and his plans had been utterly disrupted. Yet, the situation seemed to leave him with no alternatives. Morong Zhan was elated, and should he dampen his spirits now, it would undoubtedly impact the already tenuous relationship between their families. Congratulations, elder brother. Congratulations, Uncle Morong. Truly a cause for celebration. Uncle Morong, now that the engagement is settled, shouldn't we summon the young lady Morong to meet us? Jiang Chen exclaimed with repeated congratulations. Indeed, you are correct. Chunnard, I have long heard that Morong has a daughter who is a rare gem, an exquisite lady. Now that the engagement is settled, it is time for this young lady to make her appearance. Jiang Zhenhai concurred, recognizing that the matter was now settled. My daughter, Morong Xiaoro, is already on her way. She shall arrive shortly, Morong Zhan chuckled while stroking his beard. The hall erupted in cheerful voices, with only Jiang Rulong's smile appearing forced. Wow! Just from her name, Morong Xiaoro, one can tell she is gentle and charming, a true lady of refinement, undoubtedly resembling a celestial being. Elder brother, you have struck gold this time. Jiang Chen extolled the virtues of the yet-to-be-seen young lady, taking care to aggravate the already deeply distressed Jiang Rulong. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's praises of his daughter, Morong Zhan inexplicably broke into a fit of coughing, even spitting out tea, losing face in the process. Chapter 4. Supreme Divine Skill, the Dragon Transformation Technique. You scoundrel! I will not let today's events go unpunished, Jiang Rulong thought to himself, wishing he could reduce Jiang Chen to ashes. Today, both he, Jiang Zhenhai, and Morong Zhan had been led by the nose by Jiang Chen. The only thing he could not comprehend was why this waste had suddenly become so astute. However, at this point, the outcome was beyond alteration, and Jiang Rulong could only hope that Morong Xiaoro would live up to her name. If he could obtain a beautiful wife, it would be some consolation. Morong Xiaoro has arrived. Moments later, a guard's voice announced from outside, followed by the entrance of a woman clad in a purple dress. The three Jiang family members simultaneously turned their heads, and upon seeing Morong Xiaoro, their smiles instantly froze. Smack! Jiang Zhenhai's wine cup fell to the ground. Even he, with his composure, was profoundly shaken. What the hell? Her name is Xiaoro. Jiang Chen erupted into a fit of coughing as he beheld the woman before him. Standing over 8 feet tall, having completely inherited her father's robust stature. More astonishingly, she not only excelled in vertical development but also matched her breadth. She was broad-shouldered and stout, easily weighing in at 300 pounds. Damn it, she is actually called Xiaoro. Her formidable physique was one matter, but the sight of her towering bun was absurd. Was she not satisfied with her height? As for her face, it was pale and oily. Not merely translucent but greasy. The layers of flesh made her visage resemble a wrinkled mask, and her lips, though luscious, were embarrassingly large. The thought of kissing those lips was enough to induce nausea. Jiang Chun felt himself retching. Despite being renowned as the world's greatest sage and having witnessed countless wonders, he had never encountered such an unsightly woman. Yes, she was the ugliest woman in the world. Without exception, at least in Jiang Chen's experience. The crucial point was, she was named Xiaoro. Jiang Chen's face flushed red, not from laughter but from the effort of containing his amusement. Jiang Rulong, oh Jiang Rulong. This is your retribution. In that moment, Jiang Chen's respect for Morong Zhan surged uncontrollably. How could you produce such a creature? How could you name her Morong Xiaoro, gentle my foot? Cough, cough. Quickly, let the young lady Morong take her seat. Jiang Zhenhai said, clearing his throat, though his expression was anything but natural. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, this marriage had not been arranged for Jiang Chen, and Jiang Rulong would be the one marrying into the family. With such a bride, his dignity as the city lord would be utterly compromised. Ha! Xiaoro, come meet your future husband. Morong Zhan laughed heartily as he introduced Morong Xiaoro to Jiang Rulong. Upon seeing the dashing Jiang Rulong, Morong Xiaoro's face lit up with infatuation. Her eyes sparkled as she walked over and looped her arm around Jiang Rulong's, speaking in a tone she believed to be flirtatious. Husband, this is my first visit to the Lord's manor. Will you show me around? Jiang Chen nearly spewed blood, his insides twisting painfully from holding back his laughter. The sound of her voice was akin to a dolphin's shriek, sending chills down his spine. Heaven! Who could fathom what Jiang Rulong was feeling at this moment? It was undoubtedly a fate worse than death. Rulong, take Xiaoro for a tour of the Lord's manor. Jiang Zhenhai nodded. Yes, adoptive father. Jiang Rulong's voice trembled, a fact evident to all. His face turned the color of a pig's liver. Even a master of the 9th stage of Qi realm was being dragged around by Morong Xiaoro. Elder brother. May your blessings be boundless, echoed Jiang Chen's voice from behind, causing Jiang Rulong to stumble, nearly collapsing to the floor. Father, Uncle Morong, since the engagement is settled, I suggest we choose an auspicious day for the wedding of my elder brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Chun proposed. Very well, tomorrow is indeed an auspicious day. We shall welcome young Master Jiang Rulong into the family, Morong Zhan declared. Thud. Immediately after his words, Jiang Rulong, who had just stepped out of the hall, collapsed to the ground. Uncle Morong is correct. Joyous occasions should not be delayed. Father, you and Uncle Morong continue your discussion. I shall not intrude, Jiang Chen said, cupping his fists to Jiang Zhenhai and Morong Zhan as he strode away. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was no fool. It was clear that today's events had been orchestrated by Jiang Chen. He found it puzzling why his son would wish to ensnare Jiang Rulong, who had always treated him well. Moreover, he was astonished by how different Jiang Chen seemed today compared to his usual self. As for Jiang Rulong, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't suppress a sigh, lamenting that this child had been wronged. He resolved to make amends later. After leaving the hall, Jiang Chun hurried back to his own courtyard. Ha ha ha, Morong Xiaoro. You've made my day, Jiang Rulong. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being unkind. Jiang Chun laughed heartily, envisioning the formidable appearance of Morong Xiaoro nestled beside Jiang Rulong, unable to contain his amusement. Beyond the nausea, he felt a rush of exhilaration and satisfaction. This method of tormenting others was Jiang Chen's forte. Far more gratifying than a mere slap to the face, he had finally vented some long-held frustration. But of course, this was only the beginning. Since Jiang Rulong sought to eliminate him, he would ultimately be the architect of his own demise. Next, he had to contemplate the most pressing matter. Cultivation in the Holy Origin continent, martial artists were revered, and regardless of where one roamed, strength was of paramount importance. Although Jiang Chan was known as the world's greatest sage, upon his rebirth, he had to start anew. At present, he was merely a small fry at the 8th stage of Qi realm. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chun secured the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. In the pursuit of cultivation, the most paramount aspect is the selection of techniques. The higher the level of the chosen method, the greater the future accomplishments. As the foremost sage of the world, the number of techniques he has amassed throughout his lifetime is beyond reckoning. Merely presenting one of them would suffice to incite fierce competition among the inhabitants of Tianxiang City. Within the sacred Yuan continent, techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: mortal, earth, heaven, and saint. From Jiang Chen's recollections, he is aware of 3 saint-level techniques, each possessing an unimaginable value, surpassing even those of the ancient and venerable sects of the Divine Land. However, Jiang Chun has no intention of selecting any of these 3 techniques, nor does he plan to practice the Xian Yuan technique, which he cultivated in his previous life. This is because he possesses another technique, the Transformation Dragon Art. This art was acquired by Jiang Chun in a relic from his past life, an unparalleled divine skill of ancient origin. According to Jiang Chen's estimations, this technique has already transcended the saint level, reaching a realm that even he cannot fathom. However, the practice of the Transformation Dragon Art demands a stringent prerequisite. The practitioner must begin from the foundational realm. When Jiang Chun obtained the Transformation Dragon Art, he had already attained the level of a saint, and despite his formidable will, he lacked the courage to abandon his cultivation and start anew. In his previous life, his inability to cultivate this supreme divine skill remains his greatest regret. Now, having been granted a second chance, he is determined to rectify this shortcoming. Currently, he is merely at the Qi realm, having yet to form his Qi Si and Dan, thus meeting the fundamental conditions for practicing the Transformation Dragon Art. The incantations of this divine skill have long been imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, with a mere thought, the profound verses surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. This divine art is exceedingly domineering. As recorded in the incantation, practicing the Transformation Dragon Art allows one to merge with any bloodline in existence, amalgamating myriad bloodlines into a single entity, a feat that is astonishing in itself. In the practice of the Transformation Dragon Art, the practitioner forms dragon patterns within their dantian. Each dragon pattern adds a weight of 10,000 pounds to their strength. At its pinnacle, one can form a staggering 80,000 dragon patterns. Moreover, the dragon patterns amplify one another. According to the incantation, the formation of 80,000 dragon patterns enables one to break through the dragon gate and transform into a dragon, with each dragon pattern representing a weight of 10,000 pounds. The cumulative strength of 80,000 patterns is beyond imagination. If Jiang Chen were to cultivate the Transformation Dragon Art to its fullest, the power he would wield would be terrifically formidable, leaving even the greatest sage of the world in awe, rendering him incapable of envisioning the devastation he could unleash with a mere gesture. Additionally, the Transformation Dragon Art is an exceptionally potent body refinement technique. Through the practice of this supreme divine skill, the physical body undergoes extensive tempering. Although this body of mine has been infused with spiritual herbs since childhood, and the medicinal effects have now been absorbed, it remains excessively feeble. I wonder if it can withstand the onslaught of the Transformation Dragon Art. Jiang Chun mused as he began to gradually operate the technique. As he activated the Transformation Dragon Art, the primordial energy within him began to flow like a stream. Small whirlpools formed, repelling impurities within his body. This was recorded in the Transformation Dragon Art. Under Jiang Chen's control, the primordial energy was completely segregated into 2 parts. One circulating through 7 minor circulations, while the other flowed in the opposite direction through 7 major circulations. Once the energy cycle concluded, Jiang Chun found himself in a profoundly mystical state, resembling a high-speed machine. Unable to cease, bang! The 2 streams of primordial energy collided, generating a cyclone that exploded within his dantian, rushing into his limbs and bones. Biffed. Under such impact, Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body racked with a tearing pain. The blood was black, a manifestation of the impurities expelled from within. The Transformation Dragon Art was indeed terrifying, as even this initial step proved excruciating. However, the results were remarkably beneficial. This mouthful of black blood was akin to a thorough cleansing of his essence. Once more, Jiang Chen steadied his mind. As a great sage, he possessed advantages in cultivation that others could scarcely aspire to. Embracing the divine and guarding the unity, with the universe upon his shoulders, the peak of power, the inception of transformation. The incantations of the Transformation Dragon Art flowed through Jiang Chen's heart like a clear stream. Due to the body refinement process, his physical form was constantly subjected to agonizing strains, yet such pain was trivial in his eyes. After 2 hours, crack, a crisp sound emanated from within Jiang Chen. followed by a surge of cosmic energy flooding into him. He had broken through to the 9th stage of the Qi realm. The might of the transformation dragon art astonished even Jiang Qin himself, as merely after 2 hours of cultivation, he had achieved yet another breakthrough to the 9th stage of the Qi realm. Furthermore, the benefits he reaped extended beyond the enhancement of his primordial energy. His physical body, having undergone refinement, was now significantly more formidable than before, with both strength and coordination greatly improved. Jiang Qin continued to circulate the transformation dragon art, causing the primordial energy within him to once again form 2 whirlpools, which rapidly surged toward his dantian, manifesting a faintly crimson dragon pattern. However, this dragon pattern was exceedingly pale and lacked solidity. With a mere thought, Jiang Qin urged the faint dragon pattern to pulse vigorously, releasing a torrent of blood energy from within him. Ha! Jiang Qin bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that resonated through the air. This punch possessed at least 5,000 pounds of force, although the first dragon pattern had yet to fully materialize. Once it coalesced, he would wield a might of 10,000 pounds. Generally, practitioners at the 9th stage of the Qi realm possess around 3,000 pounds of strength. Even some prodigies might reach 4,000 pounds at most. Yet, having just advanced to the 9th stage of the Qi realm through the practice of the transformation dragon art, Jiang Qin already boasted 5,000 pounds of might, a truly astounding feat. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. At the 9th stage of the Qi realm, 5,000 pounds of strength was undeniably fearsome. With such a formidable foundation, he could contend evenly with experts at the initial stage of the Qi realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jiang Qin ceased his cultivation. In terms of cultivation experience, he surpassed all others. He understood the significance of foundational realms. The path of cultivation thrives on gradual progression, shunning the pursuit of immediate success. The same applied to the transformation dragon art. Having just embarked on its practice, forming half a dragon pattern was already commendable. Moreover, martial artists require abundant resources for their training. Elixirs and the essence of heaven and earth are indispensable. The transformation dragon art allows for the absorption and refinement of any bloodline, a truly formidable ability. One must recognize that the world is replete with bloodlines, including those of powerful ancient beings, each accompanied by formidable capabilities. I have been dead for a century. I remain oblivious to the events that have transpired during this time. In my memories, Tianxiang City was merely an ordinary city within the Qizhou region, and I cannot ascertain how far it is from the divine land. Jiang Qin pondered. Although he is regarded as the greatest sage of the sacred Yuan continent, his recollections do not include any mention of Qizhou. The sacred Yuan continent is vast and boundless, its expanse unknown. It seems that Qizhou is merely a remote corner I should visit the study. My father, as the lord of Tianxiang City, likely possesses books related to the history of the sacred Yuan continent. A century ago, I cleaved the heavens with my sword, shattering the gates of the immortal realm. Such a monumental event should have been known even in the most secluded places. As he thought this, Jiang Qin exited his room and made his way to the study. The Lord's study is not a place for just anyone. It holds not only the books favored by Jiang Zhenhai, but also foundational combat techniques, making it inaccessible to the common folk. However, Jiang Qin is no ordinary individual. There is no part of the Lord's estate that he cannot access. Indifferent to the various combat techniques displayed within the study, Jiang Qin sought out a volume titled Chronicles of the Sacred Yuan and began to peruse its pages. This tome chronicles not only the significant history of the sacred Yuan continent, but also its geographical divisions. While not exhaustive, it is sufficient for Jiang Qin to gain an understanding. Upon reaching the first page, Jiang Qin could not help but smile, for it detailed the events of a century ago when the world's greatest sword, wielded by him, cleaved the heavens and fell from the sacred cliff. A century prior, Jiang Qin's sacred blood had been expended to open the portal to the immortal realm, leading to his own demise at the sacred cliff, after which he lost all knowledge of subsequent events. According to the records in the Chronicles of the Sacred Yuan, the past century has witnessed earth-shattering changes. Following his cleaving of the portal to the immortal realm, the surviving saints of the continent were granted opportunities for ascension, all of whom soared to the immortal realm within the subsequent decade. With the absence of the saints' protection and governance, the continent descended into chaos, beset by demonic forces and fierce competition among various factions. Even the ancient sects, which had endured for ages, fell into decline. While new sects emerged, it can be said that the past century has brought monumental changes to the sacred Yuan continent. Regrettably, the chronicles provide scant and vague information regarding the Divine Land, leaving Jiang Qian unaware of the major sects or renowned figures within it. However, he understands that his era has irrevocably passed. Now, a new beginning awaits. The sacred Yuan continent is vast and limitless, divided into 5 great landmasses: the Eastern continent, Western continent, Southern continent, Northern continent, and the most prosperous Divine Land. In his previous life, Jiang Qian hailed from the Divine Land. Tianxiang City is but a small corner of Qizhou. Not only is it insignificant in the context of the sacred Yuan continent, but even relative to the entire Eastern continent, it is pathetically small. The Eastern continent comprises 128 states, with Qizhou being merely one among them. The specific rankings are not recorded in the chronicles. The Eastern continent, with its 128 states, indicates that there remains a long journey ahead. Jiang Qian closed the chronicles, a smile gracing his lips. The Divine Land, a realm coveted by countless cultivators, he shall undoubtedly tread upon again. Having been granted a second chance at life, he is determined to ascend to the pinnacle of this continent and enter the gates of the immortal realm once more. Jiang Qian gazed out of the window, only to realize that dusk had settled in. He had previously immersed himself in the dragon transformation technique and spent an extended period in the study, losing track of time in his fervent dedication. Was it possible that his father, Jiang Zhenhai, had sent Mu Rongzhan away without seeking him out? A smile crept across Jiang Qian's face, tinged with surprise. Given his performance in the hall today, Jiang Zhenhai would undoubtedly come looking for him. Yet there was no sign of him at all. Quite peculiar indeed. In truth, Jiang Zhenhai had sought Jiang Qian immediately, but upon hearing from his subordinates that his son had entered the study, he was utterly astonished. It had been 15 years, and this was Jiang Qian's first venture into the study. Such a momentous occasion was not one to be disturbed lightly. Rising from his seat, Jiang Qian resolved to meet someone. Jiang Rulong would never marry Mu Rongxiao, especially not as a son-in-law. This certainty stemmed from a man's perspective. It was quite simple. If Jiang Qian were faced with the choice between taking his own life or marrying Mu Rongxiao, he would choose death without hesitation. Tomorrow marked the day of the grand wedding, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Rulong was bound to make a move tonight. If it were Jiang Qian, he would have but one option: to leave the Lord's residence and return later to exact his revenge. Given Jiang Rulong's character, the years of effort he had invested would surely turn to naught, and he would not let the matter rest easily. His hatred for Jiang Qian ran deep, and he had come to loathe the entirety of the Lord's residence. With his talent, he could thrive even after leaving the Lord's estate. Jiang Qian would not allow any enemy to escape, especially not one that posed a potential threat. Exiting the study, Jiang Qian made his way to Jiang Rulong's villa. As the adopted son of the Lord, Jiang Rulong held a significant position within the estate, and his residence was certainly not lacking in quality. Like Jiang Qian, he possessed his own villa, nestled in a tranquil environment conducive to cultivation. At that moment, Jiang Rulong donned a set of black attire. Standing in his villa, shrouded in the moonlight, his expression dark and his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent. Jiang Qian, you have ruined everything for me. I will exact revenge, sooner or later. One day, this Lord's residence will belong to me. Jiang Rulong, he seethed, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. The thought of having spent an entire day accompanying that unsightly woman around the Lord's residence filled him with a shudder. It was a torment that stretched each second into an eternity, a dual assault upon his soul and flesh. The mere idea of marrying Mu Rongxiao and becoming a part of the Mu Rong family was beyond his imagination. No man could endure Mu Rongxiao, at least not Jiang Rulong. Hence, he resolved to leave. Unfortunately, his intention was thwarted by an unexpected voice. Hey, brother, why are you so neatly dressed at this late hour? Tomorrow is your grand wedding with your new bride. I think it would be best if you rested well. Jiang Qian stepped into the villa, offering his congratulations. Upon seeing Jiang Qian, Jiang Rulong's eyes flashed with cold fury, an uncontrollable rage swelling within him. Jiang Qian, why do you wish to harm me? He said icily. At that moment, another figure appeared at the entrance, Jiang Zhenhai, who had come to visit Jiang Rulong. He overheard Jiang Rulong's words and halted in his tracks, holding his breath outside the villa. Harm you, brother? How could I possibly wish you ill? Is it not your long-desired union with the Mu Rong family? I am merely assisting you. Besides, look at Mu Rong Xiao Ro. Her appearance signifies that the Mu Rong family has ample resources. Once you join them, you will want for nothing. You should be grateful to me. Jiang Chen replied earnestly, utterly oblivious to the shamelessness of his words. Enough. Do not mention that ugly woman again. It was you who implored me to pursue the union, but you never mentioned it would be as a son-in-law. Jiang Chen, I have treated you well. If you wish to drive me away, a simple word would suffice. Instead, you resort to such despicable tactics. Jiang Rulong's eyes brimmed with resentment, wishing he could bite Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Zhenhai's expression darkened, feeling that Jiang Rulong had indeed been wronged, and that Jiang Chen had overstepped the mark in this matter. Treat me well? Let us lay everything bare and settle the accounts. Jiang Chen's countenance shifted, realizing Jiang Zhenhai stood outside. While Jiang Rulong might not perceive it, he could not escape Jiang Chen's keen awareness. Jiang Rulong, I ask you, did you instruct Yang Yong and Yang Shuang to abduct me to the wasteland with the intent to kill me and drain my blood? Is this how you wish me well? Once I am eliminated, you become the sole heir of the Jiang family. Once I am gone, the union with the Mu Rong family falls to you. Is that your idea of goodwill? Am I not correct, my dear brother? Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. As his words resonated, Jiang Zhenhai's face changed dramatically outside the door, yet he remained still. Intent on listening further, Jiang Rulong's expression shifted as he came to comprehend Jiang Chen's scheme against him, yet he could not fathom why this wastrel had suddenly become so astute. Merely two servants, no matter how audacious, would not dare to slay their master, and given the Yang brothers' status, they could not possibly acquire the purification pill. Jiang Rulong, since you desire this union, I shall facilitate it for you. However, I did not anticipate that Mu Rong Xiao Ro would be so domineering. It is truly exhilarating. If you were to marry her tomorrow without a hitch, I might have chosen not to confront you. For witnessing another's suffering is often more gratifying than outright elimination. Alas, you wish to flee. How could I allow you such an easy escape? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Not only Jiang Rulong, but even Jiang Zhenhai outside felt as though he was witnessing a new side to Jiang Chen. This notorious wastrel, hidden so deeply, was incredibly shrewd. This marriage alliance was a masterstroke of cunning. Jiang Chen, I never realized I had underestimated you all along. It appears you are not as foolish as I imagined. Yet, regrettably, you have committed a grave error. Jiang Rulong suddenly laughed, his eyes betraying a murderous intent toward Jiang Chen. Grave error? Pray, enlighten me. Jiang Chen shrugged. You are truly foolish. Knowing that I would attempt to leave tonight, you should not have come alone. With your mere first-tier cultivation, you are merely courting death, since I am leaving anyway. I shall eliminate you first, and when I achieve success, I shall return to the Lord's residence to send that old fool Jiang Zhenhai to reunite with you. Jiang Rulong's murderous intent locked onto Jiang Chen, viewing him as nothing more than an ant easily crushed beneath his heel. Not good. Outside, Jiang Zhenhai sensed impending danger and prepared to rush in, only to hear Jiang Chen's confident declaration, "You cannot kill me." Is that so? With our proximity, given your first-tier cultivation, should I wish to slay you, even Jiang Zhenhai's timely arrival would not save you. Jiang Rulong scoffed. Apologies, but I am no longer at the first tier. I am at the 9th tier, Jiang Chen proclaimed, releasing his aura, a surge of formidable energy emanating from him, causing Jiang Rulong to stagger back 2 steps. What? Jiang Rulong gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. This turn of events was beyond anything he could have anticipated. Outside, Jiang Zhenhai also caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen's transformation, his astonishment rivaling that of Jiang Rulong's. Swiftly followed by elation. Heaven has opened its eyes. My son is no longer a waste. He is a genius. This wretched boy has hidden himself too well, even deceiving me. Jiang Zhenhai nearly wept with joy. The son he had deemed a burden was, in fact, not only not a waste but a prodigy, having reached the 9th tier at the mere age of 15, unprecedented in the entire Tianxiang city. Furthermore, in dealing with Jiang Rulong, Jiang Chun had showcased a depth of strategy and cunning far beyond his peers. Impossible. This cannot be. Just 3 days ago, you were at the 1st tier. Have you been hiding your strength all along? Even at the 9th tier, your energy cannot be this dense. Jiang Rulong was utterly flabbergasted. I in this world. There are far more things than you can imagine. Jiang Rulong, you could have had a splendid future. Yet you have crushed it with your own hands. It is all over now. Jiang Qin's body surged forward, appearing before Jiang Rulong in the blink of an eye, his hand clamping down on Jiang Rulong's throat with the grip of a vice, rendering him utterly immobile. Stop! Jiang Zhenhai bellowed, leaping into the villa. Crack! Alas, he was too late. Jiang Qin's powerful grip severed Jiang Rulong's neck, extinguishing all traces of life within him. Alas, Chun'er, why did you have to kill him? Jiang Zhenhai sighed as he gazed at the lifeless form of Jiang Rulong, his eyes reflecting profound shock. As a fellow ninth-tier cultivator, Jiang Rulong had been slain in a single strike, an utterly astonishing feat. Father, is such a person not deserving of death? To spare him would only invite future calamity, Jiang Qin replied. Humph! After all the years I invested in him, he committed such treachery. He is indeed deserving of death. However, you have killed him. What will become of tomorrow's wedding? The relationship between the Lord's residence and the Mu Rong family was already tenuous. This will only worsen matters. Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brows, realizing the gravity of the situation. Father, your naivety is quite astonishing. You must understand that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In this Tianxiang city, the city lord's manor and the Morong family can never coexist harmoniously. Moreover, that old Morong fellow has shown us nothing but disdain, openly humiliating us. Why should we extend any courtesy towards the Morong family? Jiang Qin chuckled. Humiliation? Jiang Zhenhai was taken aback. Father, do not be deceived by Morong Zhan's boisterous demeanor. That old man is shrewder than anyone else. Today's marriage alliance, using Morong Xiaoro as a pawn, is in itself an affront to our city lord's manor. After all, we are a significant power in Tianxiang City. If we were to marry such a woman, we would become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world, losing all face. If Jiang Rulong were to become a son-in-law, it would be an even greater disgrace for our city lord's manor. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. That ugly woman is merely a bargaining chip and a means of humiliation. I even suspect she might not be Morong Zhan's daughter. Tianxiang City is not that large, and the Morong family is prominent. How could the daughter of the Morong patriarch be so hideously unattractive and yet never mentioned? If this marriage is truly finalized, whether the city lord's manor marries that ugly woman or allows Jiang Rulong to join the Morong family, we shall become the subject of ridicule, utterly overshadowed by the Morong family. Jiang Qin's words illuminated Jiang Zhenhai's understanding. He had felt something amiss but could not articulate it until Jiang Qin's explanation. He had initially thought to use the marriage to ease tensions between the two families, yet he nearly fell victim to their attempt at humiliation. Two tigers cannot coexist. The city lord's manor and the Morong family cannot live in peace. Chun'er, how have you become so astute all of a sudden? Jiang Zhenhai gazed at his son as if he were a rare treasure. Father, I have never been foolish, you know. Jiang Qin smiled. By the way, Chun'er, how have you made such remarkable progress in your cultivation? Jiang Zhenhai asked in astonishment. Jiang Qin smiled slightly, knowing that Jiang Zhenhai would surely inquire about it. He had long prepared his response. Father, 3 days ago, Brother Yang Yong sought to kill me, but I was saved by a wandering master. That master not only eliminated Yang Yong and his accomplice, but also helped me enhance my constitution, allowing me to absorb the medicinal power accumulated in my body over the years, enabling me to reach the 9th stage of Qi realm in one fell swoop. I must credit all of this to you. Father, without those numerous spiritual medicines, my growth would not have been so swift. Ha. My son has turned misfortune into fortune. I wonder from which esteemed master such abilities come. Alas, I regret not having the opportunity to witness it. Jiang Zhenhai laughed heartily. Nothing could bring him more joy than seeing his son thrive. Father, we need not entertain thoughts of mending relations with the Morong family. In my view, there can only be one dominant family in Tianxiang City. If Morong Zhan wishes to play games, then we shall play along, Jiang Qin declared. Indeed, otherwise it would appear as though I, Jiang Zhenhai, am afraid of him. Chun'er, what shall we do about the wedding tomorrow? Jiang Zhenhai glanced at Jiang Qin. In the past, he would never have consulted Jiang Qin on such a significant matter, but now that his son had changed, he believed he might possess better ideas than his own. Those who humiliate others shall themselves be humiliated. Jiang Qin's expression hardened. The appearance of Morong Xiaoro has already tarnished the reputation of our city lord's manor. Since that is the case, Let us return the humiliation and make the Murong family the object of ridicule in Tianxiang City. How do you intend to proceed? Jiang Zhenhai's eyes brightened, curious about his son's plan. It is simple. Are they not intending to wed Jiang Rulong? Let us commission a coffin, Jiang Chun said with a smile. In Jiang Qin's eyes, friends are friends and enemies are enemies. He never sought to curry favor with adversaries. Those who stand against him always meet a grim fate. Jiang Rulong is one such example. And the Murong family shall be no different. Two tigers cannot coexist, and eliminating the Murong family is the first task Jiang Qin intends to undertake upon his rebirth. Jiang Zhenhai, having established himself as the city lord and carved out a place in Tianxiang City, was certainly no coward. Tio's claim he did not wish to eliminate the Murong family would be a lie. Furthermore, Jiang Chun was his only hope. Witnessing his once inept son suddenly grow so wise filled him with immense joy. If my son wishes to act, then let us act. Who fears whom? The next day, the city lord's manor was still adorned with festive decorations, even more vibrant than the previous day, as for Jiang Rulong's death. Apart from Jiang Zhenhai and his son, no one else was aware. The guards and servants of the Jiang family chuckled continuously. Yesterday, Jiang Rulong had paraded around the city lord's manor with Murong Xiaoro, and many had seen her true appearance, which was indeed breathtaking. The young master marrying such a woman must have burned incense in his previous life. In Tianxiang City, the tall and imposing Murong father and daughter rode side by side on tall steeds, followed by several young talents from the Murong family, each with an air of arrogance. The wedding procession stretched for 3 miles, with an 8-bear sedan chair trailing behind, exuding an undeniable grandeur. As the wedding procession approached the city lord's manor, the commotion it caused was certainly immense. Good heavens, is that a woman? She looks as if she's playing a joke. Ugh, I feel nauseous. The eldest daughter of the Murong family is truly a sight to behold. I have heard that the young master of the city lord's manor is a talented youth. How on earth will he survive now? The city lord's manor is clearly pushing the young master into a pit of fire. Along the way, pointed fingers and whispered remarks confirmed Jiang Qin's suspicions. The Murong family was indeed humiliating the city lord's manor. Their ostentatious display in Tianxiang City had turned the city lord's manor into a laughingstock. Chapter 7. Bring me the coffin. Fund back outside the city lord's manor. A throng of people gathered. Jiang Zhenhai and his son stood at the entrance, observing the approaching wedding procession resembling a dragon, unable to suppress a cold smile at the corners of their mouths. Though you see, father, they are making a grand spectacle of this marriage. Murong Zhan aims not only to make us a laughingstock, but also to overshadow us in terms of momentum. Jiang Chen remarked, Hmph. Let us see today who will be the laughingstock. Jiang Zhenhai snorted coldly. Ha ha, brother Jiang. Murong Zhan has come to escort the bride. I wonder if the young son-in-law Jiang Rulong is prepared? Murong Zhan's voice boomed, placing particular emphasis on the words escort the bride. Indeed, the young master has been prepared since yesterday. Chinner, go fetch your elder brother. Jiang Zhenhai replied with a smile. Murong uncle, please wait a moment. I shall go fetch my brother. Jiang Chun cupped his fists toward Murong Zhan and turned to leave. Dressed in a red robe, Murong Zhan radiated joy, while Murong Xiaoro, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, bore a bashful expression that could satiate hunger for 3 days with just one glance. Many who caught sight of Murong Xiaoro dared not look again. Eldest sister, are you sent by heaven to torment humanity? It is hard to imagine how a man marrying Murong Xiaoro would navigate his future days. Stand aside. Before long, a loud shout erupted from within the city lord's manor, followed by Jiang Qian emerging, shouldering an enormous black coffin as he approached the entrance. Thud! Jiang Chun casually tossed the coffin at the entrance, producing a dull thud as it landed, perfectly aligning with the incoming wedding procession of the Murong family. A conspicuous character reading dedicatory offering was emblazoned on top, remarkably eye-catching. Swish! Countless gazes fell upon the inexplicable coffin, and the once boisterous scene fell into an immediate silence. What is the meaning of this? To bring out a coffin at a joyous occasion is rather inauspicious. What is the city lord's manor plotting? Murong Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Jiang Zhenhai, bellowing, Brother Jiang, what does this mean? I apologize. My elder brother passed away unexpectedly yesterday. Therefore, Miss Murong can only marry my elder brother's corpse. Kyo, maintain a semblance of dignity. I specially commissioned a coffin for my brother, and of course, he is dressed in wedding attire inside. Jiang Qin declared loudly for all present to hear. What? Immediately, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Never had anyone witnessed such an event, bringing a coffin to a wedding. Regardless of whether Jiang Rulong was truly dead, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Morong family. This resounding blow was too severe, especially since the Morong family had come in such a grand manner. A coffin was enough to strip the Morong family of all dignity. Jiang Zhenhai, do not go too far. Morong Zhan was furious. Morong uncle, as the head of a family, how can you speak so indiscreetly? What do you mean by us going too far? You have come to escort my elder brother, yet you did not specify whether he was alive or dead. Jiang Qin's words were enough to make many nearly spit blood. It turned out there was such reasoning in the world. Jiang Zhenhai, do not attempt to deceive me. Jiang Rulong is a 9th stage Qi realm expert, and he was perfectly fine yesterday. How could he possibly die overnight? Morong Zhan snorted coldly. The coffin contains Jiang Rulong. If you do not believe it, feel free to open it and take a look. After all, he is now one of your Morong family members. Jiang Qin responded, his tone no longer as amicable as before. Jiang Zhenhai merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying nothing, leaving everything to his son to handle. Jiang Zhenhai was quite satisfied with his son's performance. Facing Morong Zhan with such composure and engaging in a verbal duel was not something just any young person could achieve, especially considering Morong Zhan, like himself, was a peak expert in the Qi realm. Damn it, we come to escort the bride, and the city lord's manor produces a coffin. This is clearly an insult to my Morong family. A young man from the Morong family shouted angrily. Ha ha, this esteemed fellow speaks wisely. If we are to discuss humiliation, it is you who have dishonored my lord's manor first. Look closely, all of you, and behold the visage of Mu Rong Xiao Rou. Is this truly the sincerity of your Mu Rong family in seeking a union? To the men present, I pose a question. If such an unattractive woman were presented to you, would you not feel a sense of disgrace? Which among you dares to wed Mu Rong Xiao Rou? Step forth and show yourselves. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. He relished the tearing away of pretense and saw no need for civility towards his enemies. Upon his words, the faces of all the men present turned pale, for marrying this hideous creature seemed more unbearable than death itself. The esteemed Mu Rong family, seeking to ally with the Lord's manor, produced such an eyesore. Indeed, it appears the Mu Rong family has shamed the Lord's manor first. Moreover, is this ugly woman even the daughter of Mu Rong Zhan? That remains uncertain, does it not? Jiang Qin's face bore a cold smirk. What a sharp-tongued young man. It is said that Jiang Qin is the renowned wastrel of Tianxiang City, yet he displays such cunning. Jiang Zhenhai, remember this day, for I, Mu Rong Zhan, shall note it down. From this moment forth, the Mu Rong family and your lord's manor shall be irreconcilable. Mu Rong Zhan seethed with rage, his gaze towards Jiang Qin shifting. He was no fool. Rather, he was astute. From Jiang Qin's proposal to have Jiang Rulong become a son-in-law yesterday to today's events, it was all a carefully orchestrated scheme. This was a resounding slap to the face of the Mu Rong family, and such tactics from one so young could not help but earn Mu Rong Zhan's admiration. Very well, we truly do not care about this irreconcilable stance. Please ensure that my elder brother is wed, and do not forget to send the funds for the coffin to this young master. That coffin is quite costly, Jiang Qin declared loudly. At these words, several mounted members of the Mu Rong family nearly toppled from their horses, stunned by his audacity. The Jiang family observed everything with astonished expressions. This second young master was entirely unrecognizable. The one who dared to challenge Mu Rong Zhan directly was not the wastrel they thought they knew. Furthermore, how could the elder brother have suddenly passed away? Was it from anger? Yet, none of that mattered now. In the eyes of the Lord, it was always the second young master who held the greatest significance. Utterly shameless, deviously cunning, incredibly talented, Jiang Qin had thoroughly humiliated the Mu Rong family, turning the wedding procession into a laughingstock of Tianxiang City. Very well, Jiang Zhenhai, you and your son shall wait. It will not be long before your family can no longer remain in Tianxiang City. Go! Mu Rong Zhan was engulfed in flames of fury, feeling utterly humiliated by a mere boy. His steed, sensing its rider's agitation, whinnied in discomfort and bolted away, for Mu Rong Zhan wished to linger no longer. Especially not alongside the wedding procession. He felt he had nowhere to hide his face. Jiang Qin, what heroics are these, hiding behind schemes? If you possess any skill, let us face each other one-on-one. I, Mu Rongying, will strike you down so thoroughly that even your father won't recognize you." A young man leapt from his horse, pointing accusingly at Jiang Chen. Mu Rongying was a talented youth of the Mu Rong family, brimming with youthful arrogance. Though the family head was absent, he was unwilling to let matters rest. Having already lost face, if he could physically best Jiang Chen, it would not only be a release of pent-up frustration, but also serve to prove that the Mu Rong family's genius surpassed that of the Jiang family's wastrel. "Indeed, Jiang Chen, are you daring to go all out?" Another young man from the Mu Rong family chimed in, his face twisted with mockery. Everyone knew Jiang Chen was the notorious wastrel of Tianxiang City. Though he had momentarily embarrassed the Mu Rong family with cunning, if it came to blows, a mere flick would be enough to bring him down. "You wish to engage me? That is acceptable. But I will not act without a wager." A cold smirk crept across Jiang Chen's lips, and even Jiang Zhenhai chuckled, for he was well aware of his son's strength. Jiang Rulong, at the 9th level of Qi, had fallen to Jiang Chen's single strike. Mu Rongying, at most at the 8th level of Qi, stood no chance against him. "Very well, what shall we wager?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen accept the challenge, Mu Rongying's eyes sparkled with delight. "Let us wager on this coffin. If I lose, I shall hang it at the entrance of the Lord's manor for 3 days. If you, Mu Rongying, lose, it will be simple. You must carry the coffin back in your grand 8-man sedan chair. Should you fail to do so, the members of your Mu Rong family shall be branded as cowardly turtles." Jiang Chen's voice boomed, and Jiang Zhenhai silently gave his son a thumbs up for such a wickedly clever ploy. With the crowd gathered outside the Lord's manor, Mu Rongying could not afford to renege on the bet. If the wedding procession truly bore the coffin back, it would be the utmost ridicule. If he failed to do so, it would mean admitting that the Mu Rong family were indeed cowardly turtles. A disgrace too severe to bear. Jiang Zhenhai saw nothing inappropriate in his son's actions. They had already burned their bridges, and enmity would henceforth define their relationship. "Very well, I accept your wager," Mu Rongying replied without a moment's hesitation. Hardly grasping the full extent of Jiang Chen's terms in his mind, defeating Jiang Chen was akin to squashing an ant. Thus, any wager held no significance for him. "Elder brother, this wager seems rather steep. Should you not reconsider?" A young man approached Mu Rongying, whispering caution. "Fear not. This lad is merely at the 1st level of QA. Go defeat him is no different than kicking a dead dog. Await the spectacle of him hanging the coffin at the entrance of the Lord's manor for 3 days." Mu Rongying retorted with a smirk, utterly dismissive of Jiang Chen. The onlookers, initially believing the performance had concluded with Mu Rongying's departure, were once again captivated by the clash of these young men, and the stakes were not trivial. They were wagering the very dignity of their families, and both sides exuded confidence, drawing the attention of the crowd towards Jiang Chen, eager to witness how this famed wastrel would contend with the 8th level Mu Rongying. Chapter 8. 6 Young Mysterious Fingers. Mu Rongying approached, a cold smile gracing his lips as he stood a short distance from Jiang Chen. "Are you prepared, Mu Rongying? If not, I can grant you some time to ready yourself." Jiang Chen jested. "What nonsense, do I require preparation to fight you?" Mu Rongying scoffed. Smack, thud. As soon as Mu Rongying's words fell, a loud clap echoed, and Jiang Chen's palm struck Mu Rongying's face with such force that the robust young man was sent sprawling to the ground, colliding intimately with the hard earth. The scene fell into a stunned silence as onlookers beheld Mu Rongying struggling to rise, only to fail repeatedly, their astonished gazes finally landing on Jiang Chen, who claimed that the second young master of the Lord's manor was merely a 1st-level Qi wastrel. A single slap had felled an 8th-level master. How is this person to be considered a wastrel? Incredible! Jiang Chen had been feigning all along. Good heavens, is this truly our second young master? He is transformed entirely. At that moment, whether among the spectators, the guards of the Lord's manor, or the members of the Mu Rong family's wedding procession, anyone familiar with Jiang Chen was left agape, for the outcome had exceeded all expectations. The only one maintaining composure was Jiang Zhenhai. Impossible! This cannot be! How could this happen? The most shocked of all was Mu Rongying, who lay on the ground, seeing stars from the blow. Jiang Chen's strike had utterly disoriented him, his internal energy thrown into chaos, leaving him too weak to rise. "Elder brother," 2 other young men from the Mu Rong family rushed to assist Mu Rongying, their faces filled with terror as they stared at Jiang Chen. Contemplating the wager they had just made, Mu Rongying felt as though he might perish from the weight of it all. Losing meant only personal disgrace, but if the coffin were to be taken back, it would bring shame upon the entire Mu Rong family. Jiang Cheng, Jiang Chun called out without turning. Jiang Cheng, the guard, rushed forth without hesitation. Young master, I am here. Jiang Cheng's gaze towards Jiang Chun was filled with admiration. Since the last time Jiang Qian had rewarded him with gold, the second young master had secured a place in his heart as a truly good person. Assist in loading the elder brother's coffin onto the 8-man sedan chair and accompany it back to the Mu Rong family. Should the coffin fail to enter their premises, the Mu Rong family members may as well resign themselves to being labeled as cowardly turtles. Jiang Chen's voice carried loudly for all to hear. Mu Rongying spat a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting on the spot. He wished for nothing more than to die. For this time he had truly gone too far, and in front of so many witnesses, there was no chance for retreat. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. If he truly brought the coffin back to the Mu Rong family, Mu Rongzhan would surely flay him alive. If he failed to do so, the label of cowardly turtles would be cemented upon his family, and Mu Rongzhan would still flay him alive. Yes, young master, Jiang Cheng replied without a hint of hesitation, knowing only that his young master was pleased. From this day forth, Jiang Chen's words would be law to him, and he would follow them without question. Jiang Cheng let out a deep grunt as he effortlessly hoisted the heavy coffin onto his shoulders. As a master at the 6th level of Qi realm, lifting a coffin posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Everyone, step aside. He commanded without hesitation, placing the coffin atop the grand sedan chair. Meanwhile, Mu Rong Xiaoro gazed at her husband. Lying within the coffin, tears welling in her eyes, her sorrow palpable. It seemed that this girl, aside from being a glutton, was also lacking in intelligence. Such a woman could hardly be considered the daughter of Mu Rongzhan. Mu Rongying, you too, get lost. Hurry back and complete your wedding rites, Jiang Cheng declared, his tone devoid of politeness. The city lord's manor is not a welcoming place for the Mu Rong family. As a defeated foe, you should steer clear of me in the future. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall strike. Now, be gone. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them brusquely. Ah, Mu Rongying cried out, blood spewing from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, fainting instantly. What should we do now? A young man asked. Let us leave. Staying here will only bring further disgrace. We must return the coffin. If the family head scolds us, it will be Mu Rongying's fault, another replied. Thus, the wedding procession of the Mu Rong family, carrying a coffin on the sedan chair, retraced their steps, their spirits utterly deflated. Devoid of the earlier jubilance, Jiang Cheng, the second young master of the Jiang family, had gained notoriety from this battle, leaving everyone astonished. The Mu Rong family had lost all face, suffering a complete defeat against the city lord's manor. And it was at the hands of a mere 15-year-old boy. The entire Tianxiang city buzzed with excitement and debate, as the conflict between the two powerful factions escalated to unprecedented heights. It was evident that peace in Tianxiang city would be a distant dream. The rivalry between the city lord's manor and the Mu Rong family promised to be relentless. After the rift with the Mu Rong family deepened, Zhang Zhenhai, the city lord, began to busy himself. The Zhang family's enterprises were numerous: mountain resorts, taverns, alchemy workshops, and merchant guilds, among others. Many of these ventures had previously been under Jiang Rulong's stewardship, but with his demise, Zhang Zhenhai had to make proper arrangements. As for Jiang Cheng, he secluded himself, for his vision was far more expansive than anyone else's. In his eyes, the simplest and most direct way to utterly vanquish an opponent was through sheer strength. In this world, where might is right, the one with the strongest fist holds the power. For a formidable cultivator, both techniques and combat skills are indispensable. Jiang Cheng was currently practicing the Transformation Dragon technique, which bestowed upon him a foundation far beyond that of ordinary individuals. However, techniques were merely the foundation. To truly manifest formidable combat prowess, one required powerful martial skills. Like techniques, the martial skills of the divine martial continent were divided into 4 tiers: human, earth, heaven, and saint, each tier further subdivided into upper and lower grades. The Qi realm was merely the beginning. Only those who reached the Qi Si realm could cultivate martial skills. Yet Jiang Cheng was different. He not only possessed experience in practicing martial skills, but the Transformation Dragon technique also granted him power beyond the Qi realm. Qi realm cultivators are unable to practice martial skills due to insufficient energy to support them. But Jiang Cheng could attempt it in his previous life. The most formidable martial skill he had mastered was the Nine-Yang Profound Art, a saint-level skill he had created himself. This skill was exceedingly ferocious, capable of absorbing the sun's energy from the heavens and earth, providing immense benefits to the practitioner. However, the conditions for mastering this skill were exceedingly harsh. The practitioner must possess a vast amount of blood energy and a robust physique to support it. In his past life, Jiang Cheng struggled to perfectly execute the Nine-Yang Profound Art due to inadequate vitality, showcasing the skill's terrifying nature. Yet the Transformation Dragon technique was significantly more powerful than the Profound Art. The formation of each dragon pattern brought him immense blood energy, sufficient to sustain the Nine-Yang Profound Art. Unfortunately, he was currently merely at the Qi realm. The Nine-Yang Profound Art, being a martial skill of utmost rigidity and solar essence, reached the upper tier of the saint level, and even a divine pill realm cultivator would find it impossible to master. Jiang Cheng chuckled. While the Nine-Yang Profound Art was indeed formidable, his current cultivation level was too low for him to practice it. However, he could practice the Six-Yang Finger, a technique derived from the Nine-Yang Profound Art, which was also foundational for mastering the latter. Classified as an upper-grade Earth-level martial skill, Jiang Cheng's face lit up with a smile. An upper-grade Earth-level skill was exceedingly rare in the entirety of Tianxiang City. The Six-Yang Finger comprised 6 techniques, ranging from the most basic One-Yang Finger to the pinnacle Six-Yang Finger, with increasing power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. For the next 3 days, Jiang Cheng remained sequestered. Diligently practicing, Jiang Zhenhai, occupied with mundane matters, did not disturb him. During this time, Jiang Cheng practiced both the Transformation Dragon technique and the Six-Yang Finger. Each noon, he would channel the Six-Yang Finger to absorb the sun's energy, integrating it into his body. The combination of the Transformation Dragon technique and the Six-Yang Finger enhanced his vitality to its peak, making him resemble a human-shaped beast of immense strength. After 3 days, Jiang Cheng's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Qi realm, just a step away from advancing to the Qi Si realm. The dragon pattern within him became increasingly distinct, and his strength reached a staggering 8,000 pounds, surpassing even the early experts of the Qi Si realm. Ha! In the courtyard, dressed in white like snow, Jiang Cheng suddenly shouted. Extending a finger, a beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertip at breakneck speed. With a thud, the golden light pierced into a large stone, leaving a hole the size of a fingertip, unfathomably deep, with wisps of azure smoke rising from it. Such terrifying offensive power would surely leave any witnesses speechless in awe. However, this was merely a glimmer of the One-Yang Finger. Executing this strike had nearly exhausted all of his energy. Jiang Cheng was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, as the energy within him was nearly depleted. What he had displayed was merely a nascent form of the One-Yang Finger. Though its power was considerable, it was still far from the true technique. Nevertheless, it was already quite formidable. After all, the Six-Yang Finger was an upper-grade Earth-level martial skill. Even the most basic One-Yang Finger was beyond the reach of those in the Qi realm or even the Qi Si realm. That he, with the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Qi realm, could manifest even a fraction of the One-Yang Finger's might was already impressive. Jiang Cheng took out a human yuan pill and swallowed it to gradually replenish his depleted energy. The human yuan pill was essential for cultivators. In Tianxiang City, a single pill was worth 100 taels of silver. Yet this particular pill was only 60% pure, with 40% impurities, truly the dregs of dregs. Jiang Cheng shook his head. The quality of the human yuan pill from the city lord's manor was abysmal. A pill of 60% purity was, in his eyes, practically a waste. After refining it, he would still need to find a way to eliminate the impurities. However, with his capabilities, he had countless methods to instantly remove the impurities. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Without needing to look, Jiang Cheng already knew it was Jiang Zhenhai. He quickly opened the door to find his father wearing a troubled expression. "Chinger, your cultivation has improved again," Jiang Zhenhai remarked, his eyes lighting up upon sensing Jiang Cheng's aura. His earlier worries dissipating considerably. In just 3 days, Jiang Cheng had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Qi realm. Such rapid progress was indeed astonishing. "Father, you look worried. What has happened?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "Come, let us talk inside," Jiang Zhenhai replied, leading the way to Jiang Cheng's room. Seated across from each other, Zhang Zhenhai began. Cheng'er, you should know that while our Zhang family has many enterprises, the true source of wealth in Tianxiang City lies in the alchemy workshop. Jiang Qing nodded in understanding. Indeed, for cultivators, nothing is more important than elixirs in Tianxiang City. Both the Jiang and Mu Rong families rely on their alchemy workshops as the true means of generating wealth. Our alchemy workshop is facing pressure from the Mu Rong family, and it is in a critical situation, Zhang Zhenhai said, his brow furrowed. Father, what exactly is going on? Jiang Qing pressed. The Mu Rong family has somehow hired an alchemist capable of producing 70% pure human yuan pills, whereas our workshop can only manage 60%. With the introduction of their 70% pills, our business has dwindled to nothing. If this continues, our workshop will inevitably collapse. Should the Mu Rong family gain control over the supply of elixirs in Tianxiang City, it will be difficult for the Jiang family to maintain a foothold, Zhang Zhenhai explained. Now I understand, Jiang Cheng replied, realizing why his father was so concerned. It was a matter involving the alchemy workshop. Yet instead of feeling worried, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. As the foremost sage in the world, not only was his cultivation profound, but he also possessed exceptional skills in alchemy in his hands. He had once refined saint-level elixirs with 90% purity. A mere human yuan pill was something he could easily produce at 100% purity. Dismantling the Mu Rong family's alchemy workshop would be a trivial task for him. Father, there's no need to worry. Tomorrow I will visit the alchemy workshop, Jiang Qing assured him. Very well, Zhang Zhenhai nodded. Although he was unsure of Jiang Qing's intentions at the workshop, he was hopeful that his son, no longer the frivolous waste he once was, could lend a hand. Father, I have a technique for you to look at. See if it suits your cultivation, Jiang Qing said, producing a golden sheet of paper and handing it to Zhang Zhenhai. A technique? Zhang Zhenhai was taken aback as he accepted the paper, curiosity piquing. The profound art, he read, and as he scanned the instructions, his eyes widened in astonishment. The excitement on his face grew with each line he read, and by the end, even his hands trembled as if the paper weighed 1,000 pounds. What a remarkable technique! Cheng'er, how did you come upon such an arcane method? Zhang Zhenhai was overwhelmed with excitement. Although the technique did not specify any rank, he was no fool. This Xian Yuan Gong was far superior to the top-tier techniques he had previously cultivated. Such a method, let alone in Tianxiang City, would be beyond the reach of even the major sects in Qizhou. The Xian Yuan Gong had been prepared by Jiang Chan beforehand. In his past life, it was this very technique that had enabled him to reach the level of a sage. Now, with the dragon transformation art at his disposal, it was perfectly fitting for Zhang Zhenhai to cultivate the Xian Yuan Gong. Father, I encountered a master who imparted this technique to me. If you find it to your liking, you may take it up for your practice, Jiang Chan said, confident that if Zhang Zhenhai were to cultivate the Xian Yuan Gong, he would soon step into the realm of human pill. Zhang Zhenhai had no doubt about Jiang Chen's words. He had previously mentioned that a master had helped him refine the medicinal power within his body, leading to his current achievements. Moreover, such a profound technique could not possibly be solely his own creation. Naturally, if Zhang Zhenhai were to discover that the technique he held was indeed a saint-level method, he might be utterly shocked. This was precisely why Jiang Chun had chosen not to label its rank. At this moment, Zhang Zhenhai was entirely absorbed in the Xian Yuan Gong, captivated by its intricate incantations, yet his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Within just a minute, he was drenched in sweat, as if on the verge of collapse. Father. Jiang Chun gently shook his head and called out softly, bringing Zhang Zhenhai back from that peculiar state. After all, Zhang Zhenhai was merely at the Qi realm and, with his limited talent, could not expect to master a saint-level technique overnight. Huff! Zhang Zhenhai exhaled, coming to his senses and realizing his utter fatigue. Chen'er, this technique is truly profound. I am but a dullard, and I fell into its depths in no time. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment. Father, mastering such an advanced technique is no easy feat. You may take it back and study it slowly. Do not rush into it. Jiang Qian advised earnestly. You are right, Chunard. I did not expect that. Despite reaching the pinnacle of the Qi realm, my temperament is still not as steady as yours. It seems my son has truly matured and is bound for greatness in the future. Jiang Zhenhai laughed heartily, feeling a deep sense of pride as he looked at Jiang Chun, finding him increasingly endearing. After bidding farewell to the jubilant Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chun once again immersed himself in the dragon transformation art. This supreme technique was far more intricate than the Xian Yuan Gong. Were it not for his past experiences as a sage, mastering it swiftly would be nothing short of a fantasy. The following morning, Jiang Qian donned a clean white robe and exited the city lord's mansion, holding a paper fan with an air of elegance. A smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, and his enchanting phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. The Danfeng was the most important asset of the Jiang family, situated not far from the city lord's mansion. Jiang Qian strolled leisurely, taking a quarter of an hour to reach the entrance of the Danfeng. The classical gates and architecture marked the Danfeng, and even from outside, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. One could only imagine that cultivating within the Danfeng, merely inhaling the essence of the pills and herbs, would be vastly superior to the outside world. "Young master, you have arrived," exclaimed the guards at the entrance. The young master is wise and valiant, with an unparalleled charm. He is undoubtedly a celestial being descended to earth. The two guards, upon seeing Jiang Qian, immediately bowed and flattered him profusely. In the past, although they would greet this second master, their eyes had often betrayed their disdain. However, the current young master was a different matter altogether. He had truly undergone a remarkable transformation, not to mention his outstanding performance against the Morong family just 3 days prior. Single-handedly defeating the 8th stage of Qi realm Morong had left many in awe. It turned out that the young master had always been concealing his talents. How astonishing it was to discover his true genius. This was the prevailing sentiment among all the servants and guards of the Jiang family. "Well, the flattery is commendable. One of you may go to the account room and collect 10 taels of silver. But remember, do not flatter me in the future," Jiang Qian remarked, one hand resting behind his back while he gently waved the paper fan. Stepping towards the Danfeng. "The young master is magnificent," the two guards shouted in unison, their eyes shining as they gazed at Jiang Qian's retreating figure. They marveled at the prospect of earning money through flattery. The young master was indeed a good person. Although the Danfeng was a critical location, the guards were not overly abundant. Firstly, the steward of the Danfeng, Zhou Beichun, was not only an alchemist but also a mid-stage Qi master. Secondly, since the Danfeng was in close proximity to the city lord's mansion, any incidents could be swiftly addressed by reinforcements, in the conference hall of the Danfeng. 3 elderly men sat dejectedly, their expressions fraught with worry. All 3 appeared to be around 50 years of age, dressed in gray robes. Among them, one was stocky and the other slender, both of whom were early-stage Qi masters. The man in the middle, of average build with a goatee, was none other than the steward Zhou Beichun, a mid-stage Qi master and a close friend of Jiang Zhenhai. This was evident from Jiang Zhenhai's trust in leaving the management of the Danfeng in his hands. "Uncle Zhou, this furrowed brow does not suit your style," Jiang Chun strode in confidently. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Zhou Beichun and the other 2 immediately rose from their seats. "Young master, what brings you here?" Zhou Beichun greeted with a smile. In the past, given their status as alchemists, they would have little interest in conversing with Jiang Qian. However, the transformation he had undergone 3 days ago had garnered their utmost respect. "Uncle Zhou, I heard that the Morong family has sent a master capable of refining 70% pills, which is threatening to put us out of business." Jiang Chun casually took a seat and smiled at Zhou Beichun and the others. "Indeed, young master, we have been unable to sell our pills these past few days. Unfortunately, our alchemical skills are limited, and we cannot produce 70% human pills," Zhou Beichun replied with a wry smile. "Do not be disheartened, Uncle Zhou. I can recommend an alchemist who is guaranteed to produce human pills with over 70% efficacy," Jiang Chun said, his smile unwavering. "What? Young master, do you know such an alchemist?" Zhou Beichun's eyes brightened. "Where is this person? If such an alchemist can assist us, we must not neglect our duty," the stocky elder said earnestly. "Far in the distance, yet close at hand," Jiang Chun said, snapping his fan shut and rising from his seat. "What? Young master, you aren't implying that it's you, are you?" The stocky elder was taken aback, and the 3 of them turned their eyes upon Jiang Chun, scrutinizing him. "Indeed, it is I," Jiang Chun affirmed with a nod. "Ha ha ha." The moment he spoke, the 3 of them erupted into laughter. They assumed he was joking to lighten their spirits, for the second master was renowned for his prowess with medicinal herbs. The city lord had likely given him countless potions over the years, making him akin to a walking pharmacy. Although Jiang Chun had indeed undergone tremendous changes compared to before, the notion that he could refine pills was simply ludicrous. "Young master, do not jest. You may be skilled at consuming potions, But alchemy is a different matter altogether. Zhou Beichen wore an expression that suggested he did not wish to dampen Jiang Qin's spirits. Uncle Zhou, do not underestimate me. As the saying goes, experience is born of practice. This is what I call experience gained through consumption, Jiang Qin declared earnestly. The three men laughed once more. If simply consuming potions could lead to becoming an alchemist, then anyone on the Saint Origin continent would be an alchemist. You should return quickly. Do not waste our time with your jesting, one of them suggested. I call this accumulating knowledge for a breakthrough. It seems you will not believe me without witnessing some real skill. Come, take me to the alchemy room. Jiang Chun rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. The three were taken aback, realizing that Jiang Chun seemed serious. Could it be that he had truly become an alchemist through mere consumption? Can one truly become an alchemist merely through consuming potions? It is utterly implausible. Though Jiang Chen was entirely sincere, the three could not bring themselves to believe it. Very well, if that is the case. Let us see the young master's alchemical prowess, Zhou Beichen said with a smile, leading the way towards the alchemy room. After all, business was slow at the Danfeng, and since the young master had taken an interest in alchemy, they would indulge him. However, none of them truly believed that he could produce pills. The alchemy room was situated at the heart of the Danfeng, enclosed with heavy stone doors. Here, only alchemists were permitted to tread. Young master, the alchemical furnace and flames have been prepared, and we have also gathered the materials for 3 batches of human pills, Zhou Beichen said cheerfully. Very well, you all wait outside. I shall refine the pills alone. Jiang Qin replied before striding into the alchemy room and closing the stone door behind him. Steward, you cannot possibly believe that the young master can refine pills, can you? The slender elder chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? To become an alchemist, one must possess a soul and spiritual power. Although the young master has changed significantly, leaping from being a waste to a genius, awakening spiritual power is still beyond him, Zhou Beichen asserted. The soul of a person is an ethereal existence, intangible yet fundamental, and cannot be overlooked. Every individual possesses a soul, yet to become an alchemist, one must awaken their spiritual power, the essence of the soul itself. Extracting power from such an elusive entity is a daunting task, which is why alchemists are so rare on the Saint Origin continent. In his past life, Jiang Chun was a powerful top-tier alchemist. Although a century of death had severely damaged his soul, his reincarnation brought about the merging of 2 souls. Despite currently being at the 9th stage of Qi, his soul was far stronger than that of an average Qi Si master, resulting in an exceptionally robust spiritual power. Inside the alchemy room, Jiang Chen stood before a towering bronze alchemical furnace, shaking his head in disbelief. This subpar alchemical furnace is a hassle to connect to the earth fire, and it is both inefficient and cumbersome. The construction of the alchemy chamber and the placement of the alchemy furnace are both matters of great significance. Take, for instance, the alchemy furnace before me. Its position facilitates the most effective communication with the earth's fire. The flames accessible to this furnace are merely those beneath the surface, which, when compared to the fires of the earth's core, are vastly inferior, only slightly purer and possessing a temperature marginally stronger than ordinary fuels, yet even less potent than typical beast flames. The power of the soul and flames are indispensable to a true alchemist. Relying solely on the alchemy furnace and earthly fire is the hallmark of a novice, in his previous life. Jiang Chen wielded 3 unique flames, rendering the use of a furnace unnecessary for his alchemical pursuits. However, times have changed, and with his current cultivation, he finds himself unable to transcend the need for a furnace when refining pills. Next to the alchemy furnace lay 3 ample portions of medicinal herbs required for concocting human origin pills. Jiang Chen estimated that 1 batch would yield 10 pills. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an invisible force enveloped 1 portion of the herbs, transporting them into the furnace. The first step of alchemy, purification. Should the trio outside, Zhou Beichen and his companions, witness Jiang Chen's actions, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. This purification step is notoriously arduous. Otherwise, pills laden with impurities would be commonplace. Thus, purification demands meticulous attention, and it is exceedingly rare to see someone, like Jiang Chen, throw all the herbs into the furnace at once. Such an act requires unparalleled control. With a whoosh, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from Jiang Chen, flooding into the alchemy furnace while he crafted intricate seals, continuously channeling them into the furnace and the flames below. The entire process was executed with utmost finesse, without a hint of hesitation. In mere minutes, the herbs were entirely purified, leaving behind only their essential essences. The subsequent step was the formation of the pill. For Jiang Chun, refining a human-grade pill was as effortless as closing his eyes. There was no challenge whatsoever. A few minutes later, with a commanding exclamation, he infused a burst of energy into the furnace, and one by one, the perfectly shaped human origin pills shot forth, landing gracefully in his hands. The pills glistened with a smooth, lustrous surface, brimming with potent medicinal energy and devoid of any impurities. A flawless batch. With 10 perfect pills produced in a matter of minutes, a smile graced Jiang Chen's face. A testament to his satisfaction, 100% success rate in such a short span was bound to send shockwaves through all the alchemists in Tianqiang City. This was nothing short of terrifying. Typical alchemists often struggled with both purity and success rates, frequently resulting in a batch of failed pills. Yet, for Jiang Chun, such failures were non-existent. The thought of producing perfect pills on his first attempt was enough to send shivers down their spines. Perhaps I should first concoct a batch of failed pills to throw them off. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself before tossing the second portion of herbs into the furnace. Moments later, a loud bang echoed through the alchemy chamber, accompanied by an exclamation from within. Zhou Beichen and his companions were initially startled, but soon burst into laughter. Ha ha, the furnace exploded. That's only to be expected. When I was first refining pills, the furnace exploded countless times. One remarked, "Come, let us take a look." As they pushed open the stone door, they found Jiang Chun standing there, a look of frustration etched on his face. "Young master, don't be disheartened. Explosions are quite normal. However, I believe you should refrain from squandering your talents on alchemy," the portly elder offered in consolation. "Young master, I understand your concerns for the alchemy workshop, but alchemy cannot be forced," Zhou Beichen added. Patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder, "Uncle Zhou, although the furnace exploded, I did manage to produce pills," Jiang Chen replied. "Young master, you jest. The explosion left nothing behind. The herbs have turned to ashes. It's impossible for any pills to have been produced." The lean elder teased. Jiang Chen remained silent, flipping his palm to reveal 3 thumb-sized white pills that floated into view. The trio was momentarily stunned, their smiles instantly fading. With their discerning eyes, they recognized that these 3 pills were unmistakably freshly concocted. "Still warm to the touch, is it possible? An explosion and still produce pills?" Zhou Beichen exclaimed, wide-eyed as each took a pill to inspect closely. The human origin pill is a vital energy pill, essential for every cultivator on their journey. The pills Jiang Chen produced were smooth and lustrous, despite some visible impurities, yet they were of a notably high grade, this point 70% purity, the portly elder gasped. "Indeed, it's truly 70% purity, surpassing even what we've managed to produce. But how could this be?" the lean elder muttered, unable to comprehend the situation. "Younger master, did you truly refine these pills yourself?" Zhou Beichen asked, still in disbelief. "Yes," Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. "Younger master, have you ever refined pills before?" "No, younger master. Is this truly your first attempt at alchemy?" "Yes." "Younger master, may I inquire about your current cultivation level?" "9th stage of Qi realm." Zhou Beichen and the others nearly spat blood at that revelation, their eyes wide as saucers, tears welling in their eyes as they felt utterly defeated by their own life experiences. "By the heavens, 9th stage of Qi realm, and on your first attempt at alchemy, you achieve 70% purity? How can one endure such a revelation? It is well known that while the soul's power is paramount in alchemy, the alchemist's cultivation level also plays a significant role. The process of refining pills consumes energy, and prior to establishing a Qi, aspiring alchemists are often deemed unrealistic. Yet, Jiang Chun managed to produce 70% purity on his first attempt. A blow too great for the trio to bear. "Younger master, I must know how you accomplished this," Zhou Beichen pressed, with the others looking equally eager for an explanation. "I've already mentioned, consuming more leads to proficiency." Jiang Chen shrugged, finding it difficult to articulate the astonishing nature of his rebirth. After all, he had taken many pills, and this served as a convenient excuse. "You scoundrel!" the trio exclaimed in unison. "Uncle Zhou, I feel invigorated and am ready to refine another batch. The recent explosion has given me insights. Perhaps I can produce perfect pills this time," Jiang Chen declared, shooing them out once more. Outside the chamber, the trio wore expressions of disbelief. They had initially thought Jiang Chen was merely toying around, but never did they expect him to actually produce pills, especially of 70% purity. Master, until now I never believed in extraordinary talents. Today, I am convinced, the portly elder remarked, still in shock. I too am convinced. This is the legacy of the Jiang family's ancestors. The city lord is indeed fortunate to have such a son, Zhou Beichen sighed. Do you think the young master can produce perfect pills? The lean elder inquired. That's impossible. Perfect pills are nothing more than a jest, Zhou Beichen and the portly elder replied in unison. Shaking their heads, what constitutes a perfect pill? It is one devoid of any impurities, a fact well understood by the trio. The alchemists of the Holy Yuan continent are also ranked: human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and saint grade. Yet, an alchemist's rank does not determine the quality of the pills they produce. The quality is contingent upon the alchemist's precision and control. Even an earth-grade alchemist would find it exceedingly difficult to create a truly perfect pill, let alone a novice like Jiang Chen. After nearly half an hour of toiling in the alchemy chamber, Jiang Chen finally emerged through the stone door. Younger master, have you finished? Zhou Beichen asked, curiosity evident on his face. Indeed, as expected, I am a prodigious talent, possessing unparalleled aptitude in alchemy. On my second attempt, I created perfect pills, Jiang Chen boasted, tossing 3 pills towards the trio. They instinctively grasped them, and upon closer inspection, their expressions shifted dramatically. Perfect pills, good heavens, the color, the potency. These are indeed flawless human origin pills, the portly elder gasped. The lean elder's eyes rolled back as he teetered, nearly collapsing in disbelief. This is not merely a prodigious talent. This is an extraordinary anomaly. I can't take it anymore. I simply cannot accept this, young master. Your existence is solely to undermine us old-timers, the portly elder lamented, pounding his chest in despair, while the lean elder nearly burst into tears, feeling as though his entire life had been in vain. Zhou Beichen could hardly contain himself, his old eyes fixed on the perfect pills in his hand, brimming with excitement. For a true alchemist, this was the first time he had ever seen what a perfect pill looked like. Uncle Zhou, if you feel unwell, just let it out, Jiang Chen said earnestly. The trio immediately bowed their heads in frustration, wishing to strangle the one who spoke such nonchalant words. Minutes later, they finally regained their composure, their gazes towards Jiang Chen transformed entirely. They came to understand a profound truth. There truly exist unparalleled geniuses in this world, and some individuals defy all logic. Amidst their astonishment, Zhou Beichen and the others wore expressions of relief and joy. With a son like Jiang Chen, Jiang Zhenhai's life was undeniably worthwhile. The alchemy workshop had hope. Uncle Zhou, please prepare more medicinal herbs, Jiang Chen instructed. What? You wish to refine more pills? Zhou Beichen inquired, astonished. Alchemy is the most demanding of practices, consuming both energy and soul power. While human origin pills are basic energy pills, producing perfect pills would require even more effort. Yet Jiang Chen, after achieving perfect pills, appeared as vibrant as ever, defying all expectations. In order to save the alchemy workshop, I must rise to the occasion. Jiang Chen patted his chest and declared that he wished to continue refining pills, driven by another purpose. One for himself. As he practiced the transformation of the dragon technique, the demand for Yuan-Chi pills increased significantly. Yuan-Chi pills are indispensable for martial artists on their path of cultivation. The human Yuan pill is merely one type of Yuan-Chi pill, with others such as the Earth Yuan pill and the Heaven Yuan pill existing as well. In the true realm of cultivation, Yuan-Chi pills serve as the most common and fundamental currency for trade, and it is only in small places like Tianxiang City that one might find transactions involving silver and gold in exchange for human Yuan pills. Naturally, Jiang Chen would disdain the previously worthless pills, thus he needed to prepare some for himself. With renewed vigor, Jiang Chen returned to the alchemy chamber, his face aglow with a brilliant smile. While alchemy is notoriously taxing on one's soul energy for others, it is the least of Jiang Chen's concerns. A century ago, he fell from the sacred cliff, severely damaging his soul. Although, now, with the fusion of 2 souls, the soul energy he could unleash was merely equivalent to that of the human pill realm. However, with the Daiyin soul refining technique, he could draw upon an inexhaustible source of soul energy, rendering him unperturbed by the consumption during alchemy. With a faint smile adorning his face, Jiang Chen Having been reborn, possessed the invaluable experience of a sage and memories of various cultivation methods, which constituted his greatest treasure in the Shengyuan continent. True soul refining techniques are exceedingly rare, and it is impossible to find even the most rudimentary forms in the entirety of Tianxiang City. This scarcity is precisely why most alchemists here cannot produce high-purity pills. The De Yin soul refining technique is the most powerful soul refining method in existence, boasting the most formidable and terrifying characteristic. It provides cultivators with a continuous supply of soul energy, alleviating fears of depletion during pill refinement. Now, equipped with the unparalleled transformation of the dragon technique, Jiang Chun not only cultivates dragon patterns within his body but also strengthens his physique to a terrifying degree, ultimately capable of transforming into a dragon. The synergy between the transformation of the dragon and the De Yin soul refining technique allows for simultaneous enhancement of the essence, body, and soul. Jiang Chen estimated that within a mere 20 years, he would achieve sagehood, reaching the heights of his previous life, and perhaps even transcend his corporeal form to become an immortal. This was the significance of his rebirth. Outside the alchemy chamber, Zhou Beichen took a deep breath and addressed the plump elder. "Old Su, you two keep an eye on the young master. Do not let the news of his alchemical prowess leak out just yet. I must go meet the city lord." The emergence of Jiang Chun as a genius alchemist was a momentous occasion, and he needed to inform Jiang Zhenhai without delay in the city lord's mansion. Jiang Zhenhai had been engrossed in the profound mysteries of the Xian Yuan technique since acquiring it, but his innate talent was limited, making it challenging for him to grasp the essence of this arcane method. According to Jiang Chen's assessment, it would be quite remarkable if Jiang Zhenhai could comprehend the threshold of the Xian Yuan technique within a month. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent knocking interrupted Jiang Zhenhai's thoughts. He hastily stored the Xian Yuan technique away and cleared his throat. "Come in." As the door opened, Zhou Beichen stepped inside. Upon seeing Zhou Beichen, Jiang Zhenhai felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He had been so focused on mastering the Xian Yuan technique that he had neglected the affairs of the alchemy workshop. Zhou Beichen's personal visit likely heralded unfavorable news. "Old Zhou, the alchemy workshop is devoid of business, isn't it?" Jiang Zhenhai inquired with a furrowed brow. "City lord, I have splendid news. We have a genius alchemist in the workshop who can produce perfect pills. The Morong family's 7-part pills are nothing in comparison." Zhou Beichen exclaimed with a grin. "What? Perfect pills? Old Zhou, is this true?" Jiang Zhenhai sprang to his feet, astonished. "Of course it's true. And this alchemist is someone you know." Zhou Beichen teased, deliberately withholding the name. "I know him?" "Who?" Jiang Zhenhai was taken aback, scouring his memories but failing to recall anyone he knew capable of producing perfect pills. "This person is right in the alchemy workshop. Come with me, city lord, and you shall see for yourself." Zhou Beichen replied. "Let us go." Jiang Zhenhai's interest was piqued. This matter was pivotal to the survival of the alchemy workshop, and he was determined to investigate in the alchemy chamber. Jiang Chen tirelessly refined human yuan pills until dusk, ultimately producing 100 pills. Such efficiency, if known to others, would surely astonish many. Most of these pills found their way into Jiang Chen's own possession. At that moment, however, he began to feel fatigue, not from the consumption of soul energy, as the De Yin soul refining technique ensured his soul energy would never wane. Jiang Chen identified 2 reasons for his weariness. First, the depletion of yuan energy. Alchemy not only drained soul energy, but also significantly consumed yuan energy. Although the transformation of the dragon technique was formidable, he had yet to fully condense even a single dragon pattern, and prolonged consumption was beginning to take its toll. Secondly, the extensive focus on a singular task had induced a foundational fatigue within his body. "Although I have cultivated the transformation of the dragon technique and my physique has been considerably enhanced, the fundamental weakness of this body remains evident. It seems I must find a way to fundamentally improve my physical condition." Jiang Chen mused. He understood that his current issue lay with his body. Despite having refined and stored medicinal potency for over a decade, and utilizing the transformation of the dragon technique, his foundation still felt inadequate. If he could refine a Tiger Yuan pill, it would solidify his foundation and enhance his core strength. A high-grade Tiger Yuan pill would be too taxing for his current state, but a lower-grade one would suffice. The Tiger Yuan pill is a foundational enhancement pill, precisely what I require at this moment, Jiang Chen noted. Within the alchemy chamber, he found paper and ink, preparing to jot down the materials needed for the Tiger Yuan pill. The ingredients were not overly complex, and given the Zhang family's resources, they could easily procure them. There were one or two ingredients that might be harder to find, for which Jiang Chen planned to use common substitutes. Yet, one key ingredient was indispensable: the spirit of a tiger demon. Ideally, acquiring the spirit of a human pill realm tiger demon would be best, but such spirits would be exceedingly rare in Tianxiang City. Thus, he resolved to settle for the spirit of a Peak Chi Si realm tiger demon instead. Jiang Chen contemplated that the most formidable beings in Tianxiang City were Peak Chi Si realm cultivators. Making the acquisition of a human pill realm spirit exceedingly difficult, he could only make do with a substitute for now, opting for the spirit of a Chi Si realm demon. After noting down the required materials for the Tiger Yuan pill, Jiang Chen stepped out of the alchemy chamber. Outside, Zhang Zhenhai and his companions had been waiting for quite some time, yet they exhibited no signs of impatience. Throughout this duration, Zhang Zhenhai had inquired about the genius alchemist numerous times, but Zhou Beichen and the others merely smiled, resolutely insisting on letting him see for himself that moment. As Jiang Chen emerged from the alchemy chamber, Zhang Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback. "Father, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen smiled, though he had anticipated Zhang Zhenhai's arrival, knowing that Zhou Beichen would undoubtedly inform him of such significant news. "Chener." Zhang Zhenhai blinked, then turned to Zhou Beichen and the others with a look of disbelief. "Old Zhou, the alchemist capable of producing perfect pills you mentioned. Surely it cannot be Chener." "Indeed, it is the young master." "Surprised, are we?" Zhou Beichen replied with a grin. "Impossible. This cannot be. This lad has a knack for taking medicine. But how could he possibly refine pills? You must be jesting with me." Zhang Zhenhai's reaction mirrored that of Zhou Beichen and the others when they first heard the news, his disbelief echoing their sentiments. "City Lord, the young master is a prodigy, and the 10 perfect human yuan pills you just witnessed were indeed refined by him," Zhou Beichen asserted. "Father, are you not pleased that I have become an alchemist?" Jiang Chen teased. "Oh, it is true. Ha ha ha." Zhang Zhenhai was momentarily stunned before bursting into joyous laughter, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Jiang Chen in a hearty bear hug. Overwhelmed with excitement, he thought to himself, "Heaven has eyes. This is my only son, and I have worried for him all these years, never expecting this waste to become a genius. City Lord, your family must have ancestral blessings to produce such a talent." Zhou Beichen jested. "Blessings? No, my family must have exploded with fortune," Zhang Zhenhai exclaimed, unable to contain his elation, as any father in the world would desire to see their son succeed. "Father, Uncle Zhou, here are 20 perfect human yuan pills." Jiang Chen presented 20 flawless pills. "So many?" Zhou Beichen and the others gasped in astonishment. In just half a day's time, he had produced 20 perfect pills. Was this truly his first foray into alchemy? "Ha ha ha, with these perfect pills, I will relish witnessing how the Morong family's alchemy workshop survives." Zhang Zhenhai laughed heartily. Chapter 12. The influence of perfect pills. The atmosphere was one of celebration. The Zhang family had not only birthed a genius alchemist but had also salvaged the alchemy workshop's business, leaving no room for discontent. "We shall commence sales of perfect human yuan pills tomorrow, delivering a crippling blow to the Morong family's workshop," the plump elder declared. However, only the young master possesses the ability to refine perfect pills. The demand for human yuan pills in Tianxiang City is immense, especially among affluent families. "Relying solely on the young master will leave us unable to meet the demand," Zhou Beichen remarked with a frown. "In that case, we three shall merely be ornamental, which is rather disheartening." The thin elder shrugged, feeling for the first time that he lacked value as a revered alchemist. If the workshop were to sell perfect pills, it seemed they would be of little assistance. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "What about composite pills?" "Composite pills?" Zhou Beichen and the others turned their attention to Jiang Chen, puzzled by his suggestion. The art of alchemy is indeed intricate, yet the process of concocting elixirs is remarkably straightforward. To be candid, I possess another skill: synthesis. If you provide me with 2 subpar elixirs, each at 60% efficacy, I can effortlessly combine them to create a flawless elixir. Thus, you shall handle the alchemical processes, while I shall focus solely on the synthesis. Furthermore, the apothecary offers more than just the human essence elixir. Various other types of potions require your expertise in crafting," Jiang Chen asserted, deeming this an impeccable plan. The notion of synthesizing potions is beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary alchemist, yet for Jiang Chen, the foremost sage in the realm, creating energy elixirs like the human essence variant is remarkably facile. What? Combining two 60% elixirs into a flawless one? How can that be? The corpulent elder nearly sputtered blood in disbelief. Such a synthesis technique was unheard of. Your astonishment is entirely understandable, but the method of synthesis indeed exists. To be frank, though my experience is acquired through practice, I have also received guidance from esteemed masters. Here, I present to you a technique for soul refinement, which should prove invaluable. Jiang Chen extracted a parchment from his robe, inscribed with the fundamentals of a soul refinement technique. Though it may not compare to the grand soul refinement arts, it certainly surpasses the ordinary. He handed the document to Zhou Beichen. Soul refinement. Zhou Beichen's voice quivered. As an alchemist, none understood the value of such a technique better than he. For an alchemist, nothing is more paramount than the soul and its power. The inability to craft high-grade elixirs stems from insufficient soul power. Thus, acquiring a soul refinement technique would be of incalculable benefit. The other two elders became equally animated, their eyes darting to the contents of the parchment, their excitement intensifying with each glance until their faces contorted with elation. Jiang Zhenhai, not an alchemist himself, could not grasp the profound significance of the soul refinement technique. However, witnessing the trio's fervor stirred a tempest within him. It was evident that the technique Jiang Chen presented was an invaluable treasure, a long-desired boon. What transformative experiences has my son undergone? Has he truly encountered a master? Jiang Zhenhai mused, reflecting on the shifts in Jiang Chen's cultivation and demeanor, from the Xian Yuan skill to the current soul refinement technique, and the remarkable ability to produce flawless elixirs. Such changes caught him entirely off guard. Nevertheless, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. Regardless, Jiang Chen remains his son, and a son with promise brings honor to his father. With a sudden thud, Zhou Beichen and the others knelt, clutching the parchment as if it bore the weight of the world. Jiang Chen was not surprised by their reaction. The items that passed from his hands were far from ordinary. This soul refinement technique, which he deemed unremarkable, would undoubtedly be coveted by the prestigious sects of Qizhou. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Please rise, Jiang Zhenhai urged, astonished by their fervent response. Your lordship's profound generosity shall be etched in our hearts for eternity, Zhou Beichen declared solemnly. Please, get up. It's merely a soul refinement technique, Jiang Chen chuckled, assisting them to their feet. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's dismissive remarks, the three felt a wave of dizziness, whether he was truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. The soul refinement technique was far too precious, something they had only heard whispers of until now. Jiang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with their reaction, while the trio remained unwaveringly loyal to Jiang Zhenhai. Human hearts can change, and one must provide unassailable reasons for loyalty. Jiang Chen aspired to conquer the entirety of the Shangyuan continent. This humble Tianxiang city was merely a stepping stone. Before he departed, he aimed to solidify his hold on Tianxiang city and win the hearts of its people. This soul refinement technique would ensure Zhou Beichen and the others remained steadfastly devoted to Jiang Zhenhai. The Jiang family's apothecary held the top position, and the significance of Zhou Beichen and his companions as alchemists cannot be overstated. Thus, Jiang Chen presented them with the soul refinement technique. With this technique, my soul power shall become purer and more concentrated, gradually evolving into something formidable. I believe I will soon be able to craft even higher-grade elixirs. Indeed, the assistance of the soul refinement technique can also stimulate elemental energy and enhance cultivation. The two elder alchemists exclaimed excitedly. Provided you pledge your unwavering service to the Jiang family, your future reward shall be even greater, Jiang Chen proclaimed. Rest assured, from this day forth, our lives belong to you. The city lord and young master, the corpulent elder affirmed eagerly. Jiang Zhenhai nodded quietly, acknowledging Jiang Chen's adeptness in winning hearts. Spread the word. Starting tomorrow, our apothecary shall offer flawless elixirs for sale. I wonder how the Morong family will react once we unveil the flawless elixirs. The lean elder laughed heartily. Chunner, I believe we can also leverage the synthesis of elixirs, Jiang Zhenhai suggested. Of course, tomorrow, we shall prominently display our prices at the apothecary's entrance. One flawless human essence elixir for 400 taels of silver. Additionally, we will accept two 60% elixirs and 300 taels of silver in exchange for one flawless elixir, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Young master, a 60% elixir typically costs 100 taels. Selling a flawless elixir for 400 taels is reasonable, but the exchange rate for subpar elixirs seems a bit steep, effectively pricing it at 500 taels, Zhou Beichen remarked, furrowing his brow. Fear not. Once the flawless elixirs are released, 60% elixirs will become obsolete. Many wealthy individuals in Tianxiang City will be willing to spend on elixirs, especially those who possess subpar elixirs and are eager to trade. Jiang Chun assured. Ha, young master is indeed astute, profiting from others' elixirs by synthesizing them, earning an easy 300 taels. I never anticipated your commercial acumen would be so formidable, the corpulent elder praised, giving Jiang Chun a thumbs up. Above all, remember this. Not a single elixir from the Morong family shall be accepted for synthesis. I intend to ensure they cannot sell a single elixir, Jiang Chun stated resolutely. Jiang Zhenhai and the other three exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing the shared amusement in their eyes, Jiang Chen's strategy would effectively marginalize the Morong family's apothecary, and it would not be long before they lost their foothold in the Tianxiang city market. Furthermore, my identity as an alchemist should remain a secret. We shall simply claim that a master alchemist has joined our ranks at the apothecary. Jiang Chen instructed, for in adversarial situations, one must never allow the opponent to discern one's true strengths. Very well, old Zhou, you are the head of the apothecary. The responsibility of selling elixirs shall rest with you, Jiang Zhenhai declared. Rest assured, city lord, Zhou Beichen replied with a smile, brimming with confidence at the prospect of having flawless elixirs in hand. By the way, father, please assist me in procuring the ingredients listed here, Jiang Chun said, producing the recipe for the tiger essence elixir and handing it to Jiang Zhenhai. Initially, he intended to give the recipe to Zhou Beichen, but since his father was now aware, he decided to entrust it to him. Jiang Zhenhai scanned the list and furrowed his brow. I can certainly gather the listed ingredients, but acquiring a peak Qi realm tiger spirit may pose some challenges. The vitality of spirit beasts is robust, and their physical prowess formidable. In direct conflict, human cultivators hold little advantage. A tiger spirit at the peak of the Qi realm is exceptionally powerful and difficult to subdue. Though the Jiang family's commerce includes various spirit beasts, those of this caliber are exceedingly rare. There truly none. Please do your utmost to procure one. It must be a tiger spirit, Jiang Chen urged, his brow furrowing, understanding that his father spoke truthfully about the rarity of such spirits. If no suitable option could be found, he would have to settle for alternatives. I will certainly do my best to secure one for you, Jiang Zhenhai assured, tucking the recipe away as he departed the apothecary. On the following day, as dawn broke, the atmosphere in Tianxiang City became electrified. The cause was an announcement from the city lord's residence proclaiming that the apothecary would be selling flawless elixirs. The mere mention of flawless elixirs was enough to send ripples through Tianxiang City. Within an hour, the news had spread like wildfire throughout the entire city. Is it true that the city lord's residence is selling flawless elixirs? It cannot be false. The city lord's residence would not disseminate false information, as that would severely damage the apothecary's reputation. Just the other day, the Morong family's apothecary introduced 70% elixirs, and now the city lord's residence is offering flawless elixirs. The competition between these two families is intensifying. Flawless elixirs. I have never seen one before. I have heard that they contain an abundance of pure energy, devoid of any impurities, and are coveted by all cultivators. Let us go see. If it's true, we might even have the chance to meet the alchemist capable of crafting flawless elixirs. Just a single announcement sent Tianxiang City into a frenzy. Many individuals rushed toward the apothecary at the city lord's residence. While many could not afford the 400 taels for a flawless human essence elixir, they could still partake in the excitement surrounding the escalating rivalry between the city lord's residence and the Morong family. Before the apothecary's grand entrance, a sea of people gathered, the fervor rivaling that of the recent wedding festivities hosted by the Morong family. The allure of the flawless elixirs was undeniably immense. Chapter 13. A business opportunity presented on a silver platter before long. A long wooden table was set up before the apothecary's entrance. The corpulent elder sat calmly behind it, flanked by several guards. Jiang Cheng stood at the forefront, wielding a massive sign, which he slammed down before the entrance, hands on his hips as he declared, "All those wishing to purchase elixirs, pay close attention." Jiang Cheng held an unparalleled admiration for his young master. Fully aware that the Dan workshop was set to sell the coveted 10-grade Dan eagerly volunteering himself, Jiang Chen appointed him to take the lead, leaving Jiang Cheng astounded by the unexpected favor. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as all eyes were drawn to the sign he had cast aside, which boldly proclaimed in large black characters, 10-grade human origin Dan, for 100 taels of silver each. We will exchange use Dan, 2 6-grade Dan plus an additional 300 taels for 1 10-grade human origin Dan. Each person is limited to purchasing 3 Dan per day. The conditions for acquiring the human origin Dan were clearly delineated on the sign. Buying Dan inherently involved expenditure, yet one must also adhere to the stipulations set forth. This was indeed a first for Tianxiang City. However, the allure of the 10-grade Dan was simply too great. The conditions did not incite discontent among the crowd. Many believed the last stipulation to be particularly favorable. Limiting purchases was essential, or else wealthy families would hoard them all, leaving nothing for others. Selling at 400 taels per Dan was already 4 times the previous price. This pricing was deemed reasonable, especially for a 10-grade Dan, whose worth far surpassed that of a 6-grade Dan. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Refining impure Dan requires considerable time to eliminate impurities, and even then, it is never entirely successful. Over time, internal impurities accumulate, making the prospect of a 10-grade Dan irresistible. Who would still settle for a 6-grade waste Dan? The only question that lingered was whether the Jiang family truly possessed 10-grade Dan, and whether they were merely deceiving the populace. Wow, look, the Jiang family is collecting waste Dan, exchanging waste Dan for 10-grade Dan. What a noble act. Yet, isn't the price a bit steep? I buy 2 6-grade Dan for 200 taels, and need 300 taels to exchange for a 10-grade Dan that totals 500 taels, which is even more expensive than simply purchasing a 10-grade Dan outright. This hardly seemed noble. It felt more like robbery. However, if they genuinely had 10-grade Dan, I would willingly spend to exchange my waste Dan. The discussions outside the Dan workshop buzzed with fervor. The initiative to exchange waste Dan for new ones captivated everyone's attention. Despite the somewhat outrageous pricing, if the Jiang family could indeed provide 10-grade Dan, who would still dare to use a 6-grade Dan? That would only highlight their shortcomings. Are there truly 10-grade Dan? Someone cried out, as doubts still lingered among the crowd. Silence. If you wish to buy, form an orderly line. If not, be gone. Jiang Cheng commanded from the steps, exuding an air of authority. I'll buy 1. Here is 400 taels. A lavishly dressed rotund man stepped forward, tossing 4 large silver ingots onto the table. This man was also a prominent figure in Tianxiang City, a master at the 7th stage of Qi realm, perilously close to the 8th stage. Obtaining a 10-grade human origin Dan could very well facilitate his breakthrough. 400 taels is no trifling sum. Ordinary families in Tianxiang City could scarcely afford such expense. Thus, pursuing cultivation not only demands immense willpower but also represents a costly endeavor. An individual with mediocre talent and no wealth would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve success in the realm of cultivation. Here is a human origin Dan. Take it carefully. Zhou Beichen handed the rotund man a palm-sized box. The man eagerly opened it, revealing the Dan within. The potency was rich, its color smooth and translucent. Far surpassing the Murong family's 7-grade Dan, this truly is a 10-grade Dan at just 400 taels. What a steal! The rotund man exclaimed in excitement, drawing the attention of many onlookers who beheld the extraordinary Dan in his possession. Its hue unlike anything they had seen before, unmistakably a superior Dan. Heavens! It really is a 10-grade Dan. Although the price has quadrupled, the energy contained within is at least 3 times greater, and with no impurities in the Dan. This price is a boon from the city lord's residence. I want to purchase one, even if it means exhausting my entire fortune. I am at the pinnacle of the 5th stage of Qi realm. Acquiring a 10-grade human origin Dan would elevate me directly to the 6th stage, allowing me to secure a favorable position. A 10-grade Dan. I've never even seen one before. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. The confirmation of the 10-grade Dan ignited excitement among the crowd. For practitioners of Qi realm, the 10-grade human origin Dan was a supreme treasure, one that could not be bought with mere riches. Bring me one. I will lay out all my assets. I want one too. The elderly man beamed with delight, exclaiming that the Dan was exceptional, and the demand far exceeded the supply. Damn it! Those who are cultivating with 10-grade Dan render our 6-grade Dan utterly useless. We might as well exchange them for 10-grade Dan. Some approached the table, proffering 2 7-grade Dan alongside 300 taels, seeking to exchange them for a 10-grade Dan. Murong family Dan are not eligible for exchange. The elderly man replied with indifference. The Dan of both the Murong and Jiang families bore distinct marks, making them easily recognizable. Furthermore, only the Morong family had previously possessed 7th-grade Dawn. What? No exchange? The individual was taken aback, suddenly recalling the relationship between the Jiang and Morong families. Listen well, Dawn for exchange must not be from the Morong family. We categorically do not accept Morong family Dawn. Jiang Qingbelo Dado. I regret purchasing tin Dawn from the Morong family just yesterday. The Jiang and Morong families were sworn enemies, and it was only natural that Morong family Dawn would not be accepted. Damn it. They've been using 10th-grade Dawn while I'm stuck with waste Dawn for cultivation. Had I known, I wouldn't have bought the Morong family's 7th-grade Dawn. What a loss. Many lamented their decisions to purchase from the Morong family, accepting the Jiang family's refusal to exchange Morong Dawn with little protest. As their animosity was already well known, in the following 3 days, the Jiang family's Dan workshop remained perpetually bustling, the allure of the 10th-grade Dawn proving insatiable. Particularly among affluent families, the desire to procure more was palpable. Zhou Beichen and the elderly man remained industrious, refining Dawn while also practicing the soul refining techniques imparted by Jiang Qian. For Jiang Qian, he solely focused on synthesizing new 10th-grade Dawn from the 6th-grade ones. A task so effortless it was akin to sipping cool water. Selling synthesized Dawn for 400 taels, while reclaiming the Dawn previously sold by the Jiang family, allowed them to profit significantly through this business model. Over the span of these 3 days, the once thriving Morong family Dan workshop grew eerily quiet. The Dan market in Tianxiang City had been completely monopolized by the Jiang family. Even the affluent families that had previously collaborated with the Morong family shifted their allegiance to Jiang. People are inherently pragmatic. With 10th-grade Dawn available, who would still settle for waste Dawn? Consider the disparity. While others cultivated with 10th-grade Dawn, you remained reliant on inferior Dawn, swiftly widening the gap on the 4th day. Bright and early, the Jiang family Dan workshop was already teeming with customers, even more so than in the previous 3 days. Thanks to ample stock, Jiang Chun found himself relaxed. Outside the Dan workshop, 2 tables were set up, with Jiang Qian seated at the center, legs crossed nonchalantly. Zhou Beichen and the rotund and slender elderly men flanked him, while Jiang Cheng stood resolutely behind Jiang Chen. Akin to a loyal bodyguard. Young master, our business has been remarkably prosperous these past 3 days, Jiang Qing exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded, this scene entirely within his expectations. The bustling atmosphere of sales and exchanges persisted for an hour. As Jiang Qian stifled a yawn, a sense of ennui washed over him. At that moment, 2 figures approached. Clad in black and wearing wide-brimmed hats that obscured most of their faces, they immediately piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Give me 3 human-origin Dawn. Here is 1,200 taels. A silver pouch was tossed onto the table, and the voice from beneath the hat was loud and arrogant, unmistakably youthful. Jiang Qian discerned immediately that one of them was at the 9th stage of Qi realm, while the other was at the initial stage of Qi Si realm. Remove your hats, Jiang Qian squinted, addressing them. I'm here to buy Dawn. Why should I remove my hat? The young man retorted, his tone even more haughty. Under such circumstances in Tianxiang City, one must disguise themselves to purchase Dawn from my workshop. Surely you must be from the Morong family, Jiang Chun remarked with a smile. Although these 2 attempted to conceal their identities, their pretense betrayed them, for purchasing Dawn should not be a clandestine affair unless one were affiliated with the Morong family. Upon hearing the name Morong, many turned their attention to the 2 figures, while Zhou Beichen and others exchanged glances, their expressions turning cold. Humph! The young man scoffed, raising a hand to remove his hat, only to be restrained by the black-clad individual behind him. Hui Shu, since we've been recognized, there's no need for pretense, the young man declared, discarding his hat to reveal a strikingly handsome youth, radiating arrogance. The black-clad figure behind him sighed and similarly removed his hat, revealing a man of around 50 with a profound aura, an expert at the initial stage of Qi Si realm. Jiang Chun cast a glance at the youth, recognizing that such a young individual at the 9th stage of Qi realm was an uncommon sight in Tianxiang City. Moreover, he found the youth's face familiar and soon recalled everything about him from his own memories. Morong family's most distinguished young talent, Morong Hao, had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi realm by the tender age of 18 and was the most likely candidate to break through to Qi Si realm before turning 19. Such a figure certainly possessed the right to be arrogant. Yet this individual had chosen the wrong target and had come to the wrong place. Humph! Morong Hao, are you here to cause trouble? Zhou Beichen let out a cold snort, seizing the silver on the table with the intent to throw it away, only to be restrained by Jiang Chen. Uncle Zhou, why discard the money that comes knocking at your door? Chapter 14. One move to defeat Jiang Chen. Quickly hand over the pills. Murong Hao, with an air of arrogance, was aware of the uproar surrounding Jiang family's Dan workshop over the past 3 days. While the Murong family remained desolate, this stark contrast was intolerable for him. Thus he decided to come and see for himself, intending to purchase a few complete pills. However, he was unexpectedly recognized upon arrival. As the foremost genius of the Murong family and the most handsome man in Tianxiang City, his pride was not something that could easily be challenged. The pills from Zhang's are meant for people, not beasts. I've accepted your money, so while my mood is still favorable, I suggest you crawl away and vanish from my sight, Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Who are you calling a beast? Murong Hao erupted in fury. As a distinguished genius of the Murong family, he had never encountered such disrespect. Just days prior, Jiang Chen had defeated Murong Ying, and Murong Hao had been eager to confront this suddenly risen star. To his surprise, he found himself here today. Why, young master is addressing you, fool. Even a simpleton could discern that. Has your ear grown deaf from neglect? Jiang Cheng, standing beside Jiang Chen, declared with imposing authority. In the past, he would have never dared to speak so boldly in front of the renowned genius of Tianxiang City. But now, emboldened by his master, he felt it was necessary to keep pace with Jiang Chen's disdain. You mutt, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Murong Hao's demeanor shifted in shock. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a surge of cold amusement. Murong Hao was still young and impetuous. Having grown accustomed to arrogance, entirely forgetting where he stood and the recent rift between the Jiang and Murong families. Silence. Jiang Chen slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. The dogs of the Murong family truly know no decorum. Instead of lounging in their own den, they dare to bark wildly on my Jiang family's territory. Guards, seize him! With a clamor, the guards of the Dan workshop surged forth, surrounding Murong Hao and the elder of the Qi realm. The bystanders hastily retreated. Having come to witness the complete pills, they were now treated to an unexpected spectacle. Who dares to touch my young master? The elder of the Qi realm trembled with authority. Even a Qi realm initial stage dares to be so brazen, Jiang Chen sneered. Murong Hao's dog not only lacks manners but is also oblivious to the circumstances. Zhou Shu, break this old dog's limbs for me. Yes, young master, Zhou Beichen responded with a low growl, leaping from behind the table, his Qi realm mid-stage aura erupting forth, instilling pressure that turned many faces pale. Murong Hao's arrogance would soon meet its downfall. Jiang Chen was no longer the coward he once was. Indeed, the Murong and Jiang families have severed ties. Yet Murong Hao dares to come to Jiang's Dan workshop. Is he seeking trouble? Whispers filled the air as many present had witnessed Jiang Chen's might just days prior. Even the head of the Murong family had been humiliated, let alone a descendant. Humph, Jiang Chen, what's the point of bullying the few with the many? If you have the guts, face me in battle today and let us determine who is the true genius of Tianxiang City. Murong Hao scoffed. Jiang Chen, recalling his recent victory over Murong Ying, recognized that Murong Hao, as the Murong family's most outstanding talent, would naturally seek to reclaim his honor through combat. This desire was understandable, and indeed, as the foremost genius of the Murong family, he had long wished to confront the suddenly prominent Jiang Chen. Manly? Of course, I am a man. I don't care about being the first among the younger generation. But if you wish to spar with me, I shall grant your wish. Everyone, step back, Jiang Chen bellowed, stepping out from behind the table. Today, he intended to make Murong Hao regret appearing here, leaving a deep scar on the Murong family. This was an opportunity that Jiang Chen would not let slip away. Young master, since these two dare to cause trouble in Zhang's Dan workshop, let me teach them a lesson, Zhou Beichen proposed hastily. Uncle Zhou, they have openly challenged us. If I don't respond, won't I be the subject of ridicule? Jiang Chen replied with a smile, aware of Zhou Beichen's concerns. Although he had defeated Murong Ying, he was uncertain if he could match Murong Hao, who had reached the peak of the Qi realm. Nevertheless, be careful, young master, Zhou Beichen cautioned, observing Jiang Chen's unwavering confidence, wondering where such assurance stemmed from. Clear the way, Jiang Chen commanded, and the Jiang family's guards withdrew, while the elder of the Murong family furrowed his brow in anxiety. Regrettably, he had allowed Murong Hao to come today. Should anything happen to him, He would have no explanation to offer to Morong Zhan. Hui Shu, you retreat as well. Watch how I teach this arrogant boy a lesson and restore honor to the Morong family, Morong Hao declared, closing his paper fan with a cold smirk. Be cautious. Young master, the elder whispered, stepping aside but remaining vigilant. Who do you think will win? I wager on Morong Hao, as he is at the pinnacle of the Qi realm, a formidable opponent. Jiang Chun may have defeated Morong Ying, but his reputation as a wastrel raises questions about his current capabilities. He certainly cannot match the Qi realm. I am not so certain. Jiang Qian is shrouded in mystery, with depths yet to be unveiled. After all, even Morong Zhan suffered defeat at his hands. The scene you may have missed showed Morong Ying, at the 8th level of the Qi realm, being knocked to the ground by a single slap from Jiang Chun. Whispers of speculation filled the air, as many had witnessed Jiang Qin's display of strength just days ago, and now they were eager to witness a clash between two geniuses, an opportunity not to be missed. Jiang Qin, make your move, do not say I bullied you. I will allow you one strike, Morong Hao taunted, his arrogance unabated. Let it be 10 strikes then. If you cannot afford to let me, do not offer such terms. Jiang Qin retorted with a sneer. You? Morong Hao's face flushed with anger. Humph. What use is clever tongue when it comes to action? With a slight shift of his body, Morong Hao unleashed the full force of the 9th level of the Qi realm. His powerful essence surging forth like a tidal wave. He was indeed formidable, wielding the strength typical of the pinnacle of the Qi realm, leaving Zhou Beichen apprehensive about whether the young master could handle it. Turning to Jiang Chun, he saw the unwavering smile on his face, a confidence that seemed to emanate from his very core, leaving Zhou Beichen puzzled. Morong Hao, do not rush to strike. What is the point of a mere brawl? Let us wager on something, Jiang Chun suggested with a sly grin. Very well, what do you propose? Morong Hao, emboldened by his confidence, inquired, if you win, I will let you depart safely today. Should you lose, however, you must leave something behind. Fear not, my mood is good today. I will not take your life, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. That wager seems unfair. If I win, I gain nothing, Morong Hao countered, a mere jest. Do you not believe I could issue a command that would turn you and this old man into dust? Your life would be returned to you, and yet you would still complain? Jiang Chen retorted unceremoniously. Very well, to teach you a lesson would not be in vain, Morong Hao said, suddenly launching a punch towards Jiang Chen. Aware that he could not win this war of words, with a resounding boom, Morong Hao's punch shattered the air, his fist shimmering with brilliance as he unleashed the Morong family's dominant fist technique, a top-tier martial skill renowned for its destructive power. Too weak, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head and remaining still. As Morong Hao's fist approached, he finally struck out with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, Jiang Chen's fist collided with Morong Hao's, producing a sound that sent shockwaves through the crowd. Crack! Ah! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream and the sound of bones shattering. One figure was sent flying. It was not Jiang Chen who was sent sprawling, but rather the overconfident Morong Hao, who now lay 3 zhang away, trembling on his legs, barely managing to stay upright. All eyes turned to Morong Hao, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they beheld his arm. Previously used to strike, now twisted beyond recognition, crushed to the point of being rendered useless. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood effortlessly in place, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a warm smile that suggested he had not lifted a finger in anger. Impossible! This cannot be! How could such power exist? Morong Hao's face was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as paper, as he gazed incredulously at Jiang Chen, whose calm demeanor only deepened his shock. Not just him, but all present were equally astonished. Defeating Morong Ying with a single strike and then Morong Hao with equal ease represented an entirely different level of prowess. Zhou Beichen and others gazed at Jiang Chen. This young master who resembled the wind, and within their hearts surged tumultuous waves. The transformation of a single individual was so profound that it was utterly unfathomable. The 2 elderly men chuckled and shook their heads. Indeed, he was a unique prodigy, not only formidable in alchemy but also terrifyingly powerful in combat. The young master had concealed himself deeply for over a decade, which must have been quite a burden. The members of the Jiang family were entirely captivated by Jiang Chen, with Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkling like a lovesick maiden's. It was astonishing. Jiang Chen had concealed his true capabilities so effectively that he was undoubtedly the foremost genius of Tianxiang City. defeating Morong Hao with a single punch. Were it not witnessed firsthand, it would have been unbelievable. Look, the real spectacle is yet to come. With Morong Hao's defeat, given Jiang Qin's temperament, it is likely that he will not let this slide easily. Many were aware that what lay ahead would truly be a remarkable display. Chapter 15. Castrated? Sure enough, Jiang Qin was poised to take action. Esto weak and fragile, yet still daring to claim the title of the greatest genius. Clearly, the Morong family could not even unleash a dog that would bite. By the way, it seems you have yet to concede. Allow me to deliver another blow. As Jiang Qin spoke, he extended his fingers like a sword and pointed fiercely beneath Morong Hao's waist. A golden light shooting forth at an unimaginable speed. Oh no! The expert from the Morong family, at the level of Qi Si, cried out in alarm and swiftly acted, unleashing a wave of energy to shield Morong Hao. However, with a resounding puff, Jiang Qin's golden light shattered the energy barrier effortlessly. This was a strike from the six-yang mysterious finger, and not even the full strength of a Qi Si initial stage expert could withstand it. With another puff, a sound resonated from beneath Morong Hao. Many witnessed the golden light striking precisely at his groin. Morong Hao felt a chill, looking down to find his trousers torn asunder, blood beginning to seep forth. A gruesome mass of flesh fell from his trousers to the ground, and in that moment, he finally comprehended the excruciating pain radiating from his loins. His heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as he collapsed, desperately clutching his injured area with the hand that remained unscathed, writhing in agony. The horrifying cries that escaped him were far from human, blood continuing to pour forth. Those who beheld the grotesque sight gasped in shock, and those who had their own manhood felt an involuntary chill, instinctively clenching their legs. It was over. This was the end. He was utterly ruined. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, save for Morong Hao's inhuman wails reverberating through the air. Gazing at the blood pooling beneath him, all present turned pale, including Zhou Beiqin and the rest of the Jiang clan, their hearts chilled. How ruthless! Could a man remain a man without that part? How could he possibly continue living? This was far more severe than losing an arm or a leg. He was completely incapacitated. Master! The elderly expert from the Qi Si shouted in desperation, rushing to Morong Hao's side, his face etched with panic. Such an injury left him at a loss for how to assist. Help me! Help me! It hurts. Morong Hao's pitiful wails persisted, the violent pain causing his entire body to convulse. The old man was drenched in sweat. Jiang Qin's actions had effectively extinguished the hopes of the Morong family, and he had no idea how to report this calamity back to the family head. Frantically, the elder retrieved a pill from his storage bag and placed it in Morong Hao's mouth. This pill could temporarily staunch the bleeding and alleviate the pain, but the severed root would never be restored. The elder abruptly turned, glaring at Jiang Qin, and bellowed, "Jiang Qin, this matter is far from over. The Morong family will not let this go lightly." "Stop right there," Jiang Qin commanded, his voice booming, "if you are unwilling to let this matter rest. Have you considered whether I, the young master, am willing to do so? Old dog, did I permit your departure? Take a good look at whose territory this is." Upon hearing this, many felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Qin's demeanor suggested that he would not relent. Morong Hao had been utterly ruined, unable to be a man, and Jiang Qin still sought further retribution. His methods were undeniably ruthless. Ruthless? Jiang Qin felt no such sentiment. As the world's foremost saint, the number of lives extinguished by his hand could form a mountain of corpses. His principles were clear. Once a hostile relationship was established, the opposition became an enemy. And dealing with enemies required no mercy. Previously, it had been agreed that a forfeit would entail leaving something behind. If you were to depart like this, I would lose all face. How shameless, the elder retorted in fury. You have already severed my young master's manhood, and you still demand more? Jiang Qin, do not go too far, the elder seethed, his anger boiling over. Had it not been for the powerful Qi Si expert present, he would have lunged at Jiang Qin in a fit of rage. What are you, to dare speak to my young master in such a manner? Zhou Beiqin shouted, incensed. This man, merely at the Qi Si initial stage, had the audacity to disrespect Jiang Qin in front of his own family. Jiang Qin raised a hand, signaling Zhou Beiqin to remain calm. What is sufficient is not for you to decide, but for me, the young master, to decree. That item that fell during the scuffle does not count. Morong Hao has lost. According to our prior agreement, you must leave something behind. Jiang Qing. Master, at your service, Jiang Cheng replied, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Break Morong Hao's legs and strip him of his clothing. Jiang Qin's smile was sinister as he spoke, for the Morong family's offense against him would exhaust their ancestral fortune. What? Both Morong Hao and the elder exclaimed in horror, with Morong Hao's bravado shattered. How could he live, having lost his manhood? If he were to have his legs broken and clothes stripped, death would be preferable. Jiang Qin, do you dare? The elder roared, his face contorted with rage. This was a disgrace beyond measure. The first genius of the Morong family publicly humiliated. Such an affront would tarnish the family's reputation. Dare? Old dog, do you think I would merely strip him of his clothing? Zhou uncle, apprehend this old dog and break his legs as well. Strip him of his clothing. Jiang Chun showed no mercy. He feared no repercussions, for toppling the Morong family was the first task on his agenda after reincarnation. He intended for all of Tianxiang City to witness the repeated clashes between himself and the Morong family. Very well. Zhou Beichen, with a cold smile, charged at the elder. He had found the elder distasteful, and he understood Jiang Qin's desire to humiliate the Morong family and establish the Jiang family's authority. The disparity between a mid-stage Qi expert and an initial stage one meant the elder was no match for Zhou Beichen. Under the pressure of Zhou Beichen's energy, he was swiftly knocked to the ground. Unable to move, Master, I have subdued him. Zhou Beichen turned to Jiang Qin. A mere buffoon dares raise his voice before me. Zhou uncle, teach him a lesson. Jiang Qin commanded like a sovereign dictating the fates of others. Slap, slap. Zhou Beichen obeyed without hesitation, striking with little mercy. The sound of his hands meeting flesh echoed like firecrackers, and in no time, the elder's face became a swollen mess, several teeth knocked loose, unable to articulate a coherent word. The spectators trembled, their gazes towards Jiang Chun filled with a mix of awe and terror, as if witnessing a little demon king. How brutal! Morong Hao's presence here was sheer folly, especially encountering Jiang Chen. Surely, he wouldn't actually break their legs and strip them bare. If that were to happen, the Morong family would suffer immense disgrace. I believe young Master Jiang is capable of anything. His treatment of the Morong family is utterly spine-chilling. The onlookers could only shake their heads. The arrival of these two from the Morong family at the Jiang clan's alchemy workshop was a monumental blunder. Master, please take a seat. Jiang Cheng hastily brought forth a rattan chair and placed it behind Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen offered a glance of approval at Jiang Cheng before settling down and crossing his legs. Jiang Cheng, as I instructed, break Morong Hao's legs and strip him of his clothing, Jiang Chun reiterated. I shall obey. Jiang Chen grinned, retrieving an iron rod from somewhere and striding towards Morong Hao, who was still writhing in agony, devoid of the strength to scream. The sight of the iron rod swinging before him nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Jiang Cheng was relentless. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's words were law. He raised the iron rod high and brought it down forcefully onto Morong Hao's legs. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Morong Hao emitted another inhuman scream. His eyes rolling back as he fainted. Master, the elder, still pinned down by Zhou Beichen, felt his vision blurring with blood. He understood that after today, the Morong family's first genius was utterly ruined. Even if he survived, his existence would be worse than death. Master, shall we continue with the stripping? Jiang Cheng inquired, glancing at Jiang Qian, who was leisurely observing the unfolding spectacle, awaiting further instructions. Let him faint. Break that old dog's legs. Jiang Chen's words were resolute, and the elder thrashed violently, but under Zhou Beichen's restraint, his struggles were in vain. Master, this old dog has offended you. I propose we simply kill him, Jiang Cheng suggested. Jiang Cheng remarked. You, sir, possess a heart that is rather ruthless. You threaten to take lives at the slightest provocation. As for me, I am known for my benevolence, always opting for compassion. Breaking legs and then stripping away their garments is merely a precursor. Jiang Qian spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, many were left utterly stunned, while the elderly man coughed up a mouthful of blood, flabbergasted by the audacity of this individual who claimed to be merciful. Your methods of torment are far more terrifying than death itself. Jiang Cheng chuckled. If you refrain from killing him, we will have to carry both of them back after breaking their legs, which would be quite troublesome. wouldn't it? Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Indeed, you make a fair point. Perhaps breaking their legs is a tad too cruel. How about we simply castrate them instead? Jiang Chen contemplated before stating. Very well, Jiang Cheng replied with a sinister grin, turning to the ashen-faced elder. My young master extends his mercy to grant you the status of a eunuch. Thud. The elder, at the peak of his capabilities, rolled his eyes and fainted. The crowd was left in shock, while Zhang's guards laughed heartily. This young master was indeed quite malicious. Making someone a eunuch was a cruelty surpassing that of breaking their legs. What a useless fellow, fainting so easily. Even if he were to die, he would still face castration, Jiang Chen remarked, pointing his fingers like a sword once more, unleashing a beam of golden light that severed the elder's manhood with a swift motion. Chapter 16. Young Masterly. Everyone gasped in horror. The scene was utterly brutal. Jiang Chen was like a little demon king. Anyone who fell for his seemingly harmless facade was destined for misfortune. The unbearable pain of such a severance was something no one could withstand. Even if one were to faint, they would inevitably be roused by the agony. The elder emitted a chilling scream, his body convulsing before he fainted again. Young master, this old fellow has lost consciousness, Jiang Cheng informed Jiang Chen. Strip them of their clothes, break their legs, and then discard them in an inconspicuous place. Clean up the scene and continue selling pills, Jiang Chen instructed with a casual air, a hint of icy coldness glimmering in his eyes. Anyone who stood against Jiang Chen, be it in this life or the previous, would never meet a favorable end. The guards of the Jiang family surged forward, swiftly stripping the unconscious Mu Ronghao and the elder of their garments, while Jiang Cheng used an iron rod to break the elder's legs before carrying him out in his bare state. The situation was dire. These two were utterly ruined. Mu Rong family's greatest talent, in his youthful arrogance, had picked a fight with the Jiang family, who were now irrevocably at odds. They had merely come to observe, yet chose to provoke. Was it not self-inflicted? Jiang Chun was certainly not one to be trifled with. Just days prior, the Mu Rong family had lost all face, and today, their top talent and a master of Qi Si had been stripped of their most vital attributes and had their legs broken. Jiang Chun had metaphorically slapped the Mu Rong family in the face, and it was a resounding slap at that. Indeed, the Jiang family now possesses an alchemist capable of refining top-grade pills. After suffering 2 defeats, the Mu Rong family is likely no match for the Jiang family, the crowd murmured, observing the rivalry between the two families as mere spectators, lacking the standing to intervene. Though some felt that Jiang Chen's methods were excessively cruel, there was a consensus that the rivalry would inevitably escalate. Continue selling pills, Jiang Chen stated, turning on his heel and walking towards the alchemy shop. As they beheld his imposing figure, a sense of dread washed over the crowd. This youth was nothing short of a devil. The young master is clear in distinguishing friend from foe, resolute and ruthless. With a profound depth of character, he is destined for greatness. The Mu Rong family is undoubtedly no match for him, Zhou Beichen thought to himself, realizing that the day's events had irrevocably altered his perception of Jiang Chen. The evening descended upon the Mu Rong family. Gazing at the unconscious forms of Mu Ronghao and the Qi Si elder sprawled on the ground, Mu Rongzhan's eyes blazed with fury. A middle-aged man, over 40, bent down to assess Mu Ronghao's injuries and frowned deeply upon seeing the state of his lower body. Is there any hope for recovery? Mu Rongzhan inquired. Young Master Hao's arm is completely shattered, both legs broken, and the most grievous injury lies below. He is utterly ruined, the middle-aged man stated before stepping aside. Bang! Mu Rongzhan slammed his palm onto the wooden table, reducing it to splinters. The hall fell silent, with everyone too terrified to utter a word, their gazes fixed upon Mu Ronghao and the elder. Shivering in fear, in a corner of the hall, sat a young man clad in white. Appearing to be in his 20s, strikingly handsome, with a voluptuous woman perched on his lap, her attire scandalously revealing. The young man paid no heed to the unfolding chaos, his glazed eyes fixated on the woman's bosom. Oblivious to the surroundings, patriarch, that Jiang Chen's methods are excessively sinister. This matter cannot be left unresolved. One person exploded with rage, lamenting that Jiang Chen's actions had cost the Mu Rong family a prodigy and dealt a severe blow to their dignity. Given Mu Ronghao's condition, it would have been more merciful to simply kill him, for this is nothing short of humiliation. That yellow-haired brat. I shall rend him limb from limb. gather all the forces of the family and prepare for war with the Jiang family. It will be a fight to the death. I intend to utterly dismantle Jiang Jinhai and his son. Mu Rongzhan was truly enraged, unprecedentedly furious. The Mu Rong family's dignity had been trampled repeatedly, and they had become a laughing stock in Tianxiang City. If no significant action were taken, the Mu Rong family would have no place left in this world. Wait, the voice suddenly interrupted, belonging to the young man who had been indulging in earthly pleasures. He gently pushed the alluring woman aside and slowly rose to his feet. Many in the hall viewed him with disdain, yet his identity and strength compelled them to suppress their feelings. Young Master Li, this matter absolutely cannot be left as is. Moreover, the Jiang family has produced an alchemist capable of refining top-grade pills, surpassing the master you brought. Mu Rongzhan asserted, I intend to confront Jiang Jinhai and determine who truly reigns as the overlord of Tianxiang City. Mu Rongzhan continued, his anger unabated, but noticeably more courteous in his discourse with this young Master Li, indicating that even the ruler of Tianxiang City dared not offend him. This individual was named Li Changhong, the son of the Qi City Li family, merely 20 years of age, yet already a master at the initial stage of Qi Si, possessing exceptional talent in Mu Rong family. Tell me, given your current strength and morale, what are your chances of winning against the Jiang family? Li Changhong inquired. This time Mu Rongzhan's brow furrowed. Truthfully, the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family were evenly matched. A true conflict would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, with Jiang Qin's recent rise, having humiliated the Mu Rong family twice, the Jiang family's morale was soaring. If war were to break out, the chances of victory would likely not exceed 30%. In my view, the Mu Rong family's probability of winning will not exceed 30%. Even if you were to stumble upon a victory, your family would be left in tatters. Therefore, recklessness is the least advisable course of action. Li Changhong stated. Some individuals, clouded by anger, nodded in agreement. Though he was a lecherous man, he possessed a sharp mind. What does young Master Li suggest we do? Should we simply let this matter slide? Mu Rongzhan could not swallow his indignation. Rest assured, since I have promised to assist you, I shall help eliminate the Jiang family in due time. Even the city lord's mansion will belong to you. Li Changhong replied with a sly smile. In these 28 cities, the city lord's mansion was merely a title with no real significance. The one with the might held the reins of the entire city. What insights do you have, young Master Li? Mu Rongzhan, being astute, recognized the truth in Li Changhong's words. Earlier, in his rage, he had nearly led the Mu Rong family into irreversible ruin. Tio fundamentally dismantled the Jiang family. They must first target the alchemy shop.as for Jiang Chen. Li Changhong held him in little regard. I will personally devise a plan to deal with Jiang Chen. For now, it is crucial to closely monitor the activities at the Jiang family's alchemy shop and locate that alchemist capable of refining top-grade pills. If we can recruit him, it would be a tremendous boon, Li Changhong stated with a confident smile, his mind wholly focused on securing the assistance of the alchemist. Young Master Li spoke correctly. However, the threat posed by Jiang Qian is indeed significant and must be swiftly eradicated. Mu Rongzhan has already perceived Jiang Qian as a thorn in his heart, and he will not rest until it is removed. Furthermore, he senses a dangerous aura emanating from Jiang Qian, one that he has never encountered even with Jiang Jinhai. Rest assured, head of the Mu Rong family, I have already devised a strategy. Once I deal with that alchemist, Jiang Qian will be eliminated, and the days of the Mu Rong family dominating Tianxiang City will be upon us. As Li Changhong spoke, he embraced the alluring figure in his arms and publicly kissed her on the crimson lips. Young Master Li, fear not. As long as we can eliminate the Jiang family, Mengji will entirely belong to you. Mu Rongzhan smiled broadly, for Mengji is not merely the name of one woman, but a collective term for 8 exquisite maidens. These 8 maidens are unlike ordinary courtesans. They were carefully selected from impoverished families by the Mu Rong family and trained in various arts, excelling in music, dance, and painting, in addition to their stunning beauty. More importantly, their enchanting skills far surpass those of typical courtesans. There are no more captivating beauties in the world. Everyone knows of the lecherous and charming nature of Li Changhong from Qicheng, and the reason he came to Tianxiang City to assist the Mu Rong family is indeed for these 8 Mengji. Ha ha, the head of the Mu Rong family truly understands me. Li Changhong laughed heartily. In the Jiang family's alchemy workshop, Jiang Jinhai had gathered all the materials for the Tiger Yuan pill and came to find Jiang Chenachiner. I heard you have incapacitated Mu Ronghao today. Well done. However, Morong Hao is the foremost genius of the Morong family, and having been defeated by you, I fear Morong Zhan will not let this go lightly, Zhang Zhenhai remarked, and no matter what Morong Zhan does, I will face it, Zhang Chun replied with a carefree expression. Seeing his confidence, Zhang Zhenhai couldn't help but smile. By the way, I have gathered the materials you requested, Zhang Zhenhai added. Chapter 17. The first dragon pattern in our trading association. We only possess a spirit of a low-grade tiger demon, which is merely at the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm. I fear it may affect the efficacy of your alchemy. So I specifically sent someone to Qicheng to purchase a high-grade tiger demon spirit at a premium, which I have placed in the alchemy room for you, Zhang Zhenhai stated. Thank you, Father. Zhang Qin's eyes lit up. There is no need for such formality between us, Zhang Zhenhai chuckled. Inside the alchemy room, beside the alchemy furnace, indeed lay a collection of medicinal materials. Zhang Qian examined them. Chinya grass, Bailing Sin, Launching Zhu, all essential for concocting the Tiger Yuan pill. Beside them was a red box containing a fist-sized demon spirit, crystal clear and exuding a faint glow. With a mere glance, Zhang Chun could sense the energy radiating from the spirit. It was indeed the spirit of a flame tiger. The fire seed within remained intact, a delightful surprise. Zhang Qin's face brightened. With his experience, he could immediately discern the true origin of this spirit. Although the flame tiger is a common demon beast, it is an anomaly among tigers, lacking any special bloodline yet possessing a unique flame. While the flame tiger's fire is not excessively potent, if refined, it would far surpass ordinary fuel for alchemy. Moreover, once absorbed, the flame's temperature can be regulated according to one's soul power. For an ordinary alchemist, absorbing external flames without unique methods is exceedingly difficult and perilous. But for Zhang Qian, a sage, refining and absorbing the fire seed of the flame tiger is remarkably simple. Rise, Zhang Qian commanded with a wave of his hand, and the spirit levitated into his palm. He then executed a complex seal, causing a red fire seed to extract itself from within the spirit. Zhang Chun opened his mouth and swallowed the fire seed whole. The fire seed is the essence of the flame tiger's fire. Once refined, it merges with the soul's essence and primal force, producing an everlasting flame. Upon entering his body, Zhang Chun immediately felt a surge of heat. Under his control, a torrent of soul power surged forth, swiftly engulfing the fire seed. With the combined effects of the dragon transformation technique and the great refining soul art, the fire seed was rapidly refined and integrated. Zhang Chun abandoned his previous methods of refining fire seeds, relying solely on the dragon transformation technique and the great refining soul art. The dragon transformation technique can absorb and refine any extraordinary bloodline, making the fire seed a trivial matter, especially with the assistance of the great refining soul art. Moments later, flipping his palm, a blazing crimson flame danced upon his hand, growing fiercer with the infusion of his primal force. Having absorbed the fire seed, the first dragon pattern was on the verge of solidification. If he were to directly refine and absorb the energy within this demon spirit, he could instantly reach the Qi-Si realm. However, consolidating his foundation is of utmost importance. He must solidify his roots first. Zhang Qin's experience in cultivation is truly unparalleled, and he understands the significance of establishing a solid foundation over mere advancement. Using the demon spirit to concoct the Tiger Yuan pill would result in a significant loss of energy essence. Yet Zhang Chun felt no regret. Good resources must be utilized where they are most needed. What he currently requires is not merely ascension to the Qi-Si realm but a complete enhancement of his physical form. With this flame, alchemy becomes vastly more efficient. Zhang Qin's eyes sparkled. With the great refining soul art and the flame tiger's fire, he would not even need an alchemy furnace. It is worth noting that the great refining soul art is not only a technique for refining souls, but also an exceptionally sophisticated method of alchemy. With a rush akin to a tidal wave, soul power erupted forth. Zhang Qin's hand trembled as flames surged, transforming into a sea of fire, merging with the soul power and producing crackling sounds. With a casual wave, he tossed the medicinal materials into the inferno. He completely discarded the alchemy furnace. Such exquisite alchemical techniques, if witnessed by Zhou Beiqin and his companions, would surely compel them to kneel in awe. Purification, fusion, and pill formation. The entire alchemical process was executed with utmost finesse in Zhang Qin's hands. His techniques were exquisite, flowing seamlessly from start to finish, exuding an air of mastery. The flames of the flame tiger raised the temperature in the alchemy room to twice that of before. And under the influence of the great refining soul art, the Tiger Yuan pill was fully concocted in merely 1 hour. Jiang Chen retracted his aura, drawing back the soul power and flames into his body, and grasped the formed pill in his hand. The Tiger Yuan pill was warm to the touch, even exuding a scorching sensation, with translucent strands of blood seeping from it, radiating a shimmering glow. An absolutely perfect pill. This Tiger Yuan pill reached the high-grade human level, and in my current state, it is the most suitable for consumption. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied with the Tiger Yuan pill he had crafted. A high-grade human-level pill could typically only be produced by alchemists at the human pill realm, and achieving a perfect 10 out of 10 is exceedingly rare. That Jiang Chen, possessing merely the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Qi realm, could concoct a high-grade Tiger Yuan pill would undoubtedly astonish many. The human Yuan pill is a fundamental energy pill, distinct from other pills. In the divine martial continent, the human Yuan pill, Earth Yuan pill, Heaven Yuan pill, and Saint Yuan pill are unique in their composition, containing pure primal energy essential for all cultivators in their training process. These 4 types of pills are singularly categorized into human, Earth, Heaven, and Saint levels without further subdivision into upper, middle, or lower grades. They are exceptional pills and the most foundational ones any alchemist can create. Consolidating the foundation, this Tiger Yuan pill can thoroughly stabilize my roots. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the Tiger Yuan pill. The immense medicinal power immediately radiated throughout his body, causing him to tremble. Dragon transformation technique, absorb. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, promptly channeling the dragon transformation technique. This supreme technique is terrifyingly powerful, not only rapidly absorbing the primal energy of heaven and earth, but also refining energy at an astonishing rate. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation technique, the medicinal power contained within the Tiger Yuan pill began to be absorbed gradually, with the foundational components directly permeating Jiang Chen's limbs and bones, reaching deep into his essence. The energy contained within the pill was absorbed by the dragon pattern residing in his dantian. Buzz buzz. Jiang Chen's body emitted a humming sound, resonating with powerful vibrations. He sealed off his 6 senses, completely immersed in the process of refining the pill's medicinal power. An hour later, Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth like cold light, causing the air to ripple. The Tiger Yuan pill had been thoroughly refined, and Jiang Chen underwent a remarkable transformation. The deficiencies in his essence were entirely replenished. His once frail body, through the tempering of the dragon transformation technique and the aid of the Tiger Yuan pill, had become nearly perfect. Moreover, due to the effects of the Tiger Yuan pill, the blood-colored dragon pattern in his dantian had fully solidified, a deep crimson as pure as snow. The first dragon pattern was entirely formed, granting him immense strength. With the 9th stage of the Qi realm, he possesses a force of 10,000 pounds. The dragon transformation technique is indeed formidable, and this foundation is far stronger than in my previous life. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, suddenly throwing a punch, which emitted a faint sound akin to dragon roaring. 10,000 pounds of strength is truly terrifying. Ordinary experts at the initial Qi Si realm cannot reach such power. Only those in the mid-Qi Si realm can exceed this figure. With Jiang Chen's current capabilities, he could easily match those in the mid-Qi Si realm. After the formation of the first dragon pattern, all of Jiang Chen's primal energy was stored within the dragon pattern. With a mere tremor of the pattern, the primal energy surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding into his limbs and bones. However, an excessively strong foundation may lead to difficulties in advancement. Once I accumulate more energy, I shall strive to break into the Qi Si realm. At that time, I should be able to condense another dragon pattern. Jiang Chen mused to himself, noting that he had already amassed a considerable quantity of human Yuan pills. With dozens at the perfect 10 out of 10 quality, sufficient for his breakthrough into the Qi Si realm, a dragon pattern took shape, with Jiang Chen's vitality surging and his physique robust. Combined with his immense strength of 10,000 pounds, he resembled a humanoid beast. After stretching leisurely, Jiang Chen stepped out of the alchemy chamber, where silence enveloped the alchemy workshop. At this moment, Zhou Beichen and the others were engrossed in their own alchemical pursuits. Following the acquisition of Jiang Chen's soul refining technique, the 3 elderly men had devoted themselves diligently to their training, immersed in their work to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Upon arriving at his residence, Jiang Qian had scarcely settled down when Jiang Qing hurriedly entered, flustered. "Jiang Cheng, what has caused such a commotion?" Jiang Qin inquired, taking a sip from the tea on the table. "Young master, there are two individuals outside who wish to meet our esteemed master of the alchemy workshop," Jiang Cheng replied. "Master? What master?" Jiang Chun was taken aback. "It is the one capable of refining perfect elixirs." Jiang Cheng clarified. Only Jiang Jinhai and a few others were privy to Jiang Qin's identity as an alchemist. Everyone else believed that a formidable alchemist had arrived at the Jiang family, including Jiang Cheng, who remained unaware that this esteemed master was, in fact, his own young master. "Who are they?" Jiang Chun inquired. "One is a young man, and the other is an old man. The young man is quite arrogant and claims to hail from Qicheng." Jiang Cheng reported truthfully. "From Qicheng? Have them wait in the hall and inform them that the master will arrive shortly," Jiang Chun instructed. Qicheng was a grand city, far surpassing Tianxiang City, and he was curious to meet individuals from there. Before long, Jiang Qian donned a new outfit, draping himself in a wide black robe and donning a straw hat, disguising himself to resemble Murong Hao from earlier. He entered the hall, where he could see two individuals seated under Jiang Cheng's invitation. One was a young man clad in white, approximately in his 20s, handsome yet exuding an air of arrogance. The other was an elderly man in his 50s, calmly seated. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the cultivation levels of the two were noteworthy. The young man, despite his youth, was at the initial stage of the Sea of Qi realm, a testament to Qicheng's prowess. The elderly man emitted a faint aura of soul energy, indicating he was an alchemist of no insignificant skill. "Having reached the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi realm, that you're dismissed," Jiang Qian told Jiang Cheng, his voice hoarse, causing Jiang Cheng to be unable to discern his tone. Curiously, he observed the alchemist master before respectfully exiting. "Why didn't I see the young master come out with the master?" Jiang Cheng scratched his head, puzzled. Chapter 18. The challenge. Jiang Chun strode directly to the head of the table and sat down with an air of tranquility. Remaining silent, observing this, the young man merely smiled faintly, finding nothing amiss in the master's demeanor. A master capable of refining perfect elixirs naturally possessed a degree of pride. "I am Li Changhong from the Li family of Qicheng." "It is an honor to meet you, master," the young man introduced himself, bowing politely. "The Li family of Qicheng?" Jiang Chun was taken aback. The Li family was a prominent household in Qicheng, holding a status comparable to that of the Jiang family in Tianxiang City. Unbeknownst to him, Li Changhong was currently aiding the Murong family in their efforts against the Jiang family, and he was equally unaware that the old man beside Li Changhong was a renowned alchemist capable of refining elixirs at a 70% success rate. Likewise, Li Changhong had no inkling that the master before him, capable of refining perfect elixirs, was the very Jiang Qin he sought to eliminate. Such talent should not be wasted in this small Tianxiang city. "Why not follow me, master? I assure you that you will be treated as a guest of the Li family. You must understand, the Jiang family is hardly worthy of even carrying our shoes. Your presence here is indeed a humiliation," Li Changhong stated directly, revealing his intentions without preamble. His words instantly transformed Jiang Qin's previously neutral feelings into disdain. "Get lost," Jiang Chun replied coldly, offering him no face. As the number one sage in the world, he would not be concerned with a mere Li family. "What did you say?" Li Changhong's smile faltered, and he was left dumbfounded, never having anticipated such rudeness despite introducing himself. He could not fathom why the master had suddenly turned hostile. He believed his earlier comments were humble and without fault. "Oh, not mistake my courtesy for weakness, why young master extends an invitation to you. And it is your fortune to be noticed in this vast realm of 28 cities. No one has dared to speak to my young master in such a manner." The elderly man at the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi realm responded angrily. "This master was sincerely invited by my young master." Li Changhong's eyes also gleamed with anger. "Leave while you can. Jiang Cheng, see them out," Jiang Chun said with a detached tone before turning to leave. Had it not been for the ongoing conflict between the Jiang family and the Murong family, making it unwise to provoke individuals from Qicheng, Li Changhong's disparaging words about the Jiang family would have been sufficient to end his life. Jiang Chun could have killed him without hesitation, even with a mid-stage Sea of Qi expert present. Jiang Chun swiftly exited the hall, leaving Li Changhong with a venomous expression. He had never faced such humiliation before. In this small Tianxiang city, someone dared to disregard his authority. "Young master, this person is so arrogant. Why not just eliminate him?" the old man suggested coldly. "Humph. How laughable that he believes his meager talents grant him the right to disrespect me. For now, we shall ignore him. Once I eradicate the Jiang family and seize this alchemy workshop, let us see how he manages then, Li Changheng sneered. Please leave. You are not welcome here, Jiang Qing imitated his young master's tone. Feeling a newfound confidence as if he too could be as formidable as his master, Li Changheng shot Jiang Qing a glare before storming off. Murong family, Li Gongzi, what happened? Did you meet that master? Murong Zhan inquired upon Li Changheng's return. Humph, that man is ungrateful. Once I destroy the Jiang family, I will settle the score with him. Murong family head, I shall assist you in eliminating Jiang Qin. Li Changheng declared, his face filled with fury. Upon hearing of the intent to eliminate Jiang Qin, Murong Zhan's spirit jolted. He had longed to rid himself of Jiang Qin in his dreams, but had lacked the opportunity. That Jiang Qin remains at home all day. What means do you have to eliminate him? Murong Zhan asked. I shall personally kill him. Murong family head, your plan. Li Changheng's face twisted into a sinister smile as he leaned in to whisper something in Murong Zhan's ear. Murong Ying's eyes brightened, and he gave Li Changheng a thumbs up. Your strategy is truly brilliant. If successful, it will undoubtedly eliminate Jiang Qin in one fell swoop. Once Jiang Qin is dead, Jiang Zhenhai will lose his backbone, and the Jiang family will no longer pose a threat. At noon, Jiang Qin was diligently practicing the dragon transformation technique in a separate courtyard. He had returned to the city lord's mansion the previous night, temporarily setting aside alchemical matters. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. The door to the separate courtyard swung open, and the captain of the guard, Jiang Cheng, stepped inside. Young master. Jiang Cheng, if you lack a good reason, I will surely break your legs, Jiang Qin warned, his irritation palpable at being disturbed during his training. Jiang Cheng recoiled, hastily explaining, young master, I did not intend to intrude. It is the Lord who wishes to see you. He requests your immediate presence in the council hall. My father is looking for me. Do you know what it concerns? Jiang Chen inquired. Typically, if Jiang Zhenhai sought him out, he would come personally or send a servant to summon him. Rarely did he call for him to the council hall, indicating that something significant had occurred. Young master, it is said that the Murong family has issued a challenge. Currently, the guests and elders are gathered in the council hall, Jiang Cheng replied, not daring to conceal the truth. A challenge? I shall go and see, Jiang Chen stated, adjusting his attire before striding out of the courtyard towards the council hall. The Murong family's challenge caught him off guard. If it were due to Murong Hao's actions, there should have been some indication the previous day, rather than waiting until 9 in the Jiang family's council hall. Jiang Zhenhai occupied the head seat, flanked by 5 or 6 experts of the Sea of Qi realm, including Zhou Biaiken. At Jiang Zhenhai's right, a challenge letter lay quietly on display. Father, esteemed uncles, Jiang Qin entered. Exuding an aura of elegance and grace, his eyes sparkling, and his posture upright, truly a dragon among men. The experts and elders present regarded this young master with newfound respect. Once, they had all been reluctant to spare him a glance. But recently, this young master had undergone a remarkable transformation, entirely different from the frivolous youth he once was. Even Murong Zhan had suffered at his hands, and the Murong family's top talent had been rendered incapacitated. Moreover, he addressed them with the courtesy of uncle, displaying basic respect. Such a promising young talent was hard to overlook and commend. Chinner, you have arrived. Jiang Zhenhai's expression softened upon seeing Jiang Qin. Father, I heard the Murong family has issued a challenge. What is the situation? Jiang Qin inquired. The challenge letter is here. You may peruse it yourself, Jiang Zhenhai offered, handing the letter to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin scanned the contents of the letter, which conveyed that to resolve the grievances between the two families, a duel was to be held. 3 days hence, the Jiang and Murong families would each select a young representative to duel in the central square of Tianxiang City. With significant stakes at play, the alchemy workshops of both families would be wagered, with the loser ceding ownership to the victor. Interesting indeed. They have even wagered their alchemy workshops. It seems Murong Zhan is quite committed to this gamble, Jiang Chen mused. With a casual chuckle, Jiang Chen tossed the challenge letter aside. The stakes inscribed upon it were undeniably substantial. While both the Murong and Jiang families possessed numerous enterprises, the true foundation of their wealth lay solely within the Danfang. The medicinal herbs and the essence of nature collected by the Merchant Association ultimately served the Danfang. In the entire Tianxiang city, there existed but 2 such establishments, and neither side could afford to lose one. should either lose their Danfang, it would equate to a significant loss of their source of wealth. Morongzhan's decision to wager the Danfang indicated a serious intent. Chiner, do you not find this challenge letter to be suspicious? Inquired Jiang Jinhai. Indeed, it is questionable, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. The Morong family's foremost genius, Morong Hao, has already been incapacitated by me. It can be asserted that the Morong family can no longer produce a talent capable of rivaling me, unless someone from their younger generation has ascended to the Qi realm, which would give Morongzhan the audacity to make such a decision. Young master is correct, you only incapacitated Morong Hao yesterday, remarked Zhou Beichun. Morongzhan is no fool, he is undoubtedly aware of your prowess. However, the audacity to issue such a challenge and wager the Danfang suggests that there is a hidden agenda at play. From my perspective, if Morongzhan is not mad, he must possess some confidence. That old fox would not act irrationally, therefore I deduce he must have a trump card. Perhaps someone in the younger generation of the Morong family has indeed reached the Qi realm. Another voice interjected. Chunner, what is your stance? Should we accept this challenge? Morongzhan's target is clearly you, Jiang Jinhai said, glancing at Jiang Chun. The gathered individuals were not oblivious. The challenge letter was evidently aimed at Jiang Chun. Recent events had showcased Jiang Chin's formidable nature, and Morongzhan's animosity towards him was palpable, far exceeding that of Jiang Jinhai, who dreamt of eliminating him. This challenge not only presented an opportunity to dispose of Jiang Chen, but also to undermine the Jiang family's Danfang. Morongzhan's intentions were transparent. Of course we shall accept, if I am not mistaken. This challenge letter has not only reached our Jiang family, but has likely become common knowledge throughout Tianqiang City. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the spectacle. If we were to decline, it would signify our fear of the Morong family, and Morongzhan would undoubtedly exploit this to his advantage, leaving the Jiang family unable to hold their heads high. Jiang Chun said with an air of calmness, devoid of any sign of anxiety. Furthermore, if Morongzhan wishes to play, we shall indulge him. I am curious to see what schemes he has in mind. Chunner, do not be careless, Jiang Jinhai warned, his brow furrowed with concern. Do not worry, father. I am well aware of my limits. Besides, this challenge letter has been issued to us, specifically naming me. To refuse would be a tremendous embarrassment. Jiang Chen replied, exuding confidence, for the world's foremost saint had never shied away from a challenge. You possess extraordinary talent, young Master Chen. You will surely thwart the Morong family's ambitions, someone remarked, it present. I cannot discern what tricks the old fox Morongzhan has up his sleeve. However, if indeed someone from the Morong family's younger generation has ascended to the Qi realm, Chunner, do you feel confident? Jiang Jinhai asked, his expression laden with worry. Not just he, but others shared this sentiment. Although Jiang Chun had vanquished Morong Hao, the gap between the ninth stage of the Qi realm and the Qi realm was not trivial. Moreover, this duel would not only determine Jiang Chen's safety, but also the fate of the Jiang family's Danfang, warranting serious consideration. Father, rest assured, I would not undertake any endeavor without confidence, as I said. If Morongzhan wishes to engage in this game, we shall accompany him to the end, Jiang Chen replied, his eyes narrowed with determination. With his capabilities, even facing someone in the early stages of the Qi realm did not daunt him. He feared not the Morong family's games, but rather their reluctance to play, which would render it all meaningless. Very well, I shall promptly respond to the challenge and accept, Jiang Jinhai stated, his spirit invigorated. He had unwavering faith in Jiang Chen, who, since undergoing his transformation, approached every task with assuredness. Witnessing Zhang Rulong's decisive victory over the ninth stage of the Qi realm and the recent incapacitation of Morong Hao had proven Jiang Chun to be no ordinary youth. Furthermore, the Jiang family had to respond to Morongzhan's challenge. Failure to do so would imply fear of the Morong family, as Jiang Chun had articulated, leaving the Jiang family unable to face the world. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the challenge issued by the Morong family reached the Jiang family simultaneously, and soon it echoed through the streets of Tianqiang City. Discussions surrounding the contents of the challenge letter proliferated in every corner of the city. What a spectacle awaits us! The Morong family has issued a challenge to the Jiang family, calling for a duel between the young talents at the central square of Tianqiang City in 3 days. Indeed, it is rumored that they are wagering the Danfang directly. The Morong family appears to be playing for keeps. Others chimed in. Clearly, the Morong family's target was Jiang Chun, whose sudden rise had instigated a profound sense of threat within them. They sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Chun and dismantle the Jiang family. However, one could not help but wonder. If Morong Hao is no match for Jiang Chun, who among the younger generation of the Morong family could possibly contend with him? Had Morong Zhan truly lost his senses? Impossible. The cunning Morong Zhan would not act irrationally. There must be a scheme at play. Let us observe closely, many speculated, pondering the hidden agenda behind Morong Zhan's challenge. Dio, you think the Jiang family will accept the challenge? Certainly, given young Master Jiang Qin's temperament, he will undoubtedly accept. Moreover, they have no choice. The entire city is aware of this challenge. If the Jiang family refuses, it would be tantamount to inviting ridicule, a disgrace they cannot afford. Came the response. The Jiang family has issued a challenge. Jiang Chun has accepted. This will surely be quite the spectacle. Another remarked that I anticipated they would accept. I wonder who the Morong family will send to face Jiang Chun in 3 days. Could there be someone more formidable than Morong Hao within their ranks? As residents of Tianxiang City, they were keenly interested in the clash of these two titans. Everyone understood that the dynamics of the city would inevitably shift, and with two tigers at odds, one would surely fall. This forthcoming battle would serve as a pivotal turning point in the conflict between the two families. 3 days swiftly passed, and today would mark the most bustling day in Tianxiang City. In the heart of the city lay a grand square, known as the Central Square, spanning a considerable area. At this moment, the square teemed with people, all eagerly anticipating the impending duel. The Morong family had arrived early, and under Morong Zhan's leadership, nearly 20 members gathered beside the battle platform at the center of the square. Morong Zhan wore a confident expression, seemingly assured of victory. Beside him stood a striking young man clad in white, none other than Li Changhong. Many onlookers turned their attention to Li Changhong, finding him unfamiliar, as he had never been seen before. Who is that young man? I've never seen him before, yet he stands alongside Morong Zhan. I do not know. He certainly does not appear to be from the Morong family, others speculated. Humph. Where are the Jiang family members? Are they too frightened to show up? Morong scoffed, recalling the humiliation he suffered at Jiang Qin's hands when he was knocked to the ground and forced to return Jiang Rulong's coffin, an affront that had left an indelible mark on his heart. Look, the Jiang family has arrived. The one in the black robe is young Master Jiang Qin. He was once the most notorious dandy in Tianxiang City, yet it seems he has been concealing his true self. Indeed, just look at his dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes. His demeanor exudes charisma. Recent events within Tianxiang City had all been intertwined with Jiang Qian, who had ascended to the status of a prominent figure in the city. Attracting attention wherever he went, the Jiang family positioned themselves directly opposite the Morong family. Jiang Zhenhai, do tell who from your family will battle? Morong Zhan sneered. Naturally, it shall be my son, Jiang Zhenhai retorted with a cold smile. However, at that moment, Jiang Qin's gaze was fixed upon Li Changhong, and he seemed to grasp something upon noticing him standing alongside the Morong family. As Jiang Chun scrutinized Li Changhong, Li Changhong also assessed Jiang Qian. Evaluating his opponent, this figure who had been making waves in Tianxiang City, I wonder who the Morong family will send into battle. Surely, they must have someone left, Jiang Zhenhai remarked, his tone tinged with derision. Morong Zhan's expression darkened at Jiang Zhenhai's words, which pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. At the same time, his animosity towards Jiang Qian intensified. Humph, that is not for you to concern yourself with. The Morong family will certainly field a contestant. With that, Morong Zhan let out a cold snort. As his words fell, Li Changhong leapt onto the battle platform, radiating the aura of the Qi realm. He looked at Jiang Qian and disdainfully declared, Jiang Chun, come up and meet your demise. Who is this person? He is not from the Morong family, murmured the crowd. The Morong family had summoned a young master from elsewhere, one who had already reached the Qi realm, which explained Morong Zhan's confidence in challenging the Jiang family. However, this seemed to violate the established rules of engagement. The murmurs of speculation intensified as the Morong family had unexpectedly sent an unfamiliar face into the fray. Morong Zhan, he is not one of the Morong family and lacks the qualifications to duel. Jiang Zhenhai's expression changed dramatically. He initially believed that the Morong family had a new prodigy who had ascended to the Qi realm, which would explain Morong Zhan's decision. To his astonishment, it turned out they had invited an outsider. The individual before him clearly had some experience in the initial stages of the Qi realm, with a solid foundation that surpassed that of someone who had just advanced. This posed a significant threat to Jiang Qian. Jiang Zhenhai, take a good look at the challenge letter. I merely suggested that both the Morong and Jiang families each select a young genius. I never stated that it had to be from my Morong family. If you can find a genius in the Qi realm, I have nothing further to say. Morong Zhan scoffed. Shameless. Utterly shameless. This is not fair, the members of the Jiang family exclaimed in outrage. Morong Zhan's insidious tactics were evident, employing such a scheme against them. I accept the challenge, Jiang Qin declared, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though his indifferent demeanor concealed his true thoughts, Qin'er. Father, there is no need to speak further. I accept the challenge. We, the Jiang family, cannot allow ourselves to be looked down upon. Jiang Qin smiled, fully aware of Li Changhong's identity, and he finally grasped the underlying scheme. His only regret was not having eliminated Li Changhong directly on that day. Li Changhong intended to kill him to seize control of the Jiang family's alchemy workshop, thereby destroying the Jiang family. A truly sinister plan. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Qin's eyes. He would show no mercy to any enemy intent on harming him or his family, regardless of their status. Even if the opponent were a scion of the Li family from Qicheng, those who offended Jiang Chun would ultimately meet the same fate. Jiang Chun leaped onto the battle platform, standing face to face with Li Changhong. Let me clarify, today's duel is a life-or-death contest. Once on the platform, we must determine life or death, and the losing side must unconditionally surrender the alchemy workshop to the victor. These conditions were clearly stated in the challenge letter, Morong Zhan proclaimed, stroking his beard, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction, as if everything were under his control. Indeed, he was confident. While others were unaware of Li Changhong's capabilities, he knew that as the young master of the Qicheng Li family, Li Changhong must have numerous hidden cards. Eliminating a mere Jiang Chun would be a trivial matter. Morong Zhan, you are truly shameless. Jiang Zhenhai retorted, troubled by Jiang Qin's safety, yet unable to counter Morong Zhan's words, for they were indeed in accordance with the challenge letter. Morong Zhan had crafted a trap for the Jiang family to fall into. Yes, this is rather underhanded. However, given Jiang Qin's calm demeanor, he may have a plan. It is hard to say. After all, the opponent is a master of the Qi realm, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Many murmured, lamenting that everything had been arranged by Morong Zhan, ensnaring the Jiang family in a predicament. The head of the Morong family was correct. Since they had stepped onto the battlefield, it was indeed a fight to the death. Life and death are fated, and fortunes lie in the heavens. I believe someone is ready to face their demise, Jiang Qin remarked with a sardonic tone. Haha, you ignorant brat, killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Li Changhong laughed heartily, completely dismissing Jiang Qin. Your pretentious demeanor is truly irksome, Jiang Qin scoffed, harboring no fondness for Li Changhong. Chapter 20. Relentless Humph. A trivial character like you is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. To kill you, I need but a single strike, Li Changhong sneered, his body suddenly trembling as the aura of the Qi realm surged forth. He launched a powerful punch at Jiang Qin, the air crackling with the force of his strike, his fist radiating brilliant light, seemingly intent on knocking Jiang Qin down with a single blow. Weak. Jiang Qin shook his head. The dragon pattern within his dantian suddenly quaked. His bones cracking audibly, he retaliated with a punch, his fist as solid as steel colliding with Li Changhong's. Bang. The two fists met, sending shockwaves through the air, the residual energy creating ripples. Yet, the outcome of their first clash left everyone in disbelief. Step, step, step. Li Changhong stumbled back 3 steps, each step resonating violently against the battle platform. Under the immense counterforce from Jiang Qin, Li Changhong's entire arm felt numb and weak, his blood and energy in disarray. Utterly defeated. What? Li Changhong gasped, his expression shifting as he looked up at the unmoving Jiang Qin, waves of astonishment surging within him. The result was beyond anything he could have anticipated. Reaching the Qi realm at the age of 20 indicated extraordinary talent, far surpassing the average initial stage Qi realm practitioner. Yet, he had just engaged with Jiang Qin and felt that the latter's Qi had yet to be fully opened, possessing only the 9th level of the Qi realm, yet still managed to push him back with a single punch. This was simply unimaginable. The Qi realm was merely a foundational stage. Practitioners spread their elemental energy throughout their bodies, and only by opening the Qi in the Danshan could they fully consolidate their elemental energy. This illustrated the gap between the Qi realm and the Qi realm. Jiang Qin, however, practiced the transformation dragon technique, storing his elemental energy within the dragon patterns, allowing him to consolidate his power even without having opened the Qi. How could this be? Morong Zhan, who had been smiling, suddenly froze in shock. So powerful. He even repelled a master of the Qi realm with a single punch. Just how strong is Jiang Chun? Such immense strength. I sense that Jiang Chun hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. This individual is truly monstrous. To suppress a master of the Qi realm while still in the Qi realm is exceedingly rare. If Jiang Chun were to lose, it would be tantamount to the Morong family shooting themselves in the foot. Many were taken aback, for Jiang Chun's performance had exceeded all expectations, displaying a fearsome strength that rendered him immovable on the battle platform. Well, Jiang Zhenhai laughed heartily, the worry in his eyes dissipating. With a son like this, it was as if smoke were rising from the ancestral grave. No, it was as if the grave had exploded. Easily defeated. I only used 70% of my strength, Jiang Qin declared with scorn. This disdain was a tremendous insult to Li Changhong, who had once been so arrogant. Jiang Qin's words and contemptuous gaze pierced Li Changhong's pride, leaving him severely humiliated. Jiang Qin, do not think that because you gained the upper hand with one strike, you have WONDMY techniques have yet to be revealed. Huangming finger. Li Changhong's aura surged once more as he brought his hands together. Thrusting out a finger, a massive pale yellow finger suddenly emerged, hurtling toward Jiang Chun. This was a formidable finger technique, a low-grade human-level skill. Upon seeing this crude technique, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. Compared to his own six-yang mysterious finger, Huangming finger was utterly worthless. I won't play with you any longer. Jiang Chun moved, his blood surging like a dragon, his veins bulging as if they were coiled dragons. His fists shimmering with brilliance, he struck at the Huangming finger, and given his strength, he could not be bothered to use any skills against someone like Li Changhong. Boom! Energy erupted. Jiang Chen's fist was capable of obliterating everything. The Huangming finger was utterly shattered, disintegrating into countless yellow sparks. The tremendous backlash forced Li Changhong to retreat 2 more steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was completely outmatched. Facing Jiang Chun was akin to a crushing defeat. With a swift motion, Jiang Chun appeared before Li Changhong, his hands gripping Li Changhong's shoulders like iron claws, lifting him high. Let us see how you like being a human sandbag. Jiang Chen's arms quivered as he slammed Li Changhong down onto the solid battle platform. Bang! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the chilling sound of cracking bones. Ah! Li Changhong screamed, leaving everyone watching astounded. A master of the Qi realm had fallen so utterly. But this was not the end. Time to put an end to your arrogance. Jiang Chen lifted Li Changhong once more, raising him above his head and then slamming him down again. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact resonated with a horrifying sound, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Even those who had witnessed Jiang Chen's ruthlessness were unable to withstand such a scene. The air was filled with screams and splattered blood, as Li Changhong became nothing more than a plaything in Jiang Chen's hands. Utterly defenseless. Such relentless torment could break even the strongest of men, and all present understood that Li Changhong's fate was grim. Stop! A loud shout rang out from the crowd of the Morong family as an elder leaped onto the battle platform. You little beast, dare you lay a hand on the young master of the Qi family? The elder's fury was palpable. He had never anticipated that Li Changhong would be defeated so swiftly and thoroughly. By the time he realized what had happened, Li Changhong was already in a state of disarray. What? The young master of the Qi family? Panic spread through the crowd. It's over. Jiang Chun has landed himself in grave trouble. Upon hearing the name of the Qi family, many were once again stunned. Even those unaware of the Li family knew of Qicheng, a power far beyond that of Tianxiang City. Jiang Chun had brutalized the young master of the Li family. This was beyond comprehension. Just as everyone expected Jiang Chun to hesitate in light of the Li family's formidable reputation, his next action left them all in shock. Old fool, do you not understand the rules of the life and death battle platform? Get the hell down! With a furious exclamation, Jiang Chun viciously stomped his foot onto the already mangled face of Li Changhong. Arrogance, wildness, domination. Everyone present felt an overwhelming and lawless aura emanating from Jiang Chun's not particularly imposing figure. It was an invincible bravado, infused with the essence of a ruler, radiating a confidence and authority that was undeniably innate and utterly unfeigned. Even upon realizing the identity of his opponent as a scion of the esteemed Li family, he remained undeterred, using his foot to ruthlessly press his adversary down, while openly berating a mid-stage master of the Qixi realm. Regardless of how the events would unfold today, the sheer force of Jiang Qin's presence captivated all, igniting a fervor within many. This was the mark of a tyrannical genius. No one else present could muster such audacity or demeanor. "Chinner!" Jiang Zhenhai exclaimed in alarm, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that Li Changhong was indeed the young master of the Red City's Li family. He was acutely aware of the Li family's formidable power, and knew well that they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Jiang Zhenhai made a move as if to ascend the battle platform. Feeling the significant threat posed by the mid-stage elder of the Qixi realm, "Father, I alone shall decide today's matters. No member of the Jiang family is permitted to intervene. We must adhere to the rules of the life and death battle platform, and cannot act like certain despicable curs that cannot bear to lose and thus seek to disrupt the established order." Jiang Qin's aura surged, resonating with the might of a sovereign. Damn it, what a true man. So domineering. Men ought to be this way. If I could possess such ferocity for just a moment, even death would be worthwhile. Do not disrupt the rules of the battle platform. Step down, for life and death are determined by fate. Indeed. Who was it that established the rules? Now that you have lost, do you intend to act dishonorably? Many were stirred by Jiang Qin's imposing presence, beginning to shout loudly. The Li family of the Red City was indeed fearsome, and they could not afford to offend them, yet the crowd's grievances could still be voiced. The duel had originally been instigated by the Morong family, and they had brought outsiders into the fray, which was already shameless enough. Now, to attempt to disrupt the rules of the battle platform was to be even more brazen. Observing Jiang Qin's actions, while somewhat ruthless, was entirely justifiable in a life-and-death contest. Either he dies, or I do. Old fool, get down from here, or I shall shatter his skull, Jiang Qin bellowed at the elder. Little wretch, how dare you? The elder, filled with rage, felt indignant. As a member of the Li family, he had never encountered such insolence. Under normal circumstances, he would have swiftly reduced the insolent boy to a mere puddle of flesh. But with his own young master currently underfoot, the stakes were perilously high. Dare? I will demonstrate it for you. Jiang Qin had never been one to submit to threats, viewing the elder as inconsequential. Thus, in full view of the crowd, he unleashed a brilliant ray of energy, akin to a sword, directed at the prostrate Li Changhong. Li Changhong's entire head exploded, blood splattering across the battle platform, and he twitched a few times before falling completely still. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Many who were closer to the platform turned pale, nearly retching at the sight of Li Changhong's shattered skull. The brutality was overwhelming. Such violence was unbearable for the average person. No one had anticipated that Jiang Qin would act so decisively, refusing to entertain any threats. By the look of him, it was clear he would not hesitate to kill even if the one beneath his foot were a prince of heaven. What? The scene sent shockwaves through both the elder and Morong Zhan, both realizing the dire implications of Li Changhong's death. Little wretch, I shall tear you apart, the elder roared in fury. His young master had been publicly slain. Leaving him with no way to return home, he had no choice but to kill Jiang Qin. Tear me apart? Let's see who gets torn. Jiang Qin's gaze glinted with cold ferocity, even in the face of a mid-stage Qixi master. He stood resolute. The dragon patterns in his dantian surged, his fingers poised like a sword as he unleashed the six-yang mystic finger. Whoosh! A dazzling golden beam shot forth, akin to an indomitable sword. Charging at the elder, boom! The six-yang mystic finger was a technique of earth grade. Even a single manifestation of the one-yang finger unleashed tremendous power, causing the air to churn with dark smoke and a thunderous roar. What? The enraged elder suddenly cried out in alarm, a profound sense of impending doom rising from within. However, the speed of the one-yang finger was too great to evade. In a moment of desperation, the elder attempted to counter with a palm strike. Crack! Under the onslaught of the one-yang finger, the palm strike crumbled as easily as tofu, obliterated without resistance. Bang! The one-yang finger struck the elder directly. A fountain of blood erupting from his shoulder as everyone watched in horror. One of his arms was severed and sent flying, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The elder let out a horrific scream. His eyes filled with terror, he was shaken. Had he not reacted swiftly to shift his body at the critical moment, the strike would have been fatal. not merely a loss of an arm. What kind of technique is this? So powerful, the very air resonated in response. The might of this technique was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Just how much had Jiang Chen concealed? A mere 9th-tier Qi realm cultivator had managed to severely injure a mid-stage Qi master. Such a feat was utterly inconceivable. This monster, could he perhaps be a reincarnated sage? Gasps of astonishment spread through the crowd, their faces pale at the sheer horror of the scene, as if trapped in a dream. Even Jiang Zhenhai stared wide-eyed. Realizing that the technique Jiang Chun had just executed was certainly not one belonging to the Jiang family. The family's strongest technique was merely of mid-tier human grade, while Jiang Qin's skill evidently transcended that realm. On the battle platform, having injured the elder, Jiang Qin staggered, his complexion pale, nearly collapsing. The tremendous energy expenditure from forcefully employing an earth-grade technique was immense, draining all of Jiang Qin's vital energy and dimming the dragon patterns within his dantian. The previous encounter with Murong Hao had only involved a flicker of the Wanyang finger's brilliance. This time, he had exerted his full strength. Jiang Qin hastily retrieved a human essence pill and swallowed it. Channeling the transformation dragon technique to restore his strength, Jiang Zhenhai finally came to his senses, leaping onto the battle platform to stand beside Jiang Chun. "Father, kill him." Jiang Qin's expression remained ice-cold, his tone devoid of warmth. Jiang Zhenhai raised his gaze towards the gravely injured elder, determination and ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. The Li family would indeed be offended, but he would fully support his son's resolve. Very well. With a sudden eruption of mid-stage Qi realm power, Jiang Zhenhai lunged forward, and under the immense pressure of his aura, the already injured elder found himself unable to move even a muscle. Jiang Zhenhai struck with a palm to the elder's crown, killing him instantly. The arena fell into an eerie silence, a deathly stillness enveloping the space, broken only by the sound of blood dripping from the platform. The acrid scent of blood sending chills down everyone's spine. Wow! Finally, the crowd erupted, the shock of the moment igniting a collective reaction. Everyone foresaw that Tianxiang City was on the brink of a true upheaval, one that would irrevocably alter its historical trajectory. So ruthless, so barbaric. All eyes turned towards the mere 15-year-old boy, whose indifferent visage concealed an unparalleled cunning. Resolute, merciless, at just 15 years of age. Few would believe it had they not witnessed it firsthand. His gaze was as cold as ice, his expression as placid as still water, his intellect as profound as the ocean, and his audacity unmatched. A regal aura radiated from his very being. When he turned fierce, it instilled fear in all hearts. No one could comprehend how one could undergo such a transformation so swiftly, and even fewer could fathom that beneath this youthful exterior lay the soul of a millennia-old ancestor. The members of the Murong family turned pale, finally realizing that the two lying in pools of blood had been regarded as esteemed guests by their entire clan. Now, they lay lifeless on the battle platform. They had confidently issued the challenge, brimming with vigor, yet no one could have predicted such a disastrous conclusion. "Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chun, do you realize whom you have slain?" That was the young master of the Red City Li family. Murong Zhan's face flushed with rage as he admonished them, yet inwardly, he felt a surge of delight. Jiang Qian had killed Li Changhong, and the Li family would undoubtedly not let this pass lightly. Should they seek revenge, what good would remain for the Jiang family? Humph! Jiang Chun cast a cold glance at Murong Zhan and raised his hand, unleashing two crimson flames that fell upon the bodies of Li Changhong and the elder. Hiss! The flames consumed fiercely, turning the two corpses into a blazing inferno. "This is too much." Murong Zhan couldn't help but gasp in shock. This youth was excessively ruthless. His character surpassed all expectations. After killing, he sought to incinerate the bodies entirely, clearly intending to irrevocably offend the Li family. "Very well, Jiang Chun, you are indeed ruthless. We shall take our leave." Murong Zhan had initially planned to take the bodies of Li Changhong and the elder back to the Li family as a show of respect. He had not anticipated Jiang Qin's brutal turn, incinerating the corpses without a second thought. "Stop!" Jiang Zhenhai shouted. "Murong Zhan, are you leaving just like that? Have you forgotten our previous wager? From this day forth, your Murong family's alchemy workshop shall belong to the Jiang family." The faces of the Murong family members changed drastically. The alchemy workshop was the most vital asset of their clan. Even if business had recently declined, they could not simply relinquish it. especially since it was a matter of dignity. However, the challenge was self-imposed, and the terms of the wager were determined by them. Tio retreat in front of such a multitude is simply unrealistic. Rest assured, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics. Murong Jean let out a cold snort, striding away with the members of the Murong family, reminiscent of the day they arrived at the city lord's residence for the wedding. Carrying a hint of dejection, the Murong family had come today with an unwavering belief in victory, having meticulously devised their strategies, yet they never anticipated such an outcome. On the battle platform, Jiang Chen consumed a human essence pill. And with the aid of the transformation dragon technique, his primordial energy swiftly recovered. Even with his current level of cultivation, executing the 6-yang mystic finger, though he could only manage the first finger, was still quite a strain. Chener, are you all right? Jiang Zhenhai inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, father. Let us go, Jiang Chun replied with an air of indifference. He descended from the battle platform and walked towards the city lord's residence. With the Jiang family trailing behind him, their faces devoid of the joy of victory and instead marked by deep worry. How could they not be anxious? Jiang Chun had just slain the son of the Li family from Qicheng, and word of this would soon reach Shikeng. The Li family would undoubtedly seek retribution, and if they decided to strike against the Jiang family, what means did the Jiang family have to defend themselves? Young Master Jiang is truly formidable, employing a 9th-stage Qi realm cultivator to contend with a Qi Si realm opponent. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Though the Jiang family had triumphed, they were now faced with an even greater crisis. It would not be long before the Li family from Qicheng would arrive. Alas, a storm is brewing in Tianqiang City. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious in the end. As tensions mounted, the Li family, being the most powerful entity among the 28 cities of this vast domain, typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of others. However, this time, the Li family would surely intervene. Murong family, patriarch, should we truly relinquish the Danfang to the Jiang family? It is our foundation, someone asked with reluctance, of course, but they may well possess the means to obtain it without the means to utilize it. Murong Tian, you are to head straight to Qicheng and inform the Li family of young Master Li's demise. The Murong family turned their gaze towards an elder. Understood. I shall depart at once. Murong Tian clasped his fists and left promptly. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the Jiang family vanishes from Tianqiang City altogether. When the time comes, the Danfang will still belong to us, and the Murong family shall reign supreme in Tianqiang City. Murong Zhan wore a cold smile. His strategy of using another's blade to slay an enemy was undeniably ruthless. On the other side, within the Jiang family, city lord, the Li family will undoubtedly retaliate. We must prepare ourselves, Zhou Beichen remarked. Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brow. What preparations could he make against the formidable Li family? His gaze inevitably drifted towards Jiang Chen. Everything rests upon me, Jiang Chen stated simply, his 4 words resonating with a faint regal aura. His expression was calm and composed, yet brimming with confidence. His demeanor suggested that even if the sky were to fall, it would be of no consequence. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of the source of this young master's confidence. After all, it was the Li family from Qicheng. Yet, young Master Chun had indeed wrought miracle after miracle. Jiang Qin's self-assurance seemed to infect everyone present, as if he were a born leader, evoking a sense of awe akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. In that moment, it dawned on everyone. As long as young Master Jiang was present, everything would be just fine. Even Jiang Zhenhai found himself subconsciously leaning on Jiang Chun as the pillar of support. I believe in young Master. Since he has said so, he must have a corresponding strategy. We shall focus on our own tasks first and reclaim the Danfang from the Murong family, Zhou Beichen suggested. No need. Jiang Chun replied coolly. I must enter seclusion now. No one is to disturb me. Furthermore, father, gather all of the Jiang family's combat strength. Gathering combat strength? Chunner, what are you planning? Jiang Zhenhai was taken aback, as were the others. I do not know what the Li family will do, but I do know that tonight, the Murong family will cease to exist in Tianqiang City. After stating this, Jiang Chun turned and strode towards his residence. He had never been one to dawdle. Tianqiang City could not accommodate 2 tigers. Murong Zhan was undoubtedly seeking to leverage the Li family's arrival to deal with the Jiang family, reaping the benefits for himself. In light of this, Jiang Chun would first dismantle the Murong family. In his mind, enemies existed solely to be obliterated, as the young master implying that we shall engage in all-out war with the Murong family tonight. Zhou Beichen gazed at Jiang Qin's retreating figure, astonished. According to Chen Er's words, we shall assemble the entire combat strength of the Jiang family, Jiang Jinhai declared, his voice filled with resolve. Tianxiang City was on the brink of upheaval, and even the usually cunning Murong Zhan could not have anticipated that Jiang Qian would strike at this juncture. In the Murong family, Murong Zhan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited the Li family's arrival. Once they arrived, the Jiang family would surely be obliterated, and the entire Tianxiang City would effortlessly fall into his grasp. However, your vengeance is nigh. That wretched Jiang Qian shall meet a gruesome end. Murong Zhan's expression was twisted with malice. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Qian, wishing nothing less than to devour him whole. From the wedding reception to Murong Hao's humiliation, and now the recent battle platform confrontation, the Murong family's reputation had been tarnished repeatedly by Jiang Qian. Moreover, to defeat the son of the Li family from Qicheng with a mere 9th stage Qi realm cultivation was a testament to Jiang Qin's formidable potential and explosive power. The mere thought of such a prodigy continuing to grow sent a painful sting through Murong Zhan's heart. If left unchecked, Jiang Qian would likely render the Murong family obsolete in Tianxiang City within a few short years. Fortunately, Jiang Qian had offended the Li family of Qicheng, granting Murong Zhan the opportunity to use their animosity to eliminate Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to devise his own strategies against Jiang Qin. Now, all that remained was to bide his time and reap the rewards. While the Murong family enjoyed a facade of tranquility, the Jiang family was bustling with activity. Jiang Jinhai and Zhou Beichen, along with the other high-ranking members of the Qi realm, assembled the entirety of the Jiang family's combat strength, awaiting Jiang Qin's command to strike against the Murong family. Jiang Qin's reputation soared, eclipsing even that of Jiang Jinhai, and at this critical juncture, the city lord himself regarded Jiang Qian as the cornerstone of their hope. The Jiang family was industrious, yet one place remained eerily quiet, the residence of Jiang Qin. Jiang Jinhai had made special arrangements to ensure that no one approached within 100 paces of the residence. At this moment, Jiang Qian was in seclusion, diligently cultivating. His battle with Li Changhong had proven immensely beneficial. Although he dismissed Li Changhong's tactics as trivial, his Qi realm cultivation was undeniably solid. Jiang Qin himself had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Qi realm, only a step away from the Qi realm. And all he needed was an opportunity. Today's fierce battle on the life and death stage, and the full exertion of the first finger of the 6-yang mystic finger had finally allowed Jiang Qin to break through his bottleneck and aim for the Qi realm. The Qi realm is a fundamental stage that every cultivator must traverse. It is the phase where one learns to perceive the heavenly and earthly essence, drawing it into their body to cultivate. However, Qi realm cultivators do not condense their primordial energy. It is dispersed throughout their bodies. Upon reaching the 9th stage, a Qi realm cultivator may attempt to create a Qi within their dantian. Once the Qi is formed, the primordial energy gathers within it, allowing for true condensation. Jiang Qin sat cross-legged upon a large azure stone, a blood-red dragon pattern pulsating within him, and his primordial energy began to stir restlessly. It is time. Qi, open for me. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with determination as he issued a sharp command. The dragon pattern within him thrashed more violently, emanating waves of crimson light, visible blood energy. Buzzing, in an instant, Jiang Qin's dantian resonated with a humming sound, and as the dragon pattern swayed, the dense primordial energy transformed into serpentine forms, rampaging within his dantian. The primordial energy and dragon pattern acted as tools to carve out a space within the void of his dantian. Gradually, a fissure began to form within his dantian. Whoosh! As the fissure appeared, torrents of primordial energy surged in, with the dragon pattern leading the charge, resembling a general commanding a vast army. The primordial energy surged forth, launching a fierce assault on the fissure. Slowly but surely, the fissure expanded, carving out a space. At that moment, invisible storms of heavenly and earthly essence swirled into Jiang Qin's body. Whoosh! Jiang Qin felt as if he were an insatiable abyss, absorbing the heavenly and earthly essence without end. The range of his absorption grew wider, ultimately altering the air currents above the city lord's residence. Whirlwinds began to rise from above the city lord's residence, and all the heavenly and earthly essence converged towards a single direction, forming a massive vortex above the residence in the center of the city lord's estate. What is happening? Why has such a strong wind suddenly arisen? The loss of heavenly and earthly essence is alarmingly rapid. Look, it's coming from the young master's residence. This scene indicates that the young master is about to ascend to the Qi-Si realm. Indeed, the young master has been in seclusion, and I never anticipated he would reach the Qi-Si realm so quickly. Truly remarkable. The young master is only 15 years old, and already at the Qi-Si realm. How extraordinary. I have never witnessed such a talent before. The people within the city lord's residence erupted into a frenzy. Jiang Jinhai, Zhou Beiqin, and others, all experts in the Qi-Si realm, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they recognized the significance of the situation. Someone was ascending to the Qi-Si realm. The young master is advancing. Haha, splendid. A 15-year-old at the Qi-Si realm. Even the prodigies of Qicheng cannot compare. The young master is truly a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Haha, indeed. My family's ancestral grave has indeed experienced a great upheaval. The emergence of the 15th level Qi-Si realm is truly astonishing, bringing tears of excitement to Jiang Jinhai. Before long, the surrounding celestial energy of the city lord's mansion was completely absorbed by Jiang Chen. However, this was far from sufficient to cultivate the Qi-Si. Relying solely on the celestial energy was utterly inadequate. One must also depend on the human Yuan Din. As Jiang Chen spoke, he directly retrieved 3 human Yuan Dan and swallowed them. Under the operation of the transformation dragon technique, the human Yuan Dan transformed into the purest energy, surging towards the Qi-Si. The Qi-Si is the foundation of a cultivator, and Jiang Chen needed to develop it to the fullest extent. Buzz.as the human Yuan Dan were consumed. A blood-red dragon pattern gradually formed within Jiang Chen's Qi-Si, marking the emergence of the second dragon pattern. The 3 human Yuan Dan were swiftly depleted. Yet Jiang Chen felt as though his Qi-Si was an insatiable abyss, seemingly forever unable to be filled. Generally, when others advance to the Qi-Si realm, relying solely on celestial energy suffices. Even exceptionally talented individuals only require 1 or 2 human Yuan Dan to complete their advancement. However, my consumption of 3 was still far from sufficient. It appears that the transformation dragon technique is indeed formidable. Yet, this is beneficial as greater consumption strengthens my foundation. As Jiang Chen spoke, he retrieved another 3 human Yuan Dan. Fortunately, he had previously prepared an ample supply of these elixirs. Otherwise, the situation would have become quite troublesome. The greater the consumption, the stronger the foundation. Yet this left Jiang Chen speechless. Go think that the initial advancement to the Qi-Si realm could require such expenditure. The future of condensing human dawn, celestial dawn, and divine dawn will undoubtedly entail unimaginable consumption. Training in the transformation dragon technique is akin to burning money. It is evident that Jiang Chen's path to advancement will be marked by immense consumption. An hour passed, and Jiang Chen had consumed a total of 10 human Yuan Dan to fully complete his advancement, at which point the celestial energy returned to a state of tranquility. With a sudden flash, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth, causing the very air to tremble. His hair billowed without wind, and an aura of superiority radiated from his entire being. Within Jiang Chen's dantian, a luminous Qi-Si had been forged, within which the primordial energy surged like a flowing river. The center of this energy, 2 distinct blood-red dragon patterns intertwined, alongside which a 3rd dragon pattern had already manifested its shadow. With a mere thought, all the primordial energy within the Qi-Si flowed into the 2 semi-dragon patterns, and with another motion, it surged forth like a torrent, permeating his limbs and bones. The 3rd dragon pattern had also condensed halfway. Even stronger than I had anticipated, and I now possessed the equivalent of 25,000 pounds of strength. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. In terms of strength and primordial energy alone, he was already comparable to a typical late-stage Qi-Si expert. While he might slightly fall short against the likes of Jiang Jinhai and Morong Zhan, in terms of other abilities, the 2 combined would not stand a chance against Jiang Chen. Moreover, the formation of dragon patterns is inherently a process of refining blood energy. Cultivating the transformation dragon technique is also a means of tempering Jiang Chen's physical form, and ultimately, when he ascends to dragon form and soars into the sky, his body will possess the strength of a true dragon. The sea of consciousness has also been opened. Jiang Chen exclaimed softly, realizing that his sea of consciousness had been established. With a single thought, an intangible consciousness surged forth from his sea of consciousness. Under the sweep of this divine awareness, Every flower and blade of grass in the courtyard fell under his control. Generally, cultivators must condense a human Dan to reach the human Dan realm before they can open their sea of consciousness and awaken their divine awareness. To think that I would open my sea of consciousness right after advancing to the Chi Sea realm. Truly, the transformation dragon technique is extraordinary. Jiang Chun was elated. As the world's foremost saint, no one possessed more profound cultivation experience than he. To open the sea of consciousness at the Chi Sea realm was undoubtedly a testament to the power of the transformation dragon technique. Jiang Qin increasingly recognized the might of this ancient supreme art, a technique of such caliber that no ordinary method could be compared to it. After ascending to the Chi Sea realm, Jiang Qin did not rush outside. Instead, he gazed up at the sky, where the sun was at its zenith, radiating fiercely. At this moment, the abundant yang energy was perfect for him to cultivate the 6 yang mysterious finger, utilizing it to absorb pure yang energy, which would greatly benefit his physique. Jiang Chun formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and secretly activated the mantra of the 6 yang mysterious finger. Instantly, strands of pure yang energy flowed from his fingertips into his body. As he cultivated the transformation dragon technique, he inherently possessed a yang-imbued physique. The dragon patterns within him were the most vigorous and yang-infused entities in existence. If he could further acquire pure yang energy, the benefits would multiply. Buzz! The golden radiance on Jiang Qin's fingertips intensified, emitting a resonant hum, gradually reaching a point where it felt nearly uncontrollable to go. Suddenly, Jiang Chun let out a soft shout, and with a sharp point of his finger, a stout golden finger shot forth like a blade. This time, it was not merely golden light, but a substantial form of attack. The golden finger sparked against the void, moving at an unparalleled speed, striking a large blue stone towering over a person's height. Chapter 23. Fierce and ferocious. Boom! A powerful roar resonated as the enormous and solid blue stone shattered, shards scattering like sharp blades. While the fragmented stone billowed with clouds of black smoke, the turbulent waves of impact still swirling. Now this resembles the essence of the one yang finger. Faced with such formidable offensive power, Jiang Chun merely nodded. After advancing to the Chi Sea realm and condensing 2.5 dragon patterns, the true potency of the one yang finger was unleashed under such overwhelming primordial energy and strength. With a single finger strike, he obliterated the large blue stone. One could only imagine the outcome if such a strike were to hit a person, resulting in certain obliteration. The 6 yang mysterious finger, derived from the 9 yang mysterious art, is a top-tier earth-grade combat technique. The one yang finger is merely the first technique within the 6 yang mysterious finger. This technique was personally crafted by Jiang Qian, which allowed him to manifest the genuine might of the one yang finger even as he had just advanced to the initial stage of the Chi Sea realm. However, wielding the 2nd yang finger remained an insurmountable challenge. Even so, exerting the one yang finger with full force demanded immense consumption of Jiang Qin's primordial energy, though it did not deplete him as it had previously. Coupled with the robust recovery afforded by the transformation dragon technique, he was able to recuperate relatively quickly. As the sun set, the last remnants of daylight faded, heralding the arrival of night. Jiang Qian donned a black robe and exited the courtyard. This night, Tianxiang City was destined to be sleepless. Under the cloak of darkness, it would surely be a night of bloodshed. In the Jiang family mansion, torches blazed, illuminating the night sky as over 100 figures stood in somber assembly. Jiang Zhenhai, along with 6 or 7 Chi Sea experts led by Zhou Beichen, stood at the forefront, awaiting Jiang Qin's command. Upon Jiang Qin's arrival, all eyes turned towards him. Chun'er, you have advanced to the Chi Sea realm? Jiang Zhenhai exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Father. Is everything prepared? Jiang Qin inquired. We have gathered all the combat strength from the city lord's mansion. However, we have yet to mobilize the forces within our family's territories, as we fear it may give the Morong family an opportunity to exploit our vulnerabilities, Jiang Zhenhai responded. The industries of the Jiang family were always countered by those of the Morong family, and the long-standing rivalry had often led to conflicts. Jiang Zhenhai had refrained from recalling their forces, wary of leaving their territories exposed to the Morong family. Young master, do you have any plans? Zhou Beichen asked. No need for plans. After tonight, the Morong family will vanish completely from Tianxiang City. Father, arrange for 4 Chi Sea experts to proceed to different territories and launch a full-scale assault on the Morong family. The rest will directly storm the Murong residence, Jiang Qin declared, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. Youth, our overall strength is not significantly different from that of the Murong family. Each of our major industries has Qi experts stationed within. If we send out more, attacking the main Murong residence may prove quite challenging, Zhou Beichen remarked. In truth, he still did not comprehend why Jiang Chun was so eager to engage the Murong family in battle when their strengths were closely matched, which could lead to mutual destruction. Zhou Beichen, from this moment forward, you need only execute whatever I say and I will provide you with all the Qi experts. Within 2 hours, I want you to dismantle all of the Murong family's industries. If you cannot accomplish this, do not ever appear before me again, Jiang Qian warned coldly, casting a single glance at Zhou Beichen that instilled dread within him. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were facing not a mere 15-year-old youth, but rather an ancient monster who had lived for 1,000 years. Understood, young master, Zhou Beichen bowed deeply, no longer daring to harbor even the slightest doubt. Jiang Cheng, you will lead a team to sweep through Tianxiang City. No one is allowed to step outside, Jiang Chun commanded with the authority of a general issuing ironclad orders. Although he did not wish to harm the innocent, the industries of both families were so widespread across Tianxiang City that once battle commenced, the flames of war would inevitably engulf the entire city. Yes, young master. Jiang Cheng followed Jiang Qin's lead with unwavering loyalty. Even if Jiang Chun stated that feces were fragrant, Jiang Cheng would believe him to be correct. The rest of you, follow me and my father to storm the Murong residence. Jiang Qin's expression turned cold. At this moment, his words were akin to imperial edicts, and none dared to disobey. Set off at once. Jiang Qian commanded sharply. Jiang Cheng led 20 men to depart from the city lord's mansion, followed shortly by Zhou Beichen and several Qi experts. As for the specifics of the assault, Jiang Chen relinquished control. He had given Zhou Beichen 2 hours to dismantle the Murong family. If he failed, he might as well perish. Father, let's join forces. You and I will confront Murong Zhan, Jiang Chun said with a smile as he looked at Jiang Zhenhai. Chenner, are you truly so confident? Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brows. Even if the Murong family was unprepared, there had to be at least 5 masters at the Qi realm within the Murong residence. Father, are you afraid? Jiang Qin teased. Afraid? Damn it, you little rascal. How dare you look down on your old man? Let's go. Jiang Zhenhai glared, his temper flaring as he realized that his son held him in contempt. As Jiang Qian and Jiang Zhenhai, accompanied by over 100 guards, charged towards the Murong residence, battles had already erupted across various industries. The entire Tianxiang city was engulfed in flames, descending into chaos. Hurry, the city lord's mansion and the Murong family are at war. Quickly return, lest you become collateral damage, cursed one man. Damn it, Jiang Qin is truly formidable. It seems he intends to wage a full-scale war against the Murong family. Tianxiang City was thrown into disarray. Those who had ventured out were frightened into retreat, and many shops hurriedly closed their doors. Everyone understood that tonight would be anything but ordinary. The following day, Tianxiang City would likely undergo a profound transformation. Murong family, master, it's bad. A guard rushed into the conference hall, drenched in sweat. What happened? Murong Zhan inquired. Master, our industries are simultaneously under attack from the Jiang family, and we are struggling to hold our ground. The guard responded, trembling with fear. What? Murong Zhan exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. Jiang Zhenhai is declaring total war on me. He must be cornered and fears retaliation from the Li family. So he seeks to strike us before they can react, an elder at the Qi realm remarked. This cunning old fox dares to play such a trick on me, Murong Zhan seethed. His teeth grinding, he had anticipated reaping the benefits while suffering no losses, but Jiang's sudden assault was causing the Murong family significant damage. Master, many masters at the Qi realm are appearing in our industries, which is why we cannot withstand the attack, the guard explained. It seems Jiang Zhenhai has dispatched all of his Qi realm experts. Hemph. In that case, I, Murong Zhan, am not to be trifled with either. The city lord's mansion must be left vulnerable. We shall gather our forces and directly assault it. With a cold command, Murong Zhan realized that he could not remain passive while the enemy had initiated hostilities. The Murong family's experts were also distributed among various industries, and counting Murong Zhan himself, there were 5 masters at the Qi realm in the Murong residence. With his order, the Murong residence soon became a hive of activity. 15 minutes later, over 100 warriors marched out of the Morong residence's grand gates just as the Jiang family arrived, the two forces standing face to face in the plaza outside. Jiang Jinhai, I never expected you would dare to wage war against the Morong family. Morong Zhan's face was etched with fury. Enough with the idle talk. Kill. At some point, a long sword had appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, its blade glinting ominously as he strode forward, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him, leading the charge towards the Morong's ranks. Kill! Jiang Jinhai bellowed. His guards, trained as death warriors, surged forward behind Jiang Chen, their murderous intent palpable as they clashed with the Morong family. Ha ha, Jiang Jinhai, you and your son dare to attack my stronghold alone. It seems you are truly desperate, fearing retaliation from the Li family. Kill! Morong Zhan laughed heartily, viewing Jiang Jinhai and his son as nothing more than suicidal fools. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the two sides clashed, swords meeting in a cacophony of violence. I will handle Jiang Jinhai. You deal with that brat. Morong Zhan leaped towards Jiang Jinhai, calling out to the four other Qi realm experts. That kid has some tricks. Let me take care of him. An elder at the mid-Qi realm charged at Jiang Chen, fully aware of his strength, having witnessed him effortlessly slay Li Changhong. Die! Jiang Chen coldly uttered, raising his sword high and cleaving downward towards the elder. Boom! The strike unleashed a formidable momentum, sending shockwaves as Jiang Chen's Qi aura erupted, shattering the elder's offensive energy. The long sword vibrated, unleashing a barrage of sword rays that ensnared the elder in a deadly web. UVE broken through to the Qi realm? The elder was horrified. Earlier that day, Jiang Chen had only been at the 9th stage of Qi realm, and now he had ascended. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiang Chen instilled a deep-seated dread within the elder. As if the frail body bore the weight of a mountain. Under the sword web's confinement, the elder found it difficult to breathe, his chest tightening. PFF. So swift was Jiang Chen's sword, like a thunderclap, that the mid-Qi elder had no chance to resist and was cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth, painting a gruesome scene as the elder's innards spilled onto the ground, writhing grotesquely. The stench of blood overwhelming. The previously agitated crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on Jiang Chen and the butchered remains before him. Some, unable to handle the horror, nearly vomited. These were seasoned fighters, yet none had witnessed such brutality. Finally, someone retched out a tea that moment. Jiang Chen stood with his sword, droplets of blood cascading from its blade, his expression impassive, as if such carnage were routine. It was hard to fathom that a mere 15-year-old boy could possess such composure and ruthless skill. Many gazed at Jiang Chen as if confronting a demon. Morong Ying and the younger generation of the Morong family turned pale. They looked at Jiang Chen, their emotions a tumultuous blend of disbelief and fear. Not long ago, he had been a figure of scorn, a wastrel of Tianxiang City, but now, the transformation was staggering. That little beast has actually ascended to the Qi realm. Morong Zhan was alarmed. The implications of Jiang Chen's advancement weighing heavily upon him. Today, I wonder who will meet their end. Jiang Jinhai laughed heartily, realizing that Jiang Chen's might had surpassed his expectations, finally understanding that Jiang Chen's confidence stemmed from his undeniable strength. You three, attack together and kill him, Morong Zhan commanded the remaining 3 Qi realm experts, knowing that a one-on-one confrontation would likely leave him vulnerable. Kill! Jiang Jinhai roared, unleashing his full prowess at the pinnacle of the late Qi realm as he clashed with Morong Zhan. The two locked in a fierce struggle. The Jiang family's death warriors surged into battle, invigorated by Jiang Chen's decisive kill of a mid-Qi realm expert, fighting valiantly against the Morong family. Despite having several Qi realm experts, the Morong family's morale paled in comparison to the Jiang families, shaken by Jiang Chen's ferocity. Altogether, the 3 Qi realm experts encircled Jiang Chen, their energies oscillating as they prepared their most formidable techniques. Against you lot, even 100 more would be futile. Jiang Chen smirked, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Suddenly, Jiang Chen moved, his figure flickering as he vanished. Reappearing before an elder, his sword piercing through the elder's skull, entering from the front and exiting from the back. The elder's eyes widened in terror, unable to close them even in death, for he had never perceived Jiang Chen's lethal strike coming. Ha! Raging palm. Simultaneously, the mid-Qi realm expert launched an assault, channeling all his strength into a palm strike. imbued with the might of a rushing river. The other early Qi Si realm expert, terrified by Jiang Qin's prowess, dared not hold back, recognizing that if they failed to unite, they would share the same fate as the previous two. Swish, swish. The early Qi Si realm expert unleashed streams of golden light, each beam akin to a sharp blade, weaving together to form a golden net that descended upon Jiang Qin from both sides in a perfectly coordinated attack. Alas, they had encountered Jiang Qin. The sword that had pierced the elder's skull remained unsheathed. Undeterred by the dual assault, Jiang Qin casually pointed at the early Qi Si realm elder. Whoosh! A beam of golden light erupted forth. Streaking like liquid gold, its speed unparalleled. Bang, bang! The golden light collided with the elder's golden net, sparking a dazzling display. Yet under Jiang Qin's might, the net disintegrated effortlessly. PFF, with a sickening sound, the golden light pierced through the elder's body, striking through his heart, resulting in his immediate demise. Meanwhile, the mid-Qi Si realm's raging palm approached, but Jiang Qin's Qi Si surged like a tidal wave, and he unleashed a tremendous punch towards the elder. Boom! The light from the raging palm shattered, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. Two fists collided with each other, and in terms of physical strength and the clash of power, they were utterly incomparable. The elder's arm shattered like foam under Jiang Qin's single punch, blood gushing forth wildly, with bloody fragments of bone scattering across the ground. Such excruciating pain, even with the elder's mid-stage cultivation and fortitude. He could not help but emit a scream that tore through the air. Death. Jiang Qin, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, seized the elder by the neck and, with a sudden and powerful twist, snapped his neck. The scream abruptly ceased as the elder's body slumped to the ground in less than a minute. 4 masters of the Qi Si realm had perished at Jiang Qin's hands. None able to withstand even a single blow. It was a complete massacre. What? Murong Zhan, who was engaged in battle with Jiang Zhenhai, roared with bloodshot eyes, unable to fathom such an outcome. For masters of the Qi Si realm, his heart bled at the thought. For these experts were the foundation of the Murong family. Kill. The Jiang family's death warriors howled with fervor, as if fueled by adrenaline, brandishing their weapons towards the Murong family members. The faces of the Murong family turned ashen. How could they continue fighting now that all their Qi Si masters were dead? Murong Zhan was held back by Jiang Zhenhai, while a terrifying demon loomed nearby. The entrance of the Murong family had transformed into a hellish battleground. Blood and weapons intertwined, the air thick with the scent of death and the cries of the wounded. Within mere minutes, it devolved into a one-sided slaughter, the Murong family utterly defenseless, with 2 of their young prodigies already slain. The Murong family's assets were under relentless assault from Zhou Beichen, unable to withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, the Murong estate saw Murong Zhan firmly restrained by Jiang Zhenhai, while the other masters had fallen to Jiang Qin, leaving the remaining members as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any power to resist in battle. Morale is of utmost importance. Once it is lost, victory slips away. I surrender. I also surrender. Please, do not kill me. The members of the Murong family screamed in desperation. Death is a terrifying prospect, especially for those who have never faced it yet find themselves on the brink. The edge of mortality can shatter a person's psyche. Surrender is contagious. Once one person yields, 100 will follow, for no one wishes to relinquish their hope of survival. Although they were uncertain if surrender would guarantee their lives, they understood that failing to do so meant certain death. With a clatter, the Jiang family's death warriors surrounded the surrendering Murong family members, awaiting Jiang Qin's command. On the other side, Jiang Zhenhai and Murong Zhan also paused, Jiang Zhenhai in a daze, unable to believe how swiftly the tide had turned. Jiang Qin, spare them. Murong Zhan's eyes were bloodshot. Murong Zhan, surely many of them are your descendants. With a mere command from me, they shall all perish. I will then storm into the Murong family, annihilate everyone who draws breath, and reduce this estate to ashes. What say you? Jiang Qin spoke indifferently, as if discussing a mundane matter. No? Murong Zhan roared, his fear palpable in his eyes. This youth was utterly terrifying, beyond anything he had ever encountered. He dared not question the truth of Jiang Qin's words, for the calmness in Jiang Qin's gaze was chilling. That kind of composure suggested he could raze the Murong family to the ground without a second thought. Jiang Qin, I concede. Spare my descendants, and I will gladly accept death. Morong Zhan closed his eyes in anguish, never having imagined he would find himself in such a predicament, and certainly not so soon. One moment he was in a position of power. The next he was reduced to mere fodder. The chaos in Tianxiang City would soon lead to the obliteration of the Morong family's legacy, while the battle here was overwhelmingly one-sided. Morong Zhan knew he had lost. Utterly and completely, you shall certainly die. This cannot be a bargaining chip for their lives, Jiang Chen stated. What do you intend, Jiang Chen? Must you eradicate us completely? Morong Zhan had never felt such terror from a single individual. Eradicate completely? This is merely a life or death game. If the roles were reversed today, and it was you, Morong Zhan, in the dominant position, would you not seek to annihilate my Jiang family? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Everyone understands the principle of cutting the roots. Besides, you sought the assistance of the Li family to destroy my Jiang family. Wouldn't that be a form of complete annihilation as well? Jiang Chen replied. Haha, indeed, if the roles were reversed, I would pursue complete destruction as well. Jiang Chen, you have won, but I still beg you to spare my descendants. Morong Zhan chuckled, understanding that everything was over. With Jiang Chen's prowess, even if the Li family arrived now, it would be of no help. Morong Zhan, I know you harbor deep resentment towards me, wishing to consume my flesh. I now offer you an opportunity. If you can defeat me, I will consider sparing them, Jiang Chen proposed. Chinner, do not. Jiang Jinhai interjected hastily. In his view, the outcome was already decided, and Jiang Chen need not take such risks. Although Jiang Chen could effortlessly dispatch mid-stage Qi masters, Morong Zhan was no ordinary opponent. He was on the brink of advancing to the human Dan realm, a formidable figure in Tianxiang City, indeed a challenging adversary. Father, it matters not, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He sought this battle with Morong Zhan, not out of recklessness, but rather to test his skills against a true master after recently ascending to the Qi realm. Morong Zhan was undoubtedly the best candidate. Jiang Chen, are you serious? Morong Zhan's eyes lit up, as if hope had rekindled within him. The faces of the trapped Morong Ying and the other descendants also sparked with renewed hope, though Jiang Chen was fearsome. They retained great confidence in Morong Zhan's strength. Of course, Jiang Chen shrugged, an unwavering confidence etched upon his face. Very well, let me witness your true strength. Morong Zhan's aura surged, but inwardly he scoffed. Youth was often characterized by impetuosity and ignorance of their own limitations. This was a golden opportunity. Should he manage to defeat Jiang Chen in battle, Jiang Jinhai would undoubtedly be devastated, and there might still be a chance for reversal. Chapter 25. The cruel law. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the previously despondent Morong family reigniting their flickering flames of hope. The Jiang family members, though still exuberant, could not conceal their apprehension. Young Master Jiang displayed remarkable strength. Although he had just ascended to the Qi realm, he had already proven capable of besting mid-stage masters, yet Morong Zhan was no ordinary adversary. Such a figure stood but a step away from the human Dan realm, a major power in Tianxiang City. Not to be underestimated, frankly speaking, Morong Zhan was the very foundation upon which the Morong family had stood for so many years. However, young Master Jiang Chen had continuously defied the odds, having never undertaken a venture without confidence since his transformation. Today, his willingness to confront Morong Zhan surely indicated a level of assurance. Boom! Morong Zhan's aura surged, akin to a tidal wave of vital energy radiating within a 3-zhang radius, showcasing his peak Qi cultivation, which was nothing short of astonishing. Morong Zhan's pupils narrowed, fixated on Jiang Chen, attempting to gauge his depth, but found only disappointment. Jiang Chen's face remained as tranquil as a still pond, his eyes calm and composed, embodying the stability of a mountain, rendering it impossible to discern his true capabilities. He seemed inherently confident, possessing unwavering certainty in all matters. Boy, let me see just where your confidence stems from, Morong Zhan declared as he launched his attack. His sleeves sweeping wide, a whirlwind of vital energy transforming into tangible waves, barreling towards Jiang Chen. Excellent. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered. This was precisely the opponent he sought. The dragon patterns within his Qi stirred, releasing a surge of virile energy that burst forth, eclipsing Morong Zhan's in quality by a significant margin. Whoosh! The winds roared, those nearby felt a sense of suffocation. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as Jiang Chen's released vital energy matched that of Morong Zhan. Boom! The two waves of energy collided, the air exploding violently, the residual force sweeping across the area and uprooting chunks of the solid marble floor. "What a remarkable youth!" Morong Zhan exclaimed, his body trembling as he charged towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. The more powerful Jiang Chen appeared, the greater the threat he posed. The existence of the Morong family's survival hinged upon this battle. Should he falter, all would be lost. With a whoosh, the air trembled as Morong Zhan unleashed a punch, radiant with energy, producing a crackling sound. This strike bore the weight of immeasurable power, closing the distance to Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He relished such head-on clashes, for they were the truest test of one's combat prowess. Though Jiang Chen had once been a sage in a past life, he was not currently. This body required gradual cultivation. Every successful ascendant bore the scars of countless battles. Treading upon the bones and blood of many, bang! The two fists, enveloped in radiant energy, collided fiercely, producing a sound akin to iron being struck, the void shaking violently. Jiang Chen staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing, while Morong Zhan only took a single step back, yet the shock on his face was markedly more pronounced. "Is this brat a monster?" he pondered, having unleashed a punch with at least 25,000 pounds of force, nearly matching his own. Morong Zhan felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had never encountered an individual so overwhelmingly dominant. Despite having the upper hand with that punch, he found no joy in it, for he had inflicted not the slightest injury upon Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen wore a faint smile, exuding an air of complete control, though he had been pushed back 2 steps by that punch. It was clear that Morong Zhan was suffering far more than he was. Morong Zhan's advantage lay solely in his superior yuan power, yet in terms of physical strength, he was no match for Jiang Chen, who had cultivated the transformation dragon technique. In fact, at this moment, half of Morong Zhan's body felt numb and sore. "Well done," Jiang Jinhai exclaimed, astonished by Jiang Chen's performance. "Xian Eagle Strike." Morong Zhan roared, unleashing his most formidable combat technique in an attempt to defeat Jiang Chen. The Xian Eagle Strike was a mid-tier human-level martial skill renowned for its ferocious offensive power and was Morong Zhan's signature move. With a piercing eagle cry, Morong Zhan leaped over 10 feet into the air, his entire being adopting the posture of an eagle. Yuan power surged around him as he charged toward Jiang Chen, an illusory Xian Eagle materializing before him. As the family head unleashed the Xian Eagle Strike, it was evident that Jiang Chen was not his match. This was a mid-tier human-level martial skill, truly fearsome. How could Jiang Chen, still in the early stages of the Qi realm, possibly contend with the family head? Hope flickered in the eyes of the Morong family members, for Morong Zhan's mastery at the peak of the Qi realm was no trifling matter. "Chinner, be cautious. This is Morong Zhan's famed technique. Do not underestimate it," Jiang Jinhai quickly warned. Ignoring Jiang Jinhai's words, Jiang Chen remained impassive, his expression unchanged. The dragon patterns and yuan power within his Qi churned, surging through his limbs and coalescing at his fingertips. Buzzed out a golden radiance enveloped his fingertips, pure yang energy radiating forth with a resonant hum. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thrust out a finger. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced open echoed, and all eyes were drawn to the dazzling golden finger that illuminated the night, hurtling toward Morong Zhan with unstoppable force. "What?" Morong Zhan gasped in shock. With his keen insight, he could discern the terrifying nature of this golden finger. Such a skill transcended the realm of human-level techniques. The aura emanating from it locked onto his presence, and the residual force sealed off the surrounding space. Given its incredible speed, evasion was impossible. He could only confront it head-on. Desperation surged within him. Morong Zhan gritted his teeth, fierce determination gleaming in his eyes, unleashing the Xian Eagle Strike to its utmost limit. He refused to believe that his peak Qi realm prowess would succumb to a boy 2 levels beneath him. Boom! The sound of a thunderous collision resonated as golden waves surged forth, the air trembling violently. Morong Zhan's Xian Eagle Strike shattered under the impact of Jiang Chen's one-yang finger, utterly obliterated as if it were ancient ruins. The golden finger collided with Morong Zhan's body, sending him flying like a cannonball. Bang! Morong Zhan crashed to the ground, landing 10 paces away, the solid rock beneath him fracturing upon impact. "Wow!" Morong Zhan spewed forth a jet of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Although this one-yang finger did not claim his life, it stripped him of 90% of his combat capability. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Even Jiang Zhenhai's mouth fell agape, mirroring the disbelief of the Morong family's elite warriors. Their gazes toward Jiang Chun were now filled with both fear and reverence. Who could have anticipated that Morong Zhan would be so thoroughly defeated? What Jiang Qin had just executed was evidently a technique that surpassed the human-level category, a rarity in the diminutive Tianxiang city. What kind of extraordinary guidance had this boy received to attain such prowess? Jiang Zhenhai murmured to himself, grappling with the profound transformation Jiang Qian had undergone, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The members of the Morong family, once besieging the area, now appeared ashen-faced, their last glimmer of hope extinguished. With Morong Zhan defeated, the Morong family had irrevocably lost their standing to contend with the Jiang family in Tianxiang City. Impossible. This cannot be. Morong Zhan propped himself up on one elbow, struggling to rise. While pressing a hand against his aching chest, shaking his head repeatedly, he had never envisioned a day when he would be bested by a youth 2 levels beneath him. The victor is king. The vanquished a criminal. Morong Zhan. What more do you have to say? Jiang Qian approached Morong Zhan, clad in black, one hand casually tucked behind his back. He regarded the fallen Morong Zhan with the coldness of a monarch surveying his subjects. Wielding life and death with ease. Ha ha ha! Absurd, utterly absurd. Morong Zhan laughed uproariously, his voice echoing through the air. He had been defeated, not by his longtime adversary Jiang Zhenhai, but by a debauched scoundrel he had never deigned to acknowledge. How ludicrous, how laughable, how ironic. If he had lost without a trace of resentment, it would have been too much to bear. Yet today, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. I have lost, but I implore you to spare my descendants. Morong Zhan pleaded earnestly. Jiang Chun nodded inwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, Morong Zhan's concern for his family at the brink of death revealed his character. Thus, he resolved to grant Morong Zhan a quick end. Bang! Without warning, Jiang Chen struck, his palm landing on Morong Zhan's crown. Morong Zhan's gaze went vacant as he collapsed, the mighty head of the Morong family vanishing from existence. Jiang Chun had slain Morong Zhan, for he would make no promises to his enemies. Morong Zhan was destined to die, and whether or not his family was spared was of no concern to him. Family head, father. The members of the Morong family erupted in anguish. 2 of Morong Zhan's children glaring daggers at Jiang Qian. In their eyes, he was a butcher, ruthless fiend. Jiang Qin's eyes remained calm and unperturbed. Such a gaze held no power over him. The harsh reality of the cultivation world was best expressed through its cruelty. Survival of the fittest was the only true law. In Jiang Qin's realm, enemies were merely disposable, meant for annihilation. Should one show even a glimmer of mercy, they would undoubtedly face 100-fold retribution. Sigh. Jiang Zhenhai exhaled, feeling a twinge of disappointment. After years of conflict with Morong Zhan, it had concluded in such a manner that Chun'er, the Morong family has fallen. What will you do with the remnants? He inquired. The remaining Morong family members gazed at Jiang Chun, their fates resting entirely in the hands of this young tyrant. With a single word, he could dictate their lives or deaths. Strip all members of the Morong family of their cultivation, then have each sever an arm and cast them out of Tianxiang City, never to set foot here again. Jiang Qian stated coldly, his words sealing the fates of all present. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Jiang Qin's decree did not merely pertain to 1 or 2 individuals, but extended to all connected to the Morong family, even those tied to their enterprises. For a cultivator, having one's cultivation forcibly stripped was akin to a death sentence. Chun'er, is this not a bit too cruel? Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brow. Jiang Chen, you are a demon, not a human. Morong family members lamented, many with bloodshot eyes vowing vengeance against Jiang Chen. Father, you see, if you show them mercy today, they will return to deliver a heavy blow tomorrow. I have shown them leniency by not taking their lives. Jiang Chun replied with a cold smile. Father, war knows no right or wrong, only victory and defeat. This is the law of the cultivation world. One must never show mercy to enemies. Enemies do not understand gratitude. If you let them go, you leave yourself vulnerable. They may be innocent, but as participants in war, they must bear its consequences. Jiang Chun stated indifferently in this small Tianxiang city. The brutality of the cultivation world could hardly be grasped. The conflicts between major sects often resulted in devastation, countless casualties, and untold suffering. Beneath every powerful figure lay a mountain of bones. Leave it to you to decide. Jiang Qin tossed a final remark and turned to depart. Jiang Zhenhai watched Jiang Qin's retreating figure, his heart stirring with tumultuous emotions. Yet soon, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. He then turned to the subdued members of the Morong family. As the young master commanded, strip the Morong family of their cultivation. Have them sever an arm and expel them from Tianxiang City. Jiang Zhenhai understood that Jiang Qin was no mere pawn. The small Tianxiang City could never contain him. Sooner or later, he would soar to the heavens, entering the true cultivation world. Though Jiang Qin's methods were ruthless, it was precisely this temperament and decisiveness that instilled complete trust in Jiang Zhenhai. That night, Tianxiang City underwent a monumental transformation, engulfed in flames and the stench of blood. Within 2 hours, the Morong family's assets were seized by the Jiang family, resulting in countless casualties. The head of the Morong family, Morong Zhan, met a tragic end at Jiang Qin's hands, marking the complete demise of the Morong family in Tianxiang City. After receiving news of Morong Zhan's death at Jiang Qin's hands, Zhou Beichen stood in stunned silence for 3 full minutes before regaining his composure. Finally, he sighed deeply. The young master is truly a person of destiny, capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary men. Like a dragon in hiding, he shall one day soar into the sky. Having lived for over 50 years, Zhou Beichen had seen more than the average person. Yet his thoughts remained somewhat conservative. Individuals like Jiang Qin were a rarity, and he had never encountered anyone quite like him. Jiang Qin's actions shattered his worldview, as well as that of many others. When Jiang Qin issued the order to attack the Morong family, many deemed it a reckless decision. Even Zhou Beichen dared to voice his skepticism. Yet, no one anticipated the swift demise of the Morong clan, which could be said to have fallen entirely at the hands of Jiang Qin. This war was meticulously orchestrated and arranged by Jiang Qin himself, and it was he who vanquished Morong Zhan, transforming Tianxiang City entirely overnight. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, the sun's edge became faintly visible, heralding yet another day of blazing sunlight. Tianxiang City had returned to a semblance of calm. Though many areas still bore the scars of flames and billowing smoke, the air thick with the stench of blood, rendering the atmosphere oppressively heavy. The annihilation of the Morong family might seem trivial in the grand scheme of the cultivation world. But within the confines of Tianxiang City, it was enough to trigger an unprecedented upheaval. News of the event was impossible to suppress. No one sought to conceal it, nor did anyone intentionally spread it. Yet everyone became immediately aware of the previous night's events. The abrupt disappearance of the Morong family left many in disbelief. It was too swift, too sudden. Just the day before, the two sides had clashed on the Central Square's battle platform. And now, the Morong clan was no more. It was astonishing, unbelievable even, that the once mighty Morong family, which dominated Tianxiang City, could be obliterated in a single night. Who would have imagined such a turn of events? Jiang Qin's actions were executed with remarkable speed. Indeed, it was Jiang Qin, the young master, who had commanded the assault on the Morong family. Just yesterday, he had ascended to the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm and, with such nascent cultivation, had slain the peak Qi-Si expert. Morong Zhan. It was unfathomable, truly terrifying. I heard that Jiang Qin had deliberately granted Morong Zhan the opportunity for a one-on-one duel, decisively defeating him. It was nothing short of monstrous. Alas, the Morong family had initially hoped to use the Li family to eliminate the Jiang family, only to be preempted by Jiang Qin's swift strike. The streets and alleys buzzed with discussions of the previous day's battle, elevating Jiang Qin's reputation to unprecedented heights. The notion that a mere youth, at the tender age of 15, could slay a figure as formidable as Morong Zhan left many still grappling with disbelief. This young man, so ruthless in his methods, exhibited a decisiveness and ferocity that eclipsed even the seasoned masters of the older generation. To eradicate the Morong family overnight was no feat for an ordinary individual. I believe this calamity was of the Morong family's own making. Jiang Qin, a person of exceptional ruthlessness, had thwarted their plans to leverage the Li family against the Jiang family, ensuring that the Morong family would not reap the benefits. Now, they had gained nothing and were instead obliterated by Jiang Qin. I have heard that Jiang Qin had incapacitated all members of the Morong family, severing the arm of anyone associated with them. His methods were indeed brutal. Brutal, you say? The conflict between the two families was inherently one of life and death. Jiang Qin's mercy in not exterminating them all is commendable. All discussions revolved around the name Jiang Qin, a name that had shifted perceptions with astonishing rapidity, from a despised, frivolous scion to a miraculous figure who single-handedly dismantled the Morong family. The time frame was alarmingly brief. This was a seismic event for Tianxiang City. Amidst the astonishment, no one overlooked another critical matter. The Qi City Li family. Jiang Chun had slain the Li family's young master, and the Li family would not rest easily. While the Jiang family had vanquished the Morong family and appeared poised to dominate Tianxiang City, a crisis loomed ominously. Indeed, the Qi City Li family had yet to make their move. Tianxiang City was on the brink of a tremendous upheaval. How chaotic things had become. Jiang Qian could eliminate the Morong family. But compared to the Li family, the disparity in strength was glaring. If the Li family were to annihilate the Jiang family, would Tianxiang City not plunge into chaos? At that time, new factions would undoubtedly rise to vie for control over the city. Many expressed their concerns. The common folk yearned for stability, yet the current state of Tianxiang City offered little hope for tranquility, unless the Jiang family could assert their dominance. However, the Qi City Li family would certainly strike. How could the Jiang family preserve themselves? Should they meet the same fate as the Morong family, Tianxiang City would be left leaderless, spiraling into genuine disorder. In the conference hall of the city lord's residence, the upper echelons of the Jiang family sat divided, with Jiang Qin and Jiang Zhenhai occupying the prominent seats. The atmosphere was palpably heavy. Logically, the destruction of their longtime adversary, the Morong family, should have elicited celebration. Yet not a single face bore a smile. All were etched with worry, of course. One individual did smile. Jiang Qin, clad in pristine white, languidly reclined in a rattan chair, his legs crossed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Exuding an air of confidence that was inscrutable, last night's battle was executed flawlessly, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Morong family. Everyone should be rejoicing. Why the long faces? Jiang Chen teased. His words. The assembly could not help but chuckle, albeit with a tinge of bitterness. Young master, it is truly hard to muster a smile. How could you find amusement in this? Are you unaware that the Jiang family is facing an unprecedented crisis? Young master, while we have indeed vanquished the Morong family, the Qi City Li family will undoubtedly seek retribution. If all goes as expected, they will arrive at our doorstep within 3 days. How shall we contend with them? Zhou Beichen interjected, drawing the attention of all present, including Jiang Zhenhai, who shared the same concerns. At this moment, Jiang Chun had become the cornerstone of the Jiang family. Father, Uncle Zhou, do you both believe that the Li family is insurmountable? Do you think that if they attack, the Jiang family is doomed to follow in the Morong family's footsteps? Jiang Chen asked, his expression light and untroubled, devoid of any hint of anxiety. The room fell silent, clearly revealing that Jiang Chen had articulated their unspoken fears. Young master, the Qi City Li family is not comparable to the Morong family. The Li family boasts experts in the human Dan realm, and their patriarch is a late-stage human Dan expert. We are utterly unable to contend with them, one elder remarked. Indeed, a master of the human Dan realm far surpasses any Qi Si expert. No matter how formidable a Qi Si expert may be, they cannot match a human Dan master. Given the Jiang family's current strength, we stand no chance, chimed in another elder. Chinner, do you already have a strategy in mind? Jiang Zhenhai inquired, noticing the unwavering confidence in Jiang Qin's demeanor. Father, after eliminating the Morong family last night, there are numerous subsequent matters that require our attention. Their assets represent wealth that we must manage diligently. Jiang Qin replied, sidestepping his father's question. Chinner, in light of the threat posed by the Li family, our people are disheartened and lack the focus to attend to other matters, Jiang Zhenhai stated, his words veiled yet conveying the gravity of the situation. The looming threat of the Li family had instilled not just low morale but sheer panic among the Jiang family's ranks. Father, you need not concern yourselves with the Qi City Li family. Regardless of who they are or how they come, I will ensure they leave as they came, Jiang Qin declared, a glimmer of intensity sparking in his eyes. He then rose, addressing everyone. Listen well. Proceed methodically with your duties. Should the sky fall, I shall bear the burden. Chapter 27. True colors revealed in crisis. With those words, Jiang Chen exited the conference hall, leaving behind a group of astonished elders. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of where the young master's confidence originated. They were seasoned individuals, Qi Si experts themselves, Yet in the presence of this 15-year-old boy, they felt as if they were mere children. After all, this was the Qi City Li family. What means did the young master possess to resist them? Murmurs of disbelief filled the air. Despite Jiang Qin's apparent confidence, the elders could not shake their frowns. For the enemy was formidable, and they struggled to identify any potential for resistance. Trust the young master. He has never been wrong, one elder suggested. Indeed, consider this. Since the young master's transformation, has he ever done anything unreliable? The elder continued, the three of us, as alchemists, hold significant sway in the Jiang family, and we view this 15-year-old boy as a prodigy, a miracle. The Li family has yet to arrive. We must maintain our composure. Following Chun'er's lead is wise. You all should go forth and reassure the populace. As for everything else, do not overthink it, Jiang Zhenhai instructed. At this juncture, retreating was futile. He could only place all hope in Jiang Chun. When the soldiers arrive, we shall defend. When the waters rise, we shall build barriers. A robust man thumped his chest and exited the conference hall. Tianxiang City remained in turmoil. The Jiang family was steeped in anxiety. Though the sun shone brightly, the atmosphere throughout the entire city was suffocatingly tense. Young Master Jiang Qian secluded himself, refusing to see even his own father. What was inevitable would come to pass. The storm could not be averted. On the third day following the death of Li Changhong, the forces of the Li family descended upon Tianxiang City. This contingent, numbering only a dozen, exuded a presence that overshadowed even 100 or 1,000. Mounted on tall steeds, they charged through Tianxiang City, heading straight for the city lord's residence. All bystanders, clear the way at once, or face death. The voice, amplified through the mastery of Yuan power, resonated far and wide. This was the might of a human Dan expert. Heavens! The Qi City Li family's strength is truly overwhelming. Although they numbered merely a handful, their formidable strength instilled a profound sense of dread. Among them were 3 masters of the Dan realm, while the rest were all at the Qi Si realm. The Jiang family was finished. Observe the middle-aged man at the forefront. He is none other than Li Shanyue, the head of the Li family, a late-stage master of the Dan realm. Known for his reclusive nature, he is said to be solely focused on breaking through to the celestial Dan realm. To witness him personally leading a group speaks volumes of Jiang Changhong's significance in his heart. It is no surprise. Li Shanyue holds a prestigious position in Qicheng, and with the murder of his son, his wrath is palpable. With 3 masters of the Dan realm and over a dozen at the Qi Si realm, the sheer force they exude suggests a desire to obliterate the Jiang family. Alas, if the Jiang family falls, Tianxiang City will descend into chaos. Fear gripped everyone. The Li family's aura was overwhelming. Many had never encountered a master of the Dan realm before, leaving them trembling in terror. The crowd parted, Li family members charged forth, and one man wielding a long whip viciously lashed out, severing an unsuspecting passerby in 2, resulting in a gruesome death. Oblivious to the consequences, he advanced, raising clouds of dust in his wake. Damn it, such arrogance. What do they take us for, to slay at will? The murderous intent of these individuals was palpable. One could only wonder how the Jiang family would respond. Let us follow to the city lord's residence and see. One suggested. Are you seeking death? If you wish to go, then do so, but I have no desire to perish. Look at the methods employed by the Li family. Should we fall victim to collateral damage? Who would we turn to for justice? At that moment, the city lord's residence had also received news of the Li family's arrival. Despite prior preparations, the gravity of the situation left everyone pale with fear. Where is the young master? Why is he not here as the Li family approaches? Someone exclaimed, realizing the urgency of the matter. As the spiritual pillar of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun was nowhere to be found. Having secluded himself in his own courtyard for the past 2 days, Jiang Cheng, go see what the young master is doing, Jiang Zhenhai commanded. Yes, Jiang Cheng replied, darting swiftly towards Jiang Chen's residence, moving faster than a nimble rabbit. A minute later, Jiang Cheng returned, half of his face swollen and tears brimming in his eyes as he approached Jiang Zhenhai. What happened? Zhou Beichen inquired, frowning. The young master told me to leave and not disturb him, Jiang Cheng said, his face filled with grievance. Given the dire circumstances, he had barged into Jiang Qin's room without knocking, only to be unceremoniously thrown out by a slap from Jiang Qin, nearly breaking his leg in the process. Why must I always be the one to suffer? Jiang Qin lamented, gazing skyward in despair. I am merely a runner. This slap is utterly unjust. How can this be? Did the young master not declare that he would shield us from calamity? Why is he hiding at such a critical moment? This retreat is untenable. The Li family is upon us. Hiding will not save us. Many were incensed, questioning what the young master was truly doing. Once brimming with confidence, he now cowered in his chamber, unwilling to face the encroaching danger. Silence. The young master must have his reasons for remaining inside, Zhou Beichen shouted, although he too struggled to comprehend Jiang Chen's actions, yet held an inexplicable trust in him. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the main door. As it was violently shattered, a voice like a thunderclap rang out, "People of the Jiang family, come forth and meet your demise." The overwhelming presence echoed through the city lord's residence, causing many nearby to fall silent in terror. It's over. It's over. The Jiang family is finished. The fearsome might of the Li family left no room for survival. Let us venture forth and observe, Jiang Zhenhai declared, straightening his attire as he strode towards the entrance. The others inhaled deeply, following closely behind him, acutely aware that today could be their last. Soon, the Jiang family gathered before the shattered entrance, gasping in horror at the sight. Their gazes fell upon the Li family members, led by a man clad in light yellow brocade, appearing to be in his 40s, robust enough to rival Morong Zhan. A sinister scar marred his face, making him all the more fearsome. This man was Li Shangyue, renowned for his brutality and merciless tactics. With his son slain in Tianshang City, he had come personally to exact vengeance. Intending to raze the city lord's residence to the ground, Li Shangyue emanated an imposing aura, causing all present to feel an immense pressure, rendering even breath a challenge, a testament to his mastery at the late stage of the Dan realm. Flanking him were two elderly men, also masters of the Dan realm, their demeanor haughty. Behind them stood a cohort of over a dozen menacing figures, each formidable at the Qi-Si realm. One among them, his face twisted with malice and hatred, glared at Jiang Zhenhai, as if he longed to leap forth and tear him apart. This man was Morong Tian, who had traveled to Qicheng to relay news to the Li family. Due to the distance, he had narrowly escaped the ensuing calamity. The disparity in their presence alone had effectively sentenced the Jiang family to doom. "Which one of you is Jiang Chen?" Li Shangyue boomed, his voice resonating like thunder, his cruel gaze sweeping across the Jiang clan. He refrained from immediate violence, for in his eyes, the Jiang family was doomed. None would be spared, and he was eager to see the face of the one who had dared to slay his son. "I am Jiang Zhenhai. It was I who killed your son, and Jiang Chen is not involved," Jiang Zhenhai declared, fully aware that the Li family had made their intentions clear. If Jiang Chen could not resolve this crisis, he would risk his own life to protect him, seeking a way for Jiang Chen to escape and preserve the Jiang bloodline. No, it was Jiang Chen who killed young Master Li. The alchemist accompanying him was slain by Jiang Zhenhai. Their crimes are unforgivable. Jiang Chen is undoubtedly hiding. Morong Tian stepped forward, his voice sharp with resentment. With the fall of the Morong family, his hatred for Jiang Zhenhai and his son was akin to an unquenchable torrent. To reduce the Jiang family to ashes through the Li family would be his ultimate satisfaction. Hiding, you say? Then I shall first slay his father, and see if he dares to show himself. Li Shangyue sneered, a faint glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. The Jiang family members turned pale as they realized that their supposed savior, Jiang Chen, had yet to appear. Their hopes dwindled. "It was I who killed your Li family members. None else are involved. The Li family is a prominent clan in Qicheng, and I trust they will not trouble the innocent," Jiang Zhenhai asserted. "City Lord," Zhou Beichen interjected, his gaze firm, "I will die alongside you. Jiang Zhenhai, you shall indeed perish, and so shall your son, Jiang Chen. Hiding avails you nothing. Today, I shall reduce this city lord's residence to rubble." "And all must die," Li Shangyue growled, his scarred visage trembling with rage. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. "However, I can offer others a chance. If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, perhaps you may live." At this proclamation, the atmosphere among the Jiang ranks shifted dramatically. The gathering comprised the upper echelons of the city lord's residence, all masters of the Qi-Si realm. Li Shangyue's words were directed at them, while the guards and assassins behind them were not even afforded the opportunity to plead for mercy. "City Lord, I am sorry. I do not wish to die," one individual said, clasping his fists before Jiang Zhenhai. then striding boldly to Li Shangyue and kneeling, bowing 3 times. "City Lord, forgive me. I am merely a guest of the Jiang family and do not wish to meet my end here," another man pleaded, also bowing before Li Shangyue. These two were Yang Xiao and Cheng Shan, once loyal guests of Jiang Zhenhai, but in this dire moment, they sought to save their own lives. "You two scoundrels, the city lord has treated you well, and yet you display such cowardice," Zhou Beichen rebuked loudly. "Damn it, this is utterly disgraceful. You possess no semblance of manhood," an elder exclaimed, equally indignant. "Enough. Each has their own aspirations. There is no need for everyone to perish alongside me. If there is a chance for survival, you would do well to seize it," Jiang Zhenhai stated. "I refuse to kneel in humiliation like a dog. I would rather die," Zhou Beichen retorted scornfully. "One dies. A bird returns to the sky. After 18 years, one may rise again as a true hero," a lean elder proclaimed, unconcerned about the prospect of kneeling. The other Qi realm masters remained resolute, refusing to kneel, for they had dignity. Over the years, Jiang Zhenhai had treated them with sincerity. To betray him now would make them less than human. Meanwhile, Li Shangyue regarded the two kneeling before him with disdain. "You two may rise. I will not kill you, but I require you to slay Jiang Zhenhai," he declared, a mocking grin directed at Jiang Zhenhai. He would not kill Jiang Zhenhai himself. Instead, he wished for him to perish at the hands of his own people, a fate that would undoubtedly be excruciating. "What?" the two exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom such a demand. "What? Do you refuse? If so, I shall kill you immediately," Li Shangyue threatened, his eyes glinting with malice. Li Shangyue casually remarked. The aura of the Dan realm continuously swirled above Yang Xiao and Cheng Shan, rendering them breathless. The two exchanged a glance, finally gritting their teeth and shaking their heads in unison. They rose to their feet and approached Jiang Zhenhai step by step. "Lord of the city, I am truly sorry." Their vital energies trembled, and for the sake of survival, they were prepared to fight. Damn it all. Zhou Beichen could no longer contain himself. He and the plump and slender old men transformed into gusts of wind, unleashing their most formidable attacks. Bang! The two, already feeling guilty, stood no chance against the enraged Zhou Beichen and his companions, and were directly sent flying, landing not far away. "Humph!" Li Shangyue let out a cold snort. A wave of energy erupting from within him, sending Zhou Beichen and his companions staggering backward. The two old men, slightly weaker in cultivation, had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. The gap between them and Li Shangyue was simply too vast. A mere few practitioners at the Qi stage dared to retaliate. Li Shangyue assumed an air of superiority. "Head of the Li family, do not waste words with them. Simply strike them down and drag that Jiangchen out." Morong Tian said fiercely. "Very well. Eliminate them all and reduce the city lord's mansion to ashes, leaving not a single soul behind." Li Shangyue issued his cold command. He was a man of extreme brutality. Boom boom. As Li Shangyue's words fell, the members of the Li family unleashed their own auras, the surging power resembling a series of violent storms. "You dare?" Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As a deep voice suddenly resonated from within the Jiang family, booming like thunder, its reverberations almost causing many to lose their composure. Boom. Following that, a sound of explosion rang out, and everyone saw a building within the Jiang family courtyard being uprooted by a surge of powerful energy. An invisible pressure spreading from above, and then, the air crackled, and a pillar of crimson flames suddenly surged upwards, resembling a dragon, forming a sea of fire spanning several yards above, with invisible waves of energy swirling to create a deep vortex within the inferno. Whoosh! A formidable soul pressure radiated outward, enveloping the city lord's mansion. What a powerful soul pressure! Even my soul quivers. This must be the soul pressure possessed by a master of the Dan realm. Li Shangyue's expression changed dramatically. The fusion of soul power and flames represented a nearly perfect control over fire, indicating the presence of a powerful alchemist. The soul pressure of the Dan realm. There is indeed a master of the Dan realm here. The two practitioners at the Dan realm stared in horror at the flames swirling above, acutely aware of the immense soul power emanating from the sea of fire. The invisible pressure was undoubtedly that of the Dan realm. The Jiang family members were also left dumbfounded, gazing at the inferno above, their expressions shifting. That is Chun'er's residence. Jiang Zhenhai exclaimed in astonishment. What a formidable soul pressure! When did my young masteress room conceal such a powerful expert? Zhou Beichen murmured, I have been in seclusion here. You dare to disturb me? Prepare to die. The deep voice resonated once more. A sound imbued with soul power that captivated the hearts of those who heard it. Unbeknownst to me that an esteemed presence was here, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. I am Li Shangyue, head of the Li family of Qicheng, and I implore the esteemed one to descend upon the Li family for seclusion. I shall ensure the best conditions for you. This mere Tianxiang city is truly beneath your dignity. Li Shangyue suppressed his aura and cupped his fists toward the sky, speaking with utmost respect. He dared not act recklessly before a master of the Dan realm. Begone! The sea of fire roared. A thunderous command echoing. The faces of all the Li family members changed dramatically, falling silent as a grave. They were not afraid of that pressure, but they could not afford to provoke the wrath of a master of the Dan realm. You have 3 breaths' time. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes. The deep voice echoed again, and the sea of fire above emitted a rumbling sound, expanding its reach. Simultaneously, a colossal sword forged entirely from flames materialized. Aimed directly at Li Shangyue, a chill gripped Li Shanyue's heart. Although he was at the late stage of the Dan realm, he was still no match for a master of the Dan realm. Furthermore, he knew nothing about the opponent, but the opponent's exquisite control over fire and formidable soul pressure filled him with dread. Head of the family, what shall we do now? Another Dan realm practitioner asked. His face pale. The Jiang family has a master of the Dan realm overseeing them. Should we provoke their wrath, we will all perish here. We must retreat for now and seek revenge later. Li Shangyue said, though reluctant, given the current situation, even with tenfold courage, he dared not act. That fiery sword was already aimed at him. Who knew whether it would strike in the next moment? Hurry and leave. The voice thundered, the pressure intensifying, as the flaming sword wavered. Seemingly poised to launch at any moment, Li Shangyue inhaled sharply. He dared not hesitate any longer, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Zhenhai before turning to exit through the main gate. Not so fast, the voice rang out again. Leave the Murong family members behind. Upon hearing this, Murong Tian's face turned ashen, his eyes pleadingly seeking Li Shangyue's gaze. The revelation of a hidden master of the Dan realm in the Jiang family had genuinely terrified him. If he were to be left behind, it would mean certain death. Murong Tian, you stay. Li Shangyue carelessly tossed out the command without sparing Murong Tian another glance, swiftly departing with the main body of the Li family. Murong Tian was of no use to him. He did not wish to offend a master of the Dan realm over one Murong Tian. Head of the Li family, what about us? Yang Xiao and Chang Shan scrambled to their feet, rushing toward the main gate, only to be blocked by Zhou Beichen and the plump old man. Other experts simultaneously charged out, capturing Murong Tian. With the Li family having departed, the sea of fire and soul pressure receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. For a moment, everyone within the city lord's mansion was left in a daze, many secretly breaking out in cold sweats, having truly walked a tightrope with death. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have imagined that a hidden master was concealed within the city lord's mansion, driving Li Shangyue away with a single command? The rapid fluctuations of fate were indeed exhilarating. Old Zhou, suppressed them first. Jiang Zhenhai instructed Zhou Beichen, then strode toward Jiang Chen's courtyard. Upon pushing open the door to the courtyard, Jiang Zhenhai saw shards of tiles strewn everywhere and noticed that Jiang Chen's roof had been completely punctured, indicating that the master of the Dan realm must be hiding within the room. Jiang Zhenhai approached Jiang Chen's door, which was tightly shut. He raised his hand to knock, but then hesitated. If a master of the Dan realm truly resided within, entering so recklessly would be foolhardy. Subsequently, Jiang Zhenhai turned and left, believing that when Jiang Chen emerged, he would provide an explanation. Meanwhile, within the room, Jiang Chen lay pale upon the bed, having completely lost consciousness, a pool of blood indicating a recent bout of vomiting. A hidden master of the Dan realm? That was certainly not the case. There was only Jiang Chen here. Earlier, Jiang Chen had utilized the Great Evolution Soul Refining technique to temporarily elevate his soul to an immense level, briefly reaching the soul level of the Dan realm, creating a powerful pressure combined with the flames of the fire tiger, forming a potent aura that instilled great fear in Li Shangyue. leading everyone to mistakenly believe that a master of the Dan realm was concealed within. Such a defiant method could only be executed by Jiang Qin, the world's foremost saint. Only an unparalleled secret technique like the Great Evolution Soul Refining Technique could enhance soul pressure in such a short time. However, the cost of Jiang Qin's actions was undeniably immense. The soul is the most fragile yet vital aspect of a person, being the very essence. Once harmed, recovery becomes exceedingly difficult. Jiang Qin had forced his soul pressure to the Dan realm using the Great Evolution Soul Refining Technique, yet suffered severe backlash, his soul enduring tremendous damage and impact, leaving him utterly exhausted. As a result, he fell unconscious immediately after Li Shunyue's departure. Chapter 29. Those who do not seek death will not die. The Li family, brimming with momentum, left in utter disgrace, leaving the residents of Tianxiang City astonished. This was a completely unexpected outcome. They had anticipated chaos, yet not a single ripple had emerged. The Li family had departed. Seemingly because the Jiang family concealed a master of the Dan realm, and why heavens, a master of the Dan realm, a being of immense power. Nobody had anticipated that the Jiang family would be guarded by such an expert. No wonder even the Li family retreated. It's for the best. As long as the Jiang family stands, Tianxiang City will remain stable. Let us hope the Li family does not return. News spread rapidly. Many witnessed the Li family's departure, and it was not difficult to discern the existence of a hidden master of the Dan realm within the Jiang family. Moreover, several individuals in close proximity to the city lord's mansion had felt that overwhelming soul pressure. Jiang Qin remained unconscious for a full hour before finally awakening, feeling a throbbing headache and profound fatigue. He did not rise immediately but began to channel the Great Evolution Soul Refining Technique. After a few minutes, the headache slightly abated, and he slowly sat up from the bed. He swallowed a human source pill and sat cross-legged, operating both the Transformation Dragon Technique and the Great Evolution Soul Refining Technique to begin his recovery. Beyond the secluded courtyard of Jiang Qin, Jiang Zhenhai and Zhou Beichen, along with other masters at the Qixi realm, paced back and forth, anxiously awaiting Jiang Qin's emergence, while also desiring to meet the formidable alchemist of the heavenly Dan realm. They endured this wait for an entire day, until the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight ensued. Yet Jiang Qin remained inside, still not having made his appearance. Within the room, Jiang Qin abruptly opened his eyes. His hair stirred as if caught in an unseen breeze. Though his complexion was still somewhat pallid, his condition had improved significantly from before. The Transformation Dragon secret was indeed an unparalleled divine art, invigorating his blood vitality and enhancing his recuperative powers. Alas, the wounds inflicted upon my soul are not so easily mended. Jiang Qin exhaled a breath, realizing that while the rest of his injuries were amenable to recovery, the damage to his soul was no trifling matter. At this moment, his soul languished in a state of despondency, the backlash from the Great Transformation Soul Refining Technique proving to be exceedingly formidable. In such a condition, it seemed improbable that he could refine any elixirs in the near future. He needed to swiftly devise a means to restore his soul. He mused inwardly, the soul is the essence of one's being. If the essence is injured, the repercussions are profound. The impact extends far beyond mere alchemy. A weakened soul impairs one's ability to concentrate, gradually diminishing bodily functions, ultimately leading to stagnation and cultivation. Although Jiang Qin's soul was undergoing continuous refinement through the Great Transformation Soul Refining Technique, the extent of the damage this time was too severe for mere reliance on the technique to suffice. What he required most now were spiritual herbs and the essence of heaven and earth that could nourish the soul. However, such rare treasures, particularly the most elusive essence for soul restoration, were unlikely to be found in the modest Tianxiang city. It seemed a journey to Qicheng was inescapable, both to seek the spiritual herbs to heal his soul and to keep an eye on the movements of the Li family. Jiang Qin resolved on his next course of action. A trip to Qicheng was imperative. Having slain Li Changhong, it was certain that Li Shunyue would not let this transgression go unpunished. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly monitor the Jiang family's situation closely. Should he uncover that the heavenly Dan realm expert was merely a ruse, the Jiang family would be faced with a genuine catastrophe. Jiang Qin was not one to embrace a passive role. He preferred to grasp the reins of his fate firmly in hand. Rising, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Father, Uncle Zhou, why are you all gathered here?" Jiang Qin feigned ignorance. Upon seeing him emerge, The eyes of the gathered crowd brightened, many displaying expressions of embarrassment. They had mistakenly accused Jiang Qin, believing he had hidden away in fear, when in fact he had been in the company of a heavenly Dan realm master. The young master's confidence was not without merit. With such a powerful ally, he naturally felt assured and unafraid of the Li family. Son, when did a heavenly Dan realm expert come to our family? Jiang Zhenhai inquired eagerly. Young master, when did you forge a connection with a heavenly Dan realm expert? Even we were unaware, Zhou Beichen added. Father, Uncle Zhou, this expert is somewhat eccentric, preferring solitude and tranquility for meditation. He dislikes being disturbed, which is why I did not inform you, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. I see. The crowd nodded in understanding, accepting Jiang Qin's explanation without suspicion. It was entirely reasonable for a true master to possess such peculiarities. Indeed, many high-level practitioners cherish their quietude. Son, this esteemed master has saved the lives of many within our Jiang family. I wish to meet this venerable figure and express my gratitude personally, Jiang Zhenhai remarked. Father, I have already mentioned that this master wishes to see no one but me. If I were to bring others along, he would likely take offense and leave without a word, Jiang Qin shrugged. Upon hearing that the master might depart in a huff, the crowd instantly panicked. Very well, I shall refrain from intruding. However, Chun'er, you must convey our profound gratitude to this esteemed master. Should he require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. We, the Jiang family, shall do our utmost to accommodate him, Jiang Zhenhai hastily assured, recognizing that with the complete severance of ties with the Li family, their survival now hinged on this heavenly Dan realm expert. If the master were to depart, the Jiang family would be left vulnerable to annihilation at the hands of the Li family. Rest assured, father, by the way, where is Morong Tian? Jiang Qin's gaze turned cold. Morong Tian was the last surviving member of the Morong family and a Qi Si realm master, posing a significant threat that needed to be eliminated. If such an individual were to escape and plot against the Jiang family, it would bring catastrophic repercussions. This was also why Jiang Qin had instructed Li Shangyue to leave no survivors among the Morong family. He never left loose ends. He has been detained, along with those two rascals. Yang Xiao and Chang Shan, Zhou Beichen replied. Go, bring them here, Jiang Chun commanded. Zhou Beichen and the two elderly men nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Before long, Zhou Beichen returned with Morong Tian and his companions. Their faces smeared with blood, their energy visibly in disarray, clearly having endured a brutal beating. Jiang Qian, you little bastard. I will not rest until I become a vengeful spirit haunting you for annihilating my Morong family. Morong Tian screamed upon sighting Jiang Qian. Silence. Zhou Beichen swiftly smacked him across the face. Jiang Qian's expression hardened. He extended two fingers, and a crimson flame erupted from his fingertips, resembling a long sword. With a swift motion, he slashed at Morong Tian's neck, and blood sprayed forth like a fountain. Morong Tian's voice was abruptly silenced, his body collapsing to the ground. Though present witnesses were accustomed to Jiang Qin's prowess, they could not help but feel a chill at the ease with which he dispatched Morong Tian. Though the victor belonged the spoils. Such is the law, Jiang Qin stated coldly, not sparing a glance at Morong Tian's lifeless form. His gaze sharpened as he turned to Yang Xiao and Chang Shan. With merely a glance, both men fell to their knees, utterly petrified by Jiang Qin's display of power. Young master, spare us. We acted foolishly in a moment of desperation. They pleaded, bowing repeatedly. Young master, I, Chang Shan, am willing to serve you as a slave for life. With subordinates like you, I would find it hard to sleep soundly, Jiang Qin retorted with disdain. He had refrained from unleashing his soul pressure earlier, primarily to gauge their loyalty. In a sense, he was utilizing Li Shangyue to cleanse the Jiang family of disloyal elements. This little town of Tianxiang is trivial, and for our family, a Qi Si realm master is of utmost significance. Hence, I must ensure the highest loyalty from such a master, Jiang Qin had thought. Kill them. They disgust me, the thin elder grumbled. At that moment, Yang Xiao and Chang Shan were on the verge of tears, wishing they could slap themselves for their foolishness. Their predicament echoed the adage, those who invite disaster will not escape it. They deeply regretted their decisions, realizing that had they known about the heavenly Dan realm master hidden within the Jiang family, they would never have dared to betray them, even under duress. Now, however, they found themselves facing the very death they had sought to avoid. Sigh. Jiang Zhenhai lamented, his face etched with sorrow and pain. These two had been with him for quite some time, and he had treated them as brothers. For a man, few things are more painful than betrayal and harm from those he once considered kin. Shaking his head, Jiang Zhenhai turned away, refusing to cast them another glance. His silhouette imbued with melancholy. "Young master, how shall we dispose of these two?" Zhou Beichen inquired, looking to Jiang Chen. "Kill them," Jiang Chen replied succinctly, turning to follow in Jiang Zhenhai's footsteps, the sounds of two anguished cries echoing behind them. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the rooftop of the Jiang family's courtyard where father and son stood side by side, gazing at the full moon above in silence. For Jiang Zhenhai, the events of recent days had been overwhelming. Particularly the past 2 days had felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream, never having anticipated such a tumultuous period in his life. When one chooses to betray, one must be prepared to face the consequences, Jiang Chen remarked calmly. "I understand." Jiang Zhenhai replied with a faint smile, the day's events weighing heavily on him. "Father, I must leave for a while." Jiang Chen shifted the topic. "Leave?" Jiang Zhenhai was taken aback for a moment, before turning to Jiang Chen'er. "Where are you going, father? You need not worry. I shall be away for a short time. With my abilities? Do you truly doubt my safety?" Jiang Chen smiled reassuringly. "Indeed, you have grown into a capable man, your resolve surpassing even mine, and your strength has eclipsed my own. I realize now that no one in this modest Tianxiang city can truly pose a threat to you. Embarking on a journey for experience is undoubtedly beneficial," Jiang Zhenhai expressed with pride, understanding that Jiang Chen's strength warranted confidence in his safety. That night, Jiang Chen departed from the city lord's manor. Embarking alone on the journey to Qicheng, clad in a pristine white garment, unblemished and immaculate, he styled his hair into a topknot, with 2 strands of black hair cascading down either side. A golden ribbon adorned his waist, and he held a white paper fan in hand, his countenance strikingly handsome, resembling the quintessential scion of a wealthy family. The distance from Tianxiang City to Qicheng spanned thousands of miles, and apart from the continuous mountain ranges, there lay another city, Tianhui City, comparable in scale to Tianxiang City, with a peak Qi realm expert stationed there. Though it paled in comparison to Chai in the east, the sky began to glow with the pale light of dawn, illuminating the land with a radiant brilliance. Jiang Chen had traversed through the dust and wind for 2 days and nights, arriving at Tianhui City. Tio reached Qicheng. Passing through Tianhui City was an unavoidable route. Opting for a detour would not only mean navigating treacherous mountain paths but also encountering lurking beasts, which would delay his journey. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to enter Tianhui City, pass through it, and proceed directly to Qicheng. Upon entering, Jiang Chen did not indulge in idle gazes. He held little interest in cities of similar scale to Tianxiang City, knowing well that he would find nothing of value here. With determination, he pressed on, aiming to traverse Tianhui City swiftly. At the far end of the city, near the city gate, lay a vast square bustling with people, especially crowded this morning, drawn by the vibrant atmosphere. This was the Mercenary Square. At the edge of the square stood a towering stone monument, inscribed with 4 large red characters. Groups of individuals occupied various spots within the square, accompanied by diverse carriages, some expertly disguised to conceal their contents. "Excuse me, could you tell me what the Mercenary Square is for?" Jiang Chen inquired of a man who appeared to be in his 30s, robustly built and bare-chested, exuding an aura of a 9th-tier Qi practitioner. "How could you not know about the Mercenary Square? Spare me your foolishness and go somewhere cool," the man scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "What on earth?" Jiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening. After all, it was his first visit to Tianhui City. It was quite understandable not to be informed. You, and you," the sturdy man pointed at 3 individuals. "Each of you will receive 3 human essence pills." "Good, that's enough people, let's depart." Not far away, an elegantly dressed elder gestured to the 3 people he had selected, leading a large carriage out of the square. The chosen individuals were elated as they followed the elder, while those left behind sighed in disappointment. However, such occurrences were evidently normal, and no one felt disheartened. They quickly sought other opportunities. After inquiring further, Jiang Chen finally grasped the purpose of the Mercenary Square. It served as a marketplace for mercenaries. Given its proximity to Qicheng, it was a critical stop for merchant caravans traveling there. Consequently, mercenaries were in high demand, with many caravans hiring them to safely transport goods to Qicheng. the more valuable the cargo. The stronger the mercenaries hired for protection. Although Tianxiang City was of similar size to Tianhui City, it lacked the advantageous terrain, leading to a lesser demand for mercenaries. Jiang Chen, having lived a sheltered life, had previously indulged only in revelry, thus remained oblivious to the workings of the city lord's estate. As he gazed around, he noted the bustling mercenary business, with numerous merchant caravans meticulously selecting formidable and capable mercenaries. Yet, one caravan stood out in its desolation. Jiang Chen observed it, noting the meager 7 members and a rather plain carriage, but the strength of these 7 was indeed formidable. The leading elder bore a solemn expression, his aura robust enough to indicate he was a late-stage Qi practitioner. Although he did not match the pinnacle masters like Jiang Zhenhai and Morong Zhan, he was still incredibly powerful. The other 6 members were also Qi experts, making their presence particularly striking compared to the majority of other caravans filled with lesser Qi practitioners. Look, that caravan has been waiting here for 2 days and still hasn't departed. Someone remarked, "Shh, don't speak." Another warned, "That's the caravan from Yinyu Tower in Chikinji.yo. You see that elder? A late-stage Qi master from the Yin family. They say they must gather 8 Qi experts before setting off. And there's still one short. Finding a Qi expert is no simple task. I reckon they could wait another day without success." Others chimed in. Is Yinyu Tower truly that formidable? Jiang Chen asked. The man rolled his eyes. "Little brother, you seem capable, yet you ask such naive questions. Who in Qicheng doesn't know of its 2 great powers, Yinyu Tower and the Li family?" At the mention of the Li family, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he strode confidently towards the Yinyu Tower caravan. The rivalry between Yinyu Tower and the Li family was akin to that between the city lord's estate of Tianxiang City and the Morong family. Conflict was constant. Offending the Li family could pave the way for an alliance with Yinyu Tower. However, this was not his primary motive. Jiang Chen sought to engage with Yinyu Tower not to contend with the Li family, but to procure medicinal herbs and rare essences capable of restoring his soul. As he approached, a burly man could not help but ask, "Little brother, are you here to enlist as a mercenary?" "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "Haha, you look too delicate to be a mercenary. Perhaps you should go home for your mother's milk." A bearded, middle-aged man jested, eliciting laughter from the others, who perceived Jiang Chen as merely a pampered youth of about 15 or 16, typically lacking the mettle for such endeavors. However, the elder at the forefront, a late-stage Qi practitioner, scrutinized Jiang Chen, sensing an extraordinary presence beneath the boy's composed demeanor. "This is the Yinyu Tower caravan. Recruiting mercenaries based on strength rather than ag. Do you possess the cultivation of Qi?" the elder inquired. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jiang Chen, a manifestation of his Qi prowess. The laughter halted, replaced by astonished gazes directed at him. Others soon took notice of the young man, their surprise palpable, particularly among those who had previously mocked him. Who was this prodigy, achieving Qi cultivation at such a tender age? "I just insulted a young genius of the Qi." The elder was taken aback for a moment before his eyes brightened, and his expression softened considerably. "I am Yin Ming. May I inquire your name?" "Young brother, Jiang Chen," he replied with a smile. "Excellent, Jiang Chen, young brother. The destination for this escort mission is Yinyu Tower in Qicheng, and the mercenary fee is 20 human essence pills. Do you accept?" Yin Ming asked. "Brother Jiang, accept it quickly. If you do, we can set off immediately. I've been waiting here for nearly 2 days," urged the man who had previously mocked him. "I accept," Jiang Chen replied readily. 20 human essence pills were of no concern to him, as he intended to travel to Qicheng regardless. Accompanying the Yinyu Tower caravan would afford him greater insight into the city. "Very well, let us depart," Yin Ming declared, and the caravan, consisting of 8 individuals, encircled a single carriage and exited the square, heading beyond Tianhui City. "Yin Lao, what treasure are we escorting that requires so many Qi experts?" Along the way, the man who had previously ridiculed Jiang Chen, named Wang Ting, asked, his forthright nature leading him to speak too freely. "Mind your own business." The elder beside Yin Ming shot Wang Ting a glare, urging the group onward. Wang Ting, undeterred by the reprimand, merely smiled and turned his attention back to Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, your accomplishments at such a young age are commendable. Given your attire, you must hail from a noble family. What brings you to join us rough mercenaries?" Wang Ting queried, drawing the interest of the others, including Yin Ming. "My father advised me that young people should seek more experience. Jiang Chun replied with a grin. Yin Ming turned to Jiang Chun with a smile. Your father is indeed wise. Young masters like you are often sheltered, akin to flowers in a greenhouse, and no matter how great your talent, without practical experience, you must venture out to hone your skills. By the way, are you from Tianhui City? Tianxiang City. I am also headed to Chicheng. As it happens, Jiang Chen responded. Tianxiang City? I've heard you folks have been through quite an ordeal. It seems a young master from the Li family was murdered. And yesterday, they stormed out of Tianhui City in a fit of rage. Wang Ting remarked with keen interest. Is that so? I have been out for several days and am quite unaware, Jiang Chun replied with a chuckle. Realizing that news of the happenings in Tianxiang City would soon spread throughout the 28 cities of this vast domain, and his name would inevitably become known to many. The group enjoyed light conversation. The atmosphere relaxed, and due to their leisurely pace, they only reached the outskirts of Chicheng by evening. The journey from Tianhui City to Chicheng was fraught with bandits and thieves, not to mention the occasional appearance of beasts. However, as the caravan was composed of Qi experts, none of the dim-witted bandits dared to strike. They were not foolish enough to challenge such formidable opponents. Yet, Jiang Chun suspected that Yin Ming's decision to recruit so many Qi experts indicated that their mission was far from simple. Chapter 31. The Sword of Murder. Just over this hill lies Chicheng. Upon reaching Chicheng, it will be the domain of Yinyu Tower. Who among the blind dares to provoke Yinyu Tower? This mission has been quite rewarding. I have effortlessly earned 20 human origin pills. Wang Ting's face radiated joy, and the other mercenaries appeared equally relaxed, as if the task had already been completed upon reaching this point. Several excited mercenaries were preoccupied with the easily acquired human origin pills, oblivious to the growing tension in Yin Ming's expression. Jiang Qin, possessing keen perception and an awakened consciousness, discerned that Yin Ming's demeanor was increasingly tense. While the other two members of the Yin family were visibly shaken, it was indeed not so simple. Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly. Yin Ming was no fool, if it weren't for a matter of utmost importance. Why would such a hefty price be paid to hire so many Qi realm mercenaries, especially requiring a full complement of 8, with not one less? Moreover, with a sweep of his divine sense. Jiang Qian noted that the carriage was empty, devoid of any goods, indicating that it was merely a ruse. Everyone steeled themselves. Yin Ming issued a warning, but the faces of several mercenaries remained indifferent. Wang, may I ask you a question? What is the relationship between Yinyu Tower and the Li family? Jiang Chen whispered. That even a question. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. The two families are sworn enemies. It's either you die or I live, Wang Ting replied. Do you know what treasures are concealed within that carriage? Jiang Chen glanced at the carriage, lowering his voice further. I do not know. The old man hasn't said. And we cannot inquire. That's the rule among us mercenaries, however. I suspect it has something to do with the young lady of the Yin family, Wang Ting conjectured. The young lady of the Yin family? Jiang Chun blinked in surprise. Brother Jiang Chun, since this is your first visit to Chicheng, you might not be aware that the head of the Yin family has a sole daughter, the apple of their eye. However, this young lady is frail and sickly. Despite the Yin family seeking renowned doctors and alchemists, they have been unable to remedy her condition, concluding that she will not live beyond 15. Now, she is already 14. So I surmise that the treasures within might relate to treating her ailment. Of course, this is merely speculation, Wang Ting whispered. What a pity. Do you know what illness afflicts this young lady? Jiang Chun inquired with curiosity. I do not know, but I have heard that she suffers from intense chills during her episodes, teetering between life and death. It is truly lamentable. She is only 14, Wang Ting sighed, shaking his head with an expression of feigned compassion. Let us set off, Yin Ming commanded, gazing ahead at the mountains that were soon to be shrouded in darkness. Crack! The carriage emitted a series of clattering sounds as the merchant convoy resumed its journey. After traveling several li, the sky had completely darkened. At this moment, Jiang Qin distinctly sensed that the expressions of Yin Ming and his companions were becoming increasingly tense, their breathing slightly hurried. Just then, with a flicker of his divine sense, Jiang Qin detected a concealed presence of over a dozen auras not far ahead. Imbued with the chilling aura of murder, he glanced at the dim moon. A smile creeping upon his lips, it seemed another bloody night awaited them. Yin Ming. I have been awaiting you here for quite some time. A booming laughter erupted from the hills ahead, followed by a rush of dark-clad figures. Their murderous intent palpable, effectively blocking the path of Yin Ming and his companions. Jiang Chun scanned the scene, counting 11 individuals, all masters of the Qi realm, 2 at the late stage, 4 at the mid-stage, and the rest at the early stage, i.e. in terms of both cultivation and numbers. They completely suppressed the Yin Yu Tower merchant convoy. Yin Ming's expression shifted, recognizing the impending danger. Crossing this mountain was supposed to ensure their safety, yet peril had still found them a lie long. Your Li family is truly persistent, Yin Ming sneered. The faces of Wang Ting and the others paled, their earlier nonchalance evaporating. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they began cursing under their breath. What they had initially thought would be a simple task had swiftly morphed into a dire predicament. It was evident that these individuals were from the Li family of Qicheng. Yin Ming, hand over the pure young fruit, Li Long demanded, brimming with malice. Dream on. The pure young fruit is the key to saving the young lady. I would rather die than surrender it, Yin Ming retorted defiantly. Jiang Chen understood now. Yin Ming was tasked with escorting the pure young fruit, a rare celestial essence. Even aged pure young fruits offered unimaginable benefits, even to masters of the divine pill realm. Then let your life be the price. Attack. Leave none alive, Li Long coldly commanded. Jiang Chun was no fool. He quickly grasped the crux of the situation. The Li family's interception of the pure young fruit was not merely motivated by its value. It was also a calculated move to leave the young lady of the Yin family without a cure. This young lady was the precious jewel of the Yin family. Should she perish, the ensuing chaos would undoubtedly benefit the Li family. Moreover, should there be an opportunity to eliminate the masters of Yin Yu Tower, the Li family would not let it pass. With a clatter, the members of the Li family drew their weapons, exuding overwhelming ferocity as they encircled the merchant convoy, showing no intention of leaving a single survivor. Damn it, today is truly the worst luck I've ever had. Getting caught up in this mess, Wang Ting cursed vehemently, drawing a gleaming large knife. The expressions of the others mirrored his tension. As mercenaries, they were acutely aware of their duties and their precarious situation. The enemy would not show them mercy. If they wished to survive, resistance was their only option. Brother Jiang Chun, if an opportunity arises, you must escape. You are young and this is your first venture. There is no need to risk your life here. Wang Ting urged Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled, appreciating Wang Ting's character. Even now, he was concerned for Jiang Chun's safety. For this alone, Jiang Chun vowed to ensure Wang Ting's safety today, especially against adversaries from the Li family. Kill, Li Long shouted, charging toward Yin Ming alongside another late-stage Qi expert, leaving no room for escape. Simultaneously, the others unleashed their energies, attacking the mercenaries. Boom! A fierce battle erupted, nearly 20 masters of the Qi realm clashing fiercely, the force of their combat shattering nearby rocks. Even at the onset, one mercenary was wounded, a deep gash appearing on his arm, while Yin Ming found himself besieged by 2 late-stage Qi experts. Reduced to mere defense with no chance to counterattack. You dare to challenge me, a mere child? Die! A dark-clad assailant wielding a long sword swung it toward Jiang Chen, the blade glimmering dangerously, intent on cleaving him in two. Jiang Chen shook his head, remaining motionless as the sword approached his head. He finally pointed a finger, unleashing a brilliant ray of light that shot forth, severing the assailant's hand cleanly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The sword fell from the assailant's grip, only for Jiang Chen to seize the hilt, swinging it back to leave a deep gash across the neck of the dark-clad figure. The entire sequence unfolded in a seamless, lightning-fast motion, leaving the assailant no chance to even scream before meeting a grim fate. While Yin Ming and the others fought their own battles, all were oblivious to the unfolding events nearby. Swish! Wang Ting, surrounded by 2 attackers, suffered a cut across his chest, blood streaming forth. Damn it! I'm going all out. A fiery temperament naturally accompanied a fiery spirit. Mercenaries were no strangers to injury, each a man of valor who had long accepted the dangers of their profession. Wang Ting's eyes burned with determination, ready to fight to the end. Clang! Wang Ting's large knife blocked one assailant's weapon, but another's strike came in quick succession. Surrounded by 2 foes, he found it impossible to defend against both, despair creeping into his heart as he braced for death. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through the body of the second assailant, the blade emerging from his back, freezing the attacker in mid-motion, never to descend again. The icy blade was withdrawn, revealing Jiang Qian standing behind Wang Ting. "Brother Jiang Qian," Wang Ting exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. The remaining dark-clad figure, witnessing the swift demise of his companion, abandoned Wang Ting and charged at Jiang Qian. With a swift motion, Jiang Qian drew his sword, a strike as fast as lightning, decapitating the assailant. The severed head soared through the air, blood raining down as the face of the fallen was etched with terror. Wang Ting stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the speed of Jiang Qian's actions, unable to comprehend how he had executed such a feat in the blink of an eye. This was Jiang Qian's sword, lacking any unique technique. It was simply fast, faster than lightning itself. Such a sword was intended for slaying. Why heavens? Wang Ting shook his head vigorously, realizing he had misjudged Jiang Qian, encountering a master who feigned weakness. Jiang Qian offered Wang Ting a smile before charging toward the remaining foes. Swish, swish. What transpired next left Wang Ting and the mercenaries utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if caught in an absurd dream. They watched as Jiang Qian moved like a panther among the dark-clad figures. His sword a mere glimmer of cold light. With each strike, he claimed a life, each thrust a fatal blow, never needing a second. Even more terrifying was that the victims of his wrath could not utter a single cry. Jiang Qian's sword had stripped them of their right to scream in merely a minute's time. All members of the Li family lay in a pool of blood, their mangled bodies still twitching in a grotesque display. At this moment, every gaze was fixed upon the young man in white, who, despite having taken so many lives, bore not a single stain of blood upon his garments, in the face of such a macabre scene. His countenance remained composed. Chapter 32. I can heal silence, an oppressive, deathly silence. The once tumultuous scene had suddenly fallen quiet. Even the three late-stage Qi realm experts ceased their movements, their attention riveted on the solitary figure of the young man in white. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and beneath their feet lay the corpses and severed heads, grotesque and terrifying. In just 1 minute, the youth had unleashed 9 strikes, claiming the lives of 9 individuals. Each blow fatal, with no one left alive. How had he accomplished such a feat? A mercenary gasped in astonishment, muttering to himself. The assembly consisted of Qi realm masters, and yet this youth, appearing to be merely at the early stages of the Qi realm, exhibited such lethal prowess, dispatching the experts as easily as one might slay a doji. To kill 9 men in a minute's time was a feat that even a peak Qi realm master could scarcely achieve. The brutal methods and merciless blade transformed the perception of this seemingly innocuous youth, for throughout their journey, none had truly regarded Jiang Qian seriously. He had merely been seen as a young lord embarking on a training expedition. Yet now, they recognized the extent of their ignorance. Who are you? Li Long's expression had finally shifted, his gaze locking onto Jiang Qian, his voice trembling slightly. "The mercenary," Jiang Qian replied coolly. Yan Meng's expression was one of excitement, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope, secretly grateful for having hired Jiang Qian. "This is a matter between my Li family and Yin Tower. I entreat you, brother, to refrain from intervening. If you leave now, despite the lives you've taken, the Li family will not pursue the matter." Li Long spoke, inexplicably feeling an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the youth. "Brother Jiang Qian, if you assist me through this ordeal, I shall offer you 100 human essence pills. Yin Tower owes you a debt of gratitude." Yan Meng hastily interjected. At this juncture, even a fool could discern Jiang Qian's formidable strength. Though he appeared young, his methods were ruthless and his power overwhelming, making him a pivotal figure in the day's events. If Jiang Qian chose to depart, even with only 2 adversaries remaining, Yin Tower would find itself in dire straits. For both were late-stage Qi realm experts. "Very well, I shall accept that debt of gratitude," Jiang Qian nodded. Upon hearing Jiang Qian's agreement, Yan Meng was overjoyed, as were the other 2 from Yin Tower and the mercenaries. For in truth, even without the ties to Yin Tower, Jiang Qian would never have spared the Li family. "Kill him," Li Long growled, his face twisted with malice, directing his command at another late-stage Qi realm elder. "Very well, let me witness just how capable this young man truly is." The elder's aura surged as he wielded a large blade, striking down towards Jiang Qian with a ferocious might. "Brother Jiang Qian, be cautious," Yan Meng and Li Long called out in unison, standing close together, eager to warn him. Boom! The elder's blade emitted a thunderous roar. a manifestation of a powerful sword technique, its momentum overwhelming, akin to a raging storm. Once unleashed, it instilled a profound sense of dread in the hearts of his foes. It was clear that the elder was expending his full strength in this attack. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unhurried, his expression impassive. Although the elder was indeed a late-stage Qi realm expert, he paled in comparison to Morongzhan. Having dispatched Morongzhan with ease, dealing with this elder was hardly a challenge. Although Jiang Chen's soul had suffered damage, his combat prowess remained at its peak. Swish, with the speed of lightning, Jiang Chen flicked a finger, releasing a brilliant ray of light that illuminated the darkness. Colliding with the elder's blade, clang, crack, the radiant beam clashed with the massive blade, producing a sound akin to iron striking iron, and then, the hardened blade shattered, scattering into fragments. In the wake of such a violent confrontation, the elder staggered backwards several steps, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Without allowing the elder a moment to recover, Jiang Chen surged forward, his movements as swift as a cat, the sword in his hand emitting a resonant hum as he closed in on the elder. Hiss! The elder gasped in shock. Jiang Chen's sword was merely an inch from his throat, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as an icy chill seeped into his heart. The specter of death enveloped him, and he could hardly fathom that such terror could emanate from a mere youth. No. Please don't kill me, the elder stammered, his voice trembling. Pfft. Alas, his pleas fell on deaf ears. As Jiang Chen's sword mercilessly pierced his throat, extinguishing his life. Heavens, where has this monster emerged from? Wang Ting gasped, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. What a savage method, killing as one would slay a chicken. We mercenaries have clawed our way out of countless graves, having faced death numerous times. Yet my fortitude pales in comparison to his. I once belittled him at the mercenary square. I truly am a fool. The crowd was left breathless, their hearts racing in shock. Jiang Chen's display had struck them with overwhelming force. Even late-stage Qi realm experts had been dispatched with such ease, and the most alarming aspect was that he showed no signs of hesitation. Ha ha, Li Long, your calculations were astute, yet you could never have anticipated I would possess such a formidable ally. Yin Ming laughed heartily. Li Long's face turned ashen. The day's events had been meticulously orchestrated. Had all gone according to plan, Yin Ming would meet his demise. The pure yang fruit would fall into his hands, and the young lady of the Yin family would undoubtedly perish in that chaos and despair. The Li family would seize their opportunity. Yet, unexpectedly, a wild card had emerged, effortlessly altering the outcome. Kid, I will remember you. Crossing the Li family will not bode well for you. Li Long spat venomously before turning to flee. Li Long, where do you think you're going? Yin Ming bellowed, preparing to pursue, only to find a white figure dart past him, cutting off Li Long's escape. Still wish to flee? Jiang Chen sneered. Kid, I bear no grievances against you. Why must you oppose us? Li Long shouted defiantly. Because you belong to the Li family, and thus, you must die. Jiang Chen's words were delivered with chilling nonchalance. With that, Jiang Chen pointed a finger, locking onto Li Long with a powerful strike that surged forward. A blow brimming with immense force. Boom! Li Long was utterly incapable of withstanding Jiang Chen's attack. Despite his earnest efforts, he was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the golden finger, crashing against a rock, which shattered upon impact, while he himself collapsed to the ground, coughing blood. Truly terrifying. The crowd gazed at Jiang Chen with a mix of fear and awe. Unhurriedly, Jiang Chen retrieved a human essence pill and swallowed it. Utilizing the one yang finger twice had taken a significant toll on him. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he discarded his sword, executing a precise kick that sent it soaring, piercing through the top of Li Long's head, leaving only the hilt visible, a testament to the sheer power behind the strike. Yin Ming inhaled sharply, witnessing Li Long's demise, and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. That Jiang Chen harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the Li family, intent on annihilation. This youth was bold and ruthless, his demeanor icy, and his capacity for killing was prodigious. He had completely misjudged him. Yin Ming lamented inwardly, recalling his earlier remark about Jiang Chen being a sheltered flower, untouched by the world. He couldn't help but mock himself. I was blind to his true nature. Had it not been for Brother Jiang Chen's intervention, we would undoubtedly have perished here. Yin Ming spoke sincerely. Do not mention it, for to take a fee for saving lives is but a matter of course. Remember to deliver me 100 human essence pills, Jiang Chun replied with a smile, producing a paper fan from his attire, adopting the demeanor of a young lord. A stark contrast to the fearsome figure he had just been. Brother Jiang Chun, you have saved our lives today. Such kindness cannot be repaid. Wang Ting and the others approached, clasping their fists in gratitude, each feeling a profound sense of relief as they emerged from the brink of death. Brother Jiang Chen, upon our arrival in Qi City, I invite you to visit Yin Tower. I shall report today's events to the family head, and I believe he will be exceedingly grateful for your assistance. Yin Ming expressed with deep appreciation that, of course, I shall not decline. Jiang Chun replied amiably, for Yin Tower was indeed his destination, and perhaps they possessed what he sought. Let us set forth, brothers. Once we reach Yin Tower, I shall treat you all. Yin Ming called to the mercenaries, his mood buoyant now that the crisis had passed. The group relaxed, their tension dissipating, as they made their way toward Qi City. Yin Lao, I have heard that the young lady of the Yin family is afflicted with a terminal illness. What is the situation? Jiang Chen inquired along the way. Brother Jiang Chun, you are unaware. Our young lady has been exceptionally intelligent from a young age. Possessing extraordinary talent, by the age of 6, she had reached the 5th stage of the Qi realm, truly a genius among geniuses. But alas! Yin Ming's face fell, filled with regret as he spoke of the young lady. Yin Lao, please share the details of her symptoms. I may have a solution, Jiang Chen urged. You have a solution? The mist enveloped the eyes, momentarily illuminating them before dimming again. It is impossible, there is no way. My lady will not survive past the age of 15. Even the pure young fruit cannot save her. Since the age of 7, she has suffered from this affliction, erupting once every year, each episode bringing an unbearable chill that penetrates to the bone. The lady has endured immense suffering, each time teetering between life and death. Now, at the age of 14, this ailment has manifested 8 times, each more severe than the last. The Yin family has sought the counsel of renowned physicians and alchemists throughout Qicheng, all of whom have concluded that she will not live beyond 15. A chill that penetrates to the bone, erupting once a year? Jiang Chen squinted slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. I can cure your lady's illness, Jiang Chen declared. What? Yin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Jiang Chen, you must be jesting. However, I must personally examine your lady's condition before making a decision, Jiang Chen continued. Chapter 33. Impeccable beauty. Jiang Chen's words caused Yin Ming's eyes to widen in disbelief. He gazed at the youth before him with immense excitement. From the confident visage of the young man, coupled with the overwhelming strength he had just displayed, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not strike him as one prone to grandiose claims. Perhaps he truly possessed a solution. Elder Yin, Brother Jiang Chen is indeed an extraordinary figure. One cannot judge such a person by common standards. Those self-proclaimed masters are of no account. I believe Brother Jiang Chen has a real chance, Wang Ting interjected. Following their earlier brush with death, Yin Ming had begun to regard them as kin. The existence of the pure young fruit was already known, and there was no need for further concealment, especially since the eldest lady's illness was no secret in Qicheng. Excellent, this is truly wonderful. If Brother Jiang Chun can indeed save my lady's life, the Yin family will never forget this favor. The family head will surely reward you handsomely, Yin Ming said, his hope ignited. He was acutely aware of the severity of his lady's condition. The pure young fruit merely suppressed the chill within her, providing no fundamental remedy, allowing her to live a little longer at best. The illness was a peculiar one, and no master in Qicheng had ever managed to devise a cure. Hence Yin Ming was only cautiously optimistic about Jiang Chen's assertion. Over the years, they had learned that greater hope often led to greater disappointment. Nonetheless, it was better to attempt to save a dying horse than to wait for death. Besides, the youth before him appeared truly exceptional, perhaps possessing remarkable skills. Let us proceed, Jiang Chen said casually, twirling a paper fan in his hand, exuding an air of ease. He certainly desired the Yin family's gratitude. Saving Yin Ming and preserving the pure young fruit was not enough to warrant extortionate demands. If he could cure the eldest lady, it would not only be a noble deed, but would also solidify the Yin family's connection to the Yinyu building. At that point, whatever Jiang Chen desired, the Yinyu building would be obliged to procure for him. The Yinyu building was the largest merchant association in Qicheng, engaging in a variety of trades, including alchemy, and was the Yin family's sole enterprise. Therefore, in Qicheng, mentioning the Yinyu building was tantamount to mentioning the Yin family. The Yinyu building was their very emblem. Qicheng was vast, incomparable to Tianqiang City or Tianhui City. Standing atop a nearby hill, one could see that Qicheng spanned 100 miles, its exquisite buildings imbued with classical charm. The entire city exuded a grand atmosphere. Even at midnight, the streets were brightly lit, and the vibrancy of the city could be felt even from outside its walls. Brother Jiangchen, do you see that tallest building? That is the Yinyu building, Yin Ming pointed out, directing Jiang Qin's gaze. The structure towered 10 zhang high, each floor aglow with flickering lights, and a spacious pavilion atop it glimmered faintly, exuding an impressive aura. Qicheng was indeed the strongest among the 28 cities, merely in terms of grandeur. It surpassed all others. Jiang Chen nodded, his words sincere, yet he regarded Qicheng's scale with indifference. Compared to the colossal cities on the divine continent, which spanned thousands of miles, Qicheng was but a minuscule corner. Hardly significant. The ancient cities of the divine continent, fortified by formidable experts, gathered the essence of heaven and earth, serving as sanctuaries for cultivators, something Qicheng could never rival. However, Jiang Qian understood that returning to the divine continent was not a matter to be resolved in a day. With his current cultivation level, it would likely take him several hundred years to achieve that goal. Let us proceed into the city. Having narrowly escaped peril, Yin Ming was evidently in high spirits. The group abandoned their carriage and quickened their pace towards Qicheng. The Yinyu building, observing it from afar and up close, revealed two distinct experiences. Standing before the grand entrance, one was met with an overwhelming sense of opulence. Wang Ting and the others gazed about in awe. Even though it was not their first time here, they were still captivated by the building's magnificence. Yin Xing, take Brother Wang Ting and the others inside the Yinyu building for a tour. Be sure to host them well and do not neglect them, Yin Ming instructed an elderly man beside him. Rest assured, Yin Xing replied. As a member of the Yin family, he initially regarded Wang Ting and the other rough mercenaries with disdain. However, circumstances had changed. The bond forged through life and death combat had transformed them into friends. Even without Yin Ming's directive, Yin Xing would ensure Wang Ting and his companions were well treated. Brother Jiang Qin, let us head directly to the Yin family to meet the family head, Yin Ming suggested, looking at Jiang Qin. Very well, Jiang Qin nodded. This aligned with his intentions, as he wished to avoid any delays. Let us go, Yin Ming stated, leading the way towards the Yinyu building. Jiang Qin paused. Are we not going directly to the Yin family? Brother Jiang Qin, you may not be aware, but the Yinyu building is adjacent to the Yin family. The latter is situated right behind it. Tio put it simply, the Yinyu building serves as the entrance to the Yin family. Only esteemed guests are permitted to enter through the front door. While ordinary visitors must make their way to the back entrance, Yin Ming explained with a smile. I understand now, Jiang Qin realized, acknowledging his status as an esteemed guest. Upon entering the Yinyu building, the lights shone brightly. Even at night, the establishment remained open for business. This floor merely served as a marketplace, housing various shops, many of which were not owned by the Yin family but were rented out, with the Yin family collecting the rental fees. Yin Ming intended to elaborate on the Yinyu building's particulars, but noticing that Jiang Qin lost interest after a brief glance, he refrained from continuing. Yin Ming sensed that the youth before him genuinely looked down upon the Yinyu building, not as a mere pretense. It was a look born from having witnessed greater grandeur. This puzzled Yin Ming. What great world experiences could a youth from Tianqiang City possibly have? The corridor leading to the back entrance stretched for an entire li. Yin Ming guided Jiang Qin through it, arriving directly at the Yin family estate. This estate possessed its own unique charm, elegantly designed with rockeries and ponds, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant flowers. The architect of such a style was undoubtedly someone who appreciated the finer things in life. Elder Yin, you have returned. 2 guards at the entrance greeted Yin Ming with smiles, clearly indicating that he held a certain standing within the Yin family. After all, Yin Ming was a formidable master at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. With hopes of advancing to the human Dan realm, Yin Ming acknowledged with a casual nod, leading Jiang Qin into the inner sanctum of the Yin family. The Yin family's conference hall was spacious and imposing. Brother Jiang Qin, please make yourself comfortable and enjoy some tea while I summon the family head, Yin Ming said with a smile. Jiang Qin replied, sitting upright and fanning himself with the paper fan. Showing no inclination for tea, before long, Yin Ming returned,
accompanied by 6 others. Jiang Qin's consciousness swept over them, revealing that all 6 were masters at the human Dan realm. The Yin family's strength was indeed formidable. Explaining their dominance in Qicheng, the foremost individual appeared to be around 40 years old, clad in a white robe, with a face chiseled like a knife, sharp brows and bright eyes radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect. This man was none other than Yin Zhanyun, the patriarch of the Yin family. The other human Dan realm experts were senior members of the family, indicating the high regard in which they held the eldest lady's condition. As the Yin family, a prominent clan in Qicheng, possessed significant influence, they were teeming with talented individuals and masters in the Qi realm. However, it was late at night, and the Yin family remained eerily quiet. The conference hall was not a place just anyone could enter. Upon their arrival, Yin Zhanyun's gaze fell upon Jiang Qin. Seeing only a youthful visage, he could not help but frown slightly. Young brother Jiang Qin, we are grateful for your assistance in saving Yin Ming and the others, as well as preserving the pure young fruit. The Yin family will certainly express our gratitude. However, can you truly cure my daughter's ailment? Yin Zhanyun began directly, addressing Jiang Qin with utmost courtesy. Regardless of whether Jiang Qin could heal his daughter, he felt compelled to express his thanks for saving Yin Ming and his companions, as well as for vanquishing the Li family. Moreover, it was remarkable to see such strength in one so young. He could not be taken lightly. Of course, Jiang Qin replied, his demeanor calm and unruffled. It is commendable for the young to be ambitious, and by saving Yin Ming and the others, you have become a friend of the Yin family. However, young brother, do not make grand claims. Many masters have been at a loss regarding your ailment. An elder interjected, clearly skeptical of Jiang Qin's ability to treat the eldest lady. If you do not believe me, I shall take my leave. There is no need for gratitude, Jiang Qin retorted. Jiang Qin spoke, rising abruptly and striding towards the door. His sudden departure left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Please take your time, young brother, Yin Zhanyun quickly intervened, while others furrowed their brows. If it had been an ordinary youth displaying such impudence before them, they would have slapped him without hesitation. However, this young man had aided the Yin family, and he appeared to possess an extraordinary demeanor. What means will the young brother employ to heal the young lady? Yin Zhanyun inquired. I must see the eldest young lady's condition for myself. Your refusal to summon her indicates a lack of trust, Jiang Qin declared, feigning anger as he continued towards the exit. Please, young brother, do not be angered, Yin Ming pleaded, blocking Jiang Qin's path. Young brother, do not be angry. Yin Ming, go fetch your, Yin Zhanyun urged, wearing a conciliatory smile. It was the first time he had to humble himself before a youth in the Qi realm. Yet the enigma of this young man intrigued him. Perhaps he truly possessed some means. It was worth a try. A dead horse could be treated as a live one. Before long, Yin Ming returned, accompanied by a young girl. Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon her, and even with his composure, he could not help but be captivated. She was stunningly beautiful. The girl wore a flowing white dress. A purple ribbon cinched at her waist, her figure exquisite and flawless. Her long, cascading hair was as silky as a waterfall, and her delicate features, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, were unmarred by any blemish. Yet her true beauty transcended mere appearance. Her gaze was pure as water, bright and untainted, embodying an ethereal innocence. Hey, you brat, where do you think you're looking? Barked a master of the human Dan realm from the Yin family. Jiang Qin, momentarily startled, had realized he had been momentarily lost in thought. What the heck? I actually lost focus. How utterly ridiculous. Could it be that I am smitten? Jiang Qin mused, feeling utterly absurd. With his temperament, he had long since forgotten what it felt like to be distracted, and now he found himself befuddled by a mere girl. What are you shouting at me for? If I don't observe the young lady, how can I ascertain her condition? Jiang Qin retorted, glaring at the master of the human Dan realm, his tone unapologetically brusque. You better hope you heal your, otherwise, I'll make you regret it. The master fumed, indignant that a junior dared to speak to him in such a manner. Enough, Yin Zhanyun interjected, stepping forward to address his daughter. Why how is your health? Father, it's nothing serious, Yin Shenyu replied. Her voice as gentle as falling rain. Why let me introduce you to Jiang Qin. He claims he can cure your ailment, Yin Zhanyun said, his eyes filled with concern for his daughter. Father, let us not pursue this. My illness cannot be cured, Yin Shunyu shook her head. Jiang Qin's gaze returned to Yin Shunyu. Despite the presence of masters from the human Dan realm, he refrained from using his spiritual sense. Aware of its weakness against Yin Zhanyun, a late-stage human Dan master who would easily detect it. However, Jiang Chun possessed keen insight. He intently sensed Yin Qinyu's aura and finally confirmed his thoughts. Miss Yin, may I inquire if, during your episodes, you feel an overwhelming coldness, as if countless glaciers are flowing within you, freezing your organs? Jiang Chen asked. Yin Qinyu's eyes brightened with astonishment. You are correct. Young Master Jiang, that I am Yin Qinyu. She bowed slightly. The faces of Yin Zhanyun and the others lit up with joy. Jiang Chun was the first to accurately describe Yin Qinyu's condition, elevating their regard for him. May I ask, during your episodes, do you experience shivering, your blood seeming to freeze, making breathing difficult, as if you were on the brink of death, yet you can distinctly sense something moving within you, like a serpent writhing, causing you immense suffering? Jiang Chen inquired further. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Yin Shunyu responded, increasingly astonished. This sensation was something she could hardly articulate. Each time she fainted from the pain, she felt that something serpent-like was moving inside her, as if something foreign had invaded her body, wreaking havoc. You began experiencing these episodes at the age of 7, occurring annually, with the cold becoming increasingly severe. If I am not mistaken, during your last episode, the cold was like a blade of ice, piercing through you and tearing apart your surroundings, Jiang Chen continued. At this, everyone present grew excited, their gazes fixed on Jiang Chen with newfound respect. Young brother Jiang speaks the truth. During your last episode, the cold emanated from her, preventing even us from approaching, and it was as if the chill were a blade, destroying everything in its path. Yin Zhanyun exclaimed, brimming with hope. Yin Meng's eyes sparkled, realizing that Jiang Chun was indeed remarkable. If he could truly cure Yin Qinyu's ailment, it would be a monumental achievement. Young Master Jiang, is my illness curable? Yin Qinyu's eyes glimmered with hope. Curable? Jiang Chen scoffed. Born with the 9 yin profound veins, an ancient body of the 9 yin, a rarity that appears once in a millennium. And you fools are still trying to find a remedy? I am nearly driven to curse. Jiang Chen felt a surge of indignation. Miss Yin, may I examine your pulse? He asked. Very well, you are. Quickly sit down and allow young brother Jiang to examine you. Yin Zhanyun urged, eager not to miss this opportunity. Yin Xinyu nodded, gracefully moving to a chair and extending her arm. Jiang Chan sat opposite her, placing 2 fingers on her wrist. Her wrist was exceptionally cold, her skin smooth and soft. However, Jiang Chun was determined not to let himself be distracted again. His spiritual sense flowed through his fingers into Yin Qinyu's body, and he immediately discovered 8 unique meridians within her, each resembling a bridge coursing through her body, yet completely shrouded by a scorching heat that an ordinary person would never detect. After thoroughly examining her condition, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. Smack! He slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the sturdy wooden surface into splinters. You fools, you are utterly foolish, Jiang Chen fumed. Instead of anger, Yin Zhanyun and the others looked eagerly at the enraged Jiang Chen, including Yin Xinyu, perplexed by his outburst. Let me ask you, did you previously administer fire dragon fruit to her? Jiang Chen scolded. Indeed, your last episode was terrifying, and we had no choice but to use fire dragon fruit to suppress the icy energy within her. Yin Zhanyun explained, and the others regarded Jiang Chen with increased admiration. He had merely taken her pulse and discerned that she had consumed fire dragon fruit. So, you intend to continue administering pure young fruit to her to suppress the icy energy within her? Jiang Chen was incensed, feeling that conversing with these fools was a waste of his intellect. Yes, Yin Zhanyun confirmed, admitting that he did intend to continue using pure young fruit to suppress Yin Qinyu's coldness. Foolishness, sheer foolishness. I must inform you that if Yin Xinyu perishes, it will be your doing. Not only will you have caused her death, but you will also have hindered the emergence of a once-in-a-lifetime talent. I cannot treat this illness. You should seek someone more capable. Farewell, Jiang Chen declared, truly furious this time. Young brother Jiang, Yin Zhanyun panicked and hurriedly obstructed Jiang Chen's path. The others sensed something was amiss. Even having been scolded by Jiang Chun, they felt no offense. Young brother Jiang, where did we go wrong? We administered fire dragon fruit and pure young fruit to suppress your coldness. Is that not correct? This is what several masters advised. an elder in the mid-human Dan realm asked, bewildered. Nonsense. I now tell you that Yin Shenyu is born with the 9 in profound veins. An ancient divine body, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. She is not ill at all. Jiang Chen's face was filled with fury. What? The 9 in profound veins? The crowd was astounded. They had never even heard of the name 9 in mysterious veins. This particular constitution, if manifested in a man, would inevitably lead to death. However, if it appeared in a woman, it would signify an extraordinary divine body. Women, by nature, embody the essence of yin, and the so-called 9 in mysterious veins refer to the development of 9 in veins within the body, interwoven throughout. Yet, each time a yin vein is opened, it is accompanied by unbearable agony for an ordinary person. Yin Shenyu suffered from this affliction once a year, which in reality was the process of opening her yin veins. Currently, she had already opened 8. Once all 9 were fully opened, her divine body would immediately manifest its power. Yet, you all have consistently suppressed the emergence of these yin veins using yang elements. If that were the extent of it, I might still find a way to assist her. However, you have forced her to consume the excessively young fire dragon fruit, entirely stifling the revival of her 9th yin vein. Not even a celestial being could save her. Yin Shenyu will undoubtedly not survive past 15. If you continue to administer pure young fruits, it will merely hasten her demise. Jiang Chen articulated each word with precision, feeling it imperative to enlighten these fools about the gravity of their mistakes. Boom! Jiang Chen's words struck Yin Zhanyun like a thunderbolt, draining the color from his face and causing his body to tremble. It dawned upon him that his daughter was not ill at all. Had he not taken every measure to stifle the formation of her yin veins, she might have already been an unparalleled prodigy. The realization that he had single-handedly ruined his most cherished daughter filled him with despair. You old fools, you truly infuriate me. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off, Jiang Chen declared. Striding towards the hall's exit, Brother Jiang Chen, please, Brother Jiang Chen, do not go. Several powerful figures from the Dan realm hurriedly pursued him, their annoyance at being called old fools overshadowed by the urgency of the situation. This young man was likely the only hope for the young lady's survival. Brother Jiang Chen, you understand the 9 yin mysterious veins. You must have a way to save my daughter. I implore you. Please save her, whatever condition you require. I, Yin Zhanyun, will agree to it. Yin Zhanyun approached Jiang Chen, speaking with earnest desperation. A smile flickered in Jiang Chen's heart. He had been waiting for this very plea. While others were at a loss regarding Yin Shenyu's condition, it posed no challenge for him, the foremost sage of the realm. Chapter 35. The One Chi Soul Origin. Till the hall fell silent. Every gaze fixated on Jiang Chen, their hopes resting upon the shoulders of a mere 15-year-old boy. The previously proud demeanor of these formidable Dan realm experts faded, replaced by a palpable sense of humility. As elders of the Yin family, they had watched Yin Shenyu grow up. She was intelligent, charming, and as enchanting as a sprite, a celestial being sent to the Yin family. She was cherished by all, from the elders to the younger generation. Should anything happen to her, the Yin family would plunge into profound sorrow. Upon learning that Yin Shenyu was, in truth, a possessor of the 9 yin mysterious veins, a wave of guilt washed over everyone present. Jiang Chen's words echoed in their ears. They were all culpable. If Yin Shenyu were to perish, it would be by their own hands, having destroyed the one they loved most, obliterating the future of a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Should any misfortune befall her, none would forgive themselves, and they would spend the remainder of their lives engulfed in regret and self-reproach. This was a fate they could not bear to witness. The young man before them represented their sole glimmer of hope. Yin Zhanyun's expression was one of earnest pleading, terrified that Jiang Chen might utter another refusal, for he was their only salvation. A soft sigh resonated through the hall as Yin Shenyu rose slowly from her seat. She gracefully stepped over the scattered wood shavings, approaching Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, to discern the true cause of my affliction. I have no regrets. I have never crossed paths with you before, so there is no need for you to worry excessively about my plight. Yin Shenyu lowered her gaze, speaking softly, akin to one on the verge of death leaving behind a final testament. Her tone was light, yet Jiang Chen perceived a glimmer of desolation in her expression. Perhaps Yin Shenyu truly feared not death. The torment of the cold over the years had prepared her for the inevitable. Yet, the absence of fear does not equate to a desire for death. No one wishes for their end, especially a youth filled with potential. The events surrounding Yin Chunyu had brought her nothing but helplessness. She bore no malice towards her father or her elders, for she understood that they acted in her best interests, even if it meant stifling the growth of her 9 in mysterious veins. Young Master Jiang, regardless of the outcome, I thank you. Yin Chunyu lifted her beautiful eyes to meet Jiang Qin's gaze. The cool, poignant look in her eyes was heart-wrenching, despair intermingled with reluctance and struggle. This gaze pierced Jiang Qin's heart, stirring a rare flutter within him. I must save her. I will certainly save her. In that moment, Jiang Qin made a resolute decision, never having felt such determination before. I will not allow you to perish. Jiang Qin spoke softly, his words flowing into Yin Chunyu's heart like a warm current, causing her delicate frame to tremble involuntarily. Young Master Jiang, you truly possess a method to save her? That is wonderful, simply wonderful, Yin Zhanyun exclaimed, nearly overcome with tears of joy. Humph! If you have given her pure young fruits, even if I possess divine powers, I could not bring her back, Jiang Qin retorted coldly. Striding back into the hall, upon witnessing this, Yin Zhanyun and the others secretly broke into a cold sweat, yet a sense of relief washed over them. Had Jiang Qin not appeared today, they would have remained oblivious to Yin Chunyu's true condition. They would have undoubtedly administered the pure young fruits without hesitation. Yin Zhanyun patted Yin Ming's shoulder. Yin Ming, you have rendered a great service. Indeed. Yin Ming felt as if stars had appeared in his eyes. The sudden fortune was almost overwhelming. Yet, all of this was thanks to Jiang Chun. Who could have imagined that a mere boy hired from the mercenary square would possess such extraordinary abilities? In this moment, Yin Ming's gratitude towards Jiang Qin surged forth like a relentless river. Without him, not only would Yin Chenyu be lost, but he himself would have perished in the mountains. Young Master Jiang, do you truly have a way to save me? Yin Chenyu's bright eyes locked onto Jiang Qin's, brimming with hope that, of course, not only will I heal you, but I will also help you successfully cultivate the 9 yin veins, transforming you into an unparalleled genius. The 9 yin mysterious veins are an ancient divine body that appears once in millennia. It would be a grave loss if such a gift were to be squandered. Jiang Qin teased, Brother Jiang Chun, may I inquire what method you intend to employ to treat Yuer? Yin Zhanyun asked urgently. To fully heal Miss Yin, there is but one method. We must eliminate the fire dragon fruit components within her body, as well as any remnants of the pure yang substances you have administered over the years, allowing the 9 yin mysterious veins to develop naturally, Jiang Qin explained. However, those pure yang substances have already entrenched themselves deeply within Miss Yin. Completely expelling them will be immensely challenging, especially the fire dragon fruits components. Given Miss Yan's current frail state, forcibly removing them may lead to a clash of yin and yang, likely resulting in her immediate demise. Jiang Qin's words only deepened Yin Zhanyun's frustration, prompting him to ask anxiously, Brother Jiang Chun, you must have a solution, right? I do indeed possess a method, but I will require certain items, Jiang Chen replied. What do you need? Speak freely, Brother Jiang Chun. As long as it is not an exceedingly rare treasure, our Yin Yu Tower can procure it. Yin Zhanyun quickly responded, be candid. My soul has sustained damage. In order to save Miss Yin, I must first restore my soul. Otherwise, I will be of no assistance. Jiang Chan stated plainly. Yin Ming, you must go to Yin Yu Tower immediately and retrieve all available soul-repairing herbs. Yin Zhanyun commanded Yin Ming. The fact that Jiang Chun had yet to treat Yin Chenyu but was already requesting items did not incite any dissatisfaction or fear among Yin Zhanyun and the others. Their instincts told them that Jiang Chun was not the type to abscond after receiving what he wanted. Furthermore, Jiang Chun had accurately diagnosed Yin Chenyu's condition, knowledge that no other master could match. The fate of Yin Chenyu rested solely in Jiang Chen's hands. Thus, they were prepared to fulfill any request he made. Very well, I shall go at once. Yin Ming turned to leave but was halted by a voice from a Dan realm expert. Hold on. The speaker was an elderly man of noble bearing, the Grand Elder of Yin Yu Tower, Yin Hong Tai, who possessed peak mid-stage Dan realm cultivation in the Yin family, aside from the patriarch Yin Zhanyun. The Grand Elder held the highest position. For as long as anyone could remember, Yin Yu Tower had been under the Grand Elder's management. Patriarch, do you recall the grand auction taking place at Yin Yu Tower in 3 days? Yin Hong Tai inquired. I am aware. Yin Zhanyun replied. The auction's highlight will feature a low-grade Earth Level 1 Qi Soul Origin pill. This pill has been circulated from within Qizhou, crafted by a master alchemist. and is of supreme quality. Yin Hongtai declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A low-grade Earth Level 1 Qi Soul Origin Pill. What a stroke of fortune! Jiang Qin's heart swelled with joy. His soul had suffered grievously. While ordinary elixirs or the essence of heaven and earth would struggle to effectuate optimal restoration, the Qi Soul Yuan Dan was a miraculous remedy specifically designed to mend soul injuries. This elixir was meticulously concocted from 49 distinct herbs aimed at nourishing the soul, and it was classified as a low-grade earth-level pill. Should Jiang Qian acquire it, not only would he fully restore his soul, but he would also experience a notable enhancement, elevating the essence of his soul and benefiting his cultivation. The ability to forge a flawless low-grade earth pill suggested that the individual behind it was at least a superior-grade alchemist. The fact that the Misty Rain Tower could procure such a treasure left Jiang Qin utterly impressed. "Uncle Tai, please bring the Qi Soul Yuan Dan to Brother Jiang Qin," Yin Zhanyun declared without a hint of hesitation. "But?" Yin Hongtai hesitated, and others furrowed their brows. Any elixir that nourished the soul held significant value, and the Qi Soul Yuan Dan, being a perfect earth-level pill, was simply priceless. If auctioned, it could fetch at least 100,000 taels of gold. If it were not of immense rarity, the Misty Rain Tower would not have treated it as their crowning treasure. "If I can obtain the Qi Soul Yuan Dan, I will heal Miss Yin within 3 days at most," Jiang Chun said with calm assurance. "Uncle Tai, do it. Rain's life is invaluable," Yin Zhanyun insisted. "Master, the Qi Soul Yuan Dan's worth is immense. Are you not concerned that this lad might fail to heal the young lady?" Yin Hongtai communicated telepathically to Yin Zhanyun. "I do not perceive Jiang Qian in such a light. Moreover, he is the only one capable of saving Rain." "Enough said. Go fetch it," Yin Zhanyun replied. "I'll need to retrieve it." "I have the Qi Soul Yuan Dan on me," Yin Hongtai said, reaching into his robe to produce a pristine jade box. Through the box, one could clearly see a pill the size of a fingertip resting within. Even from a distance, Jiang Chun could sense the profound medicinal power emanating from it, stirring his very soul. Yin Hongtai's gaze lingered on the jade box. Though reluctant, he ultimately handed it over to Jiang Qin. "Prepare a room for me, free from any interruptions. Once I have restored my soul's wounds, I shall immediately attend to Miss Yin's condition. Additionally, procure materials for a purification pill. It will be essential for treating her." Jiang Qin instructed. "Brother Jiang Qin, we at the Misty Rain Tower possess the purification pill ready for use," Yin Zhanyun said. "Is it a perfect purification pill?" Jiang Qin inquired, looking towards Yin Zhanyun. "Not exactly. Our alchemists can produce a limited quantity of perfect human yuan pills, but they cannot create perfect purification pills," Yin Zhanyun clarified. "In that case, prepare the necessary materials. The purification pill is for Miss Yin. She cannot endure any impurities within her body," Jiang Qian stated. "Could it be that Brother Jiang Qian is an alchemist, capable of refining perfect purification pills?" Yin Hongtai asked, testing the waters. Jiang Qian remained silent as a surge of soul energy radiated from him. He flipped his palm, and a flickering crimson flame danced above it. Chapter 36. Mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. All eyes were drawn to the flickering flame in Jiang Qin's hand, and the swirling soul energy surrounding him spoke volumes. "An alchemist? Brother Jiang Qin is indeed an alchemist. To master a form of beast fire at such a young age was truly formidable." Astonishment filled the air, and their doubts dissipated in an instant. A 15-year-old youth, at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, effortlessly slaying opponents in the late stage of the same realm and discerning the profound intricacies of the 9 mystical veins, all while wielding an extraordinary flame as an alchemist. Such a prodigy could not be ordinary. The Misty Rain Tower's alliance with him would undoubtedly prove fortuitous. Furthermore, judging by Jiang Qin's demeanor, he could very well refine perfect purification pills, which was even more astonishing. Through their recent interactions, they understood that this young man was not one to fabricate tales. With a deep breath, Jiang Qin withdrew his soul energy, the flames subsided, and his complexion paled slightly. His current state indeed did not permit the use of soul energy. "You have witnessed my soul's injury. I can scarcely wield my soul energy. Once I have healed with the Qi Soul Yuan Dan, I will attend to Miss Yin." Jiang Qin spoke. "I appreciate your efforts, Brother Jiang Qin," Yin Zhanyun replied, his expression radiant with hope. He turned to Yin Ming. "Yin Ming, prepare the finest guest room for Brother Jiang Qin. No one is to disturb him. Anyone who approaches within 100 steps shall have their legs broken." "Yes," Yin Ming responded promptly, filled with exuberance. Today he had become the foremost contributor to the Yin family. And Jiang Chun was his fortuitous star. Under Yin Ming's guidance, Jiang Qin departed the assembly hall. Observing Jiang Qin's retreating figure, Yin Qinyu's eyes betrayed an unusual glimmer. He claims to hail from Tianxiang City. Having joined a merchant caravan from Tianhui City, Yin Hongtai remarked, Tianxiang City, a mere small town, yet it has produced such a remarkable youth. Dispatch someone to investigate his background. A talent of this caliber must be well known. Yin Zhanyun chuckled. This individual is indeed extraordinary, a boy of 15 or 16. While others in our midst would cower before the prowess of several alchemists, he remains composed, exuding a confidence that is not typical. Furthermore, I sense an air of enigma about him, Yin Hongtai observed. If he can truly cure Rain's affliction, he shall become a benefactor to the Yin family, Yin Zhanyan remarked, glancing at Yin Chenyu. The most significant person in his life, whose worth to him was akin to that of Jiang Qin in Jiang Zhenhai's heart, irreplaceable. The accommodations prepared by Yin Ming for Jiang Chun were the finest guest quarters in the Yin estate. A tranquil and exquisite courtyard, indicative of the high regard in which Jiang Chun was held. Brother Jiang Chun, are you satisfied with your quarters? If not, I can arrange for a change, Yin Ming offered with a smile. No need. This place is quite splendid, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. I never imagined Brother Jiang Chun would genuinely discern the young lady's ailment, being a gifted young alchemist as well. I must admit, I underestimated you, Yin Ming said, beaming with admiration, as he regarded Jiang Qian with utmost respect. For if Jiang Chun were to heal Yin Chenyu, Yin Ming's status within the Yin family would soar. There's no need for such formality, Yin Ming, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. Brother Jiang Chun, the master has instructed me to present you with this pure young fruit as well, Yin Ming stated. Producing a fruit the size of a fist, its entire surface a deep crimson, exuding a potent essence of pure yang. The energy contained within this fruit was immeasurable. Jiang Qin's eyes brightened. The pure yang fruit was a rare essence of heaven and earth. And though this particular one was somewhat young, it was perfectly suited for his use. While its value could not compare to the Qi Soul Yuan Dan, it was still a precious treasure. It was unexpected that Yin Zhanyan would bestow such a gift upon him. In that case, I shall accept it, Jiang Chun said, not hesitating to take the pure yang fruit. He understood that Yin Zhanyan aimed to win him over and ease his mind, ensuring his undivided focus on healing Yin Chenyu. For the financially robust Misty Rain Tower, a single pure yang fruit was hardly a burden, especially after donating the Qi Soul Yuan Dan. This pure yang fruit was undoubtedly vital for Jiang Qian at this juncture. With both the Qi Soul Yuan Dan and the pure yang fruit, he could effortlessly advance to the mid-stage of the Qi Si realm. Brother Jiang Chun, focus solely on your recovery. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, Yin Ming said before departing. Jiang Chun closed the door to the courtyard, entered the room, and shut the door behind him. He had no desire to examine the room's decor. Instead, he immediately retrieved the jade box. Eagerly, he opened it, revealing a milky white pill that exuded a rich fragrance, entirely transparent and devoid of any impurities. Indeed, a perfect pill, Jiang Qin remarked, then settled into a meditative position, swallowing the Qi Soul Yuan Dan without delay. Boom! The medicinal power of the Qi Soul Yuan Dan spread throughout Jiang Qin's body, transforming into streams of pure energy that surged directly into his soul's essence. Hiss! The instantaneous sensation of relief caused Jiang Qin's body to tremble involuntarily. His damaged soul resembled a lake on the verge of desiccation. While the Qi Soul Yuan Dan's potency acted as a refreshing spring, epitomizing the adage of a long-awaited rainfall, buzzed, a humming sound resonated within Jiang Qian as, under the control of the transformation dragon technique, the medicinal energy was gradually refined and absorbed. The previously grievously injured soul began to mend at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the benefits bestowed by the Qi Soul Yuan Dan extended beyond mere soul restoration. Being an earth-level pill, it inherently contained special energies that, when harnessed through the transformation dragon technique, flowed into the Qi Si, gradually clarifying Jiang Qin's third dragon pattern. Jiang Chun sealed his senses, immersing himself entirely in the restoration of his soul. The recovery of one's soul is a process that cannot be hastened. Even with the assistance of the Qi Soul Yuan Dan, Jiang Chun remained in this state for an entire day. And it wasn't until the deep night of the following day that he finally awoke. In the Yin family's assembly hall, several high-ranking individuals at the human Dan realm were present. Master, We have gathered information from those dispatched to Tianxiang City. Jiang Qin is indeed extraordinary, Yin Hongtai reported. Dio elaborate, Yin Zhanyun prompted. Jiang Qin, the young master of the Jiang family in Tianxiang City, was initially regarded as the foremost scion of debauchery, utterly inept. However, a remarkable transformation occurred not long ago, rendering him a completely different individual. Just days prior, Jiang Chun led the Jiang clan to annihilate the formidable Morong family, their rivals in Tianxiang City, in a single night. Jiang Chun personally dispatched Morong Zhan, a peak practitioner of the Qi-Si realm. Yin Hongtai remarked that the intelligence gathered by Yinyu Tower must be exceedingly precise, especially since Jiang Qin's exploits were no secret within Tianxiang City. The so-called first scion of debauchery, does he truly appear as such? To obliterate a major power overnight is indeed an impressive feat. Even Yin Zhanyun could not help but express his astonishment. Clearly, his identity as a scion of debauchery is a facade. I suspect he has received guidance from an adept, for it is impossible to possess knowledge of the 9 Yin Xian veins without such tutelage. One individual added, furthermore, not long ago, Li Shanyue's son, Li Changhong, opposed the Jiang family on behalf of the Morong clan in Tianxiang City and was slain by Jiang Chun on the battlefield. The day before yesterday, Li Shanyue, seething with rage, rushed to Tianxiang City over this matter, but Yin Hongtai furrowed his brow. This young man actually killed Li Changhong. He truly possesses audacity. However, he has undoubtedly offended the Li family. By the way, what do you mean by only? Yin Zhanyun inquired. Looking towards Yin Hongtai at Li Shanyue returned empty-handed because the Jiang family harbors a profound and inscrutable master of the celestial Dan realm. As soon as Yin Hongtai's words fell, astonishment erupted. What? A master of the celestial Dan realm? Yin Zhanyun exclaimed in shock. Although he himself was a late-stage practitioner of the human Dan realm, reaching the celestial Dan realm is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. There isn't a single master of the celestial Dan realm in the entire Qiqing. The revelation that the Jiang family conceals such a being is utterly unbelievable. However, it is highly likely true. Given that it compelled Li Shanyue to retreat, I surmise that Jiang Qin's transformation is closely tied to this master of the celestial Dan realm, Yin Hongtai speculated. Listen closely. From now on, all matters concerning the Jiang family are not to be investigated further. As for Jiang Qin, the enemies of the Li family are our allies. Moreover, his ability to heal Yuer is a debt of gratitude we owe him, Yin Zhanyun stated with utmost seriousness. Understood, the crowd nodded. A master of the celestial Dan realm is no trivial matter. Our current priority is to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, who had been in seclusion, finally opened his eyes. Boom! A torrent of soul power surged forth from within him, creating an invisible whirlwind within the confines of the room. At this moment, Jiang Chun had completely refined a Qi soul Yuan Dan. His soul not only restored but even more formidable than before. My current soul power has at least reached the mid-level of the human Dan realm, surpassing my previous strength by more than threefold. And the third dragon pattern has fully coalesced. Jiang Chen marveled with delight. The stronger my soul power, the more advantageous it is for alchemy, and of course, ordinary individuals would not choose to employ their soul power in combat, as any injury to the soul is exceedingly difficult to recover from. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin's soul power could still serve as a means of intimidation in critical moments. Had it not been for the use of his soul to intimidate, the Jiang family might have already been annihilated by Li Shanyue. My soul has been perfectly restored, and my foundation has significantly strengthened. It is the perfect time to refine the pure yang fruit and break through to the mid-level of the Qi-Si realm. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen retrieved the pure yang fruit and swallowed it whole. By dawn, Jiang Chen had nearly refined the pure yang fruit, with some residual energy stored within his body. At this moment, the fourth dragon pattern within his Qi-Si had also coalesced completely, even giving rise to a fifth phantom. Jiang Chen consumed several human Yuan Dan, the sound of roaring reverberating within his Qi-Si, akin to tumultuous waves. Utilizing the pure yang fruit, he successfully ascended to the mid-level of the Qi-Si realm. Chapter 37. The heart of a young girl begins to stir. The roaring within the Qi-Si was unceasing. Four distinct blood-red dragon patterns writhing like lifeblood, while the fifth phantom began to flicker. With the slightest movement of the dragon patterns, a potent aura of blood surged forth from Jiang Chen's body. Were outsiders to witness such overwhelming vitality, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. The vitality of a single individual could rival that of ancient savage beasts. The transformation dragon technique is indeed formidable. With each dragon pattern formed, my vitality increases and my physique grows ever more robust. However, to truly transform into a dragon and soar through the heavens remains an infinitely distant aspiration. If I could obtain the blood of a true dragon to refine and integrate into the dragon patterns, the transformation dragon technique would achieve perfection. Alas, true dragons are legendary beasts from ancient times, and the sacred Yuan continent has long since been devoid of their presence. Jiang Chen mused, true dragons are divine beasts of destiny, transcending all others, a lofty existence. Regrettably, the sacred Yuan continent has lost all trace of true dragons, and my desire to acquire dragon blood for the cultivation of the transformation dragon technique must remain a mere fantasy. Rising to his feet, Jiang Chen reflected on the bountiful gains from his journey to Qicheng. Joining Yinyu Tower's merchant caravan was an astute decision. Otherwise, acquiring a Qi Soul Yuan Dan would have required an immense effort. Now, not only had his soul been completely restored, but his cultivation had also progressed to the mid-level of the Qi Si realm. With his current strength, he could contend with practitioners at the early stage of the human Dan realm and effortlessly dispatch Qi Si cultivators. Exiting the courtyard, Jiang Chen spotted two elderly men in the distance. Clearly, they were positioned there by the Yin family to await his emergence from seclusion. Recognizing them as Yin Xing and his companion, Jiang Chen chuckled quietly, acknowledging Yin Zhanyun's thoughtfulness. Striding forward, the two men, upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge from the courtyard, immediately displayed expressions of delight. Brother Jiang Chen, you have emerged from seclusion? Yin Xing hurriedly approached. Performing a respectful bow, aware that Jiang Chen intended to treat Yin Chunyu's ailment, hence his utmost courtesy. Very few within the Yin family were privy to Jiang Chen's true identity. After all, he had yet to fully heal Yin Chenyu, and with Yin Zhanyun aware of Jiang Chen's ties to the Li family, discretion was exercised. How is your young lady faring? Jiang Chen inquired. The condition of our young lady worsens day by day. Today's state is even more dire than yesterday, Yin Xing replied. Please inform your family head to bring the young lady here, and do not forget the medicinal materials for the purification pill. Jiang Chen instructed before turning back towards the courtyard. Hearing this, Yin Xing was overjoyed and promptly departed. Not long after, Yin Zhanyun and Yin Hongtai, along with other masters of the human Dan realm, hurriedly arrived, accompanied by Yin Chenyu. Yin Chenyu appeared even more haggard than before. The clash between the cold and yang energies within her was rapidly depleting her vitality. If not treated promptly, she would not survive past the age of 15. Yin Zhanyun and the others entered the room, finding Jiang Chen seated calmly in a chair. Brother Jiang Chen, your injuries have healed, I presume? Yin Zhanyun asked. Yes, you have brought the medicinal materials for the purification pill, I trust? Jiang Chen, observing Yin Chunyu's frail appearance, felt a pang of compassion. They have been brought, Yin Zhanyun responded, producing a dozen types of medicinal materials from his storage pouch and laying them on the table. Excellent, these are all top-quality materials. I shall commence alchemy now. You may either step outside or remain silent, Jiang Chen said as he slowly rose, a surge of Yuan power emanating from his body. Under the control of this power, the various medicinal materials began to levitate. With a flick of his hand, a crimson flame erupted into the air, swirling under Jiang Chen's command, akin to a series of fiery dragons writhing in motion. What exquisite fire control! An elder exclaimed in astonishment. He was a pharmacist from the Yin family. Although he had attained mid-level mastery of the human Dan realm, he had never seen anyone wield fire with such finesse. As alchemy still relied on a cauldron, buzz, Jiang Chen's soul power radiated outward, merging with the flames as he tossed all the medicinal materials into the inferno. What? The pharmacist nearly gasped in disbelief. The crucial step in refining pills, particularly for a special pill like the purification pill, is the purification process, which is exceedingly challenging. If he were to undertake it, he would need to refine each material individually. To throw them all in at once, as Jiang Chen did, is simply incredible and requires exceptional control over one's soul. Yin Zhanyun and the others were equally astonished, although they were not pharmacists. They had witnessed many alchemical processes, yet none had been like Jiang Chen's. The group exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment in the other's eyes, struggling to fathom that a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth possessed such terrifying alchemical prowess. A prodigy indeed, crackle. The medicinal materials crackled and popped as they were consumed by the flames, impurities swiftly eliminated. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the fire, his expression intensely focused. Beside him, Yin Chunyu's beautiful eyes were glued to Jiang Chen as he conducted the alchemical process. Momentarily entranced that a man becomes most captivating when he is earnest. Every gesture of Jiang Chen exuded a unique aura of masculinity. Having been tormented by the cold, Yin Chunyu had spent her days confined within her home, never stepping foot into the expansive Yin family estate, let alone encountering other young men. Jiang Chun was the first, and he was here to save her life. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chun called out lightly, abruptly retracting his soul power and flames, revealing a pearlescent pill that hovered before him. Why heavens! It truly is a perfect purification pill. He has actually concocted a flawless purification pill in just 20 minutes. Even I cannot help but feel admiration, the Yin family's pharmacist exclaimed in astonishment, fear gripping him as he witnessed Jiang Chen's alchemical prowess, a once-in-a-lifetime talent. This is the thought that resides in the hearts of all. This individual's future is undoubtedly limitless. Without delving into other matters, just the path of alchemy alone promises great potential. The reason Jiang Chen showcases his alchemical skills is to demonstrate his own worth. After all, the Jiang family does not have a true master of the heavenly Dan realm to preside over them. If they could secure the assistance of the Yin family, the Li family would be far less intimidating. Next, I shall attend to Miss Yan's ailment. Everyone, please step outside. During my treatment, no matter what occurs, you are strictly forbidden from entering. Jiang Chen spoke coldly. His gaze swept over the crowd, causing an involuntary shiver among them. Merely a glance from this youth instilled within them a profound sense of reverence, a most extraordinary sensation indeed. Yin Jianyun turned to Yin Shenru, saying, Ruer, we shall heed Brother Jiang Chen's guidance. Rest assured, Father, Ruer shall be fine, Yin Shenru replied with a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, I entrust Ruer to you. Yin Jianyun clasped his fists in a deep bow towards Jiang Chen before leading the others out of the room. Firmly shutting the door behind them, Master, do not worry. This Jiang Chen is shrouded in mystery and is certainly not a reckless individual. He will undoubtedly be able to heal Ruer, Yin Hongtai reassured. Patting Yin Jianyun on the shoulder, Yin Jianyun nodded gravely, taking a deep breath. To claim he was not anxious would indeed be a lie. Several masters of the Dan realm were stationed in the courtyard, unwilling to leave. Inside the room, Jiang Chen and Yin Shenru stood facing one another. Miss Yin, please consume the purification pill, Jiang Chen said, extending the pill towards her. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Xiao Ru, Yin Shenru replied, taking the purification pill. As her delicate hand brushed against Jiang Chen's fingers, she couldn't help but shiver, though not be overly concerned. I will not let anything happen to you, Jiang Chen said, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, I believe in you, Yin Shenru nodded. Although this was only their second meeting, for reasons unknown, Jiang Chen instilled within her an overwhelming sense of security. Now, sit cross-legged and adjust your state to the optimal condition. Keep your mind clear and free from distractions, Jiang Chen instructed earnestly. Understood, Yin Shenru replied, settling onto the floor. Jiang Chen crouched down, facing her, their gazes locking, causing a faint blush to rise upon Yin Shenru's cheeks. Xiao Ru, I will employ a special method to draw all the yang energy from within you. The process may be somewhat painful, so you must endure, Jiang Chen advised. Yes, I can endure, Yin Shenru nodded. Having borne the bitter chill for 8 long years, the purification pill will not expel the essence of your yang energy. It merely forces the latent yang energy deep within your body to surface. To ensure a thorough cleansing, I will need to guide it through your Shunkei acupoint. No offense, so please do not take it amiss, Jiang Chen explained. Upon hearing Shunkei acupoint, Yin Shenru's face flushed crimson. The Shunkei acupoint is a vital point on the human body, located at the navel. The transformation dragon technique can absorb any energy, and Jiang Chen's method involves using this technique to draw all of Yin Shenru's yang energy into his own body through the Shunkei acupoint. Yes, Yin Shenru replied, lowering her head almost to her chest. The thought that someone would touch her navel overwhelmed her with embarrassment. It was a place not to be touched casually. Having grown up, she had never allowed a man to even hold her hand, yet here was Jiang Chen, intent on touching her Shunkei acupoint. Oh dear, how mortifying! Unaware of Yin Shenru's inner turmoil, Jiang Chen suddenly pointed decisively at her Shunkei acupoint. He felt a softness beneath his fingertip, and his own heart stirred unexpectedly. The abruptness of Jiang Qin's action made Yin Chenru tremble violently, unable to suppress a cry. Her face was flushed, and she shot Jiang Qin a reproachful glance, wondering why he hadn't given her any warning. She was not yet prepared. Breathe deeply and focus. Completely release your mind and body, Jiang Qin commanded sternly. Yin Chenru's situation was exceedingly precarious, and there could be no errors in the process. Yin Chenru dared not delay, promptly closing her eyes. A stream of Jiang Qin's mental energy flowed through the Shinkei acupoint into Yin Chenru's body. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yin Zhanyun paced back and forth, his expression fraught with anxiety, glancing towards the door. For him, every passing moment was an agonizing trial. Master, do not fret. Ruer will surely recover and will one day become the foremost genius of our Yin family. Yin Hongtai consoled him. Everything hinges on brother Jiang Qin now. I hope Ruer can endure this trial. Otherwise, Yin Zhanyun trailed off, his face etched with bitterness, clearly burdened by guilt. Should anything happen to Yin Chenru, he would never forgive himself, for her current predicament was largely of his own making. Simultaneously, at the Red City Li family residence, Li Shangyue sat in the conference hall with a stormy expression, the scar on his face twitching ominously. Seated around him were 5 or 6 masters of the Dan realm. Just then, an elderly man in the later stages of the Qi-Si realm rushed in. Flustered. Have we uncovered the identity of those who killed Li Long and the others? Li Shangyue inquired, recalling the complete annihilation of the Li family forces in the mountains, many of whom had met their end with a single sword strike. The Li family could not believe that Yin Meng possessed such strength, hence their ongoing investigation. We have established that the assailant is likely a youth, the elder replied. A youth? The crowd was taken aback. On that day, Yin Meng was in the mercenary square of Tianhui City, and I have thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of the mercenaries there. Their prowess was quite ordinary, save for one white-clad youth who joined Yin Meng's merchant convoy later. According to those present at the square, this youth was unfamiliar with the mercenary square upon his first arrival and later joined the convoy heading to Red City. Moreover, some witnessed Yin Meng and the others entering the Yin Rain Tower, where Yin Meng displayed utmost deference toward this youth. Therefore, I surmise that the one who killed us is that very youth. The elder spoke with conviction. Such a youth possesses such remarkable abilities, yet chooses to be a mercenary? Have we uncovered his name and origins? One individual asked, frowning. We have yet to ascertain his origins. However, that youth has entered the Yin family and has not come out since, the elder clarified. A youth capable of slaying those in the later stages of the Qi-Si realm is indeed rare in these 28 cities. You all surely remember Jiang Qian from Tianxiang City, the one who killed Hongerd. It is said that Murong Hao met his demise at the hands of this very individual. If he could kill Murong Hao, he could certainly kill Li Long as well. Thus, I suspect this youth may be Jiang Qin. Li Shanyue's eyes glinted with malevolent intelligence. What the master says is correct. This individual is likely Jiang Qin. Judging by the injuries of Li Long and the others, the assailant must harbor animosity toward the Li family. If he were merely an ordinary mercenary, there would be no need for such ruthless extermination. Another affirmed, Hmph, we must avenge hunger. The Jiang family in Tianxiang City conceals a master of the heavenly Dan realm, making it difficult for us to act. But who would have thought that this young wretch would come to Red City? Effectively signing his own death warrant, Li Shangyue scoffed. However, to confirm this young wretch's identity, we must immediately send someone to capture those mercenaries who accompanied the Yin Rain Tower merchant convoy on that day. Understood. The elder bowed and exited. As evening fell, Jiang Qin had been treating Yin Chenru for an entire day, yet there was still no sign of activity within the room in the courtyard. Yin Zhanyun was restless, his hands anxiously rubbing together. Inside the room, Jiang Qin and Yin Chenru faced one another, his fingers continuously pressing against her Shinkei acupoint. Yin Chenru's delicate form quivered violently, beads of sweat cascading down her face. Her garments thoroughly soaked and clinging to her body, accentuating her enchanting figure. Any ordinary man would find it nearly impossible to resist such alluring temptation, yet Jiang Qin, as the world's foremost sage, remained impervious to such distractions. However, the sight of Yin Chenru's suffering stirred within him a pang of compassion. This was an exceedingly painful process. Yin Chenru bit down hard, her teeth clattering, yet she remained silent, displaying a resilience that even men would envy. Buzzing streams of yang energy flowed from her Shinkei acupoint, drawn into Jiang Qin's body. After a day of treatment, the effects of the purification pill had begun to manifest, expelling the yang energy hidden within Yin Shenru and helping to cleanse her of impurities. The 8 Yi meridians had become distinctly perceptible, as Jiang Qin drew the yang energy into himself. He also reaped substantial benefits. Yin Shenru's current state resembled his own from long ago. Over the years, she had consumed countless yang-enhancing elixirs, which had accumulated within her, particularly the fire dragon fruit. Now, with all that yang energy absorbed by Jiang Qin, the transformation dragon technique operated to fully convert it into his own energy. The 5th dragon pattern within his qi had become vividly apparent, perfectly coalescing. Xiao Ru, your 8 Yi meridians have now been revealed. Soon, an endless chill will be unleashed, and under the impact of these 8 meridians, you will directly open up your 9th Yi meridian. Therefore, I must swiftly extract all the yang energy from your body at this critical juncture. Otherwise, the clash between the cold and yang energies could lead to unimaginable consequences. We are in the final stretch now, and it may be quite painful, so you must hold on, Jiang Qin urged, his eyes shining with determination. Brother Jiang Qin, I am unafraid. May I call you Brother Jiang Qin? Yin Shenru murmured softly, her entire being enveloped in a daze. This is the heart of a young girl. Jiang Qin is the first male she has ever encountered, and more importantly, the first to have physical contact with her. Moreover, Jiang Qin is the one who saved her life, and quite naturally, he has thoroughly entered the depths of her heart. Jiang Qin nodded. The way she called him Brother Jiang Qin warmed his heart in his previous life. Although he was the greatest sage in the world, he was merely a martial arts enthusiast, wholly dedicated to cultivation, leaving the realm of emotions almost blank in this life. He aspires to be a normal person, one who experiences the full spectrum of human emotions. Buzzing down a wave of energy surrounded the two, the humming sound growing increasingly intense. Jiang Qin was about to take the final step. He employed the transformation of the dragon technique, instantly drawing out all the remaining yang energy from Yin Shenyu's body. Yin Shenyu's body trembled even more violently. The sudden surge impacted the Shenkei acupoint tremendously. Even with her strong disposition, she couldn't help but cry out, "Yuer!" Yin Zhanyun shuddered. Her cry pierced his heart like a dagger, transforming him into a lion devoid of reason, striding towards the building. Seeing this, Yin Hongtai and the others quickly intercepted Yin Zhanyun. "Master, you cannot enter." Brother Jiang Qin specifically instructed that under no circumstances should anyone go in. "Master, we understand that Yuer is enduring immense pain, but has she not suffered greatly over the years? She has persevered through it all. Moreover, even if you enter, you will be of no help if you disturb Brother Jiang Qin. The regret will be immeasurable." Upon hearing their words, Yin Zhanyun gradually calmed down. "I have indeed been reckless. I have already delayed Yuer and cannot afford to err at this crucial moment." Yin Zhanyun took a deep breath, fists clenched, and despite the myriad of worries in his heart, he dared not act rashly again. An hour later, Jiang Qin finally expelled the last remnant of yang energy from Yin Xianyu's body. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from within her. "Brother Jiang Qin, I am about to awaken the 9th Yi meridian," Yin Shenyu said hurriedly, as she could distinctly feel the 8 Yi meridians within her intertwining like bridges, extending towards her dantian. As soon as Yin Shenyu finished speaking, a frigid air began to pour out of her body like frost. Jiang Qin was taken aback, shivering from head to toe. When the 9th Yi meridian was birthed, the cold was at its most intense. Even with the transformation of the dragon technique protecting him, he was reluctant to endure such chilling air. With a swish, Jiang Qin sprang to his feet and kicked open the door, shooting out from the room. Almost the instant he emerged, a tidal wave of coldness surged forth from within, enveloping the entire room like a ferocious beast. Crackling, the house emitted a series of cracking noises. Within a 3-zhang radius centered around Yin Shenyu, everything was frozen solid, and the door he had kicked open formed a curtain of ice, draping the house in a layer of silver frost. The penetrating cold sent shivers down the spines of Yin Zhanyun and the others, prompting them to retreat beyond 3-zhang. What an intense cold! This chill is dozens of times colder than any previous instances. Yin Hongtai's eyes widened in shock. When the 9th Yi meridian awakens, the cold is at its peak, Jiang Qin remarked. Yin Zhanyun turned to Jiang Qin. "Brother Jiang Qin, what of Yuer? Rest assured, the impurities within her have been completely removed, and the ninth meridian is awakening. Otherwise, do you think such a frigid air could emanate? Moreover, because little Yu has endured the pain of the previous 8 awakenings, there will be no suffering during the awakening of the ninth meridian. She will enter a unique state, and this process will likely last at least 3 days. Master Yin, prepare to witness the emergence of an extraordinary talent from the Yin family. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yin family rejoiced immensely, with Yin Zhanyun even forgetting his composure and leaping up joyfully. Ha ha! Yin Zhanyun suddenly burst into laughter, swiftly enveloping Jiang Chun in a bear hug. Brother Jiang Chun, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved Yuer's life. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. Jiang Chun hurriedly pushed Yin Zhanyun away, his face a mask of alarm. Brother, men should not engage in such close contact. I truly cannot bear such a hug. Besides, I am not accustomed to embracing men. Brother Jiang Chun's skills are truly extraordinary. I am in awe, Yin Hongtai said, cupping his fists in sincere admiration. Enough. For the time being, no one is to disturb little Yu. She requires time to adapt to and master the ninth meridian, Jiang Chun specifically instructed. Brother Jiang Chun, do not worry. I shall remain here personally. Yin Zhanyun replied, then turned to the beaming Yin Ming beside him. Yin Ming, immediately prepare another residence for Brother Jiang Chun, allowing him to rest properly. Chapter 39. Trouble approaches. Yin Zhanyun was elated. It had been 8 years since he had felt such joy. Shortly after Yin Qinyu's birth, her mother passed away, having entrusted Yin Zhanyun with the care of her daughter. Over the years, he had treated Yin Qinyu as a cherished treasure, and her illness had weighed heavily on his heart. Now, this burden was finally lifted. Yin Zhanyun's gratitude towards Jiang Qin was beyond words. Whatever Jiang Qin desired in terms of thanks, he would provide. Jiang Qin did not leave to rest. He felt invigorated rather than fatigued. The combination of the Qi Soul Yuan pill, pure yang fruit, and the yang energy within Yin Qinyu had bestowed upon him unimaginable benefits. The freezing air emanating from the house was felt throughout the Yin family, leaving many in profound shock. What an intense cold! Could it be that the young lady is unwell again? Surely. Alas, how pitiful. This episode appears more severe than before, and I wonder if she can endure it. If anything were to happen to the young lady, how heartbroken would the master be? The members of the Yin family displayed expressions of sorrow, unaware that this was a fundamental transformation Yin Qinyu was undergoing. Soon, a young man clad in white rushed in. Panic etched across his handsome features. He appeared exceptionally striking, with a face like jade. Upon seeing the entire house encased in ice, his expression darkened significantly. What is happening? Why is Yuer's condition so grave this time? Yin Yang, do not worry, Yuer is fine, Yin Zhanyun reassured him. The newcomer was named Yin Yang, Yin Qinyu's cousin, recognized as the most talented individual in the Yin family. At merely 21, he had already reached the late stage of the Qi realm, making him the most promising candidate to achieve the Dan realm before the age of 25. Due to the uncertainties surrounding Jiang Qin's treatment of Yin Qinyu, the news had been kept under wraps, leaving even Yin Yang unaware of the situation. Moreover, he had been preoccupied with training and managing the Yinyu building, rarely present. Master, what is happening? Yin Yang inquired, puzzled by the intense cold, which the master claimed posed no threat. Come, allow me to introduce you, Yin Zhanyun said, presenting Jiang Chun to Yin Yang. This is Brother Jiang Chun, the one who healed Yuer. She is not ill, rather, she possesses a naturally occurring ninth meridian. This moment marks a crucial phase in her awakening, and once it is complete, our Yin family will witness the emergence of an extraordinary talent. The ninth meridian? This was the first Yin Yang had heard of it. But that was not the crux of the matter. What mattered most was that this young lad had saved Yin Qinyu. However, Yin Yang was astounded. A youth significantly younger than himself possessed such remarkable abilities. I am Yin Yang, Yuer's cousin. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving her. Yin Yang clasped his fists, sincerity evident in his demeanor. No need for formalities, Yin Yang. Jiang Chun replied with a smile, his first impression of Yin Yang being quite favorable. Yin Yang, make sure to spend more time with Brother Jiang Chun. Not only does he possess extraordinary knowledge, but he is also a talented alchemist. An exceptional young talent, Yin Zhanyun praised Jiang Chun without reservation. Oh, is that so? Yin Yang's eyes lit up, regarding Jiang Chun with newfound respect. That night, no one left. They all remained to guard Yin Qinyu, and Jiang Chun stayed by her side, for the girl who called him Brother Jiang Chun had already captured his heart. The following day, at the break of dawn, The entrance to Yinyu building suddenly became a hubbub of activity. In a short time, a multitude of people congregated, blocking the entrance to the building. Not good, not good outside. Yin Xing rushed in, panting heavily. Yin Xing, what has happened to cause such alarm? Yin Zhanyun inquired. Yin Xing glanced at Jiang Chun standing nearby and quickly replied, the Li family has come to cause trouble. The Li family? Although we have had ongoing conflicts, we have not yet engaged in direct warfare. What does Li Shanyu intend? Yin Yang fumed at Li Shanyu has come for brother Jiang Chun. He is currently blocking the entrance to Yinyu building, demanding the master hand over brother Jiang Chen. There are already many spectators gathered outside. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. So, Li Shanyu had come for him. How does Li Shanyu know brother Jiang Chen is here at Yinyu building? He mused. Yin Xing, go tell Li Shanyu that Jiang Chen is a distinguished guest of our Yin family. If he wishes to target Jiang Chen, he is effectively targeting me, Yin Zhanyun. Yin Zhanyun declared coldly, exuding an air of authority. Master, Li Shanyu has captured 4 members of the Wang family, those mercenaries who accompanied us that day. He has threatened that if brother Jiang Chen does not come out, he will execute the 4 in front of Yinyu building. Yin Xing's voice was laced with urgency. He had fought side by side with Wang Ting and the others, sharing life and death experiences. Now, with the 4 of them captured by Li Shanyu, how could he not feel anxious? If Jiang Chen did not step forward, with Li Shanyu's methods, killing 4 mercenaries would be as effortless as raising a hand. As soon as Yin Xing finished speaking, Jiang Chen strode purposefully toward the outside. Brother Jiang Chen, Yin Zhanyun called out, and everyone hurriedly followed. At this point, they finally understood why Li Shanyu was aware that Jiang Chen was in the Yin family. Jiang Chen had not concealed his identity upon his arrival. The massacre of numerous individuals in the Li family within the mountains would undoubtedly lead to an investigation, easily tracing back to Jiang Chen. Especially now that Wang Ting and the others had been captured, making it simple to ascertain Jiang Chen's identity. Jiang Chen walked ahead, a sinister smile gracing his face, and a faint glimmer of murderous intent shone in his eyes. No one had ever dared to threaten him. Those who had previously tried to coerce him had met with dire fates. The fact that Li Shanyu had dared to use Wang Ting and the others as leverage against him infuriated Jiang Chen, igniting a genuine rage within him. Although he only had a fleeting acquaintance with Wang Ting and the others, he would not allow innocent lives to be entangled in his affairs. Outside the grand entrance of Yinyu Tower, a large crowd had gathered. The Li family had sent 7 or 8 individuals, with the family head, Li Shanyu, leading the group, accompanied by 2 formidable experts in the Dan realm. A cold smile adorned Li Shanyu's face, and the scar on his visage appeared particularly menacing, accentuating his terrifying expression. Beside him stood a young man clad in a yellow robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. He bore a resemblance to Li Changhong, being Li Shanyu's other son, and his aura was profound, rivaling that of Yin Yang, marking him as a rare talent in Qicheng. On one side of the Li family's formation, for rugged men, their clothes tattered, were bound by coarse iron chains forged from cold steel. Their faces were smeared with blood, their breaths ragged, and they bore significant injuries. Yin Zhanyun, hurry and have that little beast Jiang Chun come out. I'll give you 3 more minutes. If he doesn't show, I will start killing. Li Shanyu's voice boomed, reverberating in the distance. Who exactly is this Jiang Chun? Why does the head of the Li family display such rage and feel compelled to take matters into his own hands? It seems there isn't anyone named Jiang Chun at Yinyu Tower, right? You still don't know. I heard not long ago that the 3rd son of the Li family, Li Changhong, was killed in Tianxiang City, and it was this Jiang Chun who did it. Last time, the head of the Li family personally went to Tianxiang City, but for some reason returned empty-handed. I didn't expect this Jiang Chun to arrive in Qicheng and even enter Yinyu Tower. Goodness, this Jiang Chun certainly has audacity, daring to kill the Li family's young master. Li Shanyu has 3 sons, and he dotes most on his youngest. It's no wonder he is so enraged after Li Changhong's death. Now, everyone was abuzz with speculation, the news of Jiang Chen's killing of Li Changhong spreading rapidly. People finally comprehended why Li Shanyu had come so aggressively to Yinyu Tower seeking trouble. Soon, Yin Zhanyun and the others emerged from the tower. Li Shanyu, you dare to come to my Yinyu Tower? Are you assuming the Yin family is without protection? Yin Zhanyun's voice was commanding, radiating authority as he bellowed. Humph, Yin Zhanyun, I am not here to target your Yin family today, but rather to seek that little beast, Jiang Chun. Hand him over. Li Shanyu snorted coldly, his serpent-like gaze sweeping over the Yin family. eventually landing on Jiang Qin, whereupon his eyes glinted with icy malice. So, you are Jiang Qin? Li Shangyue. I spared your life last time at the Jiang family estate, and instead of showing gratitude, you dare to disrespect me. Truly, you are lower than a beast, Jiang Qin retorted, his tone flat. Humph. So it is you. You killed my son, and even if you had 9 lives, you must pay the price. Little beast, had you remained at the Jiang family, I might have hesitated to act against you. I never expected you to recklessly come to Qicheng. You are simply courting death. Li Shangyue ground his teeth, his desire to tear Jiang Qin apart palpable. Li Shangyue, Jiang Qin is a distinguished guest of my Yinyu Tower, not someone you can recklessly target. If you wish to kill him, you must first possess the strength to defeat my Yin family. Yin Zhanyun stated plainly and assertively, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. Jiang Qin had never heard of this before. How could someone who had just arrived from Tianxiang City be so closely associated with Yinyu Tower? Observing Yin Zhanyun's demeanor, it seemed he was prepared to mobilize the entirety of the Yin family's strength to protect Jiang Qin. Even if Jiang Qin were a genius, he surely did not hold such immense value. Yin Zhanyun was no fool. His support for Jiang Qin must have been motivated by some underlying reason. Many were puzzled, even Li Shangyue himself, who could not fathom why Yin Zhanyun was so intent on protecting Jiang Qin. Was it merely because Jiang Qin had assisted Yin Ming in eliminating members of the Li family? That reason did not seem sufficient. Li Shanyue's face twisted into a cold smile. If Yin Zhanyun genuinely committed the entire Yin family's resources to safeguard Jiang Qin, it would indeed pose a challenge for him, as the current strength of the Li family did not allow for a direct confrontation with Yinyu Tower. However, Li Shangyue had his preparations. He exchanged glances with a person beside him, who understood and immediately brought Wang Ting and the others to the forefront. With a clang, the individual drew a gleaming large knife and held it against Wang Ting's throat. Jiang Qin, these 4 are your companions. Would you care to witness their demise because of you? Li Shangyue gazed at Jiang Qin with a chilling smile. Shameless! Yin Ming bellowed, seething with anger. This matter had nothing to do with Wang Ting and the others. Their involvement was utterly innocent. Yin Ming had fought alongside them through life and death, and to be forced to watch them suffer would be torturous for him. Haha, Li Shangyue, if you wish to kill, then proceed. You overestimate the significance of these 4. I, Wang Ting, am merely acquainted with brother Jiang Qin. We share no friendship. Using us to threaten him is a grave miscalculation. Wang Ting laughed heartily, even as the cold blade left a mark on his neck. Blood seeping forth, yet his expression remained unchanged, unafraid. His sheer bravado earned him the admiration of many around him. Indeed, he was a man of remarkable mettle. Kill if you must. If I even flinch, may I be deemed a coward. This life is given to me by brother Jiang Qin. Living a few more days is already a boon. Brother Jiang Qin, I, Niu Ming, apologize for revealing your name. The other 3 also displayed unwavering courage. Fearless in the face of danger, as mercenaries, each was a stalwart individual, having embarked on this irreversible path, fully prepared for the worst outcome. This day would inevitably arrive, and they were not afraid. Very well. Since you all possess such fortitude, I shall grant your wish. Kill them, Li Shangyue declared coldly, his aura surging. Stop, Jiang Qin shouted, taking 2 steps forward, his expression steely. Li Shangyue, the esteemed head of the Li family, the overlord of Qicheng, resorting to such underhanded tactics against a mere youth. Calling you shameless would hardly be an exaggeration. Li Shanyue's smile faltered. Jiang Qin was correct. Given his status, employing such tactics was indeed beneath him. Brother Jiang Qin, you are safe within Yinyu Tower. There is no need to put yourself at risk for us 4 rough men. Your life is far more precious than ours, Wang Ting urged. Though I, Jiang Qin, may lack talent, I will not allow others to bear the consequences of my actions. I shall not let anyone else shoulder the burden of my affairs, Jiang Qin replied coolly. He had little emotional connection to Wang Ting and the others. Their lives or deaths did not significantly concern him. However, the current circumstances were different. Their plight arose entirely due to him, and thus, he must take a stand. Enough talk, Jiang Qin. Come forth to meet your death, and I will release them, Li Shangyue commanded coldly. Li Shangyue, you truly have no shame. The head of the Li family threatening a mere youth with such tactics. Yin Zhanyun stepped forward, standing beside Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had just saved Yin Xinyu, making him a benefactor of the Yin family. He could not allow harm to befall him. even if it meant sacrificing the 4 mercenaries. He would ensure Jiang Qin's safety. Indeed, such tactics are rather inappropriate for someone of Li Shanyue's stature. Others began to murmur in agreement, the crowd's whispers growing louder. The so-called celebrity effect was in play. In Qicheng, Li Shanyue was a figure of renown, and every action he took reflected upon the Li family's reputation. Li Shanyue frowned slightly, realizing the unexpected turn of events. If he were to kill Wang Ting and the others, his reputation would suffer greatly in Qicheng, severely hampering the Li family's standing in the future. Perhaps we should have your son compete with Jiang Chen. If he can kill Jiang Chen, it would suffice for revenge. Someone in the crowd suggested, yes, that's a splendid idea. We can finally witness a battle between geniuses, voices echoed in agreement. The audience was always eager for spectacle, eager to see what means Jiang Chen possessed to not only slay Li Changhong but also earn the esteem of Yanyu Tower. Hearing this, Li Shanyue turned to the young man beside him. Li Shanyue has 3 sons, each a rare genius in his own right. His eldest son, Li Changming, and his second son, Li Changhao, have both attained the pinnacle of the Qixi realm at a young age. Li Changming is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the human Dan realm, while the third son, Li Changhong, met his demise at the hands of Jiang Chun in Tianxiang City. The person beside him is none other than the second son, Li Changhao. With a smirk of arrogance gracing his lips, Li Changhao stepped forward, pointing a finger at Jiang Chun, and proclaimed in a tone brimming with confidence, Jiang Chun, I have heard that you killed my brother on the deathmatch platform. Today, I shall avenge him by slaying you there. Though you dare accept this challenge? Li Shanyue looked on with a cold smile directed at Jiang Chen, considering this idea rather splendid. He was unaware of the means by which Jiang Chun concealed his cultivation level. But from what he knew, Jiang Chun was merely at the 9th stage of the Qi realm during his duel with Li Changhong, and now he had only just stepped into the early stages of the Qixi realm. While his combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, Li Changhao was more than capable of handling him. Although Jiang Chun managed to defeat Morong Zhan, the latter was no match for Li Changhao. Despite their equal cultivation levels, there was no comparison to be made. Li Changhao was a prodigious youth with boundless potential, far beyond that of ordinary peers. Moreover, he possessed formidable techniques in his arsenal, making the task of eliminating a mere Jiang Chun trivial, thus preserving the Li family's reputation. All eyes turned to Jiang Chun, eager to see if he would dare to engage in battle. After hearing Li Changhao's words, Jiang Chun simply laughed. Are you certain you wish to engage me in a life-and-death duel? Jiang Chun felt a genuine sense of goodwill in his warning, almost wanting to tell Li Changhao, child, awaken. The deathmatch is no trifling matter. Once a life is lost, it cannot be regained. Jiang Chun then posed a question. What are you afraid? Li Changhao stood proudly, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chun. Let them go first, and I shall accept your challenge, Jiang Chun declared. Brother Jiang, you must consider this carefully. Li Shanyue has 3 sons. While Li Changhong may be average, the other 2 are exceptional geniuses. This one here is Li Changhao, at the pinnacle of the Qixi realm, Yin Zhanyan cautioned. Brother Jiang, Li Changhao is incredibly strong. I cannot guarantee victory over him. Engaging in a life-and-death duel with him may be perilous, Yin Yang added, also offering a word of caution. Not to worry, with so many witnesses present, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse. Jiang Chen shrugged, exuding nonchalance. This was an opportunity presented to him on a silver platter. Li Shanyue must have felt overwhelmed by the number of sons he had and wished to gift him another. Meanwhile, Li Shanyue waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to release Wang Ting and the others. Yin Meng hurriedly stepped forward to escort the 4 into the Yin family's camp. With a rustle, the crowd quickly cleared a large space, deciding it would be more convenient to conduct the life-and-death duel right there instead of at the distant arena. Come now, Jiang Chun, let me see what skills you truly possess. Today, I shall kill you in vengeance for my brother, Li Changhao proclaimed as he positioned himself at the center of the arena. His golden robe billowed without wind, and his face radiated confidence. Completely dismissing Jiang Chun as a threat. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed formidable trump cards. Today, Jiang Chun was destined to die. Brother Jiang, do exercise caution, Yin Zhanyun advised. Jiang Chun nodded and stepped forward, standing a short distance from Li Changhao. With a roar, Li Changhao unleashed a burst of energy, his essence surging like a vast ocean. He struck out with a punch, his fist shimmering with brilliance. The sharp energy slicing through the air with a series of explosive sounds. The might of the pinnacle Qixi realm was evident. Even this probing attack displayed immense power. The title of Red City Genius was indeed not bestowed lightly. Jiang Chun shook his head, acknowledging that Li Changhao was indeed much stronger than Morong Zhan. However, he was no longer at the early stages of the Qi-Si realm. He had advanced to the mid-stage, rendering any Qi-Si cultivator before him pathetically weak. Jiang Qian swiftly extended a palm, a vortex of energy swirling within it, and met Li Changhao's attack head-on. He exerted only half of his strength, as he had already condensed 5 dragon patterns. Should he unleash his full power, a single punch could annihilate Li Changhao. Not wishing to create too much of a spectacle, he opted for moderation. With a resounding clash, the two forces collided, producing a sound akin to iron being struck. Li Changhao's energy was shattered by Jiang Qin's palm, forcing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. He felt an unbearable ache throughout his arm, a sensation beyond description, impressive. This Jiang Qin is indeed extraordinary, having forced Li Changhao back with a single strike, murmured the onlookers. Jiang Chun, looking every bit the refined young master, was revealed to possess an unfathomable strength. However, it was merely a probing attack from Li Changhao, and the outcome remained uncertain. The crowd was astounded. No one had anticipated that Jiang Chun would seize the upper hand right from the outset, pushing Li Changhao back with a single palm strike. "Well done," Yin Zhanyun exclaimed. "Hemph, power, do not hold back. Quickly kill him." Li Shanyue's expression darkened ominously. "Understood," Li Changhao replied, shaking off any lingering doubts. He brought his hands together, energy swirling as he thrust a finger forward. With a bang, a pale yellow finger emerged, cutting through the air with a crisp sound, its length stretching an entire yard, a force to be reckoned with. "Brother Jiang, this is the Huang Tian finger of the Li family, which Li Changhao has mastered to perfection. Exercise caution," Yin Yang warned. Jiang Chen smirked, a hint of scorn curling his lips. He had encountered the Huang Tian finger during his battle with Li Changhong in Tianxiang City. Compared to his own Yang finger, it was utterly feeble. However, the version executed by Li Changhao was undeniably superior to that of Li Changhong. Yet Jiang Chun remained unfazed as the Huang Tian finger approached. Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, his fist striking out with resolve just before the technique reached him. Chapter 41. Killing in an instant boom. Jiang Chen's fist radiated brilliance, the sharp energy slicing through the air with explosive sounds, unleashing a violent shockwave directed at Li Changhao's Huang Tian finger. "What? He dares to use his fist to confront the Huang Tian finger? How audacious!" Yin Yang exclaimed in disbelief. "This Jiang Chen is far too arrogant." Although he previously held the upper hand, the Huang Tian finger is a combat technique of tremendous power. To confront it with a mere fist is sheer folly. Others speculated, "I doubt he can withstand it." The Li family's Huang Tian finger, though classified as a low-grade human technique, has been honed to perfection by Li Changhao, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. The onlookers murmured in astonishment. Laughter erupted from Li Changhao, who mocked, "Jiang Qian, you truly overestimate yourself, attempting to challenge my Huang Tian finger with your fist. Such ignorance will surely lead to your demise." However, the next moment, the mockery vanished from his face, replaced by sheer shock as Jiang Chen demonstrated the true meaning of ridicule through action. With a resounding crash, Jiang Chen's fist collided with the enormous Huang Tian finger, producing a deafening roar. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Jiang Chen's fist seemed indestructible, shattering the powerful Huang Tian finger as if it were mere dust, scattering it into motes of yellow light. As for Jiang Chen, he maintained his striking posture, unwavering and steady as a mountain. Everyone felt the might of that punch, coupled with the innate aura of a born ruler that Jiang Chen exuded, which gave many the impression of a youth far beyond his years. Heavens! How powerful must that punch be to obliterate the Huang Tian finger? His physique was astonishingly resilient, even with the enhancement of energy. To strike the Huang Tian finger with his fist was nothing short of terrifying. To think such a prodigious talent could emerge from the small Tianxiang city was almost unbelievable. It seemed that Li Changhao was no longer his match. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as no one could fathom that Jiang Chen would withstand the Huang Tian finger with such ease. This battle, once deemed predictable, had taken an unexpected turn. Li Changhao had unleashed the Huang Tian finger. Yet Jiang Chen had not yet utilized any combat techniques. In comparison, Li Changhao had already lost. Unless he had other powerful trump cards, he was fated to be defeated by Jiang Qian today. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Qian had condensed 5 dragon patterns within his Qi Si, capable of unleashing a formidable force of 50,000 pounds. What a terrifying prospect. Damn it. How has this fellow trained? His vigor is overflowing. His physique rivals that of a beast. Yin Yang couldn't help but curse. As a rare genius himself, he found it difficult to admire another. Yet Jiang Qin's performance today earned his respect. Brother Jiang has consumed a Qi Soul Yuan Dan and pure Yang fruit. Advancing to the mid-level of the Qi Si realm, Li Changhao is no match for him. We can rest easy now. Yin Zhanyun remarked, arms crossed and chuckling, entirely devoid of the tension he previously felt, now adopting a spectator's demeanor. Moreover, Jiang Qin's display left the higher-ups of the Yin family utterly astonished. Such a talented young man, even when compared to those from the prominent sects within Qizhou, seemed equally impressive, further solidifying their resolve to recruit Jiang Qin. Conversely, Li Shanyue's expression grew increasingly grim. The master of the household spoke. This individual possesses extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, he is already formidable, with virtually no rivals of his caliber. If allowed to continue his growth, he may pose an unending threat. Beside Li Shanyue, a member of the Li family and a master of the Dan realm whispered, at this point, anyone with a modicum of sense can discern Jiang Qin's potential. Rest assured, Power wields a battle weapon. He will surely be able to slay him, Li Shanyue replied coldly. The 15-year-old youth before him invoked within Li Shanyue a sense of latent danger, compelling him to resolve that Jiang Qin must be eliminated. The most astonished was Li Changhao himself. After years of cultivating the Huangtian finger, he had mastered this combat technique to a high degree, yet Jiang Qin had effortlessly dismantled it, leaving him in shock. What other means do you possess? I grant you the opportunity to display them, Jiang Qin declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, pride, and confidence that rendered Li Changhao insignificant in his eyes. This blatant disdain pierced deeply into Li Changhao's proud heart, his eyes turning crimson with fury. Jiang Qin, today I shall surely kill you, he roared, swiftly conjuring a radiant long sword that seemed to shimmer with brilliance. The sword emitted a resonant hum, its pitch-black blade as thin as a cicada's wing, measuring 5 feet in length and 2 fingers in width, its chilling aura flashing ominously, evoking a sense of suffocation. A low-grade battle weapon, Jiang Qin assessed, his discerning gaze immediately recognizing the sword's rank. What? A battle weapon? Yin Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, I completely overlooked this detail. Li Shanyue had already prepared a backup plan by bestowing a low-grade battle weapon upon Li Changhao. Yin Zhanyun, in a fluster, observed the sword in Li Changhao's grasp, and the onlookers could no longer maintain their composure. Battle weapons are incomparable to ordinary arms. Those that attain the rank of battle weapon are invariably divine instruments. The distinction between a battle weapon and a mere weapon lies in the former's ability to absorb elemental force, unleashing power that can exceed the wielder's own capabilities by double or even several-fold. Akin to formidable combat techniques, yet battle weapons are far rarer. Each battle weapon is immensely precious. Even a low-grade battle weapon is particularly scarce in the region of Qicheng, which is located in the remote outskirts of Qizhou. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary master of the Dan realm to acquire even a low-grade battle weapon. For instance, the Yinyu Tower's auction house, the largest in Qicheng, has auctioned off various treasures and celestial essences but has never featured a battle weapon. The entire Yin family possesses no more than 3 low-grade battle weapons, and the Li family is not much better off. The fact that Li Changhao, at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm, possesses a low-grade battle weapon clearly indicates it is a trump card against him. Indeed, this low-grade battle weapon can augment Li Changhao's combat strength by at least a factor of 2. How can Jiang Qin contend with that? The crowd murmured in awe, their gazes fixated on the long sword in Li Changhao's hand, their expressions tinged with envy. Jiang Qin, this sword is named the Black Spirit Sword. You have likely never encountered a battle weapon before. To perish at the hands of the Black Spirit Sword today would be a source of pride for you. Li Changhao taunted, channeling his elemental force into the sword, which responded with a shrill cry, its chilling sheen radiating outward, sending shivers through those nearby. Jiang Qin merely scoffed at Li Changhao's bravado. The man's sense of superiority was overwhelming. A mere low-grade battle weapon has inflated your ego to such heights. It is truly amusing, Jiang Qin thought, recalling his previous life where even a top-grade battle weapon would have been regarded as inconsequential, hardly worthy of a glance. Undoubtedly, the Black Spirit Sword could indeed enhance Li Changhao's combat prowess significantly. Yet, even if his power were to multiply fivefold, Jiang Chen would still be his demise. However, do not dawdle. Finish him swiftly, Li Shangyue urged. Yes, father. I will ensure he dies a most miserable death, making him understand that opposing the Li family leads to dire consequences. Li Changhao replied with a cold smile. With a surge of elemental force, Li Changhao infused the Black Spirit Sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light that formed an expansive web. Jiang Chen, perish. I shall grind you into mincemeat with a single strike. Li Changhao charged forth, resembling a ferocious tiger, his sword raised high, the chilling sword light expanding without restraint, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, instilling terror in all. Jiang Chen, be cautious. The power of a battle weapon is formidable, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Should you be struck, it would mean certain death or grievous injury, Yin Zhanyun warned, concern etched on his face. The Black Spirit Sword trembled violently, enveloping Jiang Chen in its deadly embrace. Li Changhao reveled in his triumph. The sword, like a venomous serpent, descended to cleave Jiang Chen in two before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Ha ha ha, he laughed. Yet in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The smile vanished from his face as the blade struck Jiang Chen, only to yield no sensation of impact. The tip of the sword embedded into the ground, leaving a deep gash in the hardened earth. An afterimage, Li Changhao exclaimed in shock, realizing that he had merely sliced through Jiang Chen's illusion. How could this be? How had he evaded that inevitable strike? Raising his gaze, he noted the astonishment on the faces of the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief, not from the might of his sword, but directed behind him. However, be careful, Li Shangyue shouted urgently, but it was too late. Li Changhao felt an impending danger from behind him. Jiang Chen surged forth like a cheetah, his hand alight with a radiant, crimson-golden finger beam, stretching 5 feet long, akin to a resplendent sword, aimed directly at Li Changhao. This was the manifestation of the Sun Finger, potent enough to rival a low-grade battle weapon. Jiang Chen's movements were astonishingly swift. From dodging Li Changhao's Black Spirit Sword to launching a counterattack, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Chapter 42. A double loss. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Li Shangyue gasped in horror, yet Jiang Chen's speed left no room for intervention, even for one at the late stage of the Dan realm. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen's finger beam descended like a sword at Li Changhao reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to the side just in time to avoid being cleaved in two, while simultaneously attempting to block with the Black Spirit Sword. Alas, he was still a moment too late. The sound echoed as Jiang Chen's finger beam struck his wrist. Li Changhao's elemental resistance proved futile, and the sword was just a fraction behind, resulting in his wrist being severed cleanly. The hand along with the Black Spirit Sword plummeting to the ground, blood spraying forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain from his severed wrist elicited a wailing scream from Li Changhao. Yet Jiang Chen paid no heed, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Smack! The sound rang out sharply as Li Changhao's face met the ground. Jiang Chen then stomped down upon Li Changhao's visage, rubbing his foot back and forth, rendering the helpless Li Changhao incapable of escape, only able to emit pitiful whines. Silence enveloped the scene. None could have anticipated such a turn of events. Who would have thought that even with the low-grade battle weapon, Li Changhao would still be so swiftly vanquished by Jiang Chen? All were absorbed in Jiang Chen's earlier actions, and despite the multitude of eyes upon him, no one discerned how he had evaded the seemingly inescapable strike from Li Changhao. Release my son! Li Shangyue finally regained his composure, bellowing furiously at Jiang Chen. If it were not for his son being trampled beneath Jiang Chen's foot, his life hanging by a thread, he would have already lunged forward to tear Jiang Chen apart. The members of the Li family seethed with rage, unable to fathom Jiang Chen's overwhelming strength. Even Li Changhao, a peak Qi realm practitioner wielding a low-grade battle weapon, was rendered impotent against him. This was truly terrifying. Release him? Are you jesting? Do not forget, this is a life-and-death battle, Jiang Chen sneered, gazing at the enraged Li Shangyue, his foot continually slapping against Li Changhao's face. You little beast, if you dare to harm my son further, I will ensure you are torn limb from limb. Li Shanyue's fury reached a boiling point, his scarred visage contorted in rage, a sight to behold. Having already lost one son, the thought of losing another threatened to drive him to madness. More importantly, if Li Changhao were killed before him, it would be a blow to his pride. Li Shanyue was furious. Yet the terms of the life and death battle had been agreed upon. I wager Jiang Chun would not dare to kill Li Changhao. No one would risk such an act before Li Shanyue, that is uncertain. I perceive Jiang Chun as a ruthless individual, and he may indeed have the audacity to do so. Moreover, their enmity is deeply rooted. Even if he spares Li Changhao, Li Shanyue will not let him off easily. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Jiang Chun shifting. After today's battle, this previously obscure youth would undoubtedly gain renown throughout Qicheng. The members of the Yin family remained silent, their sole purpose being to support Jiang Qin and safeguard him. Their recent interactions had made it abundantly clear that Jiang Chun was an individual of strong convictions. Whether he chose to kill Li Changhao was entirely beyond their influence. Even the threats posed by Li Shanyue were utterly ineffective. Indeed, when had the world's foremost saint ever been cowed by threats? The words of Li Shanyue held no weight in Jiang Qin's eyes, akin to the sound of a mere flatulence. Jiang Chun paid no heed to the enraged Li Shanyue, exerting increasing pressure beneath his feet, causing Li Changhao's head to emit cracking sounds, a harbinger of dislocated bones. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and his cries grew increasingly chilling. Bastard, Jiang Chun, I will flay you alive. Li Shanyue roared like a furious lion. His wrath palpable, yet he dared not advance, fearing that should he act, Jiang Qin would instantly eliminate Li Changhao. Flay me alive. I would rather flay him first, with a sudden tremor of his foot. The black spirit sword was propelled upward, and Jiang Qin effortlessly grasped it in his hand. Not a bad sword. I shall keep it as a trophy. As for Li Changhao, a life and death battle must resolve itself. Jiang Qin remarked nonchalantly, the blade of the black spirit sword poised dangerously at Li Changhao's neck. Feeling the chill of the blade, Li Changhao trembled, acutely aware of the looming specter of death. No, no, please don't kill me, he begged incoherently, desperate to cling to life. He was the second son of the Li family, a rare genius of Qicheng, with a promising future ahead. How could he possibly die? Jiang Qin, do you dare? Li Shanyue's nostrils flared with fury. The onlookers held their breath, speculating whether Jiang Chun would truly dare to slay Li Changhao. Li Shanyue, I hear you have 3 sons. I shall begin by killing 2. Jiang Qin's expression was one of calm indifference, yet his actions were merciless. The black spirit sword plunged into Li Changhao's neck with a piercing sound, blood saturating the ground, and after a few futile struggles, Li Changhao fell silent. At that moment, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Li Shanyue's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the scene before him. He truly killed Li Changhao, a ruthless man indeed, one who could extinguish a life without so much as a blink. The second son of the Li family was slain in Qicheng, and right before Li Shanyue's eyes. It was unimaginable. Stunned gasps filled the air as all eyes fixed on Jiang Qin, whose countenance wore an innocuous smile. The audacity of this youth was staggering. Suddenly, Li Shanyue regained his senses and let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a frenzied beast, his aura surging like a tidal wave. Under such pressure, a suffocating sensation enveloped everyone present, and those nearest to Li Shanyue were knocked to the ground, spitting blood. Enraged, having witnessed his own son slain, anyone would be furious. Jiang Chun, step back. Yin Zhanyun had long been prepared. As Li Shanyue made his move, he rushed forward to shield Jiang Chun. Get out of my way! Li Shanyue's eyes burned with rage as he unleashed a powerful strike, Yin Zhanyun meeting it with an equally fierce counter. The air erupted with a violent sound, as the 2 top experts of Qicheng clashed, the shockwaves heating the surrounding air. The spectators quickly retreated. A battle between 2 masters at the human Dan realm was exceedingly perilous, and collateral damage would be disastrous. Jiang Chan stood there, calm and composed, unaffected by Li Shanyue's ferocity. He exuded an air of steadfastness, as if all adversaries were beneath his notice. Yin Zhanyun, step aside. This wretch has killed my 2 sons. Today, I shall flay him alive. Li Shanyue's voice boomed like thunder. Humph! Li Shanyue, do you still have any shame left? You agreed to a life and death battle. Your son is dead. Blame his own inadequacy for seeking to overreach. How can a master of the human Dan realm dare to strike at a junior? Do you still have the audacity? Yin Zhanyun responded with a cold snort, resolute in his stance. Jiang Chun was a benefactor of the Yin family. He had saved Yin Qinyu, and even if it cost him his life, he would ensure Jiang Qin's safety. Yin Zhanyun, will you step aside? This matter concerns the Li family and him. It has nothing to do with your Yin family. Li Shanyue's fists clenched tightly. Jiang Qin's affairs are my business. Yin Zhanyun's, if you wish to fight, I shall accompany you. Yin Zhanyun's demeanor was assertive, his aura matching that of a human Danrel master. Clearly intent on protecting Jiang Qin. Fine, everyone, attack. Kill Jiang Qin. Li Shanyue, unable to contain his fury, bellowed to the members of the Li family while simultaneously launching an assault against Yin Zhanyun. As the Li family prepared to move. A wave of 5 or 6 experts from the Yin family surged forth to shield Jiang Qin. The Yin family was resolute in their protection of Jiang Qin. None would lay a finger on him within the Yin family's domain. Yin Hongtai's presence loomed as more members of the Yin family emerged from the Yin Yu Tower, and the situation escalated further. 6 masters of the human Dan realm had assembled, representing the Yin family's strongest force. The Li family, having sent only a few, seemed significantly outmatched in their attempt to confront the Yin Yu Tower. What had Jiang Qin done to warrant such loyalty from every human Dan realm expert in the Yin family? Had he cured the illness of the Yin family's eldest daughter? That seemed impossible, for she was afflicted with an ailment deemed incurable by many masters. The spectators were left in awe. Initially, they believed the Yin family's protection of Jiang Qin to be mere formality. Yet they were taken aback by the sheer forcefulness displayed. The expressions of the Li family members shifted dramatically, and even Li Shanyue paused in his actions, taken aback by the Yin family's unexpected resolve. Yin Zhanyun, do you wish to declare war on the Li family? Li Shanyue, a man of reputation, had regained his composure. If you seek battle, I shall oblige. However, you do not wish to witness the chaos that would ensue in Qicheng. Yin Zhanyun stood his ground with unwavering strength. Head of the family, let us cease hostilities for today. There will be ample opportunities to eliminate that wretch. A human Dan realm master from the Li family transmitted a thought to Li Shanyue. Recognizing that with the Yin family's stance, it was unlikely they could kill Jiang Qin today, especially considering the life and death battle established between Li Changhao and Jiang Qin. Li Shanyue's eyes, filled with malice, flickered toward the still smiling Jiang Qin and then to the lifeless form of Li Changhao. Though reluctant, he understood that today, killing Jiang Qin was impossible, especially not at the entrance of the Yin Yu Tower. Wretch, I shall eventually tear you limb from limb, Li Shanyue coldly proclaimed before departing with Li Changhao's body and the rest of the Li family. The crowd murmured in disbelief. In this confrontation, not only had Li Changhao perished, but the Li family had also lost a low-grade war weapon, making for a significant loss. The name Jiang Qin would soon echo in the ears of every inhabitant of Qicheng. Chapter 43, A 1,000-Mile Pursuit. The Li family suffered a tremendous loss. Another son of Li Shanyue was slain, and they had unwittingly gifted a low-grade war weapon to their adversary. With Li Shanyue's reputation tarnished, it was clear to all that he would not let this incident rest. Watching the Li family depart, Jiang Qin remained indifferent, his expression betraying no emotion. Calm, wise, decisive, and ruthless, he was a formidable youth, and all present would remember the name Jiang Qin. Foreseeing that with his arrival, the chaos in Qicheng would truly commence. Jiang Qin, the matter with Li Shanyue will not be easily forgotten. Although you possess immense strength, your cultivation is still somewhat lacking. For the time being, remain in the Yin Yu Tower. Li Shanyue would not dare to invade it, Yin Zhanyun advised. After today's battle, the members of the Yin family viewed Jiang Qin with newfound respect. Such an extraordinary young man, among the younger generation of the Yin family, perhaps only Yin Qinyu, once she mastered the 9 Yin mysteries, could compare, while even Yin Yang felt overshadowed. Jiang Qin nodded, though he did not intend to stay in the Yin Yu Tower. His concern for Yin Qinyu compelled him to wait until she awakened before departing, and he wished to witness the birth of the 9 Yin mysteries firsthand. Once he resolved matters concerning Yin Qinyu, Jiang Qin would leave. He did not regard the Li family's threats with any concern, as his immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation. He planned to venture into the Origin Mountain Range for training. Jiang Qin, you have saved our lives once more today. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Wang Ting, battered and bruised, said gratefully. Indeed, Jiang Qin's strength is formidable. He has made quite a name for himself today. Another added, you have suffered because of me. How could I remain indifferent? Jiang Qin smiled and turned to Yin Zhanyun. Head of the Yin family, please arrange a task for these four at the Yin Yu Tower. Heal their wounds and keep them safe here. Rest assured, Jiang Chun, I will ensure Yin Ming handles it well. Yin Zhanyun replied that a white cloth was hung at the entrance of the Li family residence. As Li Shanyue prepared to personally handle the funeral arrangements for his son, with the entire Li family enveloped in mourning. Head of the family, the eldest young master is in seclusion. Should we inform him? Someone inquired. No need. Ming'er is at a critical juncture in breaking through to the human Dan realm. If disturbed, it would have dire consequences. Seal off all exits of Qiqing and closely monitor the movements of the Yin Yu Tower. Should Jiang Chen emerge, report to me immediately, Li Shanyue commanded with a cold glare. Understood. No one dares to be negligent. The current Li Shanyue is enveloped in a state of furious agitation. Lao San? You are to personally journey to Tianxiang City and closely observe the Jiang family there. Strive to uncover the details regarding that expert at the Dan realm. Li Shanyue's expression is as dark as water. Very well, I shall proceed at once. The third brother, a mid-stage Dan realm adept, clasped his fists respectfully towards Li Shanyue and departed immediately. Just then, a swirling tempest unexpectedly arose above the Li family estate. Powerful gusts coalescing into a vortex that drifted towards a specific location, causing the natural energies of the heavens and earth above the Li family to swiftly dissipate. Upon witnessing this, the previously sullen Li Shanyue's countenance brightened with elation. His gaze ignited with fervor as he fixed his eyes on a particular direction within the Li estate. Ha ha! Ming'er has ascended to the Dan realm. The foremost genius of Qiqing belongs to Ming'er. Li Shanyue laughed heartily. Simultaneously, in the northwestern region outside Qiqing, three youthful figures emerged from the boundless expanse of the Origin mountain range. This mountain range, vast and immeasurable, spans over 10,000 miles, teeming with demonic beasts, making it a natural fortress. The extensive mountains nearly isolate the Qiqing region from the interior of Qizhou, creating a distinct territory. In truth, while the Origin mountain range is rife with demonic creatures, they are not particularly formidable, with scarcely any great demons at the Dan realm. However, due to the geographical isolation, it has remained largely cut off. The larger sects of Qizhou have never sought disciples from this region. The three individuals emerging from the mountains appeared to be around 20 years of age, 2 men and 1 woman, clad in matching pale yellow robes, each adorned with an intricately embroidered short sword on their chests. Clearly hailing from the same faction, the woman, possessing a graceful figure and exquisite beauty, though not comparable to Yin Qinyu, was undeniably attractive. Alongside her was a young man with a distinctive black mole on his face. Both having attained the initial stage of the Dan realm, while the young man standing in the middle exuded the charisma of a mid-stage Dan realm cultivator, evidently the leader among the trio. Eliciting admiration from the woman as she gazed at him. Senior Brother Qin Shuang, we have traversed the Origin mountain range and arrived in this remote locale. The woman spoke. Damn it! That mutt led us astray in the mountains for nearly a month. And now we find ourselves in this wretched place. Senior Brother Qin, we must hasten back. The young man cursed, unable to suppress his exasperation as he recalled their recent tribulations. Ruanling, Xiaohua, since we are here, let us investigate the nearby city. That damned dog might have escaped. After a month spent in the mountains, if we fail to capture it, we shall return with our faces stained with disgrace. Furthermore, living in the mountains is exceedingly dull, Chen Shuang declared, striding towards Qiqing, with Ruanling and Xiaohua hastily following, murmuring, if we catch that mutt, I shall skin it alive and prepare a grand feast. As dusk fell upon the Yin family, Yin Qinyu's awakening from the 9 mystical veins was far from the ease anticipated. Nearly a day had passed without a hint of progress, the entire residence remaining in a state of icy stillness, while Yin Zhanyun and others anxiously awaited in the side courtyard. At that moment, Yin Xing rushed in, flustered. Yin Xing, what has transpired now? Has Li Shanyue launched another attack? Yin Zhanyun furrowed his brows, his mind solely focused on Yin Qinyu, devoid of any other concerns. No, it's not the Li family. It's the people from the Tianjin sect, Yin Xing replied, his tone laden with excitement. The Tianjin sect has come to Qiqing. The Tianjin sect? Everyone was taken aback. Not long ago, 3 young individuals arrived, claiming to be outer disciples of the Tianjin sect from Qizhou. They are currently at the Tianshui Tower. Requesting the family head to meet them in person, Yin Xing elaborated. What? disciples of the Tianjin sect from Qizhou? Yin Hongtai exclaimed, his memory jolted by the mention of the Tianjin sect. Though the Origin mountain range isolated this region, the adept Dan realm practitioners were not completely oblivious to news. They were well aware of the four major sects of Qizhou, including the Tianjin sect, a dominant force in the region. However, given Qiqing's remote location beyond the Origin mountain range, it had never drawn the attention of the four major sects, and even those with notable talents from Qiqing had no opportunity to join their ranks. To their astonishment, disciples of the Tianjin sect had arrived in Qiqing, a significant event for the entire region. Indeed, many within the city are now aware of the Tianjin sect's disciples' arrival. Those at Tianshui Tower mentioned that the three are young yet possess Dan realm prowess, with one even being a mid-stage adept. Their attire confirms their affiliation with the Tianjin sect, though their purpose here remains a mystery. Yin Xing continued. The disciples of the Tianjin sect specifically requested that I meet them at Tianshui Tower? Yin Zhanyun inquired, knowing that the establishment held a respectable reputation in Qicheng, serving as a large tavern and inn, not affiliated with either the Yin family or the Li family. Yes, the Tianjin sect's disciples wish to meet the most powerful figures in Qicheng. And they likely summoned you as well as Li Shanyue, Yin Xing speculated. Very well, I shall go at once. Yin Zhanyun wasted no time. Striding towards the side courtyard, he dared not exhibit any negligence towards the disciples of the Tianjin sect. What brings them to Qicheng? Yin Yang pondered aloud, perplexed. Who knows? It could be fortuitous, someone suggested. Indeed, Yin Yang, you should make an effort. Perhaps this opportunity with the Tianjin sect's disciples could lead to a chance to enter one of the major sects in Qizhou. Yin Hongtai remarked. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin's eyes glimmered as he contemplated the Tianjin sect, a faction unknown to him in his previous life. He had traversed the divine continent, dismissing ordinary sects entirely. Even the super sects of the eastern continent did not command his respect. However, to re-enter the divine continent, he must first depart from Qiqing and venture into Qizhou. Perhaps gaining insight by meeting the disciples of the Tianjin sect would be advantageous. Should the others discover that the disciples of the Tianjin sect traversed vast distances merely to hunt a dog, their reactions would surely be one of shock and disbelief. Tianshui Tower, situated conveniently between Yinyu Tower and the Li family estate, was neither under the influence of the Li family nor the Yin family. Making it a neutral ground, it appears that Chen Shuang and his companions had meticulously gathered intelligence on the local factions before selecting this location, ensuring it did not lean towards either side. At the entrance of Tianshui Tower, Yin Zhanyun and Li Shanyue arrived simultaneously, exchanging glances that crackled with tension. Yin Zhanyun, today's events are far from over. If your Yin family wishes to shield that boy, it shall be impossible, Li Shanyue scoffed. Li Shanyue, is it appropriate for you to be gallivanting about while attending to your son's funeral? Yin Zhanyun retorted mockingly. This remark struck a nerve with Li Shanyue, igniting his fury. What, do you wish to engage in 100 rounds of combat with me? Yin Zhanyun chuckled derisively, unafraid of Li Shanyue. He was the only one in Qicheng who did not fear him. Humph, with the Tianjin sect's people present, I shall refrain from holding you accountable for now, Li Shanyue muttered through clenched teeth before entering Tianshui Tower. Chapter 44. A citywide search for the dog. Tianshui Tower, the most prosperous tavern in Qicheng, typically bustling with patrons, was eerily vacant today. With the arrival of the Tianjin sect's disciples, who would dare to dine at the tavern? As Li Shanyue and Yin Zhanyun stepped inside Tianshui Tower, they encountered the innkeeper, an elderly man with a somewhat portly physique, whose appearance suggested the establishment served excellent fare. Upon recognizing Li Shanyue and Yin Zhanyun, the innkeeper hurriedly bowed in respect, for in Qicheng, no one dared to show disrespect to these two esteemed figures. Where are the disciples of the Tianjin sect? Li Shanyue inquired. They are in the main hall upstairs. Judging by their appearance, they indeed appear to be disciples of the Tianjin sect. The innkeeper replied. How can you be certain? Yin Zhanyun pressed. The three of them bear unfamiliar faces. They have never been seen here before, and they are all around 20 years of age, possessing Dan realm cultivation. They must have come from within Qizhou, and their matching attire, adorned with short swords, unmistakably marks them as disciples of the Tianjin sect. However, it remains a mystery why they would traverse such a distance to come to Qicheng. The innkeeper elucidated, his extensive experience allowing him to discern accurately. Very well, let us ascend and take a look. Yin Zhanyun nodded. I have already briefed the disciples of the Tianjin sect on the situation in Qicheng and your esteemed selves, so I shall refrain from accompanying you. The innkeeper smiled. Yin Zhanyun and Li Shangyue ascended to the second floor, directly facing a grand hall, exquisitely decorated, radiating opulence. In the hall, the three young individuals were savoring fine tea. Appearing thoroughly content, as outer disciples of the Tianjian sect, their status and position were elevated, yet their daily training left them little opportunity to indulge in such luxuries. Moreover, the feeling of being respected was always gratifying. As one of the four major sects in Qizhou, the Tianjian sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and these three were merely outer disciples. Noticing the arrival of guests, the trio's expression shifted. I am Li Shangyue, and it is an honor to meet the disciples of the Tianjian sect. In the presence of Yin Zhanyun, I have encountered disciples of the Tianjian sect. Li Shangyue and Yin Zhanyun spoke simultaneously, clasping their fists towards the three individuals before them. Given their status and cultivation, it was utterly uncharacteristic of them to extend such courtesy to three young people. However, the unique identities of these three instilled a sense of caution in them. The two discreetly assessed the attire and cultivation aura of the trio, and were mildly astonished. At such a tender age, the presence of individuals with Dan realm cultivation could only signify their affiliation with the Tianjian sect. Li Shangyue, the head of the Li family, and Yin Zhanyun, the head of the Yin family, you two are indeed the dominant forces in Qicheng, having reached the late stage of the Dan realm. Am I correct? Chen Shuang remarked, gazing at them with an air of arrogance, for in the eyes of the major sects of Qizhou, this small town of Qicheng was merely a remote corner of the world. Indeed, may I inquire how to address you, young master? Yin Zhanyun asked. I am Chen Shuang, a disciple of the outer sect of the Tianjian sect. As Chen Shuang uttered the name of the Tianjian sect, a further pride illuminated his countenance. The Tianjian sect, a prominent sect in Qizhou. Might I ask what brings you, young Master Chen, so far to this place? Li Shangyue inquired. We have come for a purpose. To be direct, I wish to leverage the connections of your two families to assist me in a matter. Chen Shuang rose from his seat. Young Master Chen, please instruct us. It would be our honor to serve the Tianjian sect. Li Shangyue promptly responded. The head of the Li family certainly knows how to speak. Chen Shuang nodded. What is it that you require of us? Yin Zhanyun inquired. We seek a dog, Ruanling interjected. The mere mention of the word dog ignited an unbearable fury upon her delicate features as she gritted her teeth in utter disdain. It was truly absurd for a person to harbor such animosity towards a dog. What? A dog? Li Shangyue and Yin Zhanyun stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, questioning their own ears. Could it be that these disciples of the Tianjian sect traveled such a distance merely for a dog? It was preposterous. Moreover, the Li and Yin families were significant clans in Qicheng. To request them to scour the entire town for a dog was nothing short of an insult. You need not be surprised. We have indeed come to hunt down a dog. We lost our way in the Origin Mountain Range and have tracked it here, suspecting that the wretched creature has entered the territory of Qicheng. Hence, we seek your assistance in searching the town. Should you succeed in locating that accursed dog, I assure you, you will not be treated poorly, Chen Shuang stated, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes at the mere thought of the dog. Li Shangyue and Yin Zhanyun exchanged glances, both feeling as if they were being toyed with. It turned out that these three truly came to hunt a dog, of all things. What sort of creature could provoke such dedication from disciples of the Tianjian sect? Do not underestimate this dog. It is exceedingly shameless, cunning, and utterly deranged. Capturing it is no easy feat. Should you assist us in uncovering its whereabouts, it would constitute a significant contribution to the Tianjian sect. Xiao Hua added, standing to speak. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's description of the dog, both Yin Zhanyun and Li Shangyue felt a sense of dread. What manner of dog was this that was labeled so infamously? May I inquire about the dog's appearance? Yin Zhanyun asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The dog is entirely yellow, with no other colors, robust and fierce, making it easily recognizable, Chen Shuang replied. Rest assured. Young Master Chen, the Li family will exert every effort. If that dog is within Qicheng, we shall certainly bring it to you. Li Shangyue vowed hastily, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to curry favor with the Tianjian sect. The Yin family will also do their utmost. Yin Zhanyun echoed his commitment. Excellent. We shall be residing at the Tianshui Tower. Should you receive any news regarding the dog, please send someone to notify us. Chen Shuang smiled. Young Master Chen, I have a request, Li Shangyue said, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Please, head of the Li family, speak your mind, Chen Shuang replied. returning to his seat. I have a son named Li Changming, who is merely 23 years old and has just broken through to the Dan realm. I wonder if there is an opportunity for him to join the Tianjian sect for training. Li Shangyue stated, recognizing the immense potential this presented. Hearing this, Yin Zhanyun's expression changed slightly. Li Changming had actually reached the Dan realm, while the most promising of the Yin family's younger generation, Yin Yang, was still at the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Who would have thought there would be such talent in this remote place? Quite impressive. A genius of the Dan realm can directly transition from a named disciple to an outer sect disciple upon entering the Tianjian sect. Our visit to Qiqing may indeed allow your son to accompany us back to the Tianjian sect, although entrance will still require an assessment, Chen Shuang responded. Li Shangyue was overjoyed at the prospect. If Li Changming could join the Tianjian sect, the Li family would have firmly attached itself to this powerful tree, ensuring their dominance over Qiqing was imminent. Young Master Chen, could you reserve a qualification for the Yin family to enter the Tianjian sect? Yin Zhanyun, unwilling to be outdone, inquired. Chen Shixiao, since we are here, I suggest we conduct an assessment in Qiqing, providing an opportunity for the younger generation here. This place lies far beyond the recruitment scope of the Tianjian sect, and if we hold an assessment to recommend promising individuals, it would be a commendable act, Ruan Ling proposed. Sister Ruan is correct. An assessment would be beneficial, Xiao Hua concurred. Very well, esteemed heads of the families. Upon your return, promptly issue a notice that any young individuals in Qiqing wishing to participate in the assessment may do so. Tomorrow morning, all participants will enter the outskirts of the Origin Mountain Range together. With a time limit of 4 hours, we will rank them based on the number of demon beasts they slay, and we will select a few to bring back. However, we are merely responsible for the recommendations. Entry into the Tianjian sect will still require passing their assessment, Chen Shuang declared. Upon hearing this, both Li Shangyue and Yin Zhanyun were elated. This indeed represented a rare opportunity for the younger generation of Qiqing, and the forthcoming assessment would undoubtedly become a monumental event in the town's history. Although the three were only outer sect disciples of the Tianjian sect and lacked the authority to determine who could enter the sect, their willingness to conduct the assessment appealed to their vanity. It was known that while an outer sect disciple held some status, it was minor compared to that of the named disciples of the Qi realm. Now, as they arrived in Qiqing, they were treated with respect, creating an air of superiority. Conducting an assessment and acting as examiners was a delightful indulgence, and they indeed possessed the authority to recommend disciples. Esteemed heads of the families, please do not forget to assist us in locating the dog upon your return, Chen Shuang reminded them. Rest assured, we will immediately announce a city-wide search for the dog, and the assessment will not hinder our efforts, Li Shangyue assured them repeatedly. Outside Tianshui Tower, Li Shangyue smirked. Yin Zhanyun, my son's entry into the Tianjian sect is practically guaranteed. At that point, it will be the end of your Yin family. Is that so? The assessment has yet to commence. How can you be so sure that no one from the Yin family can enter the Tianjian sect? Yin Zhanyun retorted defiantly. Let us wait and see. Li Shangyue replied, sweeping his sleeve dramatically as he turned to leave in the Yin family's conference hall. What? Searching for a dog? Yin Hongtai exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. The gathered individuals absorbed Yin Zhanyun's words. They were left in utter astonishment. Who could have imagined that such a significant city would erupt in a frenzy over a mere dog? What kind of dog could provoke such chaos? Puffed! This is hilarious. I can't stop laughing. The Tianjian sect, a major sect in Qizhou, has disciples so lacking in resolve that they would traverse thousands of miles to hunt a dog, stirring up such a commotion. Indeed, it is utterly absurd. The disciples of the Tianjian sect have engaged in a conflict with a dog. I suspect this is no ordinary canine. Of course it cannot be ordinary. Otherwise, would it have evaded capture for so long? Still, I am curious about what heinous act this dog committed to provoke such fervor among the disciples of the Tianjian sect. They mused in an instant. The topic of the dog became the talk of every street and alley in Qiqing. An unprecedented spectacle, a true marvel in the world. Even more astonishing was the sight of the Li and Yin families dispatching numerous personnel to comb through the streets and corners of Qiqing in search of the dog. Concurrently, they released another announcement, offering the younger generation of Qiqing an opportunity for an assessment by the Tianjian sect, urging those interested to gather at the Origin Mountain Range the following morning. Upon the release of this news, it incited yet another uproar. This is indeed a rare and exceptional opportunity. Due to the obstruction posed by the Origin Mountains, the region of Qiqing has become almost completely isolated from the inner territories of Qizhou. Even if there are prodigies, they lack the chance to enter the esteemed sects of Qizhou for cultivation. The arrival of the disciples from the Heavenly Sword Gate today undoubtedly presents us with a significant opportunity. However, such opportunities are seldom won. Perhaps we should simply indulge in some theater instead. Indeed, even if there are available slots, the Yin family and the Li family are likely to monopolize them. It is clear that those participating in the assessment will undoubtedly be from the Yin and Li families. Even if other young talents join, they will merely be vassals of these two powerful families, leaving no room for ordinary individuals. Amidst ongoing discussions, it is destined to be a sleepless night in Qiqing. While the two great families prepare for tomorrow's assessment, the streets and alleyways of Qiqing are still scouring for traces of the missing dog. Regrettably, despite combing through nearly the entire city, not a single hair of the dog has been found. Within the Yin family, a gathering of over a dozen young talents convenes, led by Yin Yang, all of whom possess the cultivation of the Qi-Si realm, signifying the cream of the younger generation of the Yin family. Several are prodigies from the Yin family's subordinate forces, summoned here as well. The assessment tomorrow is of paramount importance. Once you enter the mountains, you must unite in purpose. We cannot afford to lose to the Li family. Yin Zhanyun spoke, emphasizing the rarity of the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Sword Gate. Indeed, the young prodigies chorused, their spirits soaring. They understood that this was not merely an assessment, but a contest against the Li family. Yin Zhanyun turned to Jiang Qian, who stood nearby, and inquired, Brother Jiang Qian, might you be interested in this assessment? Not particularly, but I will also venture into the mountains. Jiang Qian shrugged, revealing his utter disinterest in such a trivial evaluation. Though he acknowledged the necessity of entering the Origin Mountains, Brother Jiang Qian, if that is the case, why not join us as if you were one of the Yin family's subordinate forces and participate in the assessment with Yin Yang and the others? Once inside the mountains, we will rely on your assistance, Yin Zhanyun suggested, aware of Jiang Qian's formidable strength. If he could align with Yin Yang, their chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Very well. Jiang Qian nodded, non-committal. Such matters held little significance for him. However, he pondered whether Li Changming would also participate in the assessment. This individual had already reached the human Dan realm, and should he join? It could spell danger. Yin Zhanyun expressed his concern regarding this potentiality. The fact that Li Changming had advanced to the human Dan realm was indeed unexpected. However, it was believed that a master of such caliber would not need to participate in the assessment, as it would be exceedingly unfair. The members of the Heavenly Sword Gate would surely exercise discretion, Yin Hongtai remarked. Let us hope so, Yin Zhanyun agreed. Given that Qiqing was situated a considerable distance from the Origin Mountains, some 1,000 miles away, those participating in the assessment would set forth at dawn to reach their destination. For a master of the human Dan realm, such a distance posed little challenge, allowing them to arrive in merely an hour. However, for those in the Qi-Si realm, the journey would not be as swift. As Qiqing remained engulfed in the search for the dog, the participants from the Yin and Li families departed at staggered intervals from different routes toward the Origin Mountains. By the time the Yin contingent arrived, Chen Shuang and his two companions from the Heavenly Sword Gate had been waiting for quite some time. Young Master Chen, upon seeing Chen Shuang and his companions, Yin Zhanyun quickly greeted them. Accompanied by a human Dan realm master from the Yin family and a group of over a dozen young talents. Yes, the members of the Li family have yet to arrive, Chen Shuang replied. Just as he finished speaking, a dozen figures could be seen hastening toward them from a distance. They're here, Ruan Ling remarked with a smile. Moments later, the Li family approached, with Li Shanyue exchanging greetings with Chen Shuang and his companions. Subsequently, Li Shanyue's gaze fell upon Jiang Qian, revealing a glint of icy animosity in his eyes. At the same time, Yin Zhanyun's expression shifted as he noticed a young man beside Li Shanyue. Dressed in white, strikingly handsome, and bearing a resemblance to the deceased Li Changhong and Li Changhao, yet radiating a far stronger aura, Li Changming, the Li family's foremost prodigy, recently ascended to the human Dan realm. Young Master Qin, surely Li Changming need not participate in this assessment, given that he is already a master of the human Dan realm? Yin Zhanyun inquired. Indeed, which one is Li Changming? Chen Shuang asked. Looking toward the Li family, Changming, greet young Master Chen, Li Shanyue urged, a proud smile gracing his face as he introduced his Son. Li Changming stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Li Changming pays his respects to the three of you. Indeed, it is quite rare for Qiqing to produce such talent, Li Changming. You need not partake in the assessment. You may accompany me back to the Heavenly Sword Gate in due course, where you will undergo the sex evaluation directly. With your strength, you can become an outer disciple like us, Chen Shuang stated, affirming that a master of the human Dan realm need not be subjected to the assessment. Young Master Chen, Li Shangyue interjected swiftly, a cold smirk adorning his face, his eyes glinting with cunning. Allowing Changming to enter the mountains does not count toward the assessment quota. Consider it a personal trial for him. Li Shangyue's intention in bringing Li Changming was merely to introduce him to Chen Shuang. He had not intended for him to participate in the assessment, as Li Changming's strength rendered such an evaluation unnecessary. However, upon observing Jiang Qin among the participants, Li Shangyue's plans shifted dramatically. With the Yin family staunchly supporting Jiang Qin, avenging his brothers would be exceedingly difficult. Yet now, fate had presented him with a golden opportunity, an ideal moment to eliminate Jiang Qin. Once Jiang Qin entered the mountains, Yin Zhanyun would be unable to protect him. Given Li Changming's early human Dan realm prowess, dispatching Jiang Qin would be a trivial task. Li Shangyue, are you not being exceedingly shameless? Yin Zhanyun's expression darkened as he recognized Li Shangyue's intentions in allowing Li Changming to join the mountains specifically to target Jiang Qin. My actions seem hardly against the rules, do they? Li Shangyue retorted with a mocking smile. Indeed, Chen Shuang nodded in agreement, conceding to the arrangement. Young Master Chen, permitting a master of the human Dan realm to enter the mountains is fundamentally unjust. Yin Zhanyun protested vehemently. Patriarch Yin, I urge you to temper your tone. The Heavenly Sword Gate does not require your interference in our affairs. Regardless of your grievances, Li Changming's entry is not part of the assessment and is purely his own prerogative. Chen Shuang replied with a cold demeanor, leaving Yin Zhanyun momentarily speechless. Not to worry, Jiang Qin assured Yin Zhanyun with a calm smile, signaling that he need not be anxious. Brother Jiang Qin, you must take care. If things escalate, it may be prudent for you to forego the assessment and remain by my side. No one would dare harm you, Yin Zhanyun advised kindly, aware that despite Jiang Qin's formidable strength, he was still only in the mid-Qi realm, and the disparity between that and the human Dan realm was significant. Li Shangyue seeks to eradicate my lineage. I shall accommodate him. Jiang Qin remarked casually, brushing his fingers against his nose. Very well, the assessment shall commence now. The Yin family will enter the mountains from the left side, while the Li family will enter from the right side. The evaluation will last for 4 hours, ranked by the number of demon spirits slain, Chen Shuang announced, his decision to separate the two factions intended to ensure fairness, allowing Yin Zhanyun to breathe a sigh of relief. The origin mountains were vast, and even the periphery offered a wide expanse. As long as the two sides did not encounter one another, casualties could be avoided. Let us proceed, Yin Yang waved his hand. Leading the way to the left, while the Li family entered from the right. Li Changming approached Jiang Qin, his murderous intent unmistakable. You are Jiang Qin, the one who killed my 2 brothers. Indeed, Jiang Qin replied, casting a casual glance at Li Changming. You have quite the audacity. However, I will ensure you experience true suffering. Today, you shall not leave this mountain alive. I will personally avenge my brothers, Li Changming declared with unwavering confidence. His eyes ablaze with hatred and malice, as both brothers had perished at the hands of this youth. You have made the gravest mistake of your life today. You have severed the Li family's lineage. How utterly unfilial. Jiang Qin remarked nonchalantly. You are indeed arrogant, but rest assured, even the gods cannot save you today. Li Changming hissed through clenched teeth. Do not provoke me. The repercussions will be dire, Jiang Qin warned before turning away. Hands clasped behind his back as he strode into the mountains. In the blink of an eye, both factions entered the mountains. The Yin family now numbered 11, including Jiang Qin, while the Li family, with Li Changming, totaled 13. In terms of both numbers and overall strength, the Li family appeared to have the upper hand. Outside the mountains, Li Shangyue wore a beaming smile, his scarred face twitching with excitement, while Yin Zhanyun furrowed his brow in concern. Yin Zhanyun, are you now filled with dread? If Changming were to unleash his full power, how many from your Yin family do you think would emerge alive from the mountains? Li Shangyue taunted without reservation, shamelessly allowing a master of the human Dan realm to participate in the assessment. A human Dan realm expert accompanying the Yin family shouted angrily. Yin Zhanyun gestured for silence, signaling that they should not engage. With the situation now set in motion, all they could do was hope that both sides would rely on their own abilities to slay demon beasts within the mountains. Avoiding encounters, especially with Li Changming. Given the intense animosity between the two parties, Should they encounter each other within the mountains, a conflict is inevitable. Once hostilities commence, it becomes a matter of life and death. Chen Shuang and his companions stood calmly to the side, paying no heed to the words of Yin Zhanyun and Li Shangyue, as they were well aware that these two families were sworn enemies. They were indifferent to the possibility of casualties during this assessment. The nature of conflict is inherently perilous. Within the confines of Qizhou, the competition among the four major sects far surpassed the imaginations of the Yin and Li families. In the heart of the mountains, the members of the Yin family gathered, their gazes fixed upon Yin Yang and Jiang Chun, who served as their pillar of support. "Brother Yin Yang, what should we do?" Someone queried. "Everyone shall act independently, relying on your own abilities to slay the demon beast. We will regroup here after 4 hours to assess the number of demon spirits collected. This also presents a valuable opportunity for experience. During your endeavors, do your utmost to avoid encounters with members of the Li family, especially Li Changming," Yin Yang replied earnestly. "Understood," the group nodded, dispersing in various directions. "Brother Jiang, we too shall engage in our own battles. Li Changming's target this time is you, so exercise caution," Yin Yang advised, looking at Jiang Qian. "Yes, you be careful as well," Jiang Qian replied, patting Yin Yang on the shoulder before turning to delve deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Li family had also converged. "Brother Ming, what shall we do? Shall we act together or separately?" someone inquired, all eyes turning to Li Changming, their leader. "Listen closely, the slaying of demon beasts is secondary. Our primary objective is to annihilate everyone from the Yin family who has entered this realm. Once we eliminate them, the slots for Tianjin sect will be ours. Moreover, with so many young members of the Yin family slain, Yin Zhanyun will surely be devastated. It won't be long before Qicheng belongs to the Li family. This is a rare opportunity," Li Changming declared with a sinister smile, a cunning and perceptive individual, his foresight extending beyond the ordinary. "Brother Ming is already a master at the human dance stage. With him here, the Yin family is doomed. Let us head directly towards their territory," someone proclaimed with evident pride. "Let us proceed. You may allocate yourselves freely and separate. I am going to find Jiang Qian," Li Changming commanded, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes at the mention of Jiang Qian, his most significant target this expedition. Having lost both of his younger brothers to this individual, he was determined to exact bloody retribution. Demon beasts can only be truly termed as such when they reach the Qi-Si realm. Those beneath it lack complete intelligence and are merely referred to as wild beasts or ferocious beasts. Once a demon beast attains the Qi-Si realm, its intelligence becomes fully realized, nearly indistinguishable from that of humans. Naturally, demon beasts possess robust vitality and formidable physical strength, thus encounters between humans and demon beasts of the same rank typically favor the latter. Jiang Qian sprinted forward, quickly penetrating 100 miles into the mountains. The weaker demon beasts on the outskirts held no allure for him. His objective was the demon spirits. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a thicket of withered vines. Jiang Qian's ears perked up as he turned to see a massive, pitch-black creature emerging from the foliage. It was a black-patterned rhinoceros, towering at 2 meters, its obsidian body adorned with golden patterns, fixating its bloodthirsty gaze upon Jiang Qian as if he were its prey. With a thunderous roar, the black-patterned rhinoceros charged toward Jiang Qian, its iron hooves thundering against the ground, creating a tremor in the surrounding forest. As it closed within 2 yards of Jiang Qian, the beast leapt, its luminescent hooves poised to crush Jiang Qian's skull with remarkable speed and ferocity. The sheer force of its advance would terrify any ordinary person. However, Jiang Qian was no ordinary adversary. With a swift motion, Jiang Qian clenched his fist, a resounding crack echoing as he unleashed a punch that met the iron hoof of the rhinoceros head-on. Having cultivated the dragon transformation technique, Jiang Qian's vitality surged, and his physical prowess grew increasingly formidable, allowing him to relish in direct confrontations with powerful demon beasts. The black-patterned rhinoceros, taken aback by the audacity of this diminutive human daring to strike against its iron hoof, displayed a hint of mockery in its eyes. The impact of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, sending dried leaves flying in an instant. The mockery in the rhinoceros' gaze transformed into sheer terror as its leg shattered under the force of Jiang Qian's blow, blood seeping through its skin and cracks forming upon its once indomitable hoof. With a howl of agony, the black-patterned rhinoceros was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater. Jiang Qian leaped into the air, descending upon the creature with a powerful fist that landed squarely on its head, delivering a fatal blow. A brilliant orb, the demon spirit, erupted from the creature's shattered skull, which Jiang Chen swiftly seized. The defeated black-patterned rhinoceros twitched a few times before falling still, utterly vanquished. Should any onlookers have witnessed this battle, they would have been left in shock, mouths agape at the sheer ferocity displayed by a single individual capable of dispatching a mid-tier Qi demon beast with mere punches. To Jiang Chen, such a foe was far too weak. Even a late-stage Qi beast would pose little challenge. The demon spirit, roughly the size of a fist, radiated a translucent glow, exuding a palpable energy. The demon spirit represents the essence of the demon beast, embodying its most refined attributes. Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide and swallowed the spirit whole. If anyone were to witness such an act, they would surely faint in disbelief. To consume a demon spirit directly was an absurdity. While it contained potent energy, it also harbored impurities that were incompatible with humans. Typically, those who acquire a demon spirit would exchange it for wealth or elixirs, or utilize it in alchemical practices. Even if one intended to refine and absorb it, they would meticulously extract the pure energy bit by bit. Jiang Chen's audacious act of swallowing the spirit whole was tantamount to courting death. However, he was not reckless. He had his reasons. The dragon transformation technique was a supreme divine art. When mastered to its pinnacle, it could allow one to transform into a dragon and soar through the skies. Dragons are divine beasts, the most noble existence among demon beasts. Furthermore, the technique's manual had hinted that it could absorb and refine any extraordinary bloodlines found in nature. Powerful exotic beasts were prime candidates for Jiang Chen's absorption. If he could refine such spirits, he could harness innate abilities through the dragon transformation technique. As the demon spirit entered his body, Jiang Chen immediately activated the technique, summoning 5 dragon patterns within his Qi, which swiftly encircled the spirit. Minutes later, the demon spirit was entirely refined and absorbed, its pure energy converted into essence. The impurities belonging to the demon beast were purified by the dragon transformation technique, transformed into pure energy for the dragon patterns to absorb. A low hum resonated within the Qi, and the 6th dragon pattern manifested with greater clarity. The mid-tier black-patterned rhinoceros was still too weak. Even after absorbing its demon spirit, it offered little assistance in Jiang Chen's quest to ascend to the late stage of the Qi realm. He mused that while the black-patterned rhinoceros was formidable, his cultivation of the dragon transformation technique ensured that his potential far exceeded that of the average individual, rendering his growth akin to an insatiable abyss. Moreover, the black-patterned rhinoceros was merely an ordinary demon beast, lacking any special bloodline. Beasts with unique bloodlines possess innate abilities, and if he could refine such spirits, he could acquire those abilities through the dragon transformation technique. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with anticipation. This was the most terrifying aspect of the dragon transformation technique. It could amalgamate countless extraordinary bloodlines and grant innate abilities. The future developments of the technique were beyond even Jiang Chen's imagination. Filled with expectation, he understood that this life was destined to be far more thrilling than the last. Chapter 47. Toxicity, harnessed for one's own use. With a thunderous crash, a colossal white tiger smashed through a large tree. Collapsing to the ground, a gaping hole marred its head, and beside it stood a young man clad in white, clutching a demon spirit, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young man was Jiang Chen. Having slain the black-patterned rhinoceros and now the 4th mid-tier Qi demon beast he had dispatched, Jiang Chen wasted no time in refining the demon spirit, though it was somewhat regrettable that even after consuming 4 mid-tier Qi demon spirits, the 6th dragon pattern remained elusive in forming clearly. The deeper the foundation, the greater the demand. It seems imperative to seek out demonic beasts of superior cultivation. Moreover, to advance to the later stages of the Qi realm, it is likely necessary to condense 8 dragon patterns. Jiang Chen mused, having already ventured 200 miles into the mountains without encountering formidable demonic beasts, let alone those with unique bloodlines. Although the origin mountains stretch infinitely, they lie at the boundary of the sacred Yuan continent, making it difficult to find powerful demonic beasts, particularly those with extraordinary bloodlines which are exceedingly rare. Jiang Chen shook his head. This was the eastern continent's border, as well as the edge of the sacred Yuan continent, where the essence of heaven and earth is thin. The vitality present in the divine continent is at least 100 times more abundant than here. The essence of heaven and earth directly determines resources, which in turn dictate the limits of both cultivators and demonic beasts. Just then, a chilling wind suddenly wafted from the dense forest ahead. Carrying a pungent stench that threatened to induce nausea, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and instantly felt dizzy, but soon the foul air was absorbed by the dragon patterns within his qi. The transformation of dragon's technique, embodying the utmost yang energy, can be said to be the nemesis of all malevolent forces. Similarly, this technique can refine all things in the world, leaving scarcely anything that cannot be absorbed. This is the terrifying aspect of the transformation of dragons. Indeed, even highly toxic substances can be refined and absorbed. A shiver ran through Jiang Chen's heart. That foul scent was undoubtedly from a highly poisonous entity. Otherwise, it would not have caused such dizziness. To his delight, the transformation of dragons could refine toxins. Rustling sounds emerged from ahead, and Jiang Chen turned to see a massive python slithering towards him. The giant serpent measured at least 2 yards in length, its body as thick as a barrel, covered in azure scales, with a pair of eyes reminiscent of death itself, fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Its blood-red tongue flicking in and out. The azure python emitted waves of toxic gas, reeking horrifically, and wherever it passed, the flora withered instantly, turned to black, indicating the sheer terror of the poison it exuded. This was a Qingming python, at the later stage of the Qi realm. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. With his experience, he immediately recognized the origins of the Qingming python. Known for its extreme toxicity, the Ming in its name connotes the underworld, symbolizing death itself. Due to its remarkably potent venom and robust azure scales, it is aptly named the Qingming python. The Qingming python reigns as the solitary king of the jungle, a title earned because ordinary demonic beasts dare not approach it. Even those of a higher level are reluctant to confront the Qingming python. Its venom is too fierce, and a careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. Thus, the Qingming python remains solitary. Even a master at the human pill realm would hesitate to engage with the Qingming python at the later stage of the Qi realm. This python is a rare anomaly among serpents, and Jiang Chen did not expect to encounter one here. The appearance of this Qingming python was evidently drawn by the commotion from Jiang Chen's earlier battle with the white tiger, and now it had locked onto him as its prey. He wondered if the transformation of dragons could indeed withstand the python's potent venom. Jiang Chen contemplated. The Qingming python was undoubtedly fearsome. Yet he did not falter. The transformation of dragons possessed many terrifying aspects yet to be discovered, needing gradual exploration. Furthermore, with Jiang Chen's capabilities, even if the transformation of dragons could not neutralize the python's venom, he had other means. This Qingming python, being a demonic beast at the later stage of the Qi realm, could yield a 6th dragon pattern if he could refine its demonic spirit. It was worth the gamble. The Qingming python was visibly surprised to see this human not fleeing. However, that astonishment was swiftly replaced by mockery and malice. With a swift motion, the Qingming python reared up, towering over Jiang Chen, and then, with a violent shudder, it unleashed a net of azure poison towards him. Observing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. With his skills, he could easily evade the poisonous net, yet he remained rooted in place, gritting his teeth and resolved to take the risk. For Jiang Chen understood that if he could not resist the Qingming python's venom with his current cultivation, there was no point in continuing the fight. Once the Qingming python rampaged, the area within 10 feet would be saturated with poison, making it difficult for him to approach. Thus, he placed his hopes on the transformation of dragons, eager to test whether it could indeed refine such abundant toxins. He stood firm as the poisonous net enveloped him, the toxins penetrating his body like a vice. The Qingming python, witnessing this human's indifference to its venom, was momentarily taken aback, followed by astonishment. Could this fellow truly be so foolish as to disregard the lethal nature of the poison? Or had he resigned himself to defeat, forgoing resistance? Regardless, Jiang Chen's actions perplexed the Qingming python. As the venom surged within him, Jiang Chen felt a piercing pain. This was the Qingming python's toxin, and he dared not be complacent. He immediately activated the transformation of dragons, and the dragon patterns within his Qi surged forth like ferocious beasts, engulfing the toxic miasma entirely, rapidly refining and absorbing it in the blink of an eye. The poison was completely transformed, leaving Jiang Chen invigorated and devoid of any discomfort. Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement. The transformation of dragons could indeed refine the Qingming python's venom. This was extraordinary. Henceforth, he would be impervious to toxins. Observing Jiang Chen absorb its venom without any ill effects, the Qingming python felt a surge of unease. It had ruled the jungle for so long, yet never had it encountered such a peculiar being, a lunatic who thrived amidst its poison. Roaring in indignation, the Qingming python unleashed a piercing cry, outraged and incredulous that a mere human could withstand its toxic might. It opened its maw, releasing a jet of azure liquid that shot towards Jiang Chen like a sword beam at breakneck speed. Humph! Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. With the knowledge that the transformation of dragons could counteract toxins, all his apprehensions dissipated. Now, the Qingming python, stripped of its venomous threat, was merely his quarry as the azure liquid hurtled towards him. Jiang Chen's arm trembled, and he retaliated with a punch, his fist radiating a brilliant light as it collided with the azure fluid. With a resounding crack, Jiang Chen had intended to shatter the liquid, only to find it clinging to his fist like a viscous substance. The sound of sizzling filled the air as he felt a potent corrosive force emanating from it, as if tendrils of a venomous serpent were burrowing into him. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed under his breath. Although the transformation of dragons could refine toxins, the pain radiating from his fist was undeniable. Enough games, perish! Jiang Chen bellowed, propelling himself upward, his finger poised like a sword, aiming directly at the Qingming python. With a resounding boom, a golden finger shot forth, causing the very air to tremble. With his current strength, he could obliterate any adversary at the human pill realm, including formidable demonic beasts. Across from him, the Qingming python appeared dazed, momentarily frozen in place as its mind lingered on the earlier events. The azure liquid it had unleashed was its most potent venom, and the fact that the opponent had suffered no ill effects utterly shattered the python's comprehension. The golden finger, accompanied by a piercing shriek, swiftly approached the Qingming python, its formidable aura locking onto the creature entirely. Startled, the Qingming python shivered, finally reacting. But it was too late. The golden finger struck its vital point with devastating accuracy, severing the creature in two. Blood and flesh erupted from the wound, and the once mighty Qingming python fell, lifeless, leaving only its twitching remains on the ground. The blood that flowed from the Qingming python was laced with potent toxins, darkening the earth around it, ensuring that all life in the vicinity perished instantaneously. Enduring the noxious stench, Jiang Chen retrieved a short blade from his storage pouch and decapitated the Qingming python. Extracting its demonic spirit, the azure spirit, pulsating with a toxic essence, was the source of the Qingming python's venom. According to the principles of the transformation of dragons, refining a demonic beast with unique bloodlines would grant him its innate abilities. He pondered whether absorbing the Qingming python's spirit would allow him to harness its venom. Gazing at the spirit in his hand, Jiang Chen realized that if he could acquire the python's toxicity, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card, an invisible means to dispatch his foes. Poison, become my weapon, he declared, swallowing the Qingming python's spirit whole. With a resounding crash, the spirit's energy surged within him, causing Jiang Chen's body to tremble violently. His brow furrowing as beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. The spirit of the azure serpent is undoubtedly far more complex than mere energy. It harbors within it a potent toxin that is truly terrifying. The azure liquid emanates an aura of corrosiveness so fierce that it threatens to penetrate through Jiang Chen's very organs. At this moment, Jiang Chen has no choice but to channel all his energy into the dragon transformation technique, enveloping the azure liquid entirely with dragon patterns in the blink of an eye. It is consumed completely, yet Jiang Chen distinctly senses that this time, the dragon patterns have not directly refined the azure liquid. A low hum resonates within his energy sea as energy surges forth. The azure serpent of the late stage of the energy sea realm is far superior to the mid-stage beasts he encountered previously. The vast energy, under the influence of the dragon transformation technique, is swiftly absorbed by Jiang Chen, and the sixth dragon pattern coalesces clearly. The blood-red dragon pattern vibrates continuously, exuding a sense of joy. Not only that, but the seventh dragon pattern also manifests a shadow, indicating that Jiang Chen's strength is advancing, drawing ever closer to the late stage of the energy sea realm. After the 6th and 7th dragon patterns coalesce, the transformation is not yet complete. In a corner of Jiang Qin's energy sea, a ball of azure energy suddenly appears, pulsating with life, coexisting peacefully with the dragon patterns and Jiang Qin's own essence. This is the source toxin of the azure serpent. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Qin realizes that the dragon transformation technique is indeed formidable. Having successfully absorbed the toxin, he wonders if he can wield it. With a thought, the azure energy sphere responds as if receiving an order. Pulsating vigorously, Jiang Qin extends a finger, azure light flickering at his fingertip, devoid of the acrid odor of the azure serpent. With a sudden thrust, the azure light transforms into a sharp blade, striking decisively into a nearby tree. The piercing sound of the azure light penetrating the tree's interior leaves a thumb-sized hole, and soon after, a hissing sound of corrosion emanates from within as azure smoke rises, in no time. The lower half of the tree turns completely black, devoid of life. Jiang Qin casually unleashes a forceful strike of essence upon the tree, causing it to crash down, its broken parts reduced to blackened debris. Such a terrifying toxin, now in his possession, is capable of killing silently. Jiang Qin cannot help but feel elated. He has gained control over the dreaded toxin of the azure serpent, a truly lethal weapon. In his past life, he faced the Poison King, Du Qinxiu, and although he severely injured the king with his unparalleled skills, he nearly lost his life to the king's venomous grasp. Had he cultivated the dragon transformation technique in his previous life, the Poison King would have posed no threat to him. With a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Qin disregards the azure serpent's corpse and continues onward towards the mountains. Not far ahead lies a valley. Shrouded in a delicate white mist, its tranquility captivating. Jiang Qin scans the area with his spiritual awareness but detects no signs of movement. However, his spiritual awareness is still relatively weak, and it is impossible to cover an entire valley with it. He decides to venture inside. With a graceful leap, Jiang Qin enters the valley, only to find the ground riddled with uneven terrain, making traversal quite challenging. Light as a feather, he navigates the dips and arrives at the entrance of a cave, which is shrouded in darkness, exuding a damp and chilly aura. He scans the cave with his spiritual awareness, but finds nothing of note. Nevertheless, emboldened by his skills, he resolves to explore the cave further. Hoping to uncover some treasure, as he steps into the moist cave, he takes only a few strides before a sudden chill runs down his spine, as if he were being watched by unseen eyes lurking in the shadows. He swiftly turns, and to his astonishment, he discovers a creature squatting nearby, its bright eyes fixed intently upon him. Indeed, he has caught the attention of this being. The creature, a large golden dog, is devoid of any stray hairs. Resembling neither horse nor dog, yet possessing a robust physique far more substantial than that of an ordinary dog, albeit smaller than a typical horse. Given its dog-like appearance, Jiang Qin decides to categorize it as a dog. It is perplexing that this creature lay in wait, unnoticed despite his previous scan. Jiang Qin is taken aback, regarding the large golden dog with newfound respect. Given his capabilities, he had assumed that nothing could evade his perception at such close quarters. What astonishes him further is that he cannot discern the true cultivation level of this golden dog. Suddenly, the golden dog springs into action, opening its massive jaws to bite at Jiang Qin. The speed is astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Startled, Jiang Qin attempts to evade, but the golden dog reacts just as swiftly, sinking its teeth into one side of Jiang Qin's rear. Bloody hell! Jiang Qin yells, incredulous that he, the esteemed champion of the realm, has been bitten by a dog, and worse yet, in such an embarrassing manner. If word got out, he would never be able to show his face again. Get away from me, you wretched beast! Feeling the pain in his rear, Jiang Qin spins around and delivers a powerful strike. He is fast, yet the golden dog is even quicker, releasing its grip and darting aside. Ugh, how hard is your backside? The dog spits, having inadvertently hurt its mouth. Jiang Qin stands dumbfounded, realizing that the dog can talk. A talking dog, he exclaims. Typically, only beasts that have formed a celestial core and reached the celestial core realm can attain human speech. While some rare creatures, due to their extraordinary bloodlines, may require even greater cultivation levels to transform. This dog, however, does not appear to be a celestial core master. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would not be able to stand here unscathed. How absurd! Jiang Qin muses, rubbing his sore rear while sizing up the golden dog. His own cultivation of the dragon transformation technique has rendered his body as resilient as iron, and although he failed to dodge the dog's bite, he instinctively channeled his essence to the impacted area, ensuring he sustained no injury. Could this golden dog possibly be the one sought by the disciples of the Tian Sword sect? Jiang Qin's eyes widen with realization. For the creature resembles the dog described by the disciples. Kid, I can see your robust vitality and strong physique. You're undoubtedly a great supplement. Stand still, and let me feast upon you, the golden dog declares. Its eyes gleaming with hunger, Jiang Qin nearly chokes on his own blood, incredulous that this dog intends to eat him while making such a bold proclamation. You, a plump and tender creature, would surely taste divine if stewed. Jiang Qin retorts, his gaze appraising the golden dog. What did you just say? You dare call me fat? This is called being robust, understand? I can tolerate being called fat, but tender? How dare you? I shall feast upon you today. The golden dog leaps about in a fit of rage, flames of fury emanating from its eyes. Jiang Qin stands aghast, his jaw dropping at the dog's explosive reaction to a mere comment about its physique. Just then, the golden dog truly becomes incensed, its aura radiating with an intensity that speaks to its noble lineage. Jiang Qin, being a sage, recognizes the sacred essence emanating from the creature, confirming that it is anything but ordinary. Moreover, he senses a slight tremor within the dragon patterns in his energy sea in response to the dog's aura, a dragon horse. Jiang Qin realizes with astonishment that this dog is a descendant of the legendary dragon horse. A creature born from the union of celestial dragons and heavenly steeds, its bloodline exceedingly rare, even in ancient times. The prospect of extracting the dog's bloodline excites Jiang Qin. If he could slay this creature and absorb its essence, his dragon transformation technique would undergo a monumental transformation, granting him the innate abilities of a dragon horse. With hearts racing, the man and the dog stand poised in a standoff within the cave. In a flash, the golden dog lunges forward, moving like a bolt of golden lightning, closing the distance to Jiang Qin in an instant. This time, the dog does not open its mouth to bite. Instead, it charges with its forehead, seemingly intent on knocking Jiang Qin flat. Humph! Jiang Qin scoffs, silently cursing the dog's foolishness for choosing such an ineffectual means of attack. The dog's speed is astonishing, and while most would be caught off guard, Jiang Qin is no ordinary person. Having previously been bitten, he is prepared for a second encounter, as the dragon patterns within his energy sea resonate. Jiang Qin unleashes a powerful punch, his iron-like fist colliding forcefully with the dog's head. The two collided with a resounding clang reminiscent of iron striking iron, producing a brilliant shower of sparks. Under the immense force of the impact, both the large yellow dog and Jiang Qin staggered backward simultaneously. Chapter 49. The Battle of Man and Dog. Bang bang. Two dull thuds echoed simultaneously as Jiang Qin and the large yellow dog crashed against the stone walls on either side. The tremendous force of their collision caused the entire cavern to tremble, with fragments of stone cascading from above. Jiang Qin and the large yellow dog exchanged astonished glances, particularly Jiang Qin, who pondered the sheer power behind his recent punch, at least 50,000 pounds of force. Surely, the dog's head was excessively hard. His arm tingled from the impact. The large yellow dog, too, regarded Jiang Qin anew, unable to fathom that this young man possessed such extraordinary strength, his physique remarkably robust, nearly rivaling his own. This youth exuded an aura of superiority, a natural king, incongruous with his age. Moreover, the dog thought, this fellow's combat prowess was alarmingly formidable. If I were to consume him, the benefits would be endless. Kid, this place is too cramped for a proper fight. Let us step outside, the large yellow dog suggested. Very well, let us proceed outdoors, Jiang Qin replied, considering it a prudent idea. Thus, man and dog exited the cavern and arrived in the expansive valley. Swish, swish, the two rugged, beast-like beings launched themselves at each other, engaging in a primal and savage battle. Clang, clang. The confrontation quickly escalated into a fierce struggle, one intent on devouring the other determined to kill and drink blood. Each violent clash resonated like iron striking iron, sending sparks flying. Damn it, is your hide made of steel? Jiang Qin cursed vehemently. Despite his formidable physique, this dog seemed to absorb his blows, and aside from pushing it back, he was unable to inflict any damage. How have you trained your body, you little rascal? You must have cultivated some powerful technique. Reveal it, and I promise to grant you a swift death. The large yellow dog, equally unyielding, felt an increasing sense of astonishment. You wretched mutt, let me give you a quick end-point one-yang finger, Jiang Chen shouted, unleashing a powerful strike that resembled a colossal golden finger aimed at the large yellow dog. A ground-level combat technique. It seems you are indeed extraordinary, the large yellow dog observed, recognizing the level of Jiang Chen's technique without a hint of fear. He opened his mouth and expelled a beam of golden light that rapidly expanded, morphing into a column of light comparable to Jiang Chen's attack, colliding head-on with the golden finger. Boom! The two forces clashed, unleashing a dazzling burst of golden radiance, shaking the very ground of the valley. Creatures of lesser cultivation fled in terror from the tumultuous sound. Boom, boom. The reverberations continued to echo through the valley, the brilliance shooting skyward, creating deep fissures in the earth. The battle between man and dog reached a fever pitch. With Jiang Chen exerting all his strength, deploying his one-yang finger, even summoning the black spirit sword, yet he failed to harm a single hair on the large yellow dog. Despite employing the soul pressure technique, the dog remained unfazed, as if impervious to Jiang Chen's spiritual might. Be why the heavens? Jiang Chen cursed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of failure. He had easily slain early-stage human Dan realm experts, yet he found himself unable to best a mere dog. It was utterly infuriating. You insufferable mutt! The large yellow dog, panting heavily, felt equally exasperated, having encountered an anomaly in the form of this human. A mid-level Chi-Si practitioner with the combat strength of a human Dan realm fighter. Coupled with a formidable soul force and keen perception, it appeared that defeating this dog would require resorting to that particular technique. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Only by unleashing the venom within him could he hope to vanquish this beast. With a mental command, the azure mist of poison within his Chi-Si began to swirl, and tendrils of green toxin seeped from his palm. Oh, whoa! The large yellow dog howled, launching itself toward Jiang Chen like an arrow released from a bow. The opportunity had arrived. Jiang Chen's sinister smile widened as the dog approached. He swiftly unleashed a stream of poison that struck true, entering the dog's mouth. What in the name of the heavens is this? The large yellow dog spun away, quickly dodging to the side and retching violently. Damn it, this is bitter. What sort of poison is this? It's too acrid. Ugh, I might as well die. The large yellow dog continued to vomit, expelling thick, greenish liquid, all the while cursing incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood stunned. What on earth? How can it be unharmed? A wave of intense defeat washed over Jiang Chen. This was the venom of the renowned Poison King, the Qingming Python, and it was his first time unleashing it. Yet this dog appeared entirely unaffected, merely retching in disgust. It was utterly demoralizing. This is ridiculous. This fellow possesses such a myriad of tricks, including a potent poison. Once the large yellow dog finished retching, it expressed its own frustration. You wretched mutt, I'll prove I can kill you. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and lunged at the dog once more. And thus, the fierce battle resumed. Minutes later, both adversaries stood facing each other, panting heavily. Jiang Chen was out of breath, while the large yellow dog, tongue lolling, was utterly exhausted. Enough. I'm done fighting. I'm tired with that. The large yellow dog plopped down onto the ground. I'm finished as well, Jiang Chen declared, equally spent. In truth, the battle had taken a considerable toll on him. Kid, although I couldn't feast upon you. Today's fight was quite thrilling, the large yellow dog remarked. Indeed, it was exhilarating, Jiang Chen replied noncommittally. Since his rebirth, he had engaged in numerous battles, yet none had felt as satisfying as this one against the large yellow dog. Kid, I see potential in you. I shall show mercy and take you as my disciple. What do you say? Bow down and pay your respects, the large yellow dog proclaimed. Bow to you? Not a chance. Go take a look at yourself, Jiang Chen retorted, appalled. This dog was shamelessly bold. Having just fought to the death, it now sought to take him as a disciple. How could it dare to say such a thing? Moreover, if he were to bow to a dog, how would he ever show his face in the world again? What's wrong with that? I am mighty and imposing. Countless female demons weep to form relationships with me. And you dare to look down on me? The large yellow dog bristled with indignation. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. This dog was not only shameless but also profoundly narcissistic. Of course, you could also choose to be my pet. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall tear them apart. The large yellow dog boasted, full of self-importance. Get lost, Jiang Chun said, his patience wearing thin. Hey, mutt. We've fought and gotten to know each other. Lend me something? Jiang Chun grinned. I see that mischievous glint in your eyes. I know it's nothing good. Not lending anything, the large yellow dog replied bluntly. Jiang Chun was taken aback, nearly leaping to attack again, but he understood that no matter how long they fought, the outcome would remain unchanged. What do you want to borrow? The large yellow dog inquired curiously. Your blood. Just a bowl will suffice, Jiang Chun replied with a grin. Go to hell. How about a bowl of urine instead? The large yellow dog retorted, and to Jiang Chun's shock, it actually lifted its leg, a show of bravado that was strikingly bold. Jiang Chun's forehead creased with annoyance. It was clear that obtaining anything of value from this dog was impossible. Engaging further with it would lead to endless banter. He rose, realizing that nearly 2 hours had passed since entering the mountains. He needed to return. Li Changming's target was him. If he could not locate Jiang Chun, he would surely unleash his wrath upon the Yin family. Given the relationship between the two families, a fatal confrontation was inevitable, and Jiang Chun wished to avoid witnessing the annihilation of the Yin clan. Kid, where are you going? The large yellow dog inquired as Jiang Chun stood to leave. Back, Jiang Chun replied, stretching lazily and striding forward. The large yellow dog leaped up, following closely behind. Why are you following me? Do you wish for another round? Jiang Chun frowned. I'll go wherever I please. It's none of your business, the large yellow dog scoffed. Jiang Chun shook his head, ignoring the dog as he marched toward the valley's exit. The large yellow dog kept pace, and though he had just battled this creature, he found himself unconcerned. This was no ordinary dog. It was a dragon horse, and having it by his side could prove beneficial, providing ample opportunity to extract its blood in the future. With this thought, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly. Kid, your laughter is rather lewd. Are you plotting something? Just so you know, you have no chance. I follow you because I see potential. Perhaps one day you will realize the wisdom of becoming my disciple, the large yellow dog declared. Then you shall wait, Jiang Chun replied, shrugging. The duo made their way out of the valley, heading toward the area where the Yin family had last been seen. Why is your hide so thick? Jiang Chun inquired. Kid, I warn you, do not call me a wretched mutt. I have a name. I am called De Huang. What a ridiculous name for a dog. Woof. Kid, is your behind itching again? Well, the big yellow dog is still just a dog. Go away. On the other side, amidst the lush, thriving jungle, a fierce conflict was unfolding. 3 members of the Yin family fought side by side, their faces pale, with multiple wounds bleeding profusely. Opposite them stood 5 individuals from the Li family, each wielding a gleaming long sword, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. This is an assessment. Instead of hunting demon beasts, your Li family is here to ambush us, which is a blatant violation of the rules. One of the Yin family members exclaimed angrily, Haha, rules? Allow me to inform you. Ming Guo has already issued orders to eliminate every member of the Yin family present today. None shall escape. The leader of the Li family laughed recklessly, viewing the 3 as doomed. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Yin family members changed dramatically. The Li family was seizing the opportunity of the assessment to eradicate the young talents of the Yin family within these mountains. Li Changming's intentions were truly malevolent. It's over. It seems we are destined to perish here, one remarked, his complexion ashen. Haha, indeed, you possess a sense of self-awareness. Today, it's not just you. Every person from the Yin family must die, including Yin Yang, especially that Jiang Chun. Ming Guo has been searching for him. Intent on tearing him to shreds, the leader of the Li family cackled, exuding arrogance. Yin Chong, let us fight to the death while you escape and inform brother Yin Yang to flee at once. One of the Yin family members whispered, a fierce determination evident on his face, clearly prepared for sacrifice. The willingness to trade one's life for the survival of others, even if the chance is slim, is undoubtedly admirable. No, we must die together. I, Yin Chong, will never abandon you, Yin Chong replied vehemently, his face set with grim resolve. How touching. But do not worry. None of you will survive. The leader sneered coldly, signaling his two companions to charge at the three from the Yin family. Suddenly, two figures swiftly descended from afar, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a whip crack, their golden light striking true at the center of the brows of the two attackers. With a soft thud, the two maintained their forward momentum, yet their bodies became utterly rigid, each sporting a thumb-sized hole in their foreheads, blood gushing forth. With a dull thud, they collapsed to the ground, their blood staining the earth. The scene fell into immediate silence as the Yin family members, who had thought themselves doomed, stared in disbelief at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. The remaining three from the Li family gaped in shock, a chill creeping into their hearts upon witnessing their companion's gruesome demise. Both were masters of the Qi realm. Their unexpected deaths indicated that their assailant's strength far surpassed theirs. "You are correct. Not one of you will leave here alive," a voice resonated from the depths of the jungle. The three from the Yin family turned to see a young man in white approaching calmly. Accompanied by a large yellow dog. It is Brother Jiang Chun. The sight of him nearly brought the Yin family members to tears. Though younger than them, Jiang Chun's prowess commanded respect, and they felt compelled to address him as brother. In stark contrast to the trio's elation, the three from the Li family turned ashen at the sight of Jiang Chun, feeling as if they had encountered death itself. Facing him meant certain doom. The leader, once brimming with arrogant bravado, now trembled in fear, his legs quaking. "Brother Jiang Chun," Yin Chong called out. "Indeed," Jiang Chun nodded, striding confidently towards the three from the Li family. His voice steadied. "I hear you intend to slaughter the members of the Yin family in these mountains." "Especially me. And no, that's not it," the leader stammered, his cultivation strong yet freshly attained in the Qi realm, far inferior to Li Changhao. Jiang Chun had effortlessly dispatched Li Changhao, making the disparity painfully clear. Fear gripped them. Simply standing before Jiang Chun was enough to instill dread. A sound of urination filled the air, as one of them, trembling uncontrollably, soiled himself in terror. How pitiful, to be a Qi realm master and yet succumb to fear so easily. The big yellow dog scoffed, drawing the attention of all present. "Hey, this dog looks familiar. I feel like I've heard of it before." "Big Yellow, it's your turn," Jiang Chun said, shaking his head as he turned back to the Yin family. Ignoring the Li family completely, the fate of the Li family members had already been sealed. "Woof woof," Big Yellow barked excitedly, having felt slighted after their earlier encounter with Jiang Chun. Now, he was eager to seize this opportunity. With a swift leap, Big Yellow lunged at the young man from the Li family, overpowering him effortlessly in a brutal display. He clamped down on the young man's head and with a swift motion, severed it with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed forth, drenching the ground. "Ugh!" The young man's agonized scream echoed, before his head was crushed in one swift bite, blood gushing forth in torrents. "Ugh!" Big Yellow spat out the head, which rolled away, face up, eyes wide in shock. Aside from Jiang Chun, everyone else gasped in horror. The brutality of Big Yellow was unnerving. The remaining two members of the Li family stood frozen, unable to process the gruesome scene before them. Unfazed by their terror, Big Yellow wore a cruel smile, opening his jaws wide once more to reveal his sharp teeth before pouncing on another opponent. "Ah!" The last man, clutching his head in despair, screamed as his sanity shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Though he possessed the cultivation of the Qi realm, his sheltered life had left him unprepared for such cruelty. He could not compare to Jiang Chun. Not only him, but even the three from the Yin family were pale with fright, struggling to reconcile the savagery of Big Yellow. By the heavens, this one fainted from fear. Even if he faints, he shall still perish, Big Yellow exclaimed, stepping down with a resounding crunch on the man's head, shattering it completely. "Why is your dog so vicious? Can't he be a bit gentler?" Jiang Chun sighed, bemused by Big Yellow's brutality. "I am not cruel. I ensure they die quickly with no pain." "You call me cruel? This is mercy, understand, boy?" Big Yellow argued passionately. "Enough," Jiang Chun interjected, feeling a headache coming on. "Enough. My mouth is my own. I shall speak as I please. I have killed for you, and you call me cruel? How ungrateful," Big Yellow continued, unrelenting. All right. You are the most merciful dog in the world." Jiang Chun hastily appeased him, knowing all too well that arguing with Big Yellow would be futile. The three from the Yin family stood agape, utterly astonished by this extraordinary dog. It was truly remarkable. They could tell that Jiang Qin and Big Yellow shared a close bond. Had they known that just moments ago, the two had nearly been adversaries, they would have been left speechless. Brother Jiang Qin, Li Changming intends to bury every member of the Yin family in these mountains. If he takes action personally, Brother Yin Yang will be in danger. We must find Brother Yin Yang at once. Yin Chong expressed, concern etched on his face. Indeed, since Li Changming wishes to play, we shall play along. Today, I intend to bury every member of the Li family here. Not one shall escape, Jiang Qin declared with a cold smile. The three from the Yin family exchanged glances, recognizing the tremor of determination in each other's eyes. Compared to Li Changming, Jiang Qin was truly the ruthless one. Brother Jiang Qin, the Li family has a total of 13 members. 5 are dead, leaving 8. As the previous one mentioned, the remaining members are likely to unite and pick us off one by one. Yin Chong noted. Do you know the location of Yin Yang and the others? Jiang Qin inquired. I do. Yin Chong affirmed. Let us move. The Li family will undoubtedly head in that direction, Jiang Qin instructed. The Li family had already initiated their assault. They needed to locate the remaining members of the Yin family swiftly. If they delayed, the Yin family would face severe losses. The fate of Yin Chong and his companions underscored the urgency. Had Jiang Qin arrived even a moment later, he would have been too late to save them. On the other side of the jungle, a fierce battle was just commencing. The remaining 7 members of the Yin family, led by Yin Yang, congregated together. Opposing them stood the last 8 members of the Li family, with Li Changming at the helm. What began as a mere assessment was fated to escalate into a deadly confrontation. Yin Yang, being the foremost of the younger generation of the Yin family and possessing a measure of wisdom, sensed the unusual movements of the Li family and swiftly summoned everyone. Likewise, Li Changming had detected the actions of the Yin family and rallied his forces to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, both factions converged at this location. The 3 remaining members of Yin Zhong were too far away to encounter the Li family, leading to a brutal skirmish on the other side, fortunate enough to have Jiang Qin intervene at a critical moment. Li Changming, your actions are in violation of the rules of the assessment, Yin Yang remarked, his expression darkening. The current situation was undoubtedly lethal for the Yin family. Li Changming, a formidable master at the human Dan realm, could annihilate them all with a single strike. Rules? If I eliminate you all, the qualifications for the Heavenly Sword Sect will entirely belong to my Li family. Moreover, I have already attained the human Dan realm, so entering the Heavenly Sword Sect is without question. What I wish to know now is Jiang Qin's whereabouts, Li Changming replied coldly. Chapter 51. The end of lineage. Jiang Qin was the most crucial target for Li Changming. His ultimate objective. Jiang Qin had slain his 2 brothers, marking him as a mortal enemy. Outside, Jiang Qin was under the Yin family's protection, and as long as he remained hidden within the Misty Rain Tower, there would be no opportunity for an attack. Humph. Li Changming, if you seek to kill Jiang Qin, you might as well be dreaming. What kind of person is Jiang Qin that anyone can slay him at will? Yin Yang scoffed. Although he had known Jiang Qin for a short time, he held deep admiration for his prowess in his eyes. While Jiang Qin might not match Li Changming in the early stages of the human Dan realm, if Jiang Qin wished to evade or conceal himself, Li Changming would stand no chance of killing him. Is that so? Then I shall eliminate all of you first, and then search for Jiang Qin. You should understand that masters at the human Dan realm have already opened their sea of consciousness. Under my divine sense, Jiang Qin will have nowhere to escape. Li Changming's aura surged with murderous intent. His early-stage human Dan power radiating and sending ripples through the air. Yin Yang's expression shifted. Indeed, the strength of the human Dan realm was beyond his reach. Both he and Li Changming had once been recognized as the foremost geniuses of Qicheng, both possessing the potential to attain the human Dan realm. However, Li Changming had outpaced him, and this single step represented an insurmountable chasm. Despite Yin Yang having reached the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm, nearly stepping into the human Dan realm, the gap between him and the true master Li Changming remained vast. Yin Yang, are you afraid? If you plead for mercy, I might show you some compassion and grant you a swift death. Li Changming mocked, his smile increasingly taunting. Once a rival, Yin Yang was now utterly suppressed, a feeling that was quite exhilarating. Bah, Li Changming, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Even if you manage to keep us all here today, your Li family will also pay a price for it. Go ahead, test your luck. Yin Yang retorted fiercely, drawing a long sword with a flick of his wrist. The sword glimmered with brilliance, revealing itself to be a low-grade battle weapon. A low-grade battle weapon? It seems Yin Zhanyun was indeed prepared. If you're willing to use such a weapon, my brother lost one last time. Today, I shall reclaim it from you. Li Changming's eyes sparkled with excitement at the unexpected gain. Brother Ming, no need to waste words with them. Just strike and annihilate them. A late-stage Qi expert from the Li family grinned menacingly, viewing Yin Yang and his companions as mere prey. Attack, Li Changming commanded, and the Li family's members surged forward with ferocity towards the Yin family. Li Changming himself locked onto Yin Yang, determined not to allow his former rival an easy demise. Brothers, let us fight them to the death. Even if we perish, we shall take a few down with us, Yin Yang declared, his handsome visage twisting in resolve. For a warrior, facing death at such a critical moment was not so terrifying. Kill! The 7 members of the Yin family erupted in a fervent roar, their despair instantly transforming into a frenzied determination as the clash of several Qi experts ignited a chaotic melee, their powers colliding and wreaking havoc throughout the jungle. The brutal battle escalated into a fierce confrontation, both sides like fire and water, utterly irreconcilable. This was a life-and-death struggle, and no one dared to slacken their efforts. Failure to give their all would equate to death. Yin Yang, meet your end. Li Changming's killing intent surged as he launched a palm strike at Yin Yang. The formless energy rushed at Yin Yang like an invisible mountain, overwhelming him with an oppressive force. Ha! Yin Yang bellowed, channeling all his energy into his long sword. The blade emitted a powerful hum and, with a piercing cry, slashed toward Li Changming's energy attack. Bang! Unfortunately, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Even with a battle weapon in hand, Yin Yang could not match Li Changming. The difference between the Qi and human Dan realms was a vast chasm, unlike the gap between the mid and late stages of the Qi realm. Staggering back 3 steps, Yin Yang coughed up blood, which splattered onto his sword, glistening ominously under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Yin family were embroiled in a fierce brawl against the 7 members of the Li family. Due to their numerical disadvantage and the overall superiority of the Li family's strength, the Yin family quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, with several sustaining injuries. If this continued, it would not be long before the Yin family could no longer hold out. Was it truly the fate of the Yin family to perish in this manner? A wry smile crept onto Yin Yang's face as he considered the potential devastation if all the young talents of the Yin family were to die here. If Li Changming smoothly entered the Heavenly Sword sect afterward, the balance of power would shift dramatically, and it would not be long before the Yin family fell to the Li family. But then, there was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, possessing the 9 profound veins and a natural divine body, ensured that the Yin family would not perish. Even if I, Yin Yang, were to die, how could Xiaoyu not avenge me one day? As thoughts of Yin Chunyu filled his mind, Yin Yang's spirits lifted. With her 9 profound veins awakened, her future potential was unimaginable. As long as Yin Chunyu existed, the Yin family would endure. Yin Yang, you may as well die now. I initially did not intend for your death to be so swift, but after killing you, I must search for Jiang Chun, so consider it a small favor. Li Changming's aura intensified as he pointed a finger at Yin Yang, executing the Li family's Huangtian finger. However, when unleashed by Li Changming, its power was incomparable to that of Li Changhao or Li Changhong. Boom! The massive yellow finger appeared suddenly, crashing down with a thunderous roar, closing the distance to Yin Yang in an instant. Faced with the Huangtian finger, a sardonic smile crept onto Yin Yang's lips as he surrendered all resistance. Knowing that with his current strength, he could not withstand Li Changming's Huangtian finger, even with a low-grade battle weapon. Yin Yang's smile was bitter. Anyone facing death would surely feel a pang of bitterness. He closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable boom. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted. Not from the Huangtian finger striking him, but from a powerful impact resonating before him. He opened his eyes in shock to see a figure in white who had appeared before him, shattering the Huangtian finger with a single punch. Brother Jiang. Upon seeing this person, Yin Yang's face lit up with elation, followed by a wave of relief. He had indeed brushed with death moments ago. Brother Yang. Yin Zhong and the other 2 approached Yin Yang with concern etched on their faces. You 3 are unharmed? Yin Yang's face brightened at the sight of them. Jiang Chun saved us. Yin Zhong explained. Leave Li Changming to me. You handle the others, Jiang Chun stated calmly. Understood. Yin Yang nodded. He was uncertain if Jiang Chun could contend with Li Changming, but he knew that today, Jiang Chun was their only hope against him. Yin Yang grasped his sword and, accompanied by Yin Zhong and the other two, rejoined the fray. The Yin family's previously retreating momentum was instantly reversed. With the addition of 4 Qi experts, the numerical advantage shifted back in their favor. Moreover, with someone of Yin Yang's caliber on their side, and with Li Changhao defeated by Jiang Chun and Li Changming preoccupied, the Li family lacked any peak Qi experts, leaving them at a disadvantage. The intensity of the battle reached a fever pitch, with everyone focused solely on the fight, oblivious to the large yellow dog lounging nearby. The dog lay on the ground, tongue lolling out, enjoying the spectacle as though it were mere entertainment. Li Changming furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. There's no need to look further. The rest of your people are already dead, slain by my hand. Jiang Chen remarked with a calm smile. Jiang Chen, you are truly doomed. Li Changming's eyes flashed with a cold light, his expression reflecting a desire to shred Jiang Chun into pieces out of sheer rage. The question of my life or death remains uncertain, yet it is evident that your survival today is in jeopardy. Were you not seeking to avenge your brother by taking my life? Are you aware of the ultimate outcome? Jiang Chen declared with utmost seriousness. The result will be your tragic demise. Li Changming ground his teeth in fury. Incorrect. The conclusion is that Li Shangyue shall be left without descendants. Jiang Chen shook his head, his bright eyes shimmering with brilliance. Humph. Let me witness your true capabilities. Li Changming scoffed coldly, propelling himself into the air with a commanding presence, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged at Jiang Chun. Very well. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prowess of a master in the human Dan realm was indeed extraordinary. With his mid-level strength in the Qi realm, he would need to exert every ounce of effort to contend with Li Changming. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen unleashed a punch, radiating with a brilliant light aimed directly at Li Changming's palm. A crisp sound echoed as their forces collided, generating a massive vortex of primal energy that sent a whirlwind cascading through the grove, reducing fallen leaves to mere fragments. Both combatants staggered, this clash resulting in an inconclusive outcome. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. To withstand an initial assault from a master in the human Dan realm without defeat was a satisfying result for him. However, Li Changming was left astounded, his incredulous gaze fixed upon Jiang Chun as he felt the tingling sensation in his hand, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. How could this be? He was merely in the Qi realm, yet possessed such formidable combat strength. Furthermore, how could his physical body be so powerful as to leave my hand numb? The tumultuous waves of shock surged within Li Changming. Chapter 52. Absolute Domination. At this moment, Li Changming finally comprehended why Jiang Chun was capable of slaying his brother. Such overwhelming combat prowess had reached an unfathomable level. In Li Changming's perspective, the human Dan realm was inherently superior to the Qi realm. Yet against Jiang Chen, that superiority was hardly perceptible. The human Dan realm is hardly remarkable. Jiang Chun shrugged indifferently, his dismissive words striking deep into Li Changming's heart. In an instant, Li Changming bellowed in rage. Launching the yellow sky finger technique, boom. The forest trembled as the colossal yellow sky finger surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, propelled by Li Changming's wrath, representing a full-force strike from a master in the early human Dan realm. Even Jiang Chun could not afford to underestimate it. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun felt no trepidation. The yellow sky finger was merely a low-grade technique. Although it could unleash tremendous power in Li Changming's hands, it paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's six-yang mystical finger. The six-yang mystical finger was a high-grade technique, and even the lesser one-yang finger was sufficient to overpower the yellow sky finger. Moreover, Jiang Chen's mastery of the one-yang finger had reached the pinnacle. Once he advanced to the late Qi realm, he would be able to employ the second finger of the six-yang mystical finger. Known as the two-yang finger, Jiang Chen extended his fingers like a sword, carving an intricate arc in the air, the brilliance at his fingertips intertwining as he thrust forward with a sudden, forceful jab, generating a momentum far surpassing that of Li Changming. A resplendent golden giant finger materialized, resembling a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, dominating both in force and size. The clash of techniques, the yellow sky finger and the one-yang finger, collided with an intensity that shook the very ground. Akin to a cataclysmic earthquake, crack! The golden shockwave radiated outward, shattering trees nearby as testament to its ferocity. Staggering back 2 paces under the immense force, Li Changming's astonishment deepened as he gazed at Jiang Chen. his eyes wide with disbelief. The intricate technique Jiang Qin had demonstrated was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, rendering the Leaf family's yellow sky finger mere trash in comparison. Does the Leaf family possess any stronger techniques? I have encountered your yellow sky finger thrice, and it is undeniably weak. Jiang Chen scoffed derisively. Brother Ming, you must eliminate him swiftly. We cannot endure much longer, shouted a bloodied youth from the Li family. Panting heavily, the battle was exceptionally brutal, and with the intervention of Yin Yang and his companions, the Li family faced consecutive defeats. Originally numbering 7, they had lost 1 to Yin Yang, and the remaining 6 were grievously wounded. If this continues, the Li family would be utterly vanquished, facing certain death. Look, your people are faltering. You fixated on keeping the Yin family here, yet now they remain unscathed while your kin lie in eternal slumber. How ironic, Jiang Qian taunted with a chilling tone. Li Changming's face flushed crimson. Jiang Qin's words struck a nerve. He glanced at the Li family's formation, realizing they could not hold out much longer. His initial plan had been to eliminate all members of the Yin family here, yet now, his own people were on the brink of annihilation. Humph! I refuse to believe that I, a master in the human Dan realm, cannot vanquish a mere Qi-Si realm practitioner. Receive my great roar palm. Li Changming erupted in fury, leaping high into the air, his hair billowing behind him as his energy surged like a tidal wave. Swirling around his palms, the great roar palm was a high-grade technique, a prized skill acquired through great effort by Li Shangyue in his youth. Li Changming had not mastered it yet, but he wielded it with formidable intent. The great roar palm concentrated all internal energy into the palm, unleashing an overwhelming force akin to a tsunami. Boom! Li Changming struck downward, the air cracking with explosive force as countless whirlwinds coalesced into a titanic wave, descending with the weight of a mountain. Should this palm connect, it would surely leave a massive crater in the ground. Observing from the periphery, the once indifferent great yellow dog now exhibited a look of concern. Indeed, a master in the human Dan realm wielded considerable power. Such a splendid great roar palm. Yet you have barely grasped it, unable to unleash its full potential. I can shatter it with a mere finger. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his eyes narrowing as he brought his hands together, crossing his fingers over his chest. His index fingers quivered with energy before he suddenly struck out, a golden finger shooting forth, accompanied by a shimmering illusion of another finger beside it. The 9-yang mystical art, crafted by Jiang Chen himself, and the 6-yang mystical finger, a component of that art, surged forth with unprecedented power. Though Jiang Chen was currently at the mid-level of the Qi-Si realm, the influence of the 1-yang finger enabled him to manifest the illusion of the 2-yang finger. The ephemeral giant finger merged with the 1-yang finger, amplifying its strength and charging towards the oncoming wave of Li Changming's energy. Boom! The earth-shattering roar reverberated as the powerful backlash tore a gaping chasm into the ground. Extending outward, the great yellow dog yelped in surprise, leaping away to a safe spot as the unfathomable force of the clash sent tremors across a 10-mile radius, snapping trees in half near the battle site. Such an overwhelming display of combat energy momentarily halted Yin Yang and his companions, drawing their attention. The Yin family had achieved victory, having slain 2 more of the Li family, leaving only 4. All battered and struggling to maintain their ground. How extraordinary! Brother Jiang Chen stands against a master in the human Dan realm with his Qi-Si realm strength. Truly divine. Yin Zhong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiang Chen had saved his life, and thus he held him in the highest regard. The great roar palm ultimately fell short against the 6-yang mystical finger as Li Changming's body plummeted, colliding with a large tree that splintered under the impact. Shaken, he staggered, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, in stark contrast. Jiang Chen retained a serene smile, exhibiting a casual demeanor as he effortlessly overshadowed Li Changming. Jiang Chen had manifested 6 dragon patterns, capable of unleashing 60,000 pounds of force, while the average master in the human Dan realm could only muster 50,000 pounds. Despite Li Changming's talent, he was merely Jiang Chen's equal in strength, and when it came to technique, he was at a disadvantage. Excellent, Yin Yang cheered, his esteem for Jiang Chen soaring to new heights. How magnificent, brother Jiang Chen, with his mid-level Qi-Si realm strength, has vanquished a master in the early human Dan realm. This is truly revolutionary. Ha ha, Li Changming, your time is up. Surrender now and prepare for your demise. Jiang Chen proclaimed, exemplifying the adage that there is always a higher peak. Despite being only 15, Jiang Chen was a true prodigy, unmatched by the likes of Li Changming, who was akin to a mere chicken in comparison. Yin Zhong and his companions reveled in their triumph, relishing the opportunity to mock their adversaries. As for the remaining members of the Li family, they were not overly concerned about eliminating them. They were already trapped with no chance of escape. Now, with the tide turned, they could fully experience the despair they had inflicted moments ago. Upon hearing the Yin family liken them to mere chickens, Li Changming spat blood in outrage, viewing it as a grave insult. No, I must kill Jiang Qian. I am a master in the human Dan realm, and a master in the human Dan realm cannot be defeated by a Qi Si realm practitioner. I will certainly vanquish him. Li Changming's expression hardened with determination. Drawing a deep breath, his aura surged once more, and in his grasp appeared a gleaming golden blade, another low-grade weapon, the inferior battle weapon. It seems that the combat armaments of the Li family are now destined to fall into my hands. Li Changming, you should be well aware of how your brother, Li Changhao, met his demise. Not only did he lose his life, but he also forfeited an inferior battle weapon in the process. Today, you shall share a similar fate. Jiang Qian shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, the Li family possesses only 3 inferior battle weapons, aside from the one held by Li Shangyue. None remain with the elders of the Dan realm. The last encounter between Li Changhao and Jiang Qian resulted in the loss of one weapon, causing Li Shangyue considerable distress. Subsequently, upon Li Changming's ascent to the Dan realm, Li Shangyue rewarded him with 1. Jiang Qian, prepare to meet your end. Li Changming roared, raising his great sword and lunging toward Jiang Qian. However, he had already sustained significant injuries from his previous confrontation with Jiang Qian using the Great Howl Palm, leaving his internal Dan realm marred with cracks and severely impairing his combat capabilities. Even wielding an inferior battle weapon, he seemed to lack the necessary strength. I shall not engage you further. Jiang Qian shrugged his shoulders, the black spirit sword appearing in his grasp in an instant. With a swift motion, a plume of crimson golden flames enveloped the black spirit sword, radiating intense heat, at the same time. With a flick of his wrist, the sword transformed into a venomous serpent, striking toward the oncoming Li Changming with unparalleled precision. Both combatants moved with astonishing speed, the great sword and the black spirit sword poised to collide. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Jiang Qian slipped gracefully, evading the attack of Li Changming's great sword like a nimble leopard. With a flick of the black spirit sword, it struck like lightning, piercing into Li Changming's armpit, the sharp blade emerging from his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Li Changming let out a chilling scream, for Jiang Qian's sword required no intricate technique. Its essence lay in its bizarre and incisive speed, an instrument of true lethality. Relentless in its singular objective of taking life, it was swift, merciless, and fluid, leaving adversaries utterly defenseless. Chapter 53. The little demon king. The piercing shriek sent shivers down spines, as Jiang Qian's strike not only penetrated Li Changming's shoulder but also severed nerves within his body. Moreover, Jiang Qian's sword, imbued with searing flames, ignited within Li Changming, inflicting agony that even a master of the Dan realm could scarcely endure. In other words, a single strike may not render a master of the Dan realm completely incapacitated. Yet the torment inflicted by Jiang Qian's sword far exceeded the ordinary. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Li Changming convulsed, rendered incapable of any action beyond his wails. Clang! The great sword clattered to the ground with a resounding chime. With a slow, deliberate motion, Jiang Qian withdrew the black spirit sword from Li Changming's body, each inch extracted resulting in a spray of blood that instantly scorched and dried upon contact with the flames. This was a chilling sight. The remaining 4 members of the Li family appeared ashen, their hearts consumed by despair. It was over. They would never have another opportunity. If even Li Changming could not withstand Jiang Qian, their greatest hope had crumbled, leaving them utterly helpless. Even the members of the Yin family held their breath, their eyes betraying an involuntary fear as they witnessed Li Changming's plight. Jiang Qian's ruthlessness was palpable. Had he been an enemy, their fate would likely mirror that of Li Changming. I warned you before. The Dan realm is not all that impressive. I also advised you not to provoke me, for the consequences would be dire. Yet you chose to ignore my words. Sigh. Jiang Qian spoke with an air of nonchalance, the long sword now poised at Li Changming's neck. Jiang Qian, if you dare to kill me, My father will surely not let you go. Li Changming trembled, having lost all resolve under Jiang Qin's oppressive aura, resorting only to threats involving Li Shangyue. Did I not mention earlier? Li Shangyue is destined to be cut off from his lineage. Li Changming's threat was akin to a mere whisper in Jiang Qin's ears, insignificant and devoid of impact. With a forward thrust of the black spirit sword, it pierced Li Changming's neck with a soft hiss. Li Changming's mouth opened and closed in vain, his eyes brimming with despair. As his gaze faded, so too did the spark of life within him. Thud. Ultimately, Li Changming fell lifeless to the ground, eyes wide open. Perhaps in his final moments still filled with a profound sense of unwillingness, Li Changming is dead? Jiang Qin, with his Qi cultivation, has slain the early-stage master of the Dan realm. He has saved the lives of us all. The onlookers from the Yin family looked at Jiang Qin with a mix of complex emotions, excitement, gratitude, admiration, and fear. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of this young man, akin to a little demon king, to stand against him would surely lead to dire consequences. Brother Jiang, what shall we do with the remaining 4? Yin Yang inquired, as everyone felt an instinctive inclination to follow Jiang Qin's lead. Jiang Qin turned, approaching the remaining 4 members of the Li family, who felt as though the world was spinning around them, their bodies no longer their own, trembling in fear. Among you 4, who belongs to the affiliated forces of the Li family? Jiang Qin inquired. The 4 were taken aback, unsure of Jiang Qin's intent. Did he intend to treat the core members of the Li family and those from the affiliated forces differently? This little demon king seemed poised to deliver unique fates. Nevertheless, 2 of the youth stepped forward, trembling as they spoke. We are not from the Li family. We belong to the affiliated forces. Understanding Jiang Qin's methods, they chose not to plead for mercy, fully aware that at this juncture, such appeals would be futile. Jiang Qin would not spare them. Very well, you 2 need not perish. Yin Yang, take care of the other 2. Jiang Qin's words struck the 2 like a thunderbolt, their eyes widening in shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? The little demon king had decided to spare them. Was it an act of unexpected kindness, a deliberate choice to grant them their lives? Regardless, they were overwhelmed with gratitude, realizing that to survive was the greatest blessing of all. Just as the 2 contemplated their fortune, they heard 2 anguished cries behind them as the 2 members of the Li family met their demise beneath the onslaught of the Yin family's swords. The Yin family showed no mercy, for these individuals had previously sought to bury them here. Had it not been for Jiang Qin, they would already be dead. You 2, take Li Changming's corpse outside. This young master is inherently merciful. I shall kill and yet deliver the body to Li Shangyue. Jiang Qin leisurely sheathed the black spirit sword, bending down to retrieve the great sword from the ground. Upon hearing the phrase inherently merciful from Jiang Qin, everyone present nearly stumbled, struggling to remain upright, while the large yellow dog, unable to contain itself, scoffed disdainfully. You, immortal, are utterly shameless. This lad surpasses even me in that regard. The large yellow dog glared, its voice dripping with sarcasm. Yin Yang and the others secretly broke into a cold sweat. Brother, is this what you call mercy? This is merely a ploy to provoke Li Shangyue using Li Changming's corpse. You 2 rascals, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and carry your leader's body away, or I shall slay you with a single sword and incinerate both Li Changming's corpse and yours. Jiang Qin barked at the 2 still frozen in place. Yes, yes, the 2 trembled, their bodies shaking with fear. They dared not hesitate, swiftly lifting Li Changming's body and vanishing from sight. They did not doubt for a moment that Jiang Qin would indeed slay them. Brother Jiang, why did you let them go? Yin Zhong asked, perplexed. Do not worry, they will not survive. Jiang Qin shrugged nonchalantly. Yin Yang, this sword is a gift for you. Jiang Qin tossed the great sword to Yin Yang, who caught it with gleaming eyes. Brother Jiang, this is an inferior battle weapon. It is far too precious for me to accept. Yin Yang protested, feeling unworthy of such a valuable gift. Although he possessed an inferior battle weapon, it was merely a temporary loan from the Yin family, which he would have to return. Jiang Qin's sword, however, was a true gift meant for him. Tio claimed he did not desire it would be a lie. Is that so? If you feel unworthy, I shall give it to Yin Zhong instead. Jiang Qin reached for the sword, prompting Yin Yang to hastily step back. A smile plastered across his face. No? No, I am more than happy to accept. How could I possibly pass on a gift from Brother Jiang? Beside them, Yin Zhong shrugged, looking utterly dejected. Let us depart. The Li family has been vanquished, and the qualifications for the heavenly sword sect now rest with you all. Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. The group tended to their wounds and prepared to leave the mountains. Although less than 4 hours had passed, there was no longer any need to linger. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, the Yin family had achieved an unprecedented victory. The young generation of the Li family had been entirely wiped out, while the Yin family thrived. With the addition of Yin Chunyu, possessing the 9 Yin mystic veins, it would not be long before the Yin family absorbed the Li family, establishing their dominance over Qicheng. The large yellow dog rose to its feet, trotting behind Jiang Chen, garnering attention from all. Everyone wondered why this dog seemed so familiar. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome dog? Bah, I am not a dog. The large yellow dog glared, its self-importance evident in its tone. By the heavens, this dog can speak and is quite narcissistic. At this moment, beyond the mountains, a few individuals lingered in anticipation. The members of the Tianjin sect, led by Chen Shuang, were engaged in lively conversation, exuding an air of ease. Li Shangyue wore a broad smile, attempting to strike up a conversation with Yin Zhanyun, who responded with apparent indifference and worry. Yin Zhanyun, at this point, it seems your Yin family has likely met their demise. Li Shangyue remarked with a grin at it. Is your Li family that has perished? Yin Zhanyun shot back, casting an icy glare at Li Shangyue, wishing nothing more than to tear his lips apart. Ha ha, Yin Zhanyun, I know you are troubled, but one must learn to accept reality. You ought to consider how many more years your family can endure in Qicheng if your younger generation has all fallen. Li Shangyue retorted, his face painted with shameless glee. Humph. The assessment is not yet concluded. How can you presume to know the outcome? Yin Zhanyun scoffed. Ah, someone is emerging. Just then, a master of the Dan realm from the Li family spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze and saw 2 figures trudging out from the mountains, one shouldering a lifeless body. As the 2 neared, Li Shanyue's countenance shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they knelt before him, carefully laying out the corpse of Li Changming. The scene erupted into chaos. Even Chen Shuang and his companions were struck with disbelief as they gazed upon the body of Li Changming, a master of the Dan realm, now deceased. An utterly inconceivable sight. Ha ha ha, Li Shanyue, this is the outcome you awaited. Yin Zhanyun laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. Speak? Who is responsible? Li Shanyue's fury ignited, the scar on his face contorting in rage. It was Jiang Chen. They are all dead, every last one. The 2 spoke tremulously, still haunted by the terror Jiang Chen instilled in them. What? Li Shanyue roared, his anger surging like a furious lion. Jiang Chen, you have slain my 3 sons, leaving me, Li Shanyue, bereft of heirs. I shall rend your flesh asunder. Li Shanyue was consumed by rage. The death of his 3 sons was a wound too deep to bear. All of you are doomed. You 2 need not survive, he declared, a deadly aura radiating from him as he struck down upon the 2 youths. Chapter 54. What has the big yellow dog done? The demise of these 2 was tragic and suffocating. They had not fallen to enemies, yet had gallantly carried Li Changming's corpse back, only to meet their end at the hands of their own kin. That Jiang Chen is truly formidable, capable of slaying a master of the Dan realm with mere qi cultivation. We have grossly underestimated him, Qian Shuang mused, recalling the white-clad youth they had encountered before entering the mountains. Li Shanyue, you are indeed ruthless, even slaying your own. Those subordinate forces allied with your Li family must be disheartened, Yin Zhanyun jeered, seizing every opportunity to mock Li Shanyue. Li Shanyue's wrath could intimidate others. But Yin Zhanyun was undeterred. Yin Zhanyun, Li Shanyue bellowed, lunging at him with a forceful palm strike, his pent-up fury seeking release. The 2 old adversaries clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch, having sparred for over a decade without resolution. Li Shanyue, mourn your sons in solitude. Must you deny others their joy? Ha ha! I feel absolutely splendid, delighting in your despair. Were you not intent on annihilating my Yin family within these mountains? Is it only permissible for Li Changming to kill us, yet not for him to perish? Ha ha! Yin Zhanyun laughed uproariously, evidently aiming to push Li Shanyue to the brink. Roar! Li Shanyue let out a primal shout, pouncing towards Yin Zhanyun, his fury palpable in an instant. The 2 titans of Qicheng collided in a fierce battle, while Chen Shuang and his companions merely shook their heads, uninterested in the conflict, recognizing it held no bearing on them. At this juncture, the Yin family emerged from the mountains, albeit in a disheveled state, yet all intact. Their faces radiated joy, clearly having achieved a monumental victory. Upon witnessing the fierce clash between Li Shangyue and Yin Zhanyun alongside the three corpses on the ground, they understood the cause of the confrontation. Brother Jiangchun, how did you know those two would meet their demise? Yin Zhong looked at Jiangchun with admiration and awe. Jiangchun replied with a faint smile. With Li Changming dead, those who survived would surely lose their sanity upon seeing his body. It was inevitable that Li Shangyue would strike them down. Brother Jiangchen, your wisdom is remarkable, Yin Zhong expressed, almost in worship. Jiangchen, you little beast, come and face me. Li Shangyue's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing Jiangchen emerge from the mountains, his three sons slain by this youth, igniting a primal desire for vengeance. Casting aside Yin Zhanyun, he charged at Jiangchen. Li Shangyue, do you seek to kill? Have you consulted me? Yin Zhanyun would not allow Li Shangyue to succeed, positioning himself once more before him. Though he had not ventured into the mountains, his keen intellect allowed him to deduce what had transpired. It was evident that Jiangchun had again saved the Yin family. Had it not been for Jiangchun, it would have been Yin Yang and the others who faced annihilation under Li Changming's command. Jiangchun had first rescued Yin Ming and others, then aided Yin Xinyu in resolving the 9 mysterious veins. And now he had salvaged the hopes of the Yin family's younger generation while delivering a crippling blow to the Li family. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Jiangchun was the greatest benefactor in the history of the Yin family. Even at the cost of his own life, Yin Zhanyun would ensure Jiangchen's safety. Suddenly, an unharmonious shriek pierced the air. As Ruan Ling from the Tianjin sect leapt up, her beautiful eyes fixated on the big yellow dog daring to linger beside Jiangchen, nearly aflame with rage. That wretched dog! I have searched high and low for you. Xiao Hua, in a fit of indignation, drew her sword with a resounding clang, her aura surging. Let us act together. We shall flay it alive. Ensuring this vile creature cannot escape, Chun Shuang shouted, as the three, teeth gritted, surged forward like a whirlwind toward the big yellow dog. What on earth is happening? In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Even Yin Zhanyun and Li Shangyue paused mid-battle, astonished by the sudden fury of the three members from Tianjin sect, who had previously appeared so amiable. The Yin family members soon realized why the dog seemed so familiar. It was indeed the creature the Tianjin sect disciples had been seeking. Witnessing the three intent on annihilating the big yellow dog, a singular thought crossed everyone's minds. What heinous act had this dog committed to incite such wrath? You blasted creature, how did you attract their ire? The big yellow dog cursed loudly, then executed a move that left Jiangchen utterly speechless, darting behind him and playfully sticking out its tongue at the furious trio, even throwing a wink at Ruan Ling. Fair maiden, your dimensions are rather diminutive. Why not become my pet? I could transform you. Though the big yellow dog was being pursued, it evidently felt no fear, continuing to jest with the beautiful maiden despite the grave circumstances. In truth, its strength had reached a level comparable to Jiangchen's. While it could easily defeat early Dan realm cultivators, it was no match for those in the mid-Dan realm. However, its speed was unmatched, making it exceedingly difficult for the three to capture it. Upon hearing the big yellow dog comment on her size, Ruan Ling's anger surged anew. I am not small, you wretched beast. I shall flay you alive. With that, she aimed her sword at Jiangchen, ready to strike. Big Yellow, what the heck? Jiangchen nearly spat blood, bewildered by the turmoil the dog had caused. Instead of evading the impending attack, the big yellow dog had chosen to hide behind him, effectively placing him in the line of fire. This was utterly unfair. However, as Ruan Ling's attack approached, he swiftly raised a hand to conjure a barrier for defense. Kid, stand aside. This does not concern you. Chen Shuang glared at Jiang Chen. Understood. Jiang Chen fervently nodded, acknowledging that the matter was indeed none of his business, promptly sidestepping. You ungrateful wretch, after all this time spent with you, I never imagined you would be so disloyal. The big yellow dog was nimble, darting behind Jiang Chen once more. Get away, you wretched dog. Jiang Chen dodged, and the big yellow dog ducked again, sticking to him like a stubborn patch. Chen Shixiang, this brat is clearly in cahoots with the big yellow dog. Let us slay them together, Ruan Ling said angrily. Very well, let us eliminate them together. Chen Shuang replied decisively. The trio's aura surged, and simultaneously, 3 brilliant sword lights surged towards Jiang Chun. Damn it, Jiang Chun cursed, nearly spewing a mouthful of old blood onto the big yellow dog. However, his fury ignited instantly. As the foremost saint of the realm, he had never feared anyone. These 3 fools had unjustly implicated him and sought to take his life. While he was still unaware of the big yellow dog's misdeeds, which only fueled his anger further, boom. Jiang Qin unleashed a sun finger, and a golden light erupted from the big yellow dog's mouth. Charging towards the trio's sword lights, boom. The shockwaves reverberated. A mid-stage human Dan Realm Master was not something Li Changming could compare to, and both Jiang Chun and the big yellow dog were forced back a step. Listen well, you 3. Do not provoke me, Jiang Chun pointed at the 3, this being his final warning. He cared not a whit for the heavenly sword sect. Humph. Associating with a mangy dog is merely seeking death. Wan Ling scoffed coldly as the 3 radiated murderous intent, having already deemed Jiang Qian and the big yellow dog as their targets for extermination. Gentlemen, is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? Yin Zhanyun quickly interjected, perplexed as to how matters had escalated so rapidly to a confrontation with the heavenly sword sect, all over a dog. Misunderstanding my foot? Yin clan leader, we have come to hunt down this dog. Jiang Qin, in collusion with that mutt, deserves death. Yin clan leader, do you dare protect those we seek to kill? Qin Shuang cast a cold glance at Yin Zhanyun. Yin clan leader, step aside. This is a matter between me and the heavenly sword sect, unrelated to your clan, and no one from the Yin family is permitted to intervene. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Qin's eyes, and a faint murderous intent seeped out. These 3 ruffians had already angered him. When others are intent on putting him to death, there is no need for further discourse. Anyone wishing to kill him is an enemy, and this is Jiang Qin's principle. Meanwhile, Li Shanyue's eyes revealed a trace of delight. He had not expected Jiang Qun to offend the people of the heavenly sword sect, which made matters considerably easier. He was eager to see if Yin Zhanyun could indeed protect Jiang Qun. Very well, since you have acknowledged it, then perish alongside the big yellow dog. Xiao Hua declared, charging once more towards Jiang Qin. He was not Li Changming, having recently ascended to the human Dan realm, but he had lingered in the early stage for some time, showing no concern for the mid-stage Qi Si realm Jiang Qun. Big yellow dog, what in the world have you done? Jiang Qin asked. Utterly perplexed, don't ask now. Just take the hit. The big yellow dog urged. Whoosh! Xiao Hua's movements were incredibly swift, reaching Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. Die! Jiang Qin's killing intent surged, unleashing a streak of azure light from his palm. Chapter 55. Out of breath, carry me to it was all a coincidence, all a misunderstanding. The shameless big yellow dog had dragged Jiang Qin into the mire, inciting the wrath of the heavenly sword sect disciples who believed Jiang Qin to be in league with the dog. Recalling the heinous deeds of the big yellow dog, they naturally sought to execute Jiang Qin alongside it. And who was Jiang Qin, that anyone could take his life so easily? The Murong family had provoked him, and their entire clan was uprooted. The Li family had crossed him, and all 3 of their sons met their demise at his hands. Li Shanyue was left without descendants, and now these 3 disciples from the heavenly sword sect dared to provoke him. Surely the repercussions would not be light. In his past life, Jiang Qin had ascended to his pinnacle atop countless corpses, having long seen through the brutal nature of the cultivation world, where the weak were devoured by the strong. When an opponent revealed murderous intent towards Jiang Qin, he had already sentenced them to death, just like the current Xiao Hua. Jiang Qin's movements were swift. Before Xiao Hua's sword could descend, the azure light pierced into Xiao Hua's body with a soft thud. As the azure light entered, the once formidable Xiao Hua's body convulsed in an instant, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Hua dropped his long sword, clawing at his chest in vain, as azure smoke billowed forth. The azure current spread rapidly, soon enveloping Xiao Hua entirely. Thud. Xiao Hua collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and his screams sent shivers down the spine of all present. Within mere seconds, Xiao Hua fell utterly still, his body blackened, his face resembling coal, eyes wide with terror, a significant portion of his chest corroded as if devoured by 1,000 insects, brutal and horrifying beyond compare. Truly terrifying, the scene was utterly chilling. A mid-stage human Dan Realm Master met a gruesome end in the blink of an eye. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, gazing at the nearly carbonized Xiao Hua on the ground, then at the indifferent, smiling Jiang Qin, their hearts trembling with dread. So ruthless, so vicious, he died of poisoning. This lad actually knows how to use poison. What a venomous method. Li Shangyue gasped, unable to resist glancing at Li Changming's corpse. Jiang Qin had not employed such potent poison against Li Changming, which seemed almost merciful in comparison. What sort of poison was that? It was so ferocious that a mid-stage human Dan realm master perished in an instant. Jiang Qin, my brother, possesses hidden talents. Had he unleashed such methods in the forest, Li Changming would not have lasted nearly as long. Indeed, Jiang Qin is truly terrifying. However, he has just killed a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This predicament is dire. All present could not help but sigh. The poison Jiang Qin had unleashed was undeniably fearsome. But what weighed heavier on their minds was that he had just slain a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, undoubtedly inviting calamity. Jiang Qin, your methods are ruthlessly crafty. Chen Shuang's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed at Jiang Qin. While Ruan Ling had already lost her previous arrogance, her gaze towards Jiang Qin, filled with not only rage but also deep-seated fear, was tinged with relief. Had it been her who struck first instead of Xiao Hua, she would now be the one lying on the ground. Although she was a woman, it was evident that this fellow would show no mercy. I warned you all not to provoke me. Jiang Qin remained unperturbed by Chen Shuang's fury. You dare kill a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect? You shall die, above and below. Chen Shuang's killing intent soared. Kill me if you can. Jiang Qin was entirely unfazed. Today, I shall slay you and that dead dog together, avenging my junior brother Xiao Hua. Chen Shuang declared, brandishing a sword with a clang. It was a low-grade battle weapon. Battle weapons were exceedingly precious in the region of Qicheng, yet much more commonplace within the Heavenly Sword Sect, where some qualified outer disciples could obtain a low-grade battle weapon, and many powerful inner disciples possessed mid-grade battle weapons. Chen Shuang's aura was overwhelming. His murderous intent palpable, the full might of a mid-stage human Dan realm master was on display, armed with a low-grade battle weapon. His formidable presence far surpassed that of Xiao Hua. Even knowing Jiang Qin wielded poison, he felt no fear, bolstered by his confidence in his own strength. He could not believe he could not handle a mid-stage Qi realm foe, especially considering the significant disparity in their levels. Faced with Chen Shuang's aggressive onslaught, a faint smile played on Jiang Qin's lips, and a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Then, he feigned panic, turning to flee. Dead dog, why are you not running? Jiang Qin shouted at the big yellow dog. Upon witnessing Jiang Qin retreat without a fight, the big yellow dog was momentarily stunned. This fellow, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, had wilted in an instant. You immortal, you! The big yellow dog arched back, transforming into a streak of golden light, hastily following Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, that dead dog, today, I shall hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Chen Shuang's murderous aura surged, his figure shooting forth like an arrow. Hearing Chen Shuang utter his name alongside that of the big yellow dog, Jiang Qin felt a wave of frustration and wanted to spit blood. Was he not insulting himself? Behind him, Ruan Ling turned to Li Shangyue. Master Li, I hope you will lend your hand to help us capture Jiang Qin and that dog. The Heavenly Sword Sect will surely reward you handsomely. Very well, that Li Shangyue immediately agreed. His desire to consume Jiang Qin's flesh and drink his blood palpable. He was absolutely the first to wish to pursue Jiang Qin. No, Li Shangyue, as long as I am here, you shall not set foot into the mountains today. Yin Zhanyun's aura surged, blocking Li Shangyue's path. Yin Zhanyun, do you dare oppose the Heavenly Sword Sect? Ruan Ling fumed. Miss Ruan Ling, the Yin family would certainly not dare to confront the Heavenly Sword Sect. If you and young Master Chen Shuang wish to hunt down Jiang Qin, our Yin family will not obstruct you. However, this Li Shangyue is our great enemy, and I will block him without regard for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yin Zhanyun stated, his stance firm, clearly unwilling to allow Li Shangyue to pass. Jiang Qin had rendered great favors to the Yin family, and he would risk his life to prevent Li Shangyue from having the opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. As for Chen Shuang and Ruan Ling, he believed Jiang Qin had a way to handle them. Given their strength, it would not be an easy task to eliminate him. However, Li Shangyue was another matter entirely. A master of the late human Dan realm was no trifling opponent. Very well, Yin Zhanyun, we shall remember this day. The Heavenly Sword Sect will not forget. Ruan Ling spat venomously before hastily pursuing Jiang Qin. Yin Zhanyun, you have offended the Heavenly Sword Sect today. Your Yin family will inevitably meet its doom. Ha ha! Li Shangyue laughed heartily. Humph! There's no need for you to concern yourself. Yin Jianyan let out a cold snort. That rascal Jiang Chun has undoubtedly sealed his fate by killing members of the Tianjin sect. Although he possesses skills in poison, under such precautions, it will not be so easy for him to succeed. Do you truly believe that a mid-stage Qi cultivator can contend with a mid-stage human Dan expert? Moreover, your Yin family has offended the Tianjin sect by attempting to obstruct me today. Sooner or later, you will share Jiang Qin's demise. It's a pity I cannot personally slay Jiang Chun and subject him to 1,000 tortures. But even if he meets his end, I will not spare the Jiang family of Tianxiang City. Li Shanyue's expression grew fierce as he lifted Li Changming's corpse and turned to leave. Yin Jianyun inhaled deeply. At this moment, Li Shanyue was undeniably terrifying. An unrestrained lion, whose reckless outburst would yield unimaginable consequences. Li Shanyue was in such a state now. All 3 of his sons were dead, and his next actions would surely be mad with vengeance. Master, what shall we do? I wonder if Brother Jiang can handle it. Yin Yang voiced his concerns, and the expressions of the others grew somber. Jiang Qin had saved their lives, and naturally, they did not wish for him to come to harm. They had just achieved victory, yet the situation had been instantly altered by a mere mangy dog. Do not worry. Just now, Jiang Chun sent me a mental transmission, instructing us not to interfere in his conflict with the Tianjin sect. I have faith in his ability to cope, Yin Jianyan replied with a smile. Brother Jiang is merely at the Qi level, yet he can utilize mental transmission? Yin Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Jiang is indeed an extraordinary individual. He cannot be judged by common standards. I suspect he possesses means to deal with the 2 from the Tianjin sect. His choice to enter the mountains likely stems from his desire to avoid implicating our Yin family. For that is the Tianjin sect. Brother Jiang's intentions are truly commendable. Alas, Yin Jianyan sighed. In truth, he had been overly sentimental this time. While Jiang Qin's decision to flee bore some semblance of this reasoning, he harbored far greater plans. Within the mountains, Jiang Qin and the large yellow dog dashed forward, with Chen Shuang hot on their heels. What in the world are you doing? You possess potent poison. With your skills and speed, it should be a simple task to eliminate that Chen Shuang. Why flee? The large yellow dog grumbled in frustration. You know nothing. My poison cannot be used at will. After a single application, it requires a lengthy period before it can be utilized again. Besides, Chen Shuang is a mid-stage human Dan expert, and under precautions, even with poison, I would struggle to succeed. A mid-stage human Dan expert is not an opponent I can face. What else can I do but run? Jiang Qin scoffed. This fellow lied without batting an eye. He had completely mastered the poison of the Qiming python, capable of wielding it with the same ease as his elemental energy. Although Chen Shuang was indeed a mid-stage human Dan expert with defenses in place, Jiang Qin, with his skills and poison, was not truly afraid of him. Nevertheless, his choice to flee was purposeful. Jiang Qin intended to gain some advantage from the large yellow dog, lest he let this dead dog off easy. You imbecile! Why waste your poison on that weakling? The large yellow dog was fuming, cursing Jiang Qin for being a squanderer. Enough chatter. They're catching up. I can't run any longer. Carry me, Jiang Qin declared, leaping onto the back of the large yellow dog. How dare you ride on me? The large yellow dog protested vehemently, having never before allowed anyone to mount him. He immediately attempted to buck Jiang Qin off. You ungrateful mutt! You dragged me into this mess, and now you refuse to even carry me? How heartless! Jiang Qin held on tightly, refusing to dismount. You old rascal! The large yellow dog cursed, then lowered his head and sprinted away. Run faster, you mutt! Jiang Qin urged, as Chen Shuang shouted from behind, unleashing a sword beam that rushed toward Jiang Qin and the large yellow dog. Jiang Qin turned and unleashed a yang finger to deflect the sword beam. Run faster, you mutt! Isn't your speed supposed to be impressive? Jiang Qin clapped the large yellow dog on the back. You little brat, enough already. Do you want me to bite you to death? The large yellow dog was infuriated. That fellow is indeed a mid-stage human Dan expert. At full power, his speed is not slow. The terrain here is flat, so it will take time to shake him off, the large yellow dog explained. Move it, you mutt! Chen Shuang yelled from behind, slashing out another sword beam, which swiftly caught up to the large yellow dog. Jiang Qin chuckled, opting only to slightly deflect the attack, which then struck the large yellow dog's rear. Ouch, you rascal! Why didn't you block it? The large yellow dog yelped. I did, but I couldn't fully stop it. I just fought you, then battled Li Changming, and just now used poison to kill a mid-stage human Dan expert. I'm completely exhausted and at my limit. I cannot withstand a mid-stage human Dan expert, Jiang Qin replied, yet his face bore a radiant smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. Curse you! You think I will believe your nonsense? The large yellow dog nearly spat blood, unable to believe Jiang Qin's claim of exhaustion. Bang! Ouch! Next, Chen Shuang continued to unleash sword beams in his pursuit, but the large yellow dog was remarkably swift. Even with his mid-stage human Dan cultivation, he struggled to keep up, gradually losing ground. Each time Chen Shuang attacked, Jiang Chun merely deflected it slightly, causing the residual force to impact the large yellow dog's backside. Jiang Qin, perched on the large yellow dog's back, was grinning from ear to ear. After all, the dog's hide was tough, and the attacks could not harm him. However, the relentless strikes left the large yellow dog's rear quite red. Blast it! Can't you defend yourself for once? The large yellow dog was nearly driven mad. I did. Didn't you hear the noise? I'm truly at my limit. I'm not pretending, Jiang Chen protested, feigning innocence. That scoundrel dares to attack my rear. I must have my revenge. The large yellow dog ground his teeth in anger, the repeated impacts driving him into a fury. Fighting him is pointless. Let's just escape, Jiang Chen suggested. Wong Wong, the large yellow dog roared. Suddenly enveloped in a golden light. Beneath this golden glow, his speed surged once more, and in the blink of an eye, he left Chen Shuang behind. The innate ability of the dragon horse was indeed remarkable. The dog had invoked a secret technique to enhance his speed. Jiang Chen was astonished. Ahead lay a valley, the very spot where Jiang Chen had fought the large yellow dog previously. The large yellow dog transformed into a streak of golden light, darting through the valley and swiftly entering a cave they had used before. Get off me at once! The large yellow dog shook violently, dislodging Jiang Chen from his back. Wow, impressive, Big Yellow. I didn't expect your speed to be so incredible. Even leaving a mid-stage human Dan behind, Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up to the large yellow dog. Of course, I've got plenty of impressive skills. You haven't seen them all yet, the large yellow dog boasted, bursting with self-importance. However, Chen Shuang has already opened his sea of consciousness. Locating us should not pose much difficulty, Jiang Chen added. You dragged me down. Without you, I would have easily shaken him off, the large yellow dog grumbled, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Chen. And you have the nerve to complain. You're the one who dragged me into this. Without your meddling, would I be facing off against the disciples of the Tianjin sect? It's the Tianjin sect, for heaven's sake. How could I provoke them? Jiang Chen protested, his expression one of grievance. Enough of your whining. It's pathetic, the large yellow dog scoffed. However, I'm quite curious. Just what did you do to the Tianjin sect that prompted them to travel such a distance to hunt you down? Jiang Chen inquired, genuinely intrigued. Well, it's not much. I released 3 formidable demons from the Tianjin sect's demon suppression tower, but they were soon recaptured by their inner disciples. I then caused a ruckus in the outer sect, collecting the undergarments of their female disciples and setting them ablaze in their square. To my surprise, the fire spread too far and burned down half their dormitory. What a bear of a time! Was it not just a fire? The large yellow dog recalled his glorious deeds, alternating between excitement and gloom. Jiang Chun felt an urge to spit blood at the large yellow dog. This rascal was nothing less than a villainous cur. He was capable of the most despicable acts, and if it were up to him, he would have skinned the dog alive and ground its bones to dust. No wonder they pursued him across great distances. He had it coming. Truly, you have reached new heights of infamy. It seems they have every reason to seek my life as well, Jiang Chen remarked, raising a thumb in salute to the large yellow dog. In retrospect, it was understandable that Ruan Ling and the others viewed him and the large yellow dog as accomplices worthy of extermination. The large yellow dog's actions were indeed deserving of universal condemnation. Do not idolize me. My goal is to one day burn down the demon suppression tower, the large yellow dog declared, laughing self-indulgently. Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to the large yellow dog. Big Yellow, would you like to take revenge on that fellow? He nearly poked your rear into tatters. Recalling his own rear, the large yellow dog leaped up. Damn it, we must eliminate him. I have a method to ensure his demise. And I promise it will be immensely satisfying for you, Jiang Chen grinned. The large yellow dog's eyes lit up. What method? It is quite simple. As long as I swiftly ascend to the later stage of the Qi realm, I can assure you that I will eliminate him, and at that point, you may manipulate the situation as you wish. Jiang Chen remarked. It appears you have only recently advanced to the mid-Qi realm. Striving to reach the later stage in such a brief period is utterly unrealistic, the great yellow dog countered, shaking his head, finding Jiang Chen's notion to be highly implausible. Thus, I require your assistance. Jiang Chen's smile grew increasingly pronounced. How can I assist? The great yellow dog regretted his inquiry immediately, sensing an ominous premonition from Jiang Chen's grin. It is quite simple. You merely need to shed a drop of your blood. Get lost. Before Jiang Chen could finish his sentence, the great yellow dog sprang up, realizing that this fellow harbored ulterior motives, evidently casting his schemes upon himself. Just a drop of blood. How miserly! Jiang Chen was aware that persuading this dog would not be an easy task. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have restrained the great yellow dog and drawn his blood. Regardless, I am fatigued. Soon that fellow will catch up, and you will need to flee again. I suggest you abandon any thoughts of revenge, Jiang Chen said, reclining against the ground, with his hand cradling his head, speaking in an oddly sarcastic tone. You, an immortal, are quite the character. Had it not been for my untapped divine talents, I would have devoured that scoundrel in one bite. The great yellow dog muttered, thoroughly vexed, glancing at Jiang Chen, who lay on the ground feigning innocence, feeling a pang of discomfort from his rear. Growing increasingly frustrated. Such a scenario must never occur again. Revenge must be exacted. He must be destroyed. Young man, I can part with a bit of blood, but you must ensure that you incapacitate that brat and then deliver him to me. The great yellow dog conceded. It is a deal. Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with fervor, completely devoid of any sign of fatigue, leaving the great yellow dog with the sensation of being duped. In truth, Jiang Chen's decision to flee was the primary objective. The dragon bloodline within the great yellow dog had the potential to fundamentally alter his dragon transformation art. Such a splendid opportunity was not one to be missed. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Jiang Chen had envisioned. The great yellow dog, not one to be trifled with, would undoubtedly be enraged after sustaining multiple hits to his rear, providing Jiang Chen the perfect chance to procure his blood. You, cunning and deceitful, are indeed a shameless creature. We agreed that you would take my blood, and should you fail to incapacitate that brat, I shall have you for dinner, the great yellow dog threatened. Rest assured, I will guarantee your revenge, Jiang Chen proclaimed, thumping his chest. Once I ascend to the later stage of the Qi realm, I will be able to wield the two-yong finger. And with my methods, eliminating Chen Shuang will be effortless. Excellent. The great yellow dog, having steeled his resolve, swayed his body and expelled a jet of golden blood. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed as he swiftly collected the fresh blood in his hands. The blood of the ancient dragon horse was indeed extraordinary. Although it lacked the essence of primordial blood, it was sufficient to instigate a fundamental transformation in my dragon transformation art. Jiang Chen rejoiced, not daring to hope for the great yellow dog's primordial blood, which he certainly would not provide. Obtaining a vial of golden blood was already quite commendable, and the Holy Yuan continent, the descendants of dragons, had long since vanished. This great yellow dog before him was likely the last remnant of that lineage. For Jiang Chen, who practiced the dragon transformation art, encountering the great yellow dog was truly a stroke of fate. Protect me while I refine this, Jiang Chen instructed, promptly settling into a meditative posture and swallowing the golden blood. Boom! The blood coursed through his body, unleashing a surge of potent, radiant energy that enveloped him, causing the dragon patterns within his Qi to pulsate with excitement. The bloodline of the dragon horse, being the pinnacle of bloodlines in the universe, was imbued with unparalleled vigor, precisely what the dragon transformation art required. Jiang Chen hastily activated the dragon transformation art, commencing the refinement of the dragon horse's blood. The energy contained within this blood, while perhaps not overwhelmingly powerful, was sufficient to fundamentally alter the dragon transformation art. Chapter 57, 10 Dragon Patterns. The dragon horse's blood was gradually refined by Jiang Chen utilizing the dragon transformation art.as. The golden blood was assimilated. The speed of the art's operation significantly accelerated compared to before, allowing for a much swifter absorption of the heavenly essence. Within his Qi, 6 dragon patterns throbbed rhythmically, and the dragon horse's blood spread throughout Jiang Qin's limbs and bones, invigorating every part of his being. Buzzing. Jiang Qin's entire body resonated with a humming sound, his expression serene as he closed his eyes, golden light flowing around him, bestowing an air of the otherworldly. The great yellow dog, filled with frustration, pounded his chest in dismay. Witnessing another consume his blood was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, compounded by the fact that he had to protect Jiang Qin in this moment. This lad is indeed a remarkable individual. Even at the Qi-Si realm, he has opened his sea of consciousness, able to contend with those in the human Dan realm despite being in the mid-Qi-Si realm. His body can withstand the venom of the Qiming python, his flesh as resilient as steel, his vitality akin to that of a dragon, exuding a natural aura of superiority that is rare to find. The great yellow dog stared intently at Jiang Qin, acknowledging, despite his own arrogance, that this young man was exceptionally gifted. Perhaps such a prodigy transcended mere excellence. He was nothing short of a miracle. In truth, phenomena such as reincarnation are, by their very nature, miraculous, and Jiang Qin's rebirth had indeed wrought such a marvel. What sort of cultivation technique has this lad mastered, that he can absorb my bloodline? The great yellow dog's astonishment regarding Jiang Qin deepened. On the other side of the forest, Chen Shuang's demeanor was grim, with Ruanling trailing closely behind. Brother Qin, that dog is incredibly swift. Even you cannot catch up to it, Ruanling remarked. Regardless, we must slay that wretched dog today. Along with that Jiang Qin. How dare he harm a member of the Tianjian sect? He is utterly oblivious to his impending doom. Chen Shuang ground his teeth, his mind sweeping across the surroundings to pinpoint a direction. Search that way. I can sense their lingering aura. It's just ahead. Chen Shuang stated, leading Ruanling onward toward the concealed valley where Jiang Qin and the great yellow dog lay hidden, within the cave. Jiang Qin's aura grew increasingly formidable as he fully refined the dragon horse's blood. The transformation in the dragon transformation art was indeed monumental, with its operational speed now doubled compared to before. This meant that Jiang Qin's future cultivation speed would also see a twofold increase, allowing for a swifter absorption of heavenly essence. Concurrently, having absorbed the dragon bloodline contained within the dragon horse. Not only did the dragon transformation art undergo a fundamental change, but Jiang Qin's vitality surged as well, manifesting a faint dragon shape above his head. What? This lad is actually exuding dragon aura. How is that possible? What sort of divine art is he practicing to attain such extraordinary prowess? The great yellow dog could no longer remain composed, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle in the world, a human capable of radiating dragon aura. Indeed, it was genuine dragon aura. This lad is utterly monstrous. If I were to bestow my primordial blood upon him, would he not be able to utilize his techniques to manifest my innate divine abilities? Damn it, my own innate powers have yet to awaken. The great yellow dog felt profoundly disheartened, as though he had suffered a crushing blow, buzzing. Once more, Jiang Qin's dantian reverberated, and the previously illusory 7th dragon pattern began to solidify. Fully materializing in an instant, followed swiftly by the rapid emergence of the 8th dragon pattern. The continuous formation of 2 dragon patterns was not merely due to the energy contained within the great yellow dog's blood. It was entirely attributable to the transformative essence of the dragon transformation art. These dragon patterns, born from such a fundamental shift, were the most solid. Soon, the 8th dragon pattern was fully formed, and Jiang Qin's Qi-Si underwent a tumultuous transformation. He abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly consumed a human origin pill. Whoosh! Waves of energy surged from the cave, and in that moment, Jiang Qin ascended to the later stage of the Qi-Si realm, his aura still rising. The benefits brought forth by the transformation of the dragon transformation art were immeasurable, far surpassing what could be achieved through the refinement of formidable demon spirits within his Qi-Si. The 9th dragon pattern began to take shape, and the 10th dragon pattern crystallized completely. Boom! An incredibly powerful wave of energy erupted from Jiang Qin's body, causing the entire cave to tremble as though an earthquake had struck. The 10 dragon patterns solidified Jiang Qin's cultivation at the later stage of the Qi-Si realm, nearing its pinnacle. His combat prowess had surged by several folds. The 10 dragon patterns represented a force of 100,000 pounds. And due to the fundamental transformation of the dragon transformation art, this power would only stack further. Even without enhancement, A practitioner in the later stage of the Qi realm possessing 100,000 pounds of strength had never been seen before. This was utterly terrifying and beyond imagination. You, an immortal, are truly remarkable. I shall also strive for transformation. The great yellow dog's tongue hung out, utterly astonished by Jiang Qin's transformation. Brother Chen, there is movement over there. Ruanling and Chen Shuang had just reached the valley's edge when they sensed the commotion within. It must be that dog and Jiang Chen. Let us proceed. Ruanling, if a confrontation arises, you should remain behind. Those two are cunning and treacherous, and you are no match for them, Chen Shuang advised. Very well, I shall assist you from the sidelines, Ruanling replied, though thoughts of the great yellow dog's previous misdeeds left her gnashing her teeth in anger. Inside the cave, Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed with determination as he slowly rose from the ground, flashing a grin at the great yellow dog, who had bestowed upon him immense benefits, making the great yellow dog increasingly agreeable in his eyes. The great yellow dog perked up his ears. The two from the Tianjin sect have arrived. Eliminate them, onward. With a sly grin, Jiang Qin, accompanied by his canine companion, strode out of the cave. That moment. Chen Shuang and his companion arrived just outside the cave, and both parties came face to face. Jiang Qin, you and your mutt have nowhere left to run, Chen Shuang declared, unsheathing his long sword. His cold gaze fixed upon the duo at such a close distance. He had locked onto the aura of both Jiang Qin and the large yellow dog. This time, he was determined not to let them escape. I have no intention of fleeing this time, Jiang Qin responded with calm assurance. Jiang Qin, aside from your treacherous use of poison, what else are you capable of? Even if you resort to poison. I shall kill you today, Chen Shuang retorted, raising his sword to target Jiang Qin. I need poison to deal with you? That would be a sheer waste, Jiang Qin replied, exuding confidence. With his strength nearly at the peak of the Qi realm, he believed it was feasible to vanquish Chen Shuang, who was in the early stages of the human Dan realm, with a full force strike. Ha. That is the funniest joke I have heard. Prepare to meet your demise. Chen Shuang laughed maniacally, then swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling web of sword energy that surged toward Jiang Qin. Get him? No, don't kill him. I still seek revenge. The large yellow dog darted to the back, squatting with its rear on the ground, tongue lolling out as it assumed a spectator's posture. Ha! Jiang Qin responded promptly to Chen Shuang's assault, unleashing the six-yang mystic finger with a sharp shout. With a resounding boom, two golden fingers materialized, each as robust as a pillar, radiating golden light. Having reached the late stage of the Qi realm, he was now capable of executing the second finger of the six-yang mystic finger. The so-called second finger allowed for the simultaneous manifestation of two golden fingers, which, upon being unleashed, swiftly fused into a single formidable finger. Although the size of the merged finger did not visibly increase, its brilliance multiplied exponentially, and its power was far beyond mere addition. This fusion resulted in a geometric increase in strength, significantly surpassing the first finger. With a thunderous crash, the golden finger shattered Chen Shuang's sword net, maintaining its momentum as it charged toward Chen Shuang. What? Chen Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. Such a powerful combat technique was rare even within the heavenly sword sect. Although he was a mid-tier expert in the human Dan realm, the techniques he practiced were merely of moderate quality, lacking the opportunity to cultivate superior techniques, let alone the formidable earth-level techniques. The golden finger rapidly closed in, and Chen Shuang, not daring to underestimate it, summoned his weapon, emitting a resonant hum as he unleashed a brilliant sword ray. The sword ray, resembling a golden ribbon, collided with Jiang Qin's golden finger. The violent clash reverberated throughout the valley, sending waves of golden light soaring into the sky. Dazzling and resplendent. Although Chen Shuang managed to block the attack, he was far from unscathed, staggering backward several steps before steadied himself, feeling a tumultuous surge of blood within, his chest tight and discomforting. In contrast, Jiang Qin appeared invigorated, radiating an aura of confidence. This is impossible. It cannot be. Chen Shuang's eyes burned with rage. He could not accept such a result, as a gifted disciple of the heavenly sword sect. A mid-tier expert in the human Dan realm, to be defeated in this remote wilderness by a mere youth of the Qi realm was utterly ludicrous. Behind him, Ruanling's astonishment was palpable. Her previously growing confidence evaporating, replaced by sheer shock. Ha! Well done, lad. You truly have not disappointed me. The large yellow dog barked excitedly, seemingly having forgotten its proud lineage as a dragon horse. I refuse to believe I will be bested by a mere Qi realm practitioner. Even if you have advanced to the later stages, I shall not fall. Chen Shuang gritted his teeth, his pride making it impossible for him to accept defeat at the hands of someone at the Qi realm. Jiang Chun, I have yet to unleash my full strength. Prepare to receive my thunder slash. Chen Shuang's aura surged once more, propelling him into the air to a height of 2 zhong, his body enveloped in radiant essence. The air crackling with energy as waves of sword energy emanated from his weapon. Slash, he bellowed, directing a strike at Jiang Chen, unleashing 3 brilliant beams of sword light, each resembling a colossal golden sword. Descending with unmatched ferocity, As Chen Shuang executed the thunder slash, bolstered by his inferior-grade weapon. He poured all his might into this attack, confident that he could finally bring Jiang Chen down. Moreover, he believed Jiang Chen's earlier technique was excessively potent, clearly an earth-level skill, and that it would be impossible for him to employ it again in such a short span. Unfortunately for Chen Shuang, Jiang Chen was about to disappoint him. The 6-yang mystic finger, created by Jiang Chen himself, was executed with effortless precision. Furthermore, having cultivated the dragon transformation technique, his Qi brimmed with abundant energy, enhanced by the 10 dragon patterns. Following the recent absorption of dragon blood, the technique had undergone a fundamental transformation, enabling him to sustain consecutive uses of the second finger. Boom! Jiang Chen remained composed, his fingers shimmering with brilliance, sending ripples through the void. Waves of energy surged around him, and a blood-red dragon shadow flickered above, lending him an air of sanctity and valor. With another powerful surge, 2 golden fingers materialized, the second finger swiftly merging, charging toward Chen Shuang. For Jiang Chen, battling a mid-tier expert in the human Dan realm served as a test of his own combat prowess. Continuously unleashing the second finger, he chose to confront Chen Shuang head-on, relishing the exhilarating sensation of overwhelming his adversary in direct confrontation, which greatly inflated his confidence. The void trembled as the golden fingers collided with the thunder slash. One colossal finger obliterating the 3 beams of sword light with ease. A display of unyielding strength, devoid of any suspense. In a scenario where the disparity in energy was negligible, the advantage of superior combat techniques became evident. Despite Chen Shuang wielding an inferior-grade weapon, it could not compensate for the gap between human-level and earth-level techniques. Only if Chen Shuang possessed a mid-grade weapon or earth-level techniques could he hope to contend with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's foundation was far too formidable to be judged by ordinary standards. The collision unleashed a torrent of golden waves that spiraled above the valley, the immense force wreaking havoc, creating numerous smoking craters. On the opposite side, Chen Shuang, his sword plunged into the ground, leaned heavily upon it, his disheveled hair framing a face streaked with blood as he coughed up several mouthfuls, staining his chest crimson. The recent strike had not only inflicted significant damage from the second finger but had also recoiled from the thunder slash, leaving him gravely injured, a mere shadow of his former self. No, this cannot be happening. Chen Shuang shook his head repeatedly, utterly incredulous, especially when he beheld Jiang Chen, still composed and unfazed, which sent an unprecedented wave of despair crashing over him. Leave the rest to me. The large yellow dog cackled with glee, its robust form darting forward in an instant to stand before Chen Shuang. You dare to strike my backside, you scoundrel! The large yellow dog bared its teeth. Swiftly circling behind Chen Shuang, and without further ado, sank its powerful jaws into Chen Shuang's rear. A piercing scream echoed through the valley. Given Chen Shuang's current state, he was no match for the large yellow dog. With a vengeful bite, the dog's teeth, sharp as daggers, tore through flesh, leaving half of Chen Shuang's posterior mangled and bloodied. Though a mid-tier expert in the human Dan realm, Chen Shuang's physical resilience paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. The large yellow dog, unable to harm Jiang Chen, was more than capable of dispatching Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang's agonized wail reverberated, sending chills down Wanling's spine, her expression shifting dramatically, the earlier arrogance vanishing entirely. With another savage bite, the large yellow dog tore away the remaining half of Chen Shuang's backside, blood and gore flying in a gruesome spectacle. Following this, the large yellow dog pounced onto Chen Shuang, its powerful body pinning him down, fangs bared as it unleashed a ferocious and bloody assault. How ruthlessly vicious! Jiang Qian could not help but smirk at the brutal scene. This dog was undoubtedly a formidable creature. Anyone who crossed it would face dire consequences, and the large yellow dog was intent on exacting vengeance for its rear. The chilling screams echoed throughout the valley, as Chen Shuang's form became a bloodied mess. Yet he remained alive. The large yellow dog was clearly intent on tormenting him to death. "This will teach you to strike my backside." The large yellow dog growled, continuing its frenzied assault. "Enough, De Huang." Jiang Chen frowned. While Chen Shuang was destined to die, such overwhelming hatred was unnecessary. With a snap, Jiang Chen's words barely left his lips before the large yellow dog bit through Chen Shuang's neck, silencing his screams forever. "Pa, you got off easy," the large yellow dog spat disdainfully, while Jiang Chen, nearly dizzy with disbelief, wondered how one could consider such a fate easy. After eliminating Chen Shuang, Jiang Chen retrieved the fallen long sword and turned his gaze, along with that of the large yellow dog, to the terrified Ruan Ling, whose countenance was pale. Jiang Chen's expression was stern, while the large yellow dog wore a sinister grin as they approached her in unison. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life." Ruan Ling's soul seemed to have left her body. She had never experienced such profound fear before. The two figures before her were utterly terrifying, undoubtedly the most brutal scene she had ever witnessed. She did not wish to die, nor did she want to meet the same fate as Chen Shuang and Xiao Huat. "As long as you do not kill me, I will do anything you desire. I can be your woman, your pet." Ruan Ling's face was as pale as a ghost, filled with desperation. Upon hearing her offer to become a pet, the large yellow dog's eyes immediately lit up. However, in a swift motion, Jiang Chen severed Ruan Ling's neck with a flick of his sword, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief as her body slumped to the ground. "What the hell? Kid? What do you mean by that? She agreed to be my pet, and you just killed her." The yellow dog protested vehemently, irate that his opportunity had been so ruthlessly snatched away. Jiang Chen glanced at the furious dog but chose to ignore him, leisurely sheathing his sword into his storage bag. After all, it was a rare low-grade weapon. "Hey, how can you be so cruel? You have no compassion, killing even a woman. You owe me a pet." The yellow dog continued to grumble, seemingly unashamed to utter such lofty words. "Enough. Have you forgotten that this woman pursued you relentlessly? If she had captured you, she would have surely flayed you alive. She is from the Tianjin sect, and one must eradicate the roots when dealing with such foes." Jiang Chen shot the yellow dog an exasperated glare. Ruan Ling was not some frail woman. She was a formidable expert at the human Dan realm. From the moment she had vowed to kill him in the mountains, Jiang Chen had already sentenced her to death. Moreover, Ruan Ling was affiliated with the Tianjin sect, and Jiang Chen had no desire to attract their enmity. The yellow dog continued to murmur in discontent but refrained from further protest. Jiang Chen set fire to the bodies of Chen Shuang and Ruan Ling, incinerating them, before he and the yellow dog made their way beyond the mountain range. Outside the Origin mountain range, a girl clad in purple rushed towards them. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, breathtakingly beautiful, her youthful face exuding a hint of innocence, and her bright eyes were as pure as water. She moved with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of icy air in her wake. "Brother Jiang Chen, please be safe." As the girl hurried along, she prayed fervently. This purple-clad maiden was none other than Yin Chenyu, who had recently fully awakened her 9 profound veins. Shortly after emerging from her seclusion, her first inquiry was about Jiang Chen's whereabouts in her heart. Jiang Chen was her first and only man. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's plight, Yin Chenyu wasted no time, leaving the Yin family to hasten towards the Origin mountain range. As she arrived at the periphery of the mountains, she saw a figure and a dog emerging from within. Brother Jiang Chen, upon catching sight of the young man in white, Yin Chenyu's worried expression transformed into one of sheer joy, prompting her to call out eagerly, "Xiao Yu." Jiang Chen responded with equal delight. "This girl was incredibly beautiful. If only she could be my pet." The yellow dog thought lecherously, but before he could finish his thought, a sharp slap landed on his head. The yellow dog shot Jiang Chen a glare but instinctively shrank his neck, surprisingly refraining from retaliating. Although the yellow dog was shameless, he was not foolish. He could tell that this lovely girl held a significant place in Jiang Chen's heart. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're safe." That's truly wonderful. Perhaps overwhelmed by joy, Yin Chunyu leaped into Jiang Qin's embrace. Her delicate form felt like a soft cloud, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, his face reflecting pure enjoyment. Without needing to think, he understood that Yin Chunyu had come to assist him out of concern for his safety. Her deep sense of loyalty moved him greatly. Xiaoyu, there's no need to worry. Your brother is perfectly fine, Jiang Chun reassured her, gently patting her fragrant shoulder. It was only then that Yin Chunyu realized she was in Jiang Qin's arms, causing her to spring back like a startled rabbit. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Hee. Jiang Qin chuckled, reveling in the moment, a flower among dung. The yellow dog muttered nearby. Get lost? Jiang Qin retorted with a swift kick. Jiang Qin used his divine sense to scan Yin Chunyu and found her brimming with vitality. The frail state she had once exhibited had completely vanished. The formation of her 9 profound veins had transformed her entirely. Upon sensing her cultivation level, Jiang Chun could not help but roll his eyes. The Yin Chunyu before him had reached the initial stage of the human Dan realm. How absurd! It was truly disheartening to compare himself, who had worked tirelessly on the transformation dragon technique, only to reach the late stage of the Qi-Si realm through the refinement of the yellow dog's blood. Yet, Yin Chunyu had condensed her 9 profound veins in a single day and jumped straight to the human Dan realm. Xiaoyu, you've reached the human Dan realm. Isn't this rather disheartening for me? Jiang Chun feigned a look of being deeply affected, though his smile remained undiminished. The stronger Yin Chunyu became, the happier he felt. After all, the 9 profound veins were an ancient divine body. As such, they were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Divine bodies among humans were akin to divine beasts among monsters. They were the favored ones of heaven. Their cultivation speed was incomparable, and as they advanced, they would awaken various terrifying innate abilities, each one more fearsome than the last. Such individuals could not be evaluated with ordinary standards. Brother Jiang Qin, my current achievements are all thanks to you. You saved my life, and I have yet to express my gratitude properly, Yin Chunyu said earnestly. So, how should Xiaoyu thank Brother Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun asked with a mischievous grin. How about dedicating yourself to me? Hurry and make it official. Stop being so sentimental in front of me. The yellow dog could no longer contain himself. Bad dog. Yin Chunyu shot the yellow dog a glare, her face growing even redder at the thought of dedicating herself, and she turned away shyly. The yellow dog prepared to tease the innocent girl further. But Yin Chunyu's words knocked him to the ground. Little doggy, please don't speak carelessly. With that, the yellow dog collapsed, while Jiang Qian burst into laughter, finding Yin Chunyu's innocence utterly charming. And it was clear that the crafty dog had finally met his match. The yellow dog, trembling, rose from the ground, seething with rage and tears streaming down his face. How dare she call him little doggy? Heavenly being, where am I small? Can you find a dog more robust than me? Bah, I'm not a dog. All right, let us leave quickly, Jiang Chun said with a serious tone. Brother Jiang Chun, what about the people from the Tianjin sect? Yin Xinyu inquired as they walked. I killed them, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a hint of discomfort flashed across Yin Chunyu's face. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Chun sighed inwardly. This girl was simply too naive and innocent. Having endured years of illness, she had never stepped outside the Yin family's doors, and for a pure-hearted girl, the concept of killing was indeed foreign and distant. Xiaoyu, you'll get used to it. Jiang Qin gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder. As a wielder of the 9 profound veins, this small red city could never confine her. Sooner or later, she would step into the true realm of cultivation. For the 9 profound veins to thrive, killing was an unavoidable stage. I don't want to kill, Yin Chunyu replied earnestly, finding the notion of taking a life to be inherently cruel. Jiang Chun remained silent, merely smiling. The girl had just emerged from the mundane world and would need time to adjust. That was something that could not be rushed. Along the way, the yellow dog surprisingly refrained from speaking. Utterly defeated by Yin Chunyu's innocent remark, in the Yin family's conference hall, Yin Zhanyun paced back and forth, while elder Yin Hongtai and the others wore expressions of concern. Yin Chunyu's awakening of the 9 profound veins not only cured her long-standing ailments, but also propelled her to the level of a human Dan realm expert. While this should have been a cause for celebration, none of them could muster a smile. I wonder how Brother Jiang Qin is faring. Yin Zhanyun expressed his worries. Now that Yuer is a human Dan realm expert, Her 9 profound veins will surely aid Brother Jiangchen, Yin Hongtai reassured. Patriarch, Brother Jiangchen has done our Yin family a great favor. We cannot just stand by and watch him come to harm. Yin Yang asserted loudly. His life had been saved by Jiangchen, and now that Jiangchen was in peril, he was restless. It should be fine. With Brother Jiangchen's capabilities, it won't be easy for anyone to kill him. Yin Zhanyun said, attempting to console himself. In truth, he was more worried than anyone else. However, the Yin family was currently unable to intervene. First, for the sake of their survival, they could not directly oppose the Tianjin sect. Second, Li Shangyue harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiangchen. Having finally found an opportunity to eliminate him, it was unlikely that Li Shangyue would let it slip, and he would undoubtedly keep a close watch on the Yin family's movements. The moment Yin Zhanyun acted, Li Shangyue would surely intervene, just as he had done previously at the mountain's edge. Just as everyone was in a state of anxiety, Yin Ming burst in, his face radiating joy. Patriarch, Elder, Miss and Brother Jiangchen have returned. What? They exclaimed. The previously gloomy expressions of the crowd were instantly replaced with elation. As they looked up, they saw 3 figures entering, Jiangchen and Yin Chenyu, followed by a large yellow dog. Upon seeing Jiangchen, the once oppressive hall erupted in celebration. Ha ha, Brother Jiangchen, your presence is truly delightful. Yin Zhanyun chuckled heartily, unable to contain his joy. Brother Jiang, what of the people from the Tianjin sect? Yin Yang inquired, surprise evident in her tone. They have been turned to ash, the great yellow dog interjected, asserting its existence. The dog, a notorious ragged creature, was well known among the crowd, its image firmly entrenched in their minds. This dog had driven the disciples of the Tianjin sect to chase it across great distances, a testament to its formidable presence. However, since it accompanied Jiangchen, no one harbored any disdain towards it. You mean to say, Brother Jiang, that you killed them all? Yin Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, at a critical moment, I ascended to the late stage of the Qi-Si realm and defeated Chen Shuang. Jiang Chen recounted nonchalantly, though the revelation left the others in shock. All eyes in the hall were now fixed upon this young man, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. When did advancing become so effortless? It was a blatant blow to morale, and even at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm, one could not simply declare a mid-stage human Dan realm expert defeated at will. When had human Dan realm experts become so feeble? Those unfamiliar with Jiangchen would undoubtedly scoff at his boasting before expressing their scorn. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads, while Yin Yang displayed a hint of helplessness. Compared to Jiangchen, who would dare claim to be a genius, this was no mere prodigy. He was a veritable anomaly. Brother Jiangchen, with you and Xiao Yu back, the Li family must already be aware. Li Shangyue has lost 3 sons and will undoubtedly seek vengeance. If he goes mad, he could do anything, Yin Zhanyun remarked, furrowing his brow. Li Shanyue's target is solely me. If the head of the Yin family believes I am a liability to the Yin family, I shall take my leave, Jiangchen stated. What are you saying, Brother Jiangchen? You have rendered great service to our Yin family. Even if it costs me my life, I will not stand idly by. Besides, in this Qicheng, our Yin family and the Li family have always been sworn enemies. A confrontation is inevitable, Yin Zhanyun asserted with a serious demeanor. Indeed, if it comes to battle, we fear him not. Yin Hongtai added. The atmosphere among those present was one of bravado. While they may lack the courage to confront the Tianjin sect, they had never shied away from conflict with the Li family. If Li Shangyue chose this moment to engage them in battle, defeat would be unavoidable, thus providing the Yin family with a golden opportunity. What do you mean by that, Brother Jiangchen? Yin Zhanyun inquired. Consider this. With 3 of Li family's young masters dead, their younger generation of talents nearly extinguished, their morale must be at an all-time low. Yet, the Li family is deeply entrenched in Qicheng. The loss of a few Qi-Si realm youths will not diminish their overall combat strength. At this juncture, what should Li Shangyue aim to do? He should be focused on stabilizing his ranks and boosting morale. However, in his rage, he has personally executed 2 young talents from the Li family's subordinate forces, Jiangchen observed, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Li Shanyue's actions will undoubtedly chill the hearts of those subordinate forces. Without the people's support and morale, even at their peak, the Li family cannot contend with the Yin family. Jiangchen's insights illuminated the minds of those present. He was indeed correct. The conflict between the 2 families resembled a war. Reliant on evenly matched strengths in warfare, What holds the utmost importance is morale and the hearts of the people. With the Li family's younger generation nearly eradicated, their morale was shattered. Li Shanyue's strikes against the young from subordinate forces had lost him the people's trust. If a battle were to ensue, it would indeed be the Yin family's best opportunity. Brother Jiang Chen is right. Should the Li family choose to fight, we are not afraid in the slightest. Yin Hongtai declared. Very well, let us proceed to arrange our forces and prepare for the impending battle against the Li family. Yin Zhanyun commanded, his spirit resolute. Head of the Yin family, I have a request. Jiang Chen spoke up. Please, Brother Jiang Chen, do share. Yin Zhanyun responded with utmost courtesy. I wish for the Grand Elder to stay at the Jiang family in Tiansheng City for a few days. With the Grand Elder present, I can rest easy, Jiang Chen requested, glancing towards Yin Hongtai. Brother Jiang Chen, are you worried that Li Shangyue will send someone to target the Jiang family? However, does the Jiang family not have a human Dan realm expert hidden among them? Yin Hongtai questioned, perplexed. While everyone understood Jiang Chen's concerns for the Jiang family's safety, the presence of a human Dan realm expert should suffice, making the addition of another unnecessary. The human Dan realm expert is somewhat eccentric. I would feel assured only if the Grand Elder could personally make the trip, Jiang Chen replied. The Jiang family does not possess a human Dan realm expert to safeguard them. If Li Shangyue, in a fit of desperation, sends a mid-stage human Dan realm expert against the Jiang family, they would be utterly defenseless. This is a risk I cannot ignore. Yin Hongtai, a late-stage human Dan realm expert himself, could protect the Jiang family as long as Li Shangyue did not act personally. Given that Li Shanyue's attention was currently fixated on Jiang Chen, he would certainly not leave Qicheng. Grand Elder, you must make a trip to Tiansheng City to ensure the Jiang family's safety, Yin Zhanyun instructed, turning to Yin Hongtai.as for Qicheng. There was no cause for concern. Both Jiang Chen and the Great Yellow Dog were exceptionally powerful, akin to human Dan realm experts. If Yin Xinyu of the Nine Mystique were to unleash her might, she could easily rival Yin Hongtai. Very well, I shall set forth for Tiansheng City at once. Brother Jiang Chen need not worry. With me, Yin Hongtai, here, I will ensure that no outsider dares to harm a single blade of grass from the Jiang family. He vowed. I appreciate your efforts, Jiang Chen said, clasping his fists in gratitude. With Yin Hongtai personally taking charge, he felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Next, it was time to settle accounts with the Li family. Once the Li family was dealt with, the Jiang family would no longer have any worries, and Jiang Chen would then embark on his journey to the Origin Mountains, setting forth on his true quest. As Yin Hongtai departed for Tiansheng City, the Yin family began to make preparations, ensuring they would not be caught off guard should the Li family make a move. The Li family, in the meantime, was engulfed in sorrow. The mourning for Li Changhao had yet to subside, and now they were grieving for Li Changming as well. The atmosphere within the Li household was stifling and oppressive, a reflection of Li Shanyue's wrath. Even the most lowly guards and servants were trembling in fear. Scarcely daring to breathe, a massive mourning hall, draped in black cloth, had been erected in the Li family courtyard, with two large black coffins at its center, marked by the white character Dian. Li Shanyue stood before the mourning hall. Flanked by several mid-stage human Dan realm experts, the atmosphere unbearably tense. At that moment, a Li family scout rushed in, panic-stricken and drenched in sweat. What is it? One of the mid-stage human Dan realm experts frowned and inquired. Master, Jiang Chen is alive, the scout replied cautiously. Boom. Upon hearing this, Li Shanyue's fury erupted like a volcano, and he spun around, his scarred face contorted with rage. What did you say? How could Chen Shuang fail to kill him? Li Shanyue seethed. Indeed, Jiang Chen is very much alive. Wise subordinate witnessed him entering the Yin family with the Great Yellow Dog. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a girl in purple, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old. I did not see any disciples of the Tianjin sect emerge from the mountains, the scout explained, his voice trembling with trepidation. He was acutely aware that Li Shanyue had recently killed two of his own men in a fit of rage, and he feared becoming the next victim if he provoked the furious master. The scout had not recognized the girl in purple as Yin Chenyu, who had not left the Yin family since the icy onslaught of the Nine Mystique. Now, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, making her unrecognizable to him. That little brat has quite the luck, Li Shanyue gritted his teeth, his fists cracking ominously. He had assumed that with Chen Shuang's capabilities, Jiang Chen would surely be slain. While he could not personally avenge his grievances, He had hoped to direct his focus towards the Jiang family in Tianxiang City, seeking an opportunity to obliterate them. Yet, he had not anticipated Jiang Qin's resilience, emerging alive from the Origin Mountains. How could Li Shangyue not be enraged? Master, this young man is exceedingly formidable. Even the disciples of the Tianjin sect cannot kill him. Do you think Qin Shuang and the others could have fallen to Jiang Qian? One of the men pondered with a furrowed brow. It is highly likely, Master. This boy is growing at an alarming rate. We must devise a plan to eliminate him swiftly. If we allow him to continue growing, it won't be long before we can never hope for revenge, and our Li family may very well face annihilation at his hands. An elder from the Li family interjected. Jiang Qin's rapid advancement had instilled fear within them. Allowing him to live would become a grave threat that must be addressed immediately. Are you certain that Jiang Qian went to the Yin family and not back to Tianxiang City? Li Shangyue demanded, fixing his gaze on the scout. I am absolutely certain. I observed everything clearly. The scout affirmed. It seems the time has come to confront the Yin family decisively. Gather all the forces of the Li family and prepare for battle against the Yin family. We shall stop at nothing to eliminate Jiang Qin. Li Shangyue gritted his teeth and spoke. His 3 sons had perished, and he could no longer endure the pain. Action was imperative. If Jiang Qin were to return to Tianxiang City, he feared the formidable Tiandan realm experts of the Jiang family and would hesitate to strike. However, at the Yin family, Li Shangyue felt he could still fight with abandon. Patriarch, we have just suffered such significant losses, and our morale is low. It truly wise to engage in battle with the Yin family at this moment. One individual voiced his concerns. Enough said. We must attack. I demand the blood of Jiang Qin and the Yin family to honor my 3 sons and the talented members of the Li family who have fallen. Li Shangyue declared, waving his hand with resolute determination. He was set on killing Jiang Qin. That night, both the Li and Yin families stirred with activity, enveloping the entire Red City in a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. The fluctuations in the operations of both families indicated that this time, they were on the brink of a genuine conflict. I've noticed many of the Li family's enterprises have closed down, and even Yinyu Tower has shut its doors. It seems these 2 families are indeed preparing for a serious confrontation. Red City is on the verge of chaos, someone remarked. This is all due to that Jiang Qin, who has slain Li Shangyue's 3 sons, including Li Changming, who had reached the initial stage of the Tiandan realm. It is no surprise that Li Shangyue is furious. You all must have heard about the examination in the Origin Mountain range during the day. Not a single young member of the Li family survived. All perished at Jiang Qin's hands. This audacious Jiang Qin even dared to kill disciples of the Tianjin sect. It's simply unbelievable. How ruthless! To kill even those from the Tianjin sect. He is undoubtedly the most vicious individual I have ever encountered. The impending turmoil in Red City is a direct result of his actions. This man is a veritable chaos incarnate. I've heard that the upheaval in Tianxiang City was also instigated by him, even annihilating the Morong family. His methods are merciless, indeed. As impending chaos loomed over Red City, the name Jiang Qin was spoken with fervor, resonating from Tianxiang City to Red City. Jiang Qin had undeniably become the embodiment of chaos in the eyes of the people. Wherever he tread, turmoil followed. In the following 3 days, both families remained on high alert. Li Shangyue refrained from burying his 2 sons, vowing to avenge them before granting them peace. In the evening, the Li family gathered all their forces. Poised for battle, dressed in black, Li Shangyue sat at the head of the council hall. Patriarch, we are ready, one expert from the Tiandan realm reported. Good. Tonight we shall engage the Yin family in a decisive battle. Li Shangyue replied coldly. Patriarch, our morale is low. Scouts report that the Yin family is also prepared. Under such circumstances, we may not be their match. Someone expressed concern. In no more words. There is no retreat. Even if we suffer mutual destruction, even if the Li family perishes, we must kill Jiang Qin today. Otherwise, when he grows stronger, the Li family will only await our doom. Li Shangyue was undeniably ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have established a foothold in Red City. At that moment, far away, a massive black eagle soared out from the Origin Mountain range, its speed unparalleled. This black eagle, over 10 feet in size, possessed wings as hard as iron. Ha ha, after being trapped for 20 years. I am finally free, the black eagle cackled, transforming into a man of around 50, gaunt and clad in an oversized black robe, with sharp eagle-like eyes glinting with cold light. There lies a city ahead. Let us investigate. The old man swayed his body, morphing back into a black eagle, darting swiftly towards Red City. As a great demon of the Tian realm, his speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, he was above Red City. The appearance of the black eagle stirred whirlwinds across the skies of Red City, its overwhelming Tian realm pressure suffocating. Look, a giant eagle. What a powerful presence. Heavens, could that be a great demon of the Tian realm? What is it doing here? Many were astonished by the sight of the great black eagle. Red City had never seen a being of the Tian realm before. Yin family. Jiang Chun looked up at the sky, suddenly furrowing his brows. With his keen vision, he instantly discerned the black eagle's strength. It was at the peak of the initial stage of the Tian realm, merely a step away from mid-stage. The big yellow dog glanced at the black eagle and suddenly grinned, seemingly amused. A great demon of the Tian realm. Yin Zhanyun was equally astonished, as the Li and Yin families prepared for war. The sudden emergence of a Tian realm great demon disrupted the entire Red City, leaving one to wonder what further upheaval might arise. The black eagle, circling in the air, suddenly shifted its gaze sharply towards a specific location, where the Li family resided. There is treasure here. Though it is well hidden, I can still sense it. Familiar scent. Blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit. Ha ha, blood-winged black eagle. The black eagle burst into laughter, its wings sweeping as it descended towards the Li family. The blood-winged black eagle was a rare breed, boasting the noblest bloodline among eagles, a black eagle. It possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to its kin, allowing it to detect even the most concealed demon spirit. What the black eagle did not anticipate was discovering the blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit in this seemingly insignificant Red City. If it could seize this demon spirit, it would have the chance to absorb the bloodline of the blood-winged black eagle and inherit its innate abilities, thereby undergoing a transformation. Within the Li family estate, the onlookers were still focused on the black eagle when the old man in the black robe suddenly appeared before Li Shangyue. His gaze sliced through the air, landing squarely on Li Shangyue. "It is with you. Hand over the blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit, or I shall slaughter you all." The black eagle threatened without hesitation. Chapter 61. As night falls, the great battle begins. The aura emanating from the great demon of the Tian realm sent chills through every member of the Li family. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Li Shangyue, clearly indicating that this great demon had been summoned by the patriarch. The blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit? What is that? Many were unfamiliar with the term, and the thought of angering such a great demon, which could wipe out the Li family before they even engaged in battle with the Yin family, was unsettling. Li Shangyue momentarily froze, feeling the piercing gaze of the black-robed elder. A chill ran down his spine. He had indeed heard of the blood-winged black eagle, a formidable beast, yet he possessed no such demon spirit. "Senior, you must be mistaken. Our Li family does not have the blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit." Li Shangyue bowed respectfully, striving to maintain a tone of gentleness, fearing he might provoke this being to the point of his own demise. "The blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit is on you. You have 3 breaths to surrender it, or I will slaughter everyone here." The black-robed elder's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, his murderous intent palpable, leaving no room for doubt regarding his resolve. The faces of the Li family members turned ashen. None dared to challenge the black-robed elder's words. If, after 3 breaths, Li Shangyue failed to produce the blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit, the elder would indeed carry out his threat. Against the might of a Tian realm great demon, they stood no chance of resistance. Li Shangyue was drenched in cold sweat. What was this blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit? He truly possessed none. Yet why was this individual so adamant that it resided within him? What troubled Li Shangyue further was that this being was not to be trifled with. If he could not produce the spirit within 3 breaths, it would not be a mere jest. Could it be a red demon spirit? An idea sparked in Li Shangyue's mind as he hastily retrieved an object from his storage. "Is this the demon spirit you speak of?" "Senior?" Li Shangyue raised the red demon spirit, which he had stumbled upon during an outing years ago. Although he knew not which beast it belonged to, its potent blood energy and unique aura suggested it was no ordinary item, prompting him to keep it tucked away in his storage bag. Years had passed without him giving it much thought, but today, it had caught the attention of a great demon. Yet, Li Shangyue was not entirely certain. After all, This demon spirit was merely at the initial stage of the Tiandan realm. While the black eagle before him was a great demon of the Tiandan realm, would it truly consider a mere initial stage spirit? Indeed, it is the blood-winged black eagle. Haha, this demon spirit retains the most complete bloodline of the blood-winged black eagle. What a fortuitous discovery, truly fortuitous. Upon seeing the red demon spirit, the black-robed elder burst into jubilant laughter. To most, this demon spirit might seem ordinary, but to eagle-type demon beasts, it was a priceless treasure. The black-robed elder was not concerned with the spirit's rank, but rather its bloodline. The blood-winged black eagle was the king of eagles, and its bloodline was exceedingly rare, incomprehensible to most beings and demons. Yet he could absorb it. Seeing Li Shangyue genuinely produce the blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit, a collective sigh of relief swept through the Li family. At the very least, their lives were spared. Hand over the demon spirit, the black-robed elder commanded with an authoritative tone. Yes, senior, Li Shangyue responded, preparing to pass the demon spirit, but suddenly hesitated, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Followed by a cold smile. Senior, I shall gladly present this blood-winged black eagle's demon spirit, but I would like to request a favor in return. Li Shangyue spoke up, declaring that this was a splendid opportunity for him. Given the current strength and morale of the Li family, if they were to engage the Yin family in open conflict, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. However, with the assistance of this formidable demon before him, the situation would be entirely different. Humph! You dare to negotiate terms with me? The elder in the black robe's imposing presence surged, and fury flickered across his face. I would not presume to do such a thing. Li Shangyue replied, dropping to his knees and raising the demon spirit high above his head. I merely seek a favor from you, esteemed senior, and I harbor no intention of bargaining. Should you choose not to assist, I would not dare to utter another word. Please, accept this demon spirit as a token. Ah, your demeanor is rather commendable, the elder remarked, a hint of satisfaction evident in his tone. Today, I find myself in good spirits. In light of the blood-winged dark eagle demon spirit, speak. What do you wish for me to assist you with? As the elder extended his hand to accept the demon spirit, examining it closely, Li Shangyue felt a surge of elation. He was astute enough to realize that threatening the elder with the demon spirit would likely provoke the dark eagle, whose nature was notoriously cruel and tyrannical. Such an action could backfire, bringing disaster upon the Li family. Thus, he chose to align himself with the elder's expectations, achieving his objective. I wish to request your assistance in eliminating 2 individuals, he stated. Ha, that is a simple task. Who are the targets? The elder laughed heartily, finding the prospect of killing to be exceedingly effortless. One is Yin Zhanyun, the head of the Yin family, and the other is a master from the Jiang family who has reached the heavenly pill realm. If you could assist me in eliminating these 2, you would be rendering me an immense favor, Li Shangyue articulated while remaining on the ground. He refrained from making excessive demands, such as asking the elder to obliterate the entire Yin family. If the elder could simply help him eliminate Yin Zhanyun and the hidden master from the Jiang family, the Li family would then be able to eradicate the Yin family and dominate Qicheng. As for Jiang Qin, he intended to capture him and torment him to death, ensuring that his demise would not come swiftly. In this small corner of the world, there exists a master of the heavenly pill realm. The elder furrowed his brow. Esteemed senior, this master is merely at the early stage of the heavenly pill realm. He is certainly no match for you, Li Shangyue hastily interjected, sensing the elder's hesitation. In truth, he had never even laid eyes on the heavenly pill expert, so he could not definitively claim to know the opponent's level. However, he understood that such words might encourage the elder to take action on his behalf. Very well, I shall agree to your request. The heavenly pill of a human is indeed a substantial boon for me. I never expected to encounter a heavenly pill master in such a small place. How intriguing, however, to be cautious. I must first refine the blood-winged dark eagle's demon spirit before assisting you in dealing with the heavenly pill master, the elder declared, acknowledging the formidable nature of the heavenly pill experts, which required careful consideration even on his part. Yet, with the blood-winged dark eagle's demon spirit in his possession, he felt significantly more confident. Furthermore, he was motivated to assist Li Shangyue because the heavenly pill within the expert was also a great supplement for demon beasts. Understood. Let us postpone the elimination of the heavenly pill master for now. Yet, I hope that before you retreat to refine the demon spirit, You will first assist me in dealing with Yin Zhanyun? Li Shangyue responded, a sinister smile gracing his features. For him, the immediate priority was to eradicate the Yin family and eliminate Jiang Qin, while the Jiang family could wait. The other members of the Li family displayed expressions of wild joy. Their previous lack of confidence and morale regarding the impending battle with the Yin family was now transformed. With the assistance of a heavenly pill demon, defeating Yin Zhanyun would be a mere formality. To slay a mere heavenly pill master? That is but a flick of my wrist, the elder replied, storing the demon's spirit away. How splendid, to speak frankly. We of the Li family are about to engage in battle with the Yin family. With your assistance, victory is all but assured. I see no reason to delay. Let us commence this evening, Li Shangyue exclaimed, standing up as excitement coursed through him. As the saying goes, after the darkness comes the dawn. He had prepared himself for a mutually destructive encounter with the Yin family. Yet he never anticipated that the demon spirit he had fortuitously acquired years ago would lead to the involvement of a heavenly pill demon. As long as the elder dealt with Yin Zhanyun, the entire Yin family would no longer pose a threat. After eradicating the Yin family and eliminating Jiang Qin, he would await the elder's refinement of the blood-winged Dark Eagle's demon spirit before heading to Tianxiang City to annihilate the Jiang family. From that point onward, the Li family would reign supreme in the region. The elder nodded in agreement, for it is said that one must assist those who pay them well. Li Shanyue's respectful demeanor and frequent references to him as esteemed senior satisfied the elder's vanity. Moreover, having recently emerged from confinement and now possessing the blood-winged Dark Eagle's demon spirit, he felt quite pleased. Assisting Li Shangyue in eliminating two individuals was a trivial matter. Li Shanyue's confidence surged as he addressed the members of the Li family loudly. Everyone, heed my words. We shall storm the Yin family shortly. With the assistance of our esteemed elder, Yin Zhanyun is doomed, and victory is ours. Tonight, we shall obliterate the Yin family, leaving not a single soul behind. Not a single soul left behind. Not a single soul left behind. The formerly demoralized members of the Li family now brimmed with enthusiasm. They believed that in this impending battle, the Li family would sweep through like a tempest, and the Yin family would crumble beneath their might. That night, led by Li Shangyue, hundreds from the Li family surged toward the Yin family with great momentum. Meanwhile, the Yin family received word of their approach and, led by Yin Zhanyun, also gathered hundreds to emerge from the Yin Yu Tower. Good heavens, a storm is brewing. The Li family and the Yin Yu Tower are about to engage in a true battle. Let the fighting commence. Tonight, it will be a fight to the death. Both the Li and Yin families are mobilizing, and a confrontation is imminent in the central square. A tempest was brewing in Qicheng as most people, upon hearing the news, chose to remain indoors, fearing the fallout of this clash. Only a few curious onlookers dared to stand at a distance, seeking to witness the unfolding drama. Half an hour later, the two factions met at the central square, a vast expanse capable of accommodating thousands of cultivators in fierce combat. This was precisely why Yin Zhanyun had chosen to confront them outside. Such a massive battle within the confines of the Yin Yu Tower would likely lead to its utter destruction. Chapter 62. The majestic and dominant Great Yellow Dog. The two factions stood poised with soaring spirits and palpable bloodlust, facing one another in the central square. Leading the Li family was Li Shangyue, flanked by 5 heavenly pill masters. A sinister grin adorned his face, and the long scar etched across his visage added an air of menace. Opposite them stood Yin Zhanyun and Jiang Qin, side by side, flanked by Yin Xinyu and the Great Yellow Dog, along with 4 other masters from the Yin family. In terms of strength, the Yin family appeared to have the upper hand. However, both Jiang Qin and Yin Zhanyun were perplexed by the unexpectedly high morale displayed by the Li family, which should have been in a state of despair. This feels off, Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. The Li family spirits should not be so elevated. What could possibly have bolstered their confidence? Yin Zhanyun concurred, yet both factions were now poised for battle, and an all-out conflict was inevitable. Ha! Yin Zhanyun, surrender Jiang Qin to me, and I shall ensure your demise is swift and painless. Li Shangyue bellowed with laughter, exuding an air of confidence as if he had everything under control. Today, I will wipe out your entire Yin family and reduce the Yin Yu Tower to rubble. The elder of the Li family proclaimed with utter arrogance, emboldened by the support of the heavenly pill demon, convinced that they could eradicate the Yin family from Qicheng in a single night. Across from them, Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly grave as he recalled the recently vanished heavenly pill demon. A foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. Humph, Li Shangyue, your young generation has been annihilated. Today will mark the end of your Li family, Yin Zhanyun retorted coldly to Ha. In that case, let us see you perish first. Li Shangyue laughed maniacally before calling out loudly, esteemed senior, please take action and eliminate Yin Zhanyun. With that, a piercing cry echoed through the air, and all present witnessed a magnificent black eagle descending from the sky. The eagle's wings folded, transforming into the figure of the elder in the black robe. The imposing aura of a heavenly pill expert emanated from him, enveloping the central square in an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered everyone present uneasy. It is that great demon. The expressions of the Yin family members shifted dramatically as they realized the implications. The elder hovered in midair, a clear sign of his mastery over flight, an ability reserved for those at the heavenly pill realm. Only those who had reached this level, whether beast or human, could manipulate the energies of heaven and earth to achieve flight. The gap between the Qi realm and the heavenly pill realm was stark. While the former could only absorb the energies of the world, the latter could command them. This was the fundamental distinction between the two realms, one representing the heavens and the other the earth. However, as the elder had once been a flying beast, he could still soar even before attaining the heavenly pill realm. The sudden appearance of the elder shifted the balance of the encounter. A heavenly pill demon was capable of altering the very fabric of Qicheng. Under the oppressive aura of the elder, the morale of the Yin family plummeted, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, Yin Zhanyun realized the source of Li Shanyue's newfound confidence. The alliance with a heavenly pill demon was a source of unparalleled arrogance and certainty. Beside him, Jiang Chen's expression had grown utterly frigid. The sudden appearance of a great demon at the celestial Dan realm had completely disrupted his meticulously crafted plans. In his past life, a mere glance from him could have extinguished a beast of the celestial Dan realm. But regrettably, he now found himself at the late stage of the Qi realm, unable to unleash his myriad techniques. Faced with a master of the celestial Dan realm, he was simply no match. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen realized he had no choice but to resort to the great transformation soul refinement technique. However, using soul pressure to intimidate a celestial Dan demon was no trivial task. Ha ha ha, Yin Zhanyun, today I shall grant you a swift demise. I will ensure that every member of the Yin family meets their end, so they may accompany you in the afterlife. Jiang Chen, I will flay your skin, strip your tendons, and grind your bones to dust to vent my pent-up hatred. Li Shanyue's face twisted in a malevolent grin. The thought of witnessing his old rival's imminent demise filled him with uncontainable excitement. Above, the hawk-eyed elder in the black robe fixed his piercing gaze upon Yin Zhanyun, the target of his vengeance for the night. Once he eliminated him, he would depart without a second thought. Are you Yin Zhanyun? The elder inquired, seeking confirmation. Yin Zhanyun's countenance shifted drastically. A mere glance from the black-robed elder sent tremors of fear through him. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of contending with a master of the celestial Dan realm. There was simply no comparison in their levels. Do not harm my father, Yin Xinyu exclaimed, extending her arms to shield Yin Zhanyun. A chilling aura emanated from her, a foreboding presence ready to strike. She would not allow anyone to slay her father in her presence. Unless the black-robed elder first stepped over her corpse. Such a potent chill. I never expected to encounter such a remarkable constitution in this humble place. Alas, your cultivation is far too weak. The black-robed elder was initially startled. But then a cold smirk replaced his surprise. You err, step aside. It seems today your father is destined to perish. Yin Zhanyun spoke, his voice heavy with resignation. No, I will not, Yin Xinyu responded with unwavering determination. Humph! Such a deep bond between father and daughter. Then you shall both perish together. The black-robed elder, clearly losing patience, reached out with his hand toward Yin Zhanyun and Yin Xinyu. A single grasp from a celestial Dan master would be insurmountable. If it landed, the father and daughter from the Yin family would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end on the spot. Just then, a sudden bark erupted from the crowd, startling everyone. The large yellow dog lifted its head and barked at the black-robed elder above. The elder, taken aback, immediately stilled his aura and turned to investigate the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the large yellow dog, his expression shifted dramatically in the blink of an eye. the once menacing black-robed elder knelt before the dog, prostrating himself on the ground with his forehead pressed firmly to the earth, a clear testament to his reverence for the canine. What? What is happening? A celestial demon kneeling before a dog? The once chaotic scene fell into a stunned silence, the entire central plaza enveloped in disbelief as onlookers gaped at the sight of the black-robed elder on his knees. What in the world? How could this be? That is a celestial demon. Why would it kneel before a dog? Spectators felt a profound sense of confusion. Such an occurrence had surpassed their comprehension. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. Li Shanhua's grin froze in place, his reliance on the black-robed elder now shattered. The outcome, which had seemed inevitable, was suddenly thrown into disarray by this incomprehensible turn of events. The Yin family, once steeped in despair, now felt a flicker of hope. Yin Zhanyun burst into laughter, the whims of fate playing a cruel joke not only on him but on Li Shanhua as well. Yet Li Shanhua was engulfed in confusion, his mind spinning as he struggled to comprehend the unforeseen developments. How could this happen? Why was this the case? The fierce and domineering celestial demon that was meant to assist him in slaying his foes was now kneeling before his adversary. Was this some cruel jest? Great Black Hawk, rise, Jiang Qian uttered calmly, and the black-robed elder stood, unable to shake the bewilderment from his mind. The youth before him, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, possessed an air of authority that belied his age. Akin to a hidden sovereign, most would be taken aback at the sight of a celestial demon kneeling before them. Yet this youth remained composed, his gaze unwavering as if the elder's submission were an unquestionable fact. However, the black-robed elder soon came to terms with the situation. Those willing to follow the large yellow dog could not possibly be ordinary. Jiang Chun placed his hands behind his back, taking a few steps forward to face Li Shanhua. Speaking in a measured tone, Li Shanhua, have you ever heard the saying about lifting a stone to crush one's own foot? At this, Li Shanhua nearly spat blood. It was the most scathing insult he could imagine, a reflection of his own foolishness. Not only had he lost the blood-winged Xian eagle, but he had also managed to miscalculate the entire affair. If he had not summoned the black-robed elder to intervene, with the strength of the Li family, they could have at least fought back, but now it seemed all hope was lost. Li Shanhua, you may have also heard another saying, repay evil with evil. You sought to use a celestial demon to eliminate Yin Zhanyan. Now, I shall employ that same demon to eliminate you. What say you? Jiang Qin continued, his tone devoid of urgency, throwing the Li family's camp into chaos. If Li Shanhua were to fall, there would be no need for further conflict. Great Black Hawk, bring me Li Shanhua's head, Jiang Qin commanded decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. Indeed, master. The old man in the black robe bowed slightly, his figure swaying as if he were a wraith, suddenly appearing before Li Shanhua. His icy gaze locked onto Li Shanhua, who instantly felt a chill rising from his heart, a palpable sense of impending death. Being scrutinized by the black-robed elder felt akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. No, please don't kill me. I have already given you the blood-winged mysterious eagle spirit, Li Shanhua stammered in trepidation. The words blood-winged mysterious eagle were clearly heard by Jiang Qin, causing his eyes to gleam with realization. It was no wonder that Li Shanhua could summon the black-robed elder to commit murder. He was lured by the temptation of the blood-winged mysterious eagle spirit. The spirit of the blood-winged mysterious eagle was indeed a rare treasure, possessing a considerable allure not only for the black-robed elder, but also for Jiang Chun-I in his past life. The spirit held little use for him, but now, circumstances had changed. As he cultivated the transformation of the dragon technique, he could absorb and refine any extraordinary bloodline from the world. Thus far, he had only absorbed the potent poison from the Qingming python and had yet to assimilate any other unique bloodlines. To advance in the transformation of the dragon technique, absorbing extraordinary bloodlines was the most expedient path. Moreover, according to the records of the technique, acquiring the blood-winged mysterious eagle spirit would allow him to inherit its innate divine abilities. Unlike ordinary combat skills, which had fixed levels, Jiang Chen himself was familiar with numerous sacred level skills, having even created the 9-yang mysterious art. His weak cultivation had hindered his practice of these formidable techniques. However, innate divine abilities differed. Whether from human physiques or extraordinary beasts, they evolved alongside the cultivator. The maximum potential of an innate divine ability would continually enhance as the cultivator's strength increased. always remaining in its most perfect state. This was the terrifying aspect of innate divine abilities. The might of divine physiques and extraordinary beasts stemmed from this very nature. They required no training in combat techniques, merely the awakening of their innate skills, supported by their unique bloodlines, to unleash their full power. Crack! Ignoring Li Shanyue's panic, the black-robed elder's claw descended upon Li Shanyue's head, and amidst the expression of despair on Li Shanyue's face, the elder crushed his skull, leaving the prominent figure of the Qiqing Li family dead on the spot. With Li Shanyue's tragic demise, chaos erupted within the Li family faction. The originally formidable momentum dissipated without a trace. All faces turned ashen as they confronted such a formidable entity from the realm of heavenly elixirs. If Li Shanyue could be slain in a single strike, how could they contend? After dispatching Li Shanyue, the black-robed elder turned and approached Jiang Chen and the great yellow dog with utmost respect. "Well done, little black hawk." The great yellow dog commended the black-robed elder. To be addressed as little black hawk by a formidable demon from the realm of heavenly elixirs would have provoked ire in anyone else. Yet the elder remained compliant. "What shall we do with the remaining people?" the great yellow dog inquired, glancing at Jiang Chen. "That is a matter for the Yin family. It is of no concern to us." "Let us depart," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, then turned to Yin Zhanyun. "Master Yin, the remaining matters are for your family to resolve. I shall return home to await your good news. Remember, Master Yin, to eradicate the roots. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I know how to proceed." Yin Zhanyun responded with a respectful clasp of his fists, his gratitude and admiration for Jiang Chen flowing like an unending river. At that moment, every member of the Yin family shared this sentiment, their gazes towards Jiang Chen filled with fervor. This sacred youth had once again saved their lives in the hearts of the Yin family. Jiang Chen was their lucky star. Had he not been present today, the Yin family would surely have faced annihilation. The fate of Li Shanyue was a clear warning for Yin Zhanyun. Although the greatest contributor today was the great yellow dog, it was important to note that he was brought by Jiang Chen, and the Yin family had no ties to the dog. Jiang Chen nodded and, accompanied by the great yellow dog and the black-robed elder, strode away from the central square. He wished to refrain from further involvement. The feud between the Li and Yin families had long been a bitter conflict, and today was the moment for resolution. The Li family was destined for destruction, and he trusted Yin Zhanyun to handle the fate of those remaining. More importantly, Jiang Chen's focus was on obtaining the spirit of the blood-winged mysterious eagle. "Kill!" Behind him, the cries of slaughter erupted, and soon the entire central square was filled with a cacophony of battle cries and screams. Under the dark moon and gusty winds, another night of bloodshed was assured. Following this day, the Li family of Qiqing would be purged, ushering in a new order for the region. Yet, Jiang Chen remained indifferent to it all. For him, the turmoil in Qiqing was merely a note in the melody of his rebirth, and he would soon embark on a new journey. Along the way, Jiang Chen walked ahead with the great yellow dog, while the black-robed elder obediently followed, resembling a docile sheep. "Great Yellow, how did you manage to subdue this eagle?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but inquire through his mental voice. He, it was remarkably simple. I planted a seed of divine thought within this little eagle's sea of consciousness, and now it is entirely under my control. With just a single thought, I can end its life. The great yellow dog replied with a sinister grin. Jiang Chen was taken aback. It made sense why the black-robed elder obeyed the great yellow dog without hesitation. His life was in the dog's hands. Yet, Jiang Chen was even more puzzled. Understanding that the sea of consciousness was the core of both humans and beasts, it was the most critical area. Allowing someone to plant a seed of divine thought in one's own sea of consciousness was unthinkable unless one were a fool, and this eagle was clearly not foolish. Furthermore, given the black eagle's cultivation at the realm of heavenly elixirs, how could the great yellow dog plant a divine thought seed within it? "How did you accomplish that?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Do you recall the demon-suppressing tower of the heavenly sword sect I mentioned? I released 3 formidable demons from within. As a condition for their release, they had to obey me and serve me. These great demons had been suppressed in the tower for decades, and due to the tower's peculiarities, their cultivation had stagnated, leaving them with no chance of escape," the great yellow dog explained, a cunning glint in his eyes. "So you used that as leverage to control them," Jiang Chen remarked, realizing the great yellow dog's cunning nature. However, the 3 demons would likely have consented. Even if controlled, it was preferable to perishing within the tower. the demon-suppressing tower must possess formidable constraints. Otherwise, it would not be capable of confining great demons. How did you manage to release them? Jiang Qin asked, regarding the great yellow dog with newfound respect. Most constraints would pose little challenge for Jiang Qin, a figure of unparalleled prowess, possessing a lifetime of experience. Yet breaking such constraints often required formidable strength, making it astounding that this dog could unlock the demon-suppressing tower and free 3 great demons. Naturally, I have my methods, but I won't disclose them to you. The great yellow dog replied with an air of arrogance. Did you not say that the great demons you released were recaptured by inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect? How did this black eagle escape? Jiang Qin questioned, puzzled. Indeed, the 3 great demons were recaptured by inner disciples, but this black eagle managed to break free. It seems flying beasts possess a distinct advantage when it comes to escape. The great yellow dog explained. Well, you, my unreliable dog, have accomplished something commendable today. Your contributions are not negligible, Jiang Qin remarked, patting the great yellow dog's head. Get off, don't pat my head, and I'm not a dog. You're the dog, woofed, the great yellow dog retorted, feigning anger. Ultimately, it let out a bark, eliciting a chuckle from Jiang Qin. Before long, the 3 returned to the Yin family estate, where Yin Zhanyun had prepared a special courtyard for Jiang Qin, inaccessible to outsiders. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Qin stood opposite the black-robed elder, who wore an expression of utmost respect, daring not to exhibit any hint of negligence. Though he might have felt discontent with such a subservient demeanor, he had no choice but to comply, for his life was firmly in the great yellow dog's grasp. With a mere thought from the dog, his life could be extinguished. Even more pitiable was that, despite harboring some resentment towards the great yellow dog, he had to pray for the dog's safety, for if the great yellow dog were to perish, the seed of divine thought in his sea of consciousness would also erupt. Sealing his own fate, Great Black Eagle, I ask you, did you obtain the spirit of the blood-winged mysterious eagle from Li Shanhua? Jiang Qin inquired. Yes, the black-robed elder replied, not daring to lie. Hand it over to me. Jiang Qin's tone brooked no refusal. It was a command. What? The black-robed elder's complexion shifted. The spirit of the blood-winged mysterious eagle was exceedingly valuable to him, a stroke of fortune and opportunity. Jiang Qin's immediate demand for it was not well received. You had better hand it over quickly. Do you dare to disregard the master's words? Believe me, I can make your death quite unpleasant in an instant, the great yellow dog interjected with a snort. Yes, yes, the black-robed elder hastily nodded in compliance, retrieving the spirit of the blood-winged mysterious eagle. This dog was undeniably formidable. He dared not oppose its words, for life was evidently more important than the spirit. Upon seeing the crimson spirit, Jiang Qin's eyes brightened. Being well-versed in such matters, he immediately recognized it as the spirit of the blood-winged mysterious eagle, containing the essence of its unique bloodline. The demon spirit possesses only the late stage of the human pill realm, making it perfectly suitable for my refinement. According to Jiang Qin's estimation, should he successfully refine this demon spirit and absorb its energy, coupled with the bloodline of the blood-winged Xian eagle acquired through the transformation dragon technique, he could undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough to the human pill realm. However, the master is merely a human, rendering this blood-winged Xian eagle's spirit of little significance to him. It is most fitting for someone of avian lineage. The elder in the black robe still expressed his dissatisfaction. Jiang Qin shot him a glare and seized the crimson demon spirit. Rest assured, I shall not take this from you for free. I will grant you a celestial demon sacred art. Should you cultivate it, the benefits will far exceed those derived from the blood-winged Xian eagle's demon spirit. In the future, achieving the Demon King realm would not be out of reach. Jiang Qin declared, transmitting the method of the celestial demon sacred art to the elder with his divine consciousness. The elder in the black robe trembled with excitement, his eyes growing ever brighter until, at last, they radiated an extraordinary light. This celestial demon sacred art was an unparalleled demon refinement technique that Jiang Qin had obtained in his previous life from a formidable demon saint. In terms of human cultivators, it could be likened to a sacred-level technique. In the sacred Yuan continent, anything associated with the sacred was considered a supreme treasure, whether it be techniques, martial skills, or weapons. Demon refinement techniques were exceedingly rare, and although Jiang Qin could not cultivate this celestial demon sacred art himself, he had committed its principles to memory. today, as he imparted this demon refinement technique to the elder in the black robe. He had a dual purpose. He would soon embark on a genuine journey, and the Jiang family was his only concern. If a formidable demon were to guard this place, he could rest easy. Thus, the stronger the elder in the black robe became, the greater the assistance he would provide. Once the entirety of the celestial demon's sacred arts formula was conveyed, the elder in the black robe was overwhelmed with emotion. Collapsing to the ground, "Thank you for your gracious bestowal, my master. Thank you." Tears of gratitude welled in his eyes, and his gaze towards Jiang Qin transformed entirely. Despite Jiang Qin's mere cultivation of the Qi-Si realm, the elder viewed him as though he were a towering mountain. After all, this was a sacred-level demon refinement technique. How could this young man so casually present such a treasure? It was almost inconceivable. Even the legendary powerful demon kings could scarcely hope to acquire a sacred-level demon refinement technique. Furthermore, who would be willing to simply offer such a powerful celestial demon sacred art? In the entire Eastern continent, no sacred-level techniques were known to circulate. Jiang Chun not only produced one, but also generously gifted it, and this audacity, combined with an air of mystery, completely captivated the elder in the black robe. Jiang Chun was correct. For the elder, this celestial demon sacred art was far more valuable than the bloodwing Xian Eagle's demon spirit. You enigmatic being, how is it you possess the celestial demon sacred art? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient being? If you have more treasures, do share, so I too may benefit. The great yellow dog exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Chun. He had always sensed an aura of mystery about Jiang Qin, but witnessing him casually produce the celestial demon sacred art left him deeply shocked. Step aside. Demon refinement techniques are of little use to you. Jiang Qian replied curtly. This fellow was a bona fide dragon horse, with a bloodline that epitomized the pinnacle of demon beasts. Hence, he had no need for demon refinement techniques. In fact, forcing him to cultivate such would only hinder his development. I must enter seclusion now. You two guard the outer gate and allow no one to disturb me, Jiang Qian instructed before turning to enter his chamber. You little brat, you're truly impressive, the great yellow dog mused. Watching Jiang Qin's retreating figure with a mock frown before addressing the elder in black, who had just risen from the ground. Go, keep watch at the gate. I'll take a nap here. Yes, the elder in black bowed respectfully and hurried towards the entrance, his face alight with joy, his previous gloom entirely dissipated. Acquiring the celestial demon's sacred art was a true stroke of fortune. Inside the room, Jiang Qian sat cross-legged, the crimson demon's spirit levitating before him. He did not immediately consume the spirit. This was his first time refining a spirit with an extraordinary bloodline, and he needed to ensure he was in optimal condition, first operating the transformation dragon technique to its utmost limit. The great yellow dog lay sprawled on a large stone in the outer courtyard, sleeping soundly, while the elder in black stood solemnly at the gate, faithfully serving as Jiang Qin's guardian while secretly contemplating the celestial demon's sacred art he had just received. Under the cover of darkness, within the central square of Qicheng, a scene of swirling blood mist unfolded, an unmistakable bloodbath. The Li family, having lost Li Shanyue, not only lost their pillar but also their morale entirely. In such circumstances, they could only be slaughtered by the Yin family. The battle lasted a mere half-hour before it concluded in the Li family's defeat. Blood flowing like rivers across the central square, littered with corpses and severed limbs. This was undoubtedly the most brutal bloodshed in Qicheng's history. Over 100 from the Li family perished, with the remaining 100 surrendering. Encircled by the Yin family, their faces ashen, uncertain of the punishment they would face. Master, how shall we deal with these people? Yin Yang inquired, filled with confidence. Kill them all, Brother Jiang Qian said that one must eradicate the roots of grass. An elder from the Yin family at the human pill realm stated. No. Yin Shunyu cried out in alarm, her complexion pale and her expression visibly distressed. As an innocent girl, she had never witnessed such a scene. During the recent battle, she had unleashed the coldness of the 9 yin Xian veins and had even killed 2 people. The heaviness in her heart was indescribable. To slaughter these several hundred surrendering individuals would be far too cruel, simply unacceptable. Father, they have already surrendered. It would be too brutal to kill them. I believe Brother Jiang Qian did not mean it that way, Yin Shenyu implored urgently. Yin Zhanyuan gently stroked Yin Shenyu's head, a pained expression on his face. His daughter, kind-hearted and naive, would surely be taken advantage of in the future. This was precisely why he had insisted on her participating in this battle. Experiencing killing for the first time was always unsettling. However, in the realm of cultivation, one had to adapt to such realities. Otherwise, if she were to enter the inner circles of Qizhou in the future, it would be she who would suffer. Yin Qinyu, possessing a divine body, would surely not be confined to a small place like Qiqing for long, and with her affinity for Jiang Chun, she needed to be prepared. After all, Jiang Chun was a genuine world-shaking figure. And to be by his side, she must not impede his progress. Viewer, step back. Father knows how to handle this, and I understand Brother Jiang Chen's intentions, Yin Zhanyun said as he stepped forward. His cold gaze sweeping over the Li family members. Kill all those from the Li family's main branch. Those from the affiliated forces may accept surrender, but they must withstand trials. Yin Zhanyun's decree determined the fate of the Li family members. Akin to Jiang Chen's earlier handling of the Morong family, though slightly more merciful as he allowed for the surrender of affiliated forces. Yin Zhanyun understood the essence of Jiang Chen's words. To eradicate the roots of grass was aimed at the main branch of the Li family. As for those who had already surrendered, they could not all be executed in the future, as the Yin family ruled over Qiqing. They needed to maintain some semblance of benevolence. Yin Xinyu sighed, leaving the central square with a downcast expression, while Yin Yang quickly followed behind. The impact of today's battle weighed heavily on Yin Qinyu's heart, and it would likely take her days to come to terms with it. Yet, such was the way of the world. One must adapt to their environment. That night, the Li family was annihilated, their main branch completely eradicated. And the majority of affiliated forces surrendered, with some stubborn ones directly exterminated. In no uncertain terms, Qiqing ushered in a new order. From this moment forth, the Yin family stood unrivaled, having completely dominated Qiqing. All of the Li family's former assets and properties were now under the Yin family's control. From this day forward, the Li family ceased to exist in Qiqing, and Li Shangyue, a titan who had held dominion for over 20 years, ultimately faded into the annals of Qiqing's history. This was a momentous event that reverberated throughout Qiqing, impossible to conceal, nor was there any desire to do so. Almost immediately after the Li family's fall, the entire populace of Qiqing was made aware of the outcome. Such explosive news was akin to an earthquake within Qiqing, leaving everyone in a state of turmoil. Especially upon learning of the unpredictable nature of the battle, one could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate. Alas, the tyrant of Qiqing has been vanquished. From henceforth, the Yin family reigns supreme, with no rivals in sight. Do you recall the great demon that appeared before? It was said to have initially assisted the Li family in killing Yin Zhanyun, only to be conquered by a dog. Yes, the very dog that the Tianjin sect sought. It is utterly absurd. That dog is truly uncanny, capable of commanding even a great demon. Indeed, the great demon at the Tianpil realm, which was supposed to aid the Li family, turned against them and killed Li Shangyue. Such a staggering turn of events. Who could have anticipated it? It was incredibly brutal. That dog is no ordinary canine. I heard that at one point, the great demon knelt before that dog, not daring to move an inch. Many were engaged in discussions, with the great yellow dog becoming the focal point of attention. Who could have imagined that a simple dog could so easily alter the outcome of a bloody battle? In my view, the swift downfall of the Li family is attributable to that Jiang Chun. Ever since he arrived in Qiqing, peace has eluded the region. That sentiment rings true. Everything has stemmed from that Jiang Chen. It is worth noting that that dog was brought forth by him. Jiang Chen is undeniably a formidable individual. Not only has he slain the 3 sons of Li Shangyue, but he also dares to recklessly kill disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. His ruthlessness is unparalleled, bordering on audacious. While the Yin family has triumphed over the Li family, the discourse among the masses is solely centered around Jiang Chen and the Great Yellow Dog. This pair is the very crux of the Li family's downfall. The entirety of Qiqing has plunged into a sleepless night, and at this moment, Jiang Chen is wholly engrossed in a secluded meditation to refine the demon spirit of the Bloodwing Xian eagle. After dedicating half an hour to adjusting his state to perfection, 10 dragon patterns within his energy pulsate ceaselessly, and a blood-red dragon silhouette dances above his head. His vitality is so vigorous that, following the acquisition of the Great Yellow Dog's blood, he is beginning to manifest a dragon form. With a deep breath, Jiang Chen devours the blood-red demon's spirit hovering before him in an instant. 2 beams of crimson light burst forth from his eyes, causing ripples in the void. As the demon spirit of the blood-winged Xian eagle enters his body, a resonant hum reverberates throughout him, with his primordial energy oscillating intensely. The dragon transformation technique is pushed to its utmost limits as he gradually refines the blood-winged Xian eagle's demon spirit. What a formidable energy! If I could fully absorb the energy within the demon spirit and fuse the bloodline of the blood-winged Xian eagle into my own, my strength would likely double, propelling me directly into the early stages of the human Dan realm. A smile of delight creeps across Jiang Chen's face. The demon spirit of a late human Dan realm is perfectly suited for him at present. Under the control of the dragon transformation technique, the blood-red dragon patterns twist and coil around the demon spirit as if they were genuine little dragons. Jiang Chen possesses an experience that few can rival. With his mastery over the dragon transformation technique, he ensures that the energy within the demon spirit is released gradually, absorbed bit by bit, avoiding any overwhelming surges that could exceed his body's capacity, thus preventing any wasteful energy explosions. As time ticks away, Jiang Chen becomes completely immersed in this unique state. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the great yellow dog lies sprawled upon a large stone, deeply asleep. Suddenly, a faint golden light emanates from the great yellow dog, intensifying until it envelopes him in a golden cocoon. The dog's aura gradually strengthens, as if something within him is awakening, undergoing a fundamental transformation. If Jiang Chen were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. This dog has entered a special state in his sleep, unlocking his bloodline and innate abilities. Once this process is complete, the great yellow dog will directly become a master of the human Dan realm. As an ancient dragon horse, it is entirely normal for him to awaken his innate powers. What is truly vexing is the dog's method of advancement. Such a leisurely ascent through slumber is utterly absurd and disheartening. While others toil relentlessly for their breakthroughs, this creature achieves it effortlessly in sleep. Such a comparison is simply unfathomable. The courtyard remains exceptionally tranquil, with Jiang Chen refining the demon spirit of the blood-winged Xian eagle within his chamber, while the great yellow dog continues to snore atop the stone. Outside, an elder cloaked in black stands vigilantly, dedicated to guarding the premises. Ian Chi-chung, with a formidable demon of the celestial Dan realm on watch. No one dares to approach the courtyard. The elder stands like a statue, his gaze fixated, completely absorbed in the celestial demon's sacred art. Should he wield it effectively, he may indeed become a powerful demon king. As Jiang Chen has suggested, two figures approach from a distance, a man and a woman, who are none other than Yin Xinyu and Yin Yang, having hastily returned from the central plaza. Yin Xinyu, in a foul mood, immediately thinks of her brother, Jiang Chen. Halt! The elder commands coldly, lifting his gaze to the pair. Where is my brother Jiang Chen? I wish to see him, Yin Xinyu implores, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation as she glances at the elder. This figure is undoubtedly formidable. They vividly recall how Li Shangyuan met his demise. Master is currently in seclusion. No one is to disturb him, the elder replies, his tone still frosty. Before Jiang Chen and the great yellow dog, he is indeed a docile lamb, yet before others, he is a ferocious eagle, an imposing celestial Dan realm demon. Come on, Xiaoyu, we must not interrupt Brother Zhang's retreat, Yin Yang advises. Indeed, Yin Xinyu nods in agreement. Turning to leave, Jiang Chen's seclusion is a matter of great importance, and it must not be disturbed an hour later. As night falls, Yin Zhanyun and the other high-ranking members have dealt with the remnants of the Li family and returned to the Yin family with renewed vigor. The first order of business upon their return is, naturally, to visit and express gratitude to Jiang Chen, and of course, to the great yellow dog, though Yin Yang intercedes. Head of the family, Brother Jiang is currently in seclusion. We must not disturb him, Yin Yang states that it seems Brother Jiang has achieved some new understanding. Perhaps this time he will break through to the human Dan realm, Yin Zhanyan muses. Compared to Brother Jiang, it is likely that few in this world would dare to claim the title of genius. His age, his prowess, his methods, and the terrifying speed of his advancements. Such a person is truly a peerless prodigy. The crowd murmurs in agreement. Yin Yang, you should take Brother Jiang as your benchmark. While reaching his level may be impossible, having a goal and an idol is always beneficial, Yin Zhanyan encourages, patting Yin Yang's shoulder. I will. Brother Jiang is the ultimate pursuit of my life. Yin Yang replies sincerely. He rarely admires anyone, yet for Jiang Chen, he is genuinely in awe. This time, Brother Jiang has aided us tremendously. He has practically saved the entire Yin family. We must not forget such a great favor. Once Brother Jiang emerges from seclusion, we must express our gratitude properly, Yin Zhanyun declares. Indeed, from rescuing Xiaoyu to today's salvation of the entire Yin family, Brother Jiang's kindness cannot be expressed in mere words, an elder of the human Dan realm adds. The members of the Yin family are filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. It is no exaggeration to say that without him, there would be no present-day Yin family. Yin Yang, how is Xiaoyu faring? Yin Zhanyun inquires. She has shut herself in her room, wanting some time alone. The recent events have been quite a shock for her. For years, Xiaoyu has never stepped outside the Yin family, remaining an innocent girl unacquainted with the harshness of the world. She has never witnessed such brutality, Yin Yang explains. Such experiences are inevitable. She possesses the 9 Yin veins and will face much more in the future. Moreover, if she wishes to be with Jiang Chun, she cannot continuously hold him back, Yin Zhanyun remarks with a smile. Everyone understands that Yin Xinyu will be walking a different path in the future, perhaps even one alongside Jiang Chun. Suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberates from deep within the Yin family, drawing everyone's attention. They look towards the sound and witness a blood-red beam of light piercing through the roof of Jiang Chen's secluded chamber. Soaring into the sky, while an overwhelming aura spreads outwards, a whirlwind begins to swirl above the Yin family, the energies of heaven and earth being instantly siphoned away. Within that blood-red column of light, a delicate golden glimmer suddenly appears, intensifying gradually until it forms a golden Dan the size of a fist. Look, that's a human Dan. Brother Jiang has condensed a human Dan. Such a formidable aura. By the heavens, I can't believe it. In such a short time, he has directly ascended to the human Dan realm. One exclaims, he has just recently advanced to the human Dan realm. How can his aura be so overwhelmingly powerful? I am in the mid-human Dan realm, yet I feel a tremor in my soul before Jiang Chen's presence, a prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. The members of the Yin family are utterly astounded, particularly the few human Dan realm experts present. They have all experienced their own advancements, yet none have ever encountered an aura like Jiang Chen's. It's beyond imagination. As the human Dan takes form, it swiftly descends back into the chamber. Simultaneously, an even more potent aura surges forth, shattering the entire room. A young man clad in white suddenly soars into the air, a pair of blood-red illusory wings flapping behind him. The powerful aura radiates and ripples from his body, enveloping the entirety of the Yin family sky, especially the illusory blood wings behind him. As they flap, they create gusts of wind, rendering Jiang Chen extraordinarily ethereal. In this moment, all eyes are drawn skyward to Jiang Chen, including that of the recently awakened Great Yellow Dog. Why heavens! What am I witnessing? Brother Jiang has only just advanced to the human Dan realm. Yet he can fly. This is simply unimaginable. Only experts of the celestial Dan realm can control the energies of heaven and earth. It is those blood wings that allow him to soar, not the manipulation of the energies of heaven and earth. This is truly miraculous. I wonder how Brother Jiang achieved this, they ponder. The aura emanating from those blood wings carries the essence of a demon beast, suggesting they are the wings of a demon beast. Yet, they remain oblivious to how Jiang Chen has refined them for his USA. To be able to fly at the human Dan realm level surpasses our understanding. Brother Jiang is indeed an extraordinary talent. Yin Zhanyun and the others are filled with excitement, having once again witnessed the birth of a miracle. Oh dear. It seems I will never be able to catch up to Brother Jiang in this lifetime. From now on, I suppose I can only revere him as my idol. Yin Yang sighs, feeling disheartened by the realization that merely existing in the same world as such a person is inherently discouraging. In the sky above, Jiang Chen's dark hair billowed in the wind, his eyes shimmering like stars, exuding a divine aura, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. The recent endeavor of refining the bloodwing Xian eagle's demon spirit had bestowed upon him boundless benefits, simultaneously revealing the true terror of the transformation dragon technique. This technique had completely absorbed the bloodline of the bloodwing Xian eagle, even evolving the wings themselves, surpassing Jiang Chen's expectations and providing him with an unexpected delight. The ability to fly in the air at the human Dan realm is a monumental advantage that ordinary individuals cannot hope to attain. Not only that, but Jiang Chen also inherited the innate abilities embedded within the bloodline. Specifically the bloodwing Xian eagle's unique talent, the Eagle's Cry of the Nine Heavens, a formidable soundwave combat skill without any specific rank, which would grow in power alongside Jiang Qin's cultivation. This soundwave technique is far more terrifying and difficult to defend against compared to ordinary martial skills. The potent sound waves can penetrate a person's soul, striking at their very essence and inflicting damage upon it. Is no wonder that the Bloodwing Xian Eagle reigns supreme among avian bloodlines. This innate ability provides an unparalleled advantage. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the benefits Jiang Qin reaped. The clash of bloodlines and energy allowed him to condense a human Dan directly. At this moment, within Jiang Qin's Qi, the golden human Dan resembled a stabilizing force in the vast ocean, anchoring the entire Qi, surrounded by 15 dragon patterns that danced around it like stars encircling the moon. Indeed, there were 15 dragon patterns. When Jiang Qin ascended to the late stage of the Qi realm, he possessed 8 dragon patterns, and due to the surplus of energy, he reached 10. Now, having achieved the human Dan, his power had nearly doubled, resulting in the formation of 15 dragon patterns. According to Jiang Qin's estimations, to advance to the mid-stage of the human Dan realm, his strength would need to double again, requiring the condensation of at least 30 dragon patterns. This process of refining the Bloodwing Xian Eagle's demon spirit had thoroughly unveiled the terrifying aspects of the transformation dragon technique, solidifying Jiang Qin's future cultivation path. Aside from the 9 Yang profound art from his past life, he deemed all other techniques and combat skills dispensable. Just imagine, as Jiang Qin continues to absorb extraordinary bloodlines using the transformation dragon technique, acquiring formidable innate abilities, the level of terror he could reach is truly beyond imagination. Outside the courtyard, the old man in a black robe gaped at Jiang Qin, who hovered in the air. His astonishment rivaling that of the onlookers, perhaps even more intense, as a demon beast, particularly an avian one. No one understood better than he what it meant for Jiang Qin to refine the bloodline of the Bloodwing Xian Eagle, an unprecedented feat. How could this be? How had he accomplished this? He was merely a human. How could he absorb the bloodline of a demon beast and seamlessly integrate it into his own body? The old man murmured to himself. Unable to comprehend despite having lived for over a century, it was truly miraculous. This youth was extraordinary. Could he be the fated child? Or perhaps a deity incarnate? He emanated an aura of an upper echelon that sent shivers down one's spine. His gaze cold and unyielding, remaining unchanged even in my presence, he could effortlessly summon the celestial demon's sacred technique, and now possessed the means to merge with the Bloodwing Xian Eagle's bloodline. Was he still human? The old man in the black robe was utterly captivated by Jiang Qin in his eyes. Jiang Qin was undoubtedly no mere mortal, and his future achievements were beyond his imagination. Woof woof dotto, celestial being. How is this young man able to accomplish such feats? This fellow must harbor great secrets. He has undoubtedly cultivated ancient divine arts. For a human to merge with the bloodline of a demon beast is simply blinding to my canine eyes. The big yellow dog bounded around the courtyard, unable to contain its excitement. This youth was shrouded in mystery, like an abyss that one could not fathom. Previously, within the Origin mountain range, he had been able to refine his own blood. Now, having directly absorbed the bloodline of the Bloodwing Xian Eagle and effortlessly wielding the celestial demon's sacred technique. What kind of prodigy was this? Everyone from the Yin family gazed at the youth in the sky, their admiration overshadowed only by shock. They could find no other words to describe him. He was a godlike figure. With a flick of his blood wings, Jiang Qin slowly descended from the heavens, shaking his shoulders to retract the wings into his body. Young man, tell me, what divine technique do you practice that allows you to refine the bloodlines of demon beasts? The big yellow dog hurried to Jiang Qin's side. Eager to inquire, I won't tell you. Jiang Qin cast a sidelong glance at the big yellow dog and strode toward the courtyard's exit. Oh, celestial being, how impressive you are, the big yellow dog scoffed, wagging its tail and following closely behind Jiang Qin. Master. The old man in the black robe bowed deeply upon seeing Jiang Qin emerge. Your divine might is unfathomable. You shall surely soar to great heights in the future. If the old man in the black robe had previously addressed Jiang Qin as master out of fear of the divine seed sown by the big yellow dog, now, this title was spoken with genuine willingness. Black Eagle, what is your name? Jiang Qin inquired, his eyes gleaming like a ruler surveying his subjects. Just call me Old Hay, the old man in the black robe replied respectfully. Very well, old Haid, I have a question for you. From this moment on, are you willing to serve me wholeheartedly? Jiang Qin asked. I am willing to obey all of your commands, master. Old Haid did not dare to be negligent. He understood that with his potential, attaining the pinnacle of the human Dan realm would be immensely challenging. Jiang Chun had granted him the celestial demon sacred technique, providing him with the potential to ascend to Demon King or even Demon Emperor. For him, this was a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, Jiang Qin's extraordinary abilities promised immeasurable future achievements. Following him would undoubtedly yield countless benefits. Very well, I shall soon depart for the interior of Qizhou. You will guard the Yin family, dedicating yourself to the cultivation of the celestial demon sacred technique. As long as you fulfill your duties, the rewards in the future will be abundant, Jiang Qin declared, having now attained the human Dan realm. The enmity with the Li family of Qicheng had been resolved, and he was ready to embark on his true journey. Jiang Qin's greatest concern remained the Jiang family, and with old He guarding them, he could depart with peace of mind. Jiang Chan chose to have old He guard the Yin family rather than the Jiang family for a simple reason. First, he wished for the Jiang family to maintain a low profile in Tianxiang City, avoiding unnecessary attention. Second, having old He protect the Yin family was no different from guarding the Jiang family. Given the immense gratitude Jiang Chun had for the Yin family, even if Yin Zhanyin were to perish, he would still ensure the safety of the Jiang family. Thus, as long as the Yin family was secure, the Jiang family would be as well. I shall not fail in this task and will ensure the safety of the Yin family. Old He bowed, recognizing that he indeed needed a stable place to concentrate on cultivating the celestial demon sacred technique. The Yin family had become the local sovereign of Qicheng, making it an ideal environment for his training. At that moment, Yin Zhanyun and others arrived, all wearing expressions of delight.